Hey guys, welcome back to the Sleep Atlas. Tonight we're setting sail on one of the most romanticized, misrepresented, and misunderstood chapters in world history. No, not knights, not pharaohs, not Romans with fancy sandals. We're talking about pirates, the real ones. Not Johnny Depp wobbling around on deck, but the men and women who sailed the Caribbean and the Atlantic during the so-called Golden Age of Piracy. Now here's the thing, we all think we know pirates, eye patches, parrots, R-matey, treasure maps with a big red X, but spoiler alert, that stuff mostly comes from novels, theater, and later Hollywood rewrites. Real piracy was less swashbuckling and more sweaty, smelly, filled with salted beef crawling with maggots, water that tasted like a rotting barrel, and constant anxiety that your ship might sink in a storm, or your captain might keelhaul you for stepping out of line. And yet somehow the legend of pirates has become this glamorous story of freedom, adventure, and treasure. But here's the contradiction, and it's worth letting it sink in. The Golden Age of Piracy wasn't golden at all. It was born out of war, poverty, hunger, and desperation. It wasn't about noble freedom, it was about scraping survival out of salt air, blood, and backbreaking work. Yet people keep retelling their stories because deep down we're drawn to the fantasy of escape, of rejecting rules, of carving out a small piece of freedom on the open sea. So, as you settle in, maybe dim your lights or turn on some soft background sounds, let's drift together into this world. Imagine the creak of ropes, the groan of wooden planks, the crash of waves on the hull. Tonight, we'll wander through crowded ports, stand under the Caribbean sun with sweat dripping down our backs, and listen to the salty curses of men who gambled everything on the sea. Before we start, a small ask. If you enjoy drifting off with these stories, give this video a like, and maybe even subscribe. And tell me in the comments, what's keeping you up tonight? I'd love to know. Now, let's begin our first chapter with a world teetering on the edge of chaos, just perfect for the rise of piracy. Chapter 1. A world ripe for plunder. Picture the year 1690. Europe has been locked in endless wars, Spain versus England, England versus France, the Dutch fighting everyone. The whole continent is basically one long family feud where nobody remembers what the argument was about, but everyone is still holding grudges. And while kings and queens play chess with soldiers, their colonies across the Atlantic become treasure vaults waiting to be cracked open. The Caribbean at this time was a furnace, not just from the heat, though the sun baked everything in a way that made even the shadows shimmer, but because it was where European empires collided, traded, and stole from one another. Spanish galleons hauled silver from Peru and Mexico, loading it into massive convoys that lumbered across the ocean toward Spain. English, French, and Dutch merchants sailed their own fleets filled with sugar, rum, tobacco, and enslaved Africans, commodities that would fuel entire economies back in Europe. The ports were alive with contradictions. Imagine standing on the docks of Port Royal in Jamaica around 1700. The smell hits you first: tar, rum, smoke, and human sweat. Dock workers shouted in a dozen languages, sailors stumbled drunk, their shirts stiff with salt, elegant merchants in powdered wigs strutted past barefoot fishermen hauling nets of twitching fish. The soundscape was relentless, donkeys braying, sailors cursing, coins clattering on wooden counters, priests mumbling blessings, cannons occasionally booming in the harbor just to remind everyone who was in charge. And here's the irony. These bustling colonial ports were supposed to be the crown jewels of empire, but they were also perfect breeding grounds for lawlessness. Governments thousands of miles away tried to impose order, but the reality was chaos. Governors took bribes, soldiers deserted, Officials looked the other way when merchants smuggled contraband. The Caribbean was a place where, if you had a ship and a crew desperate enough, you could either make a fortune or lose everything in a week. Now think about the sailors themselves. Life at sea under a Royal Navy wasn't glamorous. It was miserable. Sailors were often press-ganged, basically kidnapped into service, dragged aboard ships against their will. Conditions were horrific. Cramped hammocks, weevil-infested bread, floggings for minor offences. Pay was late, if it ever came at all, and if you happened to survive the voyage, chances were you'd be discharged with nothing but a few coins jingling in your pocket and a body half ruined by scurvy. So when word spread that some sailors had gone rogue, ditched their oppressive commanders, seized ships and struck out as freebooters, it sounded less like criminality and more like rebellion. Piracy wasn't just a crime, it was a way out. Let's be clear though, the sea was not forgiving. It wasn't a highway of freedom. It was a gauntlet of storms, reefs, disease, and predators, both human and natural. But if you were a sailor in 1700 staring at the horizon from the deck of a crowded ship, the choice between a brutal life under a navy captain or rolling the dice with piracy might not have seemed that hard. By the turn of the century, the Caribbean had become what you might call a floating economy of risk. On one side, kings, merchants, and governors trying to keep order. On the other side, a growing army of dispossessed sailors, mercenaries, and adventurers who decided order was overrated. All it took was the right moment, a gap in empire, a weakly guarded convoy, a ship with sails trimmed just so, and fortunes could be made overnight. And so, with every galleon groaning under the weight of silver, every sugar plantation coughing up profits, and every port overflowing with sailors who'd had enough of being cheated, the stage was set. The Golden Age of Piracy wasn't born out of nowhere. It was baked into the world itself, into the trade routes, the wars, the greed, and the desperation. The seas were ready, and so were the men who would plunder them. If the late 1600s and early 1700s had a theme, it would be everybody's exhausted, broke, and kind of angry. Europe's great powers had been at each other's throats for decades, and while kings and queens could patch up peace treaties, the wars left a trail of wreckage that stretched across the Atlantic, and in that wreckage, piracy took root. Take Spain, for example. Once upon a time, Spain was the big kid on the block. They had the gold, the silver, the fleets, and the swagger to call themselves masters of the New World. But by the late 1600s, their empire looked less like a shining crown and more like a rusty bucket with holes. Wars drained their coffers, silver shipments were constantly raided, and their ships, once the pride of the seas, were often outdated and slow. Spain still had territory, but its grip was slipping, and everyone else smelled the weakness. England wasn't doing much better. Sure, they were clawing their way toward global power, but back home, ordinary sailors were being tossed around like dice in a rigged game. One year they were privateers, government-approved pirates, with papers giving them permission to plunder Spanish ships in the name of the crown. Then, suddenly, the war ended. The crown said, "Thanks for your service," and those same men were dumped ashore with no pay, no prospects, and no sympathy. Imagine fighting for your country, risking death a dozen times only to be told you were now just another unemployed vagrant clogging up the docks. The Dutch Republic had its own story. Once dominant traders, their fleets crisscrossed the globe, but wars with England and France chewed through resources, leaving fewer jobs for sailors and merchants. France, meanwhile, under the grandiose reign of Louis XIV, spent lavishly on wars, palaces, and pretty much anything shiny, leaving French colonies stretched thin and their sailors restless. The result? a perfect storm of unemployed seafarers with skills nobody wanted except in piracy. These weren't random peasants deciding to play pirate for fun. These were trained men, veterans of naval battles, gunners who could load a cannon in seconds, carpenters who could patch a hull under fire, navigators who could steer through reefs in the dark, armies of skilled but bitter men, all with the same problem. No empire wanted to pay them anymore. And here's where it gets ironic. These empires had essentially created their own monsters. When Spain and England handed out letters of marque, those little slips of paper that legalized piracy during wartime, they encouraged men to attack enemy shipping. Privateers like Sir Francis Drake in the 1500s became national heroes. But once peace returned, those same activities suddenly became criminal. Imagine working for Uber, then one day Uber shuts down and declares, by the way, anyone still driving is now a car thief. That's what happened to thousands of seafarers who had been told plunder was patriotic until it wasn't. So what do you do when the wars end, your government abandons you, and you still have the skills to handle a ship and fire a cannon? You keep doing what you know best, but now for yourself. You keep raiding ships, you keep seizing cargo, you keep living by the sword, or in this case, the cutlass. Piracy wasn't just desperation, it was habit. It was a profession that governments themselves had encouraged and then tried to disown. This collapse of empire control didn't just happen on land. At sea, the very roots of trade were fragile. Convoys of Spanish galleons might be well defended, but smaller ships carrying sugar or rum often sailed alone. Merchant captains wanted profit, not protection, and cutting corners left them exposed. Add in tropical storms that could scatter fleets like confetti, and suddenly the Caribbean looked less like the King's Ocean and more like a buffet table for anyone bold enough to take a bite. And let's not forget the colonies themselves. Governors sent from Europe often cared more about lining their own pockets than enforcing the law. Some even welcomed pirates, so long as they brought in enough gold or shared enough loot. For struggling outposts like Nassau in the Bahamas, pirates weren't a nuisance, they were the economy. It's hard to enforce anti-piracy laws when half your town depends on stolen goods to survive, so piece by piece the mighty grip of empire loosened. Spain couldn't patrol all its waters. England's navy was stretched thin. France was distracted by continental wars. The Dutch were in decline. And into that vacuum sailed the pirates, men who saw the weakness of kings and decided to crown themselves instead. The collapse of empires didn't just make piracy possible, it made it inevitable. The seas were full of treasure. The navies were too thin to guard it, and the men who knew how to seize it had nothing left to lose. Out of that mix came not just scattered rogues, but an entire era, the so-called Golden Age of Piracy, when men and women from a dozen nations chose the black flag over the king's flag. Let's be clear, piracy didn't appear out of thin, salty air. It was the awkward child of privateering, a sort of legal piracy that governments were perfectly happy to use when it suited them. To understand how privateers turned into pirates, you have to look at how the lines between hero of the crown and villain of the seas were about as thin as a ship's rope after a rat problem. Privateering was, in theory, simple. A government at war, say England against Spain, would hand out a letter of marque. This was a fancy slip of paper saying, "Go ahead, raid enemy ships, keep a cut of the loot, and send us our share." It was piracy, but with paperwork. Sir Francis Drake did it in the 1500s, sacking Spanish ports and coming home loaded with plunder. England called him a knight, Spain called him a criminal. One man's pirate was another man's patriot. Fast forward to the late 1600s, and the system was still in play. Privateers swarmed the Caribbean and Atlantic during wars, seizing sugar shipments, Spanish galleons, and anything else they could get their hands on. The Caribbean became a giant chessboard, and privateers were the pawns, expendable but useful. As long as the war lasted, they were tolerated, even celebrated. But here's the twist. Wars end. And when they did, governments suddenly didn't need these men anymore. One day you're proudly waving the flag of your nation, attacking the enemy, and selling stolen goods back to friendly ports. The next day, the war is over, the letter of marque is revoked, and now you're just a thief with a ship. There was no retirement plan, no pension, no thank you parade. Just a shrug and an unspoken suggestion to quietly disappear. The men, however, weren't built for disappearing. They were hardened sailors who knew the rhythms of the sea better than the rhythms of ordinary life. They knew how to fight, how to navigate, how to survive storms, and, most importantly, how to take wealth by force. These were not skills easily repurposed into farming or shopkeeping. So what did they do? They kept at it. The only difference was that now, instead of doing it for a king or queen, they did it for themselves. This transition was so common it almost feels inevitable. Many of the most famous pirates of the Golden Age had first cut their teeth as privateers. Men like Henry Morgan, who began under English sanction and later operated in a grey zone that looked a lot like piracy. Others, like Blackbeard, likely started out on privateering ships during the War of Spanish Succession before slipping into outright piracy when the war dried up. The habits, the networks, even the bases were already in place. It was just a matter of removing the official paperwork and keeping the cannons loaded. And here's the delicious irony. Governments created the very monsters they later tried so hard to destroy. By training thousands of sailors in the art of state-sponsored looting, they gave them a taste for plunder. Then, by abandoning them in peacetime, they essentially shoved them straight into piracy. Imagine teaching someone to pick locks during a war because you need spies, then firing them when the war ends and expecting them not to use their skills. Of course they'll keep picking locks, only now it's your house. There was also the question of identity. Once a man had lived as a privateer, free from the crushing discipline of a navy, sharing loot with his mates, and living by the tides, could he really go back to scrubbing decks under the bark of some lieutenant? Navy life was brutal, punishments were harsh, pay was low, and the class system was rigid. By comparison, the life of piracy, even with its hunger, storms, and risk of hanging, offered more equality and excitement. It wasn't just survival, it was liberation from the grind of the empire. Ports like Port Royal in Jamaica and Tortuga off Hispaniola blurred the line even further. Merchants there didn't care if the goods were captured legally or not. Sugar, silver, rum, if it could be sold, it was welcome. Tavern owners, traders, even governors quietly winked at piracy, especially when it brought wealth into their struggling economies. Some governors even kept pirates as unofficial attack dogs, unofficial allies when convenient, expendable scapegoats when politics shifted. So, from privateers to pirates wasn't a sharp break. It was more like a slow, sloping slide into the inevitable. Men who had been celebrated for plundering Spanish ships found themselves doing the exact same thing, only now branded as criminals. And they embraced it because what was the alternative? Starvation, subservience, a return to naval whippings and starvation wages? No, thank you. Better to live on your own terms, however short that life might be. It's easy now to think of pirates as chaotic rebels who suddenly popped up to terrorize the seas. But really, they were a byproduct of empire, born from its wars, abandoned in its peace and sustained by its greed. The Black Flag wasn't a rejection of Europe's system. It was its mirror, twisted and stripped of pretense. So when we picture those ragged sails appearing on the horizon, it wasn't random lawlessness at sea. It was the logical conclusion of policies that blurred morality for convenience. Privateering was piracy in a fancy coat, and piracy was privateering with the coat torn off, and for the men who lived it, there wasn't much difference at all. Now let's imagine, for a moment, what happens when thousands of unemployed sailors, disgruntled privateers, and general misfits all end up in the same place. No law, no oversight, no queen wagging her finger from across the ocean. Just wide open seas, islands thick with sugar cane and palm trees, and ports desperate for trade, even if that trade came dripping with blood. Welcome to the Pirate Republic, a loose patchwork of havens across the Caribbean that briefly turned outlaw life into a kind of anti-establishment experiment. The most famous of these havens was Nassau, on New Providence Island in the Bahamas. Today it's a tourist destination with beach chairs and cruise ships. Back then, it was more like a dusty stage set built for chaos. The island's harbor was shallow, perfect for the smaller, nimble pirate ships, but treacherous for the heavier navy vessels. That natural advantage made Nassau nearly untouchable, and so it blossomed into the unofficial capital of piracy. If London was the beating heart of empire, Nassau was the loud, drunken laugh echoing across the Atlantic. Life in Nassau was a strange mix of desperation and freedom. Picture ramshackle huts leaning against each other like tired sailors, taverns spilling music and shouting into the night, and the constant smell of rum, sweat, and salt. Pirates from every corner of the Atlantic crammed together. English, French, Dutch, African, even a few indigenous sailors who'd escaped the crushing grip of European colonization. The result was something Europe would never have tolerated back home, a society stitched together by outcasts, running on booze, barter, and the occasional cannon. What made it so intoxicating was the sense of equality. A runaway slave could find a berth on a pirate ship and suddenly be treated, at least relatively speaking, like an equal. A woman could dress as a man, grab a cutlass, and carve her place on deck. Anne Bonny and Mary Read, two of the most famous pirates in history, lived that very reality. The rigid hierarchies of Europe, lords and serfs, captains and peasants, broke down in Nassau's taverns. Everyone was broke, everyone was sunburned, everyone was one bad decision away from the noose. That kind of shared peril made for a twisted kind of democracy. And then there was Tortuga off the coast of Hispaniola. French buccaneers had started it as a base in the 17th century, and over time it became another pirate haunt. Tortuga was wilder, less organized than Nassau, but it shared the same energy, a place where authority didn't reach. Port Royal in Jamaica, before an earthquake literally dropped half of it into the sea in 1692, was the original pirate playground. It was called the wickedest city on earth, a place where taverns outnumbered churches and every second house was either a brothel or a gambling den. Imagine Las Vegas, but with more cannons and fewer neon lights. These places weren't just drunk paradises, they were strategic. Pirates needed somewhere to fix ships, sell stolen goods, and recruit new crews. Without havens, piracy would have been short-lived. With them, it flourished. Merchants, governors, and tavern owners often looked the other way, because piracy was good for business. Silver, sugar, indigo, rum, it all flowed into these ports. And once it was in the market, who really cared where it had come from? The world's first free trade zones, if you like, just with more swashbuckling. The dream of the Pirate Republic was intoxicating because it offered what Europe didn't: freedom from rigid social classes, for the sailor who'd been whipped half to death on a navy ship, for the indentured servant who had been treated like disposable property, for the runaway enslaved person. Nassau or Tortuga was a chance to live on your own terms. Yes, those terms often meant short lives, disease, and eventual capture. But for a fleeting moment, the Pirate Republic offered something resembling equality. It was messy, chaotic, and fueled by rum, but it was theirs. It's easy to romanticize this as some proto-democracy at sea, and in truth, pirates weren't building utopias. They fought among themselves, they drank themselves half to death, and they betrayed each other when the loot was good enough. But there was a kernel of something radical here. Ordinary people, most of them poor, illiterate, and cast aside by empire, were writing their own rules. Captains could be voted out. Plunder was divided more fairly than wages in most European jobs, and there was a sense, however fragile, that out here in the Caribbean heat, you weren't just surviving, you were free. Governments, of course, hated it. To them, the Pirate Republic was an insult, a slap in the face of civilization. They saw it as a cancer spreading across the Caribbean, undermining trade and embarrassing the crown. And so, predictably, they began plotting its destruction. But for a brief, shining decade or two, the dream held. A world of tattered sails and lawless harbors, where outcasts became rulers, if only of themselves. So when you hear the phrase Pirate Republic, don't imagine marble halls or noble ideals. Imagine crowded taverns with lantern light flickering on sweat-streaked faces, mugs of grog slamming onto wooden tables, and the hum of 50 different languages mixing in the night. It wasn't a nation in any official sense, but it was a community, strange, fragile, reckless, that gave piracy its beating heart. By the early 1700s, piracy wasn't just a nuisance, it was a global scandal. Imagine you're a London merchant who's just sent off a ship full of sugar from Barbados. You're already dreaming about the profits, about the clinking of coins on your counting table. Then word arrives that your ship was intercepted somewhere between Tortuga and Nassau by a crew of outlaws who now plan to sell your precious cargo at a discount in the very next port. Frustrating, absolutely. Embarrassing, even more so. And it wasn't just London merchants, Dutch traders, French planters, Spanish governors. Everyone had a stake in the Caribbean economy, and pirates cut into all of them like barnacles on a hull. News of piracy spread quickly, carried in letters, pamphlets, and gossip that traveled almost as fast as the ships themselves. In coffee houses in Amsterdam or taverns in Boston, people swapped stories of Blackbeard's blockade of Charleston or of Bartholomew Roberts capturing hundreds of vessels. Pirates became both feared and oddly admired, the same way we talk about celebrities who behave badly. They were disruptive, scandalous, but undeniably fascinating. Governments tried to project strength, but the truth was they were embarrassed. The Caribbean was supposed to be proof of European dominance, a playground of plantations, trade, and naval power. Instead, it was crawling with independent outlaws who mocked imperial authority with every stolen sail. Spain, already stretched thin across its empire, struggled to protect the treasure fleets. England, riding high after victories in European wars, now had to explain why ragged men in patched coats could blockade entire colonial cities. France and the Dutch weren't faring much better. In a world obsessed with image, piracy made the great powers look incompetent. What made it worse was that ordinary people were often rooting for the pirates, at least quietly. Think about it. If you were a poor sailor in Bristol, or an indentured servant in Jamaica, or even a small-town farmer in Virginia, Who would you rather cheer for? The faceless merchants and noble families who controlled your taxes, or the ragtag crews who thumbed their noses at authority and spread the loot, sometimes literally, among the lower classes? Pirates had a populist appeal. They were villains to the elite, but folk heroes to the downtrodden. Ballads were written, stories were exaggerated, and every port town knew someone who claimed to have once seen, or maybe even joined, a pirate crew. That uneasy admiration worried rulers as much as the piracy itself. It wasn't just about stolen goods anymore. It was about stolen loyalty. If too many sailors chose piracy over honest naval service, if too many colonists chose to trade with outlaws instead of legal merchants, the whole system could unravel. In this sense, the Pirate Republic wasn't just an economic threat. It was a political one. It represented a kind of freedom, however messy, that stood in direct contrast to empire. And so, as the first decade of the 1700s drew to a close, the world was watching. Governors wrote desperate letters to their monarchs begging for naval reinforcements. Merchants lobbied for protection. Admirals were dispatched with orders to stamp out the scourge. Yet for all this official outrage, the pirates kept sailing, kept raiding, and kept slipping back into the shallow harbors of Nassau, Tortuga, and Port Royal. The balance of power was precarious, and for a short, chaotic stretch of years, it seemed like the pirates might actually hold their ground. But as with all things in history, nothing so audacious lasts forever. The seeds of the pirates' downfall were already being sown, even as they toasted their freedom with mugs of grog under the Caribbean moon. Kings and parliaments were growing tired of being mocked. Naval patrols were growing stronger, and alliances, those fragile bonds between men who lived by theft and rum, were starting to fracture under the weight of greed. For now, though, the world watched in equal parts fear and fascination. Pamphlets painted pirates as monsters with hearts of stone, while tavern songs turned them into legends. Merchants cursed them, sailors dreamed of joining them, and governments plotted their end. The Golden Age of Piracy was in full swing, and like all golden ages, it glittered brightest just before the fall. Chapter 2. The Pirate's Life, Grit, Glory, and Grievance. So, let's get something straight right at the start. Life on a pirate ship was not a Caribbean holiday. You've probably seen the romantic paintings. Glorious sails catching the wind, dramatic sunsets, and dashing figures with cutlasses gleaming. But if you were actually there, you'd spend less time admiring the view and more time trying to keep your stomach from revolting at the smell of rotting food. The pirate's life, while freer than serving in the navy or laboring on a plantation, was still back-breaking, filthy, and endlessly uncomfortable. Imagine waking up below deck in the humid Caribbean heat. The air is thick, cloying, and full of the stink of unwashed bodies, damp wood, and tar. The ceiling is so low that you can't even stand upright. Rats scuttle across the beams, and you can hear the groan of the ship as it shifts against the waves. The pirate life didn't come with feather beds. You'd likely be sleeping on rough planks, maybe with a scrap of canvas for a blanket if you were lucky. Every day began with the creak of ropes, the bark of orders, and the endless rhythm of labor needed to keep a ship moving. Food was its own special kind of torture. Pirates stole plenty of supplies from captured ships, but unless you were lucky enough to raid a fresh merchantman recently, meals were, let's say, monotonous. Salted beef, so tough you could use it as a weapon. Hardtack, which was basically a cracker but harder than stone and often infested with weevils. Grog, a mix of watered-down rum, was the drink of choice, not because it tasted good, but because plain water went bad quickly in the heat. If you were lucky, you might snag some fruit or vegetables before they spoiled, but scurvy was always lurking like an uninvited guest. Teeth loosened, gums bled, and bones ached from the lack of vitamin C. Daily chores weren't glamorous either. Pirates weren't just fighting and drinking, they were sailors first. That meant scrubbing decks, mending sails, climbing rigging slick with salt spray, and bailing water from the hold during storms. And storms, by the way, were constant reminders that the sea itself was often more dangerous than any enemy. A hurricane could scatter a fleet in hours, leaving survivors clinging to driftwood while their dreams of plunder sank to the bottom. And yet, for all this hardship, men, and a few women, chose it willingly. Why? Because compared to life in the Navy or under the whip of a plantation master, piracy offered something intoxicating: freedom. On a pirate ship, you weren't at the mercy of a cruel officer with a whip. You weren't paid starvation wages while some admiral or merchant lined his pockets. Instead, you had a say in decisions, a share of the loot, and a chance, just a chance, to change your fortune. The hardship was the same, but the dignity was different. Entertainment helped break the monotony. Pirates loved music, fiddles, pipes, and drums when they could get them. They told tall tales, gambled with dice and cards, and sang bawdy shanties that echoed across the waves. Some ships even kept pets, parrots, monkeys, or stray cats, both for company and for laughs. And of course there was always rum. Rum was less a drink than a coping mechanism, numbing sore muscles, smoothing frayed nerves, and sometimes sparking brawls that left men with more bruises than treasure. But make no mistake, life aboard a pirate ship was a constant balancing act between freedom and discomfort. The same deck where you danced to a fiddle tune at night might be awash with seawater or blood the next morning. The same comrades who shared their food with you today might vote you out tomorrow if you crossed the wrong line. It was a world where everything was unstable. The sea, the supplies, the alliances, and that instability defined the pirate's existence. So, yes, the Golden Age of Piracy glittered, but the day-to-day life was about sweat, salt, hunger, and a kind of stubborn resilience. You didn't become a pirate because it was comfortable. You became one because, for all its stink and danger, it gave you control of your own fate, at least for a while. Here's a funny thing about pirates. They were some of the most democratic people of their time, not in the sense of voting booths and campaign speeches, but in a rough, practical way that actually mattered to the men living on those creaking decks. Imagine that. While monarchs squabbled over crowns back in Europe and kings claimed they ruled by divine right, pirates were out on the high seas voting on who got to be in charge. When a crew formed, the first order of business wasn't just raiding a Spanish galleon. It was drawing up what they called the Articles. These were pirate constitutions, handwritten agreements that spelled out everything from how loot would be divided, to punishments for theft, to the share of compensation if you lost a limb in battle. And yes, pirates had a kind of early insurance system. If you lost an arm, you might get 600 pieces of 8, a leg, maybe 800. It wasn't exactly health insurance with a friendly provider, but it was better than what the average soldier got on land, which was nothing at all. The articles also set limits on behavior: no gambling below deck, lights out at a certain hour, no deserting in battle. And yes, they often forbade bringing women on board, though that rule was broken often enough to be almost comical. These weren't arbitrary rules, they were survival tactics. A pirate ship was a pressure cooker of bad food, bad hygiene, and too many strong personalities packed into too small a space. Without rules, things would have descended into chaos faster than you can say. mutiny. Now, the captain wasn't an untouchable figure like on a Navy ship. Pirate captains were elected by the crew, and they could be voted out just as easily. If a captain was too reckless, too stingy with loot, or just too annoying, the crew could replace him with someone else. This was radical for the 17th and 18th centuries. Imagine a farmhand in Europe marching up to his landlord and saying, "Sorry mate, we've had a vote and you're fired." Unthinkable. But on a pirate ship, that was just Tuesday. Of course, the captain still held real authority in battle. When cannonballs were flying and boarding parties were scrambling across decks, someone had to make quick decisions. But outside of combat, his power was checked by the quartermaster. The quartermaster was like the ship's accountant and judge rolled into one. He handled supplies, settled disputes, and distributed plunder according to the articles. He was the balance to the captain, ensuring one man didn't hoard all the power or all the silver. Speaking of plunder, here's where pirates really stood out. On most navy or merchant ships, ordinary sailors got scraps. Captains and owners took the lion's share. Pirates, by contrast, split loot far more evenly. Yes, captains and officers usually got larger shares, but the gap wasn't massive. A captain might get 2 or 3 shares, while a common sailor got 1. Compare that to the Navy, where a captain could rake in a fortune while the sailors were paid in arrears, if at all. For men used to being at the bottom of the social ladder, this was revolutionary. This system created a sense of buy-in. Everyone had a stake in every raid. Everyone had a voice. It's one reason pirate crews could be so terrifyingly effective. They weren't being flogged into action by some officer. They wanted to fight because victory meant coin jingling in their pockets. Cold, heavy, jangly, deliciously spendable coin. It's tempting to see this pirate democracy as noble or progressive, but let's be clear, it wasn't about ideals, it was about practicality. Pirates knew they lived hard, dangerous lives. They needed a system that kept people motivated, minimized infighting, and gave everyone a reason to stick together when things got ugly. Fair shares and voting rights weren't about enlightenment, they were about survival. Still, there's something oddly charming about it. At a time when peasants were tied to land and sailors in navies were practically prisoners, pirates carved out their own rough republics. Nassau in the Bahamas was famously called a pirate republic, and while that sounds grand, it was mostly a sandy haven of broken-down taverns, makeshift huts, and a whole lot of rum. But for the men who had once been whipped by naval officers or cheated by merchant captains, it was paradise. So picture it. A ship rolling gently on the waves, men gathered on deck, a set of articles being read aloud by lamplight, each pirate nodding, agreeing to the rules, knowing that at least here, on this rough plank of wood floating in a dangerous sea, their voice mattered. It wasn't democracy as we think of it today, but it was a kind of freedom most of them had never known before. One of the most brilliant things pirates ever did wasn't about cannons or cutlasses, it was branding. Pirates understood that half the battle was won before the first shot was fired, and their greatest weapon wasn't always steel, it was fear. They cultivated it, packaged it, and sold it with skulls and crossbones. Let's talk about the Jolly Roger. That iconic black flag wasn't just for show, it was psychological warfare. Picture yourself as a merchant sailor in the Caribbean. You're already nervous. The sea is treacherous, storms are brutal, and half your crew is seasick. Suddenly, you spot a ship on the horizon raising a black flag, its canvas snapping in the wind. Painted on it is a grinning skull, a pair of crossed bones, maybe even an hourglass dripping sand. You know instantly these are not friendly visitors. You have a choice: surrender and hope for mercy, or fight and almost certainly die. And here's the genius. Most merchant crews didn't fight. They gave up. Pirates knew that if they could terrify you into surrender, they could plunder your ship without firing a shot, without losing a man, and without wasting precious gunpowder. The Jolly Roger was essentially the world's first corporate logo, and it worked like a charm. But flags weren't the only symbols. Pirates loved spectacle. Some captains made themselves into walking horror shows. Blackbeard, for example, tied slow-burning fuses into his beard before battle. Imagine a man storming across your deck with his hair literally on fire, eyes wild, smoke curling around his face like some demon from the deep. That's not just intimidation, that's theater. He was turning himself into a nightmare that sailors would retell in every port from Jamaica to London. Superstition also ran deep. These were men who spent their lives on the unpredictable sea, so of course they looked for signs, omens, and rituals. Whistling on board was considered bad luck because it might whistle up a storm. Bananas were famously avoided on ships, tied to tales of vanished vessels and mysterious deaths. Cats, on the other hand, were seen as good luck, their twitching tails thought to calm the winds. Some pirates tattooed symbols for protection: crosses, anchors, mermaids, inked in crude lines that doubled as badges of identity and talismans against doom. Then there were the rituals before battle. Some crews would gather for a speech, others for a raucous round of rum-fueled singing. There might be a drum beat or a chant, something primal to stir courage. Pirates knew the value of theater not just for their enemies, but for themselves. Fear is contagious, and courage sometimes needs a costume. Music, too, had its place. Sea shanties weren't just entertainment. They were tools for survival, helping men row or haul ropes in rhythm, but they also bound crews together, creating unity in sound and spirit. Picture the dark deck of a ship, waves crashing, lanterns swaying, and a chorus of rough voices rising into the night, carrying equal parts defiance and desperation. Symbols and superstitions gave pirates an edge. They were outnumbered and outgunned by naval powers, but they turned reputation into a weapon. Every skull painted on a flag, every whispered tale of a flaming bearded captain, every ritual chant before a raid, it all worked to magnify their presence far beyond their actual numbers. They made themselves larger than life, monsters of the sea, shadows that haunted every merchant sailor's imagination. And the beauty of it? Most of it cost nothing. A painted flag, a dramatic entrance, a bit of theatrical madness. Pirates didn't need massive armies or endless treasuries. They needed fear, and they knew how to conjure it. So next time you see that skull and crossbones, remember, it wasn't just a warning, it was a brand, a promise of chaos, a theater of fear that made the legend of piracy far bigger than the men themselves. For all the flags and fiery beards, life aboard a pirate ship wasn't just about battle. In fact, most days weren't spent fighting at all. They were spent doing the very ordinary, very human things that bound a crew together, eating, talking, laughing, and finding scraps of comfort in a world made of salt and splinters. Let's start with food, because nothing unites or divides a crew faster than the question of dinner. Pirate diets were, to put it politely, uninspiring. Salted beef or pork, rock-hard ship's biscuit crawling with weevils and barrels of dried peas were the staples. Water turned slimy after a few weeks, so rum, watered down into grog, became the drink of choice. The thing is, pirates ate much the same as navy crews or merchant sailors, but they sometimes had an advantage. Because pirates plundered fresh food and drink whenever possible, they could actually eat better than the men they robbed. A captured merchant ship might yield cheese, citrus fruit, coffee, sugar, or even delicacies like cocoa or spices. For a brief time, life on the high seas could taste a little less like mold and more like luxury. But food was more than sustenance. It was ritual. Sharing a meal created unity. Imagine a crew gathered on deck, bowls in hand, gnawing at salted meat and joking about who got the biscuit with the most maggots. It was grim humor, sure, but humor all the same. A bad meal, eaten together, still forged bonds. And the occasional feast, say, after a particularly good raid, was celebrated with music, rum, and more laughter than some men had known on land. Music itself was essential. Pirates didn't have iPhones, but they did have voices, fiddles, drums, and makeshift instruments. Sea shanties weren't just working songs. They were entertainment, morale boosters, and the glue that kept rhythm in both work and play. Picture the rough chorus rising under the stars, a drum tapping time, a fiddle screeching out a tune stolen from some tavern ashore. These weren't trained choirs, but the sound was raw, communal, and strangely beautiful. It stitched men together, reminding them that even in isolation, they belonged to something larger. Then there were the games. Dice and cards were popular, played with stakes as modest as tobacco or as reckless as shares of loot. Wrestling matches and contests of strength filled idle hours, with men cheering on their favorites. Betting on the outcome wasn't just fun, it was a way of creating drama in a life that could otherwise drag on in monotonous days of empty horizon. And let's not overlook the surprising inclusivity aboard pirate ships. Escaped slaves often joined pirate crews, where they could earn equal shares of plunder instead of chains. Women, though rare, found roles too, sometimes as disguised sailors, sometimes openly accepted as fighters or partners. Life aboard a pirate ship was brutal, but in its own odd way, it offered opportunities for outsiders that rigid societies on land never would. In these small details, the shared meals, the rowdy songs, the roll of dice, we see the human side of piracy. Beneath the myth of cutthroats and raiders was a community of men and women who found ways to survive, to laugh, and even to belong. Their ships were floating worlds, part prison, part family, part workplace, part tavern. And while the dangers of storms, disease, and naval patrols never disappeared, these ordinary moments gave piracy its texture, the rhythm of humanity beneath the roar of cannons. So when you picture pirates, don't just imagine black flags and treasure chests. Imagine the sound of dice clattering on a barrel lid, the smell of salted pork frying in a pan, the laughter of men half drunk on rum, and the scratchy notes of a fiddle floating over the sea at night. That too was the pirate's life, not just violence and fear, but moments of messy, ordinary humanity carved out in the vast loneliness of the ocean. For all the adventure, freedom, and strange democracy of pirate life, you have to ask the question, why did so many men and a few women decide that piracy was worth the risk of hanging, drowning, or dying from scurvy in some forgotten corner of the sea? The answer, as usual, has less to do with romance and more to do with grievance. Pirates were not born with skulls and crossbones on their flags. Most of them were men who had been used, abused, and discarded by the very empires that later called them criminals. Take the average sailor in the early 1700s. His life was a cruel contract, low pay, brutal discipline, and punishments that bordered on torture. The British Navy in particular ran on forced service. Impressment gangs snatched men off the streets, dragging them aboard ships where they might serve years against their will. Once aboard, they were flogged for minor infractions, fed poorly, and often paid late, if at all. It was a life so grim that joining a pirate crew, where you at least got a vote, a share of plunder, and the occasional feast, looked less like criminality and more like opportunity. Then there were the privateers. These men had once sailed under legal commissions, essentially hired by governments to plunder enemy ships during wartime. But when treaties were signed and peace declared, those commissions were revoked. Overnight, skilled sailors became unemployed and unwanted. Some went home to poverty. Others, unwilling to give up the taste of plunder or unable to find work, simply kept raiding. The difference was only paperwork. Yesterday's patriot privateer was today's villainous pirate. Economic desperation played its part too. Europe churned with unemployment, inequality, and waves of displaced workers. Colonies offered work, but much of it was brutal plantation labor or indentured servitude. If you were poor, your choices were few. Toil endlessly for scraps on land, serve miserably in the navy, or gamble your life on piracy, where at least the rewards were immediate, tangible, and occasionally extravagant. Even a short run of luck could mean pockets full of coin, fine clothes stripped from captured merchants, or a chance to live like a king for a few weeks before it all fell apart. And make no mistake, piracy was a protest of sorts. Pirates didn't just steal. They struck at the heart of the empires that had used them. They targeted Spanish treasure fleets, English merchants, and French plantations. Their defiance wasn't couched in noble speeches, but in cannon fire and audacious raids. To kings and governors, they were parasites. To many of the poor, they were folk heroes, men who thumbed their noses at the powers that had left them to starve. But grievances went deeper than economics. Pirates carried personal grudges, captains who had beaten them, navies that had cheated them of wages, merchants who had treated them as expendable. To hoist the black flag was not only to seek fortune, but also to take revenge on a world that had never cared if they lived or died. So when you picture pirates shouting and firing cannons, remember the bitterness beneath it all. Their laughter around the rum barrel was fueled by the knowledge that they had nothing to lose and everything to snatch. Their democracy at sea was born not from lofty ideals, but from anger at systems that had denied them dignity on land. Piracy was grievance turned into lifestyle, protest turned into plunder. That's why the Golden Age of Piracy still lingers in our imagination. Beneath the noise of cannons and the gleam of treasure, it was the story of men who had been pushed too far, who decided that if the world offered them no justice, they would carve out their own, on their own terms, with black flags snapping in the wind. Chapter 3. Legends of the Black Flag. If the first half of piracy's golden age was about survival, grievance, and reinvention, the second half was about faces, human faces, twisted into masks of legend. Because when we talk about pirates, we rarely remember the ordinary nameless sailor swabbing the deck or the hungry man who joined a crew for a share of bread and rum. We remember the icons, the ones whose names still echo like thunder across centuries: Blackbeard, Calico Jack, Anne Bonny, Mary Red, and Bartholomew Roberts. They were larger-than-life figures, painted by both truth and exaggeration, until they became less people and more symbols of defiance. Take Edward Teach, better known as Blackbeard. He understood something fundamental about human nature. Fear gets results. He grew his beard long and black, twisting it into braids tied with slow-burning fuses. Before battle, he would light them so smoke curled around his face, making him look like a demon rising from the sea. The truth? He may have killed fewer men than you'd think, often relying on intimidation to win without a fight. But his legend was so terrifying that many surrendered without firing a shot. It was theater as much as piracy, and it worked. Then there was Calico Jack Rackham, named for his fondness for bright, flamboyant clothing made of calico. He wasn't the most successful pirate, nor the most ruthless, but he had something else: charisma. He cultivated an image of style, flair, and daring, hoisting a version of the Jolly Roger with crossed swords beneath a skull. His exploits were bold but often bungled, yet his story endures because of the people he sailed with, two of the most famous women pirates in history. Anne Bonny and Mary Red broke every rule written by their time. Both disguised themselves as men when necessary, fought alongside their crewmates, and shocked the world by simply existing in a profession supposedly reserved for brutal men. They cursed, they carried pistols, and they demanded to be treated as equals. Stories tell of Anne shouting at her fellow pirates during a fight, furious that they were cowering below deck while she and Mary stood on, firing back at attackers. Were all the tales true? Probably not. But the image of two women wielding blades under the black flag has been impossible to forget. And then there was Bartholomew Roberts, Black Bart. Unlike Calico Jack, he was ruthlessly effective. Roberts captured more than 400 ships in his career, making him arguably the most successful pirate of the era. He dressed extravagantly, wore a crimson waistcoat in battle, and carried himself with the stiff pride of a gentleman gone rogue. He turned piracy into a system, drilling his men like a navy and enforcing discipline that other captains might have laughed at. If Blackbeard was terror and Calico Jack was style, then Roberts was efficiency, a man who turned plunder into a full-time industry. These figures didn't just survive, they thrived because they understood the power of story. Pirates lived and died quickly, but their reputations could sail farther than any ship. Merchants whispered their names in fear, tavern-goers retold their exploits in drunken awe, and pamphleteers in London exaggerated every detail to sell more copies. Legends inflated as fast as the sails of a ship in strong wind, until the line between man and myth blurred completely. So when you picture the Golden Age of Piracy, don't just imagine faceless crews swarming merchant ships. Picture these icons at the prow, beards smoking, calico shirts blazing with color, women fighting defiantly against all odds, crimson jackets flashing in the sun. They were performers as much as criminals, masters of spectacle, writing themselves into history by sheer audacity. That's why they endure, not because they lived long lives, they didn't, but because they played their roles so well that centuries later we still remember their stage. If pirates were actors on the stage of the sea, then Edward Teach, Blackbeard, was the undisputed director of horror. He understood better than almost anyone else that violence wasn't always necessary if you could make your enemies believe it was inevitable. His greatest weapon wasn't his cutlass or pistols, but the terrifying image he constructed of himself. Imagine this. You're a weary merchant sailor, your ship heavy with sugar and rum, when you spot a vessel in the distance. Its sails are patched but full, its hull dark and looming, and then you see him. A giant of a man with wild, coal-black hair and a beard so thick it looks like it's swallowing his face. He's tied slow-burning fuses into his braids, sparks spitting, smoke curling around him as if he's stepped straight out of hell. The sight alone is enough to send shivers through the toughest crew. Guns are loaded, cannons are aimed, but more often than not, the merchant ship simply lowers its colors and surrenders. Why fight when the devil himself has shown up to collect? Here's the funny part. For all his terrifying image, Blackbeard wasn't actually the most bloodthirsty pirate. In fact, his ledger of confirmed kills was surprisingly slim compared to others. He didn't need to spill blood when his performance did the work for him. He crafted a persona so fearsome that it did the fighting long before the first cannonball flew. Think about it. Would you rather battle a man who looked like your neighbor or a smoke-shrouded demon who seemed to revel in chaos? Most captains chose the wiser option and handed over their cargo. Blackbeard also knew the value of spectacle beyond the battlefield. He cultivated stories about himself, feeding into his myth. He'd fire pistols in the air just to startle his own crew. He once blockaded the entire port of Charleston, South Carolina, holding the city hostage until he was supplied with medicine. This wasn't just piracy, it was theater on a grand scale, a demonstration that one man and a few ships could humiliate an entire colony. It was both ridiculous and awe-inspiring. But beneath the smoke and noise, Blackbeard was a practical man. He divided plunder with some fairness, treated his crew as partners more than slaves, and knew when to negotiate. He wasn't some mindless brute. He was calculated. His use of fear wasn't just for show. It was a strategy that minimized actual risk. Why fight bloody battles when you can win by reputation alone? Still, his career was short. He rose fast and fell faster. By 1718, the British Crown, tired of his antics and the disruption of trade, decided it had had enough. Lieutenant Robert Maynard lured him into a trap off the coast of North Carolina. In a brutal fight, Blackbeard was shot and slashed repeatedly before finally going down. His severed head was hung from Maynard's ship like a grotesque trophy, a final theatrical image for a man who had lived by performance. And yet, did death end the legend? Not at all. If anything, it sealed it. Blackbeard's ghost was said to haunt the waters where he died, his headless body swimming in the waves, searching for its lost skull. Fishermen swore they saw his spectral ship, the Queen Anne's Revenge, drifting silently across the horizon. Whether or not any of it was true didn't matter. The myth had already outgrown the man. So when you hear the name Blackbeard today, you're not just recalling a pirate. You're recalling one of history's greatest performers, a man who understood fear as both an art and a weapon. His stage was the sea, his audience the world, and his performance so unforgettable that centuries later we're still applauding in awe and a little bit of dread. If Blackbeard was the terrifying face of piracy, then John Rackham, better known as Calico Jack, was its fashion icon. The man wasn't particularly fearsome, nor was he especially successful compared to others, but he had something almost as valuable as gold: style. His nickname came from the brightly patterned calico coats he wore, loud enough to be seen from a mile away. It was a choice that said, "I may not be the biggest or the baddest, but I'll be the most noticeable." And in a world where fear and reputation kept you alive, being memorable mattered. Calico Jack's story would likely have been a footnote in the annals of piracy, if not for two extraordinary women who joined his crew, Anne Bonny and Mary Read. Their presence turned his otherwise average exploits into a legend that has fascinated people ever since. Anne Bonny was born in Ireland, but grew up in the Americas, the daughter of a wealthy planter. She had a fiery temper and a restless spirit. Stories say she once stabbed a servant girl with a kitchen knife, though the truth is hard to pin down. What we do know is that she wasn't content with the role society expected of her. Marrying a small-time sailor didn't calm her spirit. Running away with Calico Jack did. She traded the plantation house for the rolling deck of a pirate ship, proving herself as fierce with a blade as any man. Mary Red's tale was even stranger. Born in England, she was disguised as a boy from childhood so her family could inherit money. She grew up living as Mark Red, working as a soldier and sailor. By the time she crossed paths with Calico Jack and Anne Bonny, Mary had long since mastered the art of slipping between identities. When she joined their crew, she initially kept her disguise, But Anne, curious and bold, discovered the truth. Instead of turning her away, Anne accepted her, and the two became close allies. Now picture it, a small pirate crew led by a man in flamboyant coats, backed by two women who defied every expectation of the age. While other pirates leaned on spectacle or terror, this trio leaned on audacity. Reports from the time describe Anne and Mary fighting openly in men's clothes, wielding pistols and cutlasses, cursing louder than the men beside them. They weren't mascots or novelties, they were feared combatants. When boarding parties went over the rails, Anne and Mary were often the first in line. One of the most famous stories of their courage came during the final days of Calico Jack's career. His ship was cornered by a pirate hunter. Most of the crew, drunk and unwilling to fight, cowered below deck. But Anne Bonny and Mary Read fought ferociously, shouting at the men to come up and defend themselves. Outnumbered and abandoned, they couldn't hold out forever. The ship was captured, and the crew taken to trial in Jamaica. Calico Jack was sentenced to hang, and before his execution, Anne Bonny reportedly delivered the coldest line in pirate history. She told him, "If you had fought like a man, you need not be hanged like a dog." Brutal but fair. Anne and Mary both escaped the noose by pleading the belly, claiming they were pregnant, which delayed executions. Mary fell ill and died in prison not long after. Anne's fate is more mysterious. Some say her wealthy father intervened to free her, and she lived out her days quietly. Others imagine she slipped back into obscurity, perhaps even finding another ship to sail under a new name. The truth is lost, but the legend remains. Together, Calico Jack, Anne Bonny, and Mary Read embodied a different side of piracy, not the sheer terror of Blackbeard, but the wild defiance of people unwilling to live within the boundaries society had drawn for them. They weren't the richest or most feared pirates of their age, but they became symbols of rebellion, of choosing freedom over obedience, even if that freedom came at the cost of the gallows. And maybe that's why their story still resonates. Pirates are remembered not just for plunder, but for the dream of living life on your own terms, no matter how brief or dangerous that life might be. When people imagine pirates, they often picture chaos, rowdy drunkards waving swords, shouting curses, and stumbling around the deck. But not all pirates fit that mold. Some, strangely enough, insisted on discipline, manners, and even a touch of elegance. Enter Bartholomew Roberts, also known as Black Bart, the most successful pirate of the Golden Age. Not in legend, but in sheer numbers, the man captured over 400 ships in his career. That's not exaggeration, that's bookkeeping. Roberts wasn't the kind of pirate who stumbled into the life because he liked rum and adventure. He was originally a skilled navigator, forced into piracy when his ship was taken. At first, he wanted nothing to do with it. But the pirates saw his talent with charts and stars, and when their captain died, they elected Roberts as the new leader. He reportedly said he didn't much care for the pirate life, but since it offered a short life but a merry one, he might as well make the most of it. That short life turned out to be remarkably eventful. Roberts stood out for several reasons. For one, he had standards. He banned drinking on his ships, which sounds downright heretical for a pirate crew. He also enforced strict rules against gambling, desertion, and even bringing women aboard. His ships ran more like naval frigates than floating taverns, and yet his men respected him because under his command they grew wealthy and untouchable. He also had a flair for presentation. While Blackbeard relied on smoke and fire to terrify, Roberts leaned on fashion. He dressed in fine silks, wore a crimson waistcoat, and carried himself with aristocratic dignity. Imagine him standing on the quarterdeck looking more like a nobleman than a pirate, with the Jolly Roger snapping in the wind behind him. His enemies saw not a ragged bandit, but a man who looked born to command. And command he did. Roberts didn't waste time on small targets. He hunted big merchant convoys and naval ships, taking prizes in the Caribbean, West Africa, and even the coast of Brazil. His reach was global. He was so effective that insurance rates for Atlantic shipping skyrocketed. Governments cursed his name, and merchants prayed never to see his sails on the horizon. Roberts also innovated. He used smaller, faster ships to outmaneuver larger warships, and he created a distinctive black flag showing a figure holding an hourglass, a grim reminder that time was running out for his enemies. His leadership was sharp, his men drilled, and his tactics effective. If piracy had generals, Roberts was one of them. But despite his elegance and order, he wasn't merciful. Roberts's raids often ended in executions or burning ships. His reputation sharpened not just by his appearance, but by his ruthlessness. Yet unlike Blackbeard's wild terror or Calico Jack's flamboyant defiance, Roberts's menace came with a chilling professionalism. He was less devil of the seas and more CEO of piracy. His downfall came, as it often did, from the tightening noose of empire. In 1722, near the coast of Africa, the British Royal Navy finally cornered him. During the battle, Roberts was struck by grapeshot and killed instantly. His men, knowing what capture meant, dressed him in his finest clothes, weighted his body with chains, and cast him into the sea, denying the Navy the satisfaction of displaying him in death. Bartholomew Roberts's reign lasted only a few short years, but in that time he reshaped piracy. He proved it could be efficient, disciplined, and terrifyingly successful. More than Blackbeard, more than Calico Jack, he showed that piracy wasn't just chaos on the waves. It could be a well-oiled machine, run with precision and purpose. And in a way, Roberts's legacy marks the peak of piracy's power. After his death, the Golden Age began to dim. The seas grew less welcoming to outlaws, and the balance of terror shifted back to the empires. But for a moment, one elegantly dressed pirate managed to turn the oceans into his empire, and he did it not with smoke or theatrics, but with order, discipline, and an iron will. If pirates were remembered only for their hunger, sickness, or sunburn, the Golden Age wouldn't have stuck in our imagination. What really carved them into legend were the moments when ragged crews on creaking ships went toe-to-toe with empires and lived to tell the tale. These were the epic raids and showdowns that spread their reputation across oceans like wildfire, whispered from tavern to tavern, and exaggerated until they felt larger than life. Let's start with the Caribbean, where Spanish galleons groaned under the weight of treasure hauled from the New World. These ships were floating vaults, packed with silver from Peru, gold from Mexico, and spices from across the empire. They were also well-armed and heavily guarded, but that didn't always save them. Pirates struck with speed, knowing that a single galleon could fund a lifetime. Stories circulated of bold raids where men climbed aboard under musket fire, smoke filling the decks as treasure chests were dragged away. The truth was often messier, with smaller victories and more frustration, but the image of pirates plundering Spanish treasure ships became the core of their legend. Then there were the blockades, audacious acts where pirates essentially declared themselves rulers of the sea. Imagine sailing into a harbor, dropping anchor across the entrance, and holding an entire town hostage. That's exactly what Blackbeard did at Charleston in 1718. For nearly a week, he strangled the city's trade, capturing ships and ransoming hostages. The people of Charleston, terrified of massacre, had no choice but to give in to his demands. It wasn't just robbery, it was theater, a statement to the world that pirates could hold whole cities in the palm of their hands. Other raids were more brutal, like the infamous attack on Ouida on the coast of Africa by Bartholomew Roberts. Roberts stormed the harbor, seizing ships, killing crews, and leaving smoking wrecks behind him. His reach across continents showed how piracy had gone global. It wasn't just the Caribbean anymore. It was the Atlantic, Africa, Brazil, anywhere trade sailed and wealth moved. But the stories weren't just about treasure. They were about battles fought against impossible odds. Pirate crews often faced warships far larger than their own. When they won, it wasn't just luck, it was tactics. They fought dirty, boarding quickly, using fear and confusion as weapons. A Navy captain might train for years to master a cannon broadside, but pirates knew how to turn desperation into an edge. Their greatest victories weren't about gold. They were about proving that outcasts and runaways could stand against the giants of empire. Of course, these showdowns didn't always end well. For every successful raid, there were failed ones, with crews scattered, captured, or killed. Yet somehow, it was the victories that stuck in memory. Sailors retold the stories in candle-lit taverns, each time with a little more smoke, a little more fire, a little more treasure. And as the tales grew, so too did the aura of piracy. It's worth pausing to think about why. Pirates didn't win many wars. They didn't topple kingdoms or rewrite maps, but they became symbols because of these moments when they defied the odds, even briefly. They lived in the cracks between empire and chaos, and their raids and blockades became stories of small men standing up to vast powers. That's the kind of tale that sticks, even when the facts get fuzzy. So whether it was Blackbeard choking a city, Roberts storming a harbor, or nameless crews slipping away with treasure under the moonlight, these epic showdowns kept the legend alive. And while empires eventually struck back in those brief, violent, theatrical moments, it was the pirates who ruled the seas. Chapter 4. The End of an Era. For all the bravado of pirates waving black flags and swaggering into taverns, their freedom was always temporary. The Golden Age of Piracy wasn't built on strength, it was built on neglect. The empires of Europe had been too busy fighting each other to deal with the nuisance of rogue captains. But once the wars settled and merchants began counting their lost profits, the patience snapped. Suddenly, the same kings and governments who once winked at piracy decided it was a scourge that had to be eradicated. Picture the mood in London, Paris, and Madrid in the early 1700s. Merchants stormed into government halls, waving reports of ships lost, insurance rates skyrocketing, and ports paralyzed by blockade. Politicians, who once quietly enjoyed pirate loot filtering through colonial markets, now heard the complaints of bankers and shipping magnates, and when money complained, rulers listened. What followed was a coordinated crackdown, an imperial revenge tour. Naval patrols that once turned a blind eye now prowled the Caribbean. The British Royal Navy, tired of seeing its reputation mocked by half-drunken rogues, sent heavily armed frigates to hunt pirates with relentless focus. Spain, long humiliated by raiders stealing its treasure fleets, tightened its convoys and poured resources into coastal defenses. Even France, which had once tolerated privateers operating on its behalf, began closing off safe harbors. The age of indulgence was over, but it wasn't just the ships. It was the laws. Governments realized they needed not only cannons, but also courts. Piracy was declared a universal crime, meaning that any nation could capture and prosecute pirates, regardless of where the crime occurred. Admiralty courts popped up across the Caribbean, in Jamaica, in Nassau, in Charleston, offering swift, brutal justice. No long trials, no sympathetic juries, just a quick hearing, a guilty verdict, and the inevitable walk up the gallows. For men who had once toasted their freedom in Nassau taverns, the sight of bodies hanging along harbor entrances was a chilling message. The retaliation wasn't always fair, nor was it always accurate. Sailors unlucky enough to be mistaken for pirates were sometimes swept up in the dragnet, condemned alongside the guilty. Colonial governors eager to prove their loyalty to crown and profit made examples whenever possible. A pirate's end was no longer a quiet slip into obscurity. It was designed to be a public warning, a spectacle meant to terrify anyone thinking of hoisting the Jolly Roger. And yet the crackdown revealed something ironic. For all the talk of pirates as savage criminals, many common folk sympathized with them. They saw governments that taxed them harshly, navies that conscripted them unwillingly, and merchants who grew fat while ordinary sailors lived on scraps. Pirates, for all their brutality, had lived outside that system, at least for a while. So when governments retaliated, it wasn't just pirates who grumbled. It was the people who sometimes saw in those outlaws a shadow of their own frustrations. But sympathy wasn't enough to save them. Once the combined might of Europe's navies and courts turned fully against piracy, the end was only a matter of time. The sea that had once seemed wide open suddenly felt crowded with warships. The harbors that had once welcomed became hostile, and the taverns that once rang with pirate songs now whispered of hangings. The retaliation had begun, and with it, the Golden Age of Piracy was sailing into its final storms. The retaliation wasn't just abstract policy. It had names, faces, and bloody finales. The Golden Age of Piracy closed not with a quiet fade, but with dramatic hunts that read like the last acts of a tragic play. If pirates had been the rock stars of the seas, their final chapters were their public downfalls, staged for maximum effect. Take Edward Teach, better known as Blackbeard. His reputation had grown so outrageous that even his enemies described him with a shiver of reluctant admiration. He cultivated fear like an artist, braided his beard with smoking fuses, glared from beneath a tangle of hair, and moved through battle with pistols strapped across his chest like a walking arsenal. But in the end, fear was not enough. In November 1718, the British Navy decided Blackbeard had outlived his usefulness as a legend. Lieutenant Robert Maynard sailed out from Virginia with a pair of sloops and cornered him off Ocracoke Island. The battle was brutal and up close, fought with pistols, cutlasses, and grit, and though Blackbeard fought like a demon, he fell. His head was hung from Maynard's bow as proof, a grotesque trophy meant to tell every sailor what became of even the fiercest pirate. But Blackbeard wasn't the only one. Across the Atlantic, Bartholomew Roberts, Black Bart, was sailing at the peak of his fame. Unlike Blackbeard's flair for theater, Roberts was all about efficiency. He raided with precision, commanded fleets of captured ships, and dressed in flamboyant crimson coats that made him as much a spectacle as his raids. He captured more ships than any other pirate, nearly 400 by some counts, yet even he couldn't outrun the noose tightening around piracy. In 1722, the British Navy cornered him off the coast of West Africa. A cannon shot cut him down mid-battle. His men, fearing what the British would do to his body, buried him at sea almost immediately, sending their captain to the depths before his enemies could claim him as a prize. And then there was Nassau. For years it had been the pirates' dreamland, a ramshackle republic of grog shops, makeshift huts, and lawless camaraderie where men and women reinvented themselves under the black flag. But in 1718, Woodes Rogers, backed by the British Crown, sailed in as governor. His arrival marked the beginning of the end. Pirates were given a choice: accept a royal pardon and live, or resist and hang. Many, weary of the chase, accepted. Others fled, and a handful fought to the bitter end, only to be cut down. The pirate republic evaporated almost overnight, replaced by British order, courts, and gallows. These final hunts didn't just kill individual men, they killed the dream. Piracy had thrived on the cracks between empires, on the moments of chaos when law couldn't keep up with ambition. But as the empires recovered, they sealed those cracks. The end of Blackbeard, the fall of Roberts, and the capture of Nassau were not just events, they were symbols. Symbols that the era of pirates ruling the seas was closing, replaced once again by the iron grip of empire. Still, in taverns and whispered stories, their names lingered. Blackbeard's ghost was said to haunt Ocracoke. Roberts was remembered as the most efficient pirate who ever lived, and Nassau became a half-mythical place, a memory of freedom in an age of order. The final hunts had claimed the bodies, but the legends were already slipping beyond reach, sailing into something no navy could kill: myth. When the nooses were tightened and the bodies left swinging in the Caribbean sun, it wasn't just individual men who were gone, it was a way of life. The end of piracy marked the closing of a strange, brief experiment in freedom and rebellion. But like all endings, it was not complete. Something was lost, yes, but something also remained. So, what was lost? First, the fragile dream of equality at sea. On land, society was suffocatingly rigid. Kings at the top, peasants at the bottom, and 1,000 unspoken rules about who could eat what, wear what, or even look at whom. But on a pirate ship, things were startlingly different. Captains were elected, loot was shared, and even the least skilled sailor had a voice in the Articles of Agreement. When piracy ended, that floating democracy sank with it. Back came the brutal hierarchy of naval life, where sailors were whipped into obedience and officers strutted about like petty kings. The sea, once a frontier of possibility, reverted to another arm of empire. Also lost was the illusion of safe passage for merchant ships. For 2 or 3 decades, the Caribbean and Atlantic had felt like waters where danger lurked behind every horizon. Every fat merchantman sailing out of Havana or Port Royal lived in fear that a black flag might rise from the waves. The end of piracy reassured investors, merchants, and kings, but it also stripped the seas of a strange kind of excitement. The stories that once terrified crews would, in time, thrill readers instead. But for the men who lived it, the sudden absence of that uncertainty was like a silence, comforting to some, suffocating to others. And let's not forget the pirate havens themselves. Nassau, Tortuga, Port Royal, these places lost their wildness. Nassau was brought under British law, Tortuga became just another colonial backwater, and Port Royal, once notorious as the wickedest city on earth, was tamed after earthquakes and hurricanes tore it apart. The rowdy taverns, the lawless marketplaces, the smoky wharves where men from every corner of the Atlantic rubbed shoulders, all faded into memory. In their place came customs officers, naval patrols, and clerks counting barrels of molasses with joyless precision. Yet, for all that was lost, so much remained. Pirates had stamped themselves into the imagination of the world, and that stamp proved impossible to erase. Their names lived on in court transcripts, sailor songs, and whispered tales in dockside taverns. The terror they once inspired began to transform into legend, and legend into myth. People who once cursed them began retelling their stories with a touch of admiration. Blackbeard's ferocity, Anne Bonny's defiance, Bartholomew Roberts's crimson finery, all these details outlived the reality of hunger, disease, and gallows. What also remained were the scars left behind on empire itself. Piracy had forced colonial powers to admit that their grip on the seas was fragile. They had to pour money into patrols, fortifications, and treaties. In a way, pirates had been the most honest critics of empire. They exposed its weaknesses, exploited its greed, and thrived on its contradictions. Even in defeat, they left a mark, a reminder that power is never absolute, and that resistance, even in the form of theft and chaos, can rattle the mighty. And then, of course, there was the cultural inheritance. Pirates gave us more than just a few colorful tales. They gave us a vocabulary, Pieces of Eight, Dead Men Tell No Tales, The Jolly Roger. They gave us an image of freedom and defiance, however messy the reality was. They gave us a vision of men and women who lived outside the law, who thumbed their noses at kings and corporations, who carved out fleeting moments of liberty in a world dominated by authority. That vision survived long after the hangings were over. So yes, much was lost when piracy ended, but perhaps what mattered most remained. The idea that, for a brief, turbulent moment in history, ordinary people seized the sea and lived by their own rules, and even as their bodies rotted under the Caribbean sun, their legends sailed on untouchable. Here's the thing about pirates. They may have died at the gallows, but their ghosts never left. The Golden Age of Piracy, brief as it was, cast echoes that still rattle through our culture today. You can hear it in the creak of a movie ship's rigging, see it in the skull and crossbones slapped on Halloween costumes, and even hum it in the chorus of a sea shanty that went viral on TikTok centuries after the last pirate flag fell. The age itself ended, but the echo never stopped. The first echo came in literature. In the decades after the crackdowns, sailors still sang about Blackbeard and Roberts in taverns, but it wasn't until the 18th and 19th centuries that writers really started polishing the pirate into something mythic. Captain Charles Johnson's A General History of the Pirates, possibly written by Daniel Defoe, was basically the pirate's who's who of its time. It turned real men into larger-than-life anti-heroes, blending fact, rumor, and outright invention. Without Johnson's book, we might not even remember Anne Bonny or Calico Jack. He gave them immortality, even if he also gave them a touch more swagger than they probably had in real life. The next big echo came with adventure novels. Robert Louis Stevenson's Treasure Island didn't just echo the Golden Age, it amplified it into something permanent. Long John Silver's Crutch and Parrot, the buried treasure maps marked with X, the idea of pirates talking in a peculiar accent. These weren't direct from history, they were creations, echoes distorted into legend, and yet they stuck so firmly that even today, when you picture a pirate, you're probably picturing Stevenson's imagination more than anything Blackbeard ever did. The echo spread into song and theater, then into Hollywood. Errol Flynn swung from rigging with suspiciously clean teeth. Disney built an empire of its own with Pirates of the Caribbean, turning Captain Jack Sparrow into a global icon. And with each retelling, the pirate grew further from the salty, disease-ridden truth and closer to an eternal symbol of rebellion, freedom, and adventure. Pirates once hanged for terrorizing shipping lanes were recast as lovable rogues. History got smoothed over, but the echo carried on. There's another echo too, one that's less flashy but maybe more important. Pirates left behind ideas that have crept into modern conversations about democracy, labor, and resistance. The way they divided plunder fairly, the way they voted for leaders, the way they allowed voices that were silenced on land to be heard at sea, all of that has fascinated historians. Some have even argued that pirate ships were floating laboratories of democracy, a rough but radical experiment in fairness. The echo of those ideas about equality, about rejecting hierarchy, still has a strange resonance today, whether or not we acknowledge the source. And then there's the personal echo, the one that whispers in our imaginations when we stare at the horizon. Pirates embody the dream of escape, the fantasy of cutting ties, hoisting sails, and vanishing into the blue to live by no one's rules but your own. Most of us would never want the reality, the scurvy, the lice, the constant threat of death. But the dream lingers. It's why pirate flags still flutter on college dorm walls, why people still hold talk like a pirate day, and why buried treasure stories still make kids dig holes in the backyard. The echo isn't just in books and movies, it's in us. So when we talk about the Golden Age of Piracy, remember, it didn't just end, it transformed. The flesh and blood pirates are gone, but the shadows they left behind still sail. Their flags wave in our stories, their songs ring in our ears, and their ideas, twisted, exaggerated, but stubbornly alive, still haunt the edges of culture. The seas are quieter now, the Caribbean no longer stalked by men with pistols and cutlasses, but in the echo of their age, they never truly died. So here we are, at the quiet end of a noisy age. The Golden Age of Piracy burned bright and brief, just a few decades of chaos, rebellion, and salt-stained dreams. In reality, it was cramped decks, spoiled meat, diseases that lingered like unwelcome passengers, and the constant threat of capture. Yet somehow, from those harsh conditions came a legend that refuses to sink. Think of what we've walked through tonight. We've seen how wars and collapsing empires set the stage for piracy. We've stepped onto ships where men voted for their captains and shared their plunder in a rough version of equality. We've met figures who blurred the line between myth and reality. Blackbeard with his smoky theatrics, Anne Bonny and Mary Read defying expectations, Calico Jack turning piracy into style, and finally we watched as governments cracked down, the nooses tightened, and the so-called Republic of the Seas faded back into dust. But of course the story didn't really end there. Pirates didn't just vanish, they drifted sideways into imagination, into tavern songs, into novels, into Hollywood, into Halloween costumes and internet memes. Their Jolly Roger still waves, not from a mast, but from the collective imagination of every generation that sees in them a flicker of freedom, rebellion, or adventure. They were criminals, yes, but also dreamers, and maybe that's why we can't quite let them go. As you lie back now, let the rhythm of the waves soften in your mind. Picture the creak of a ship's timbers rocking gently in the swell, the lanterns swinging in the dark, the faint hum of a sea shanty fading into the night. Out there, beyond the horizon, the pirates have gone, but their echoes remain, half history, half myth, all carried forward by our restless need for stories. And unlike those sleepless men who once scanned the waters for sails on the horizon, you don't need to keep watch tonight. You can rest easy, knowing the only thing waiting for you is the calm of sleep. Close your eyes, let the waves carry you, and drift peacefully into dreams. Good night. guys, welcome back to the Sleep Atlas. Before we start tonight's journey, take a moment, dim the lights, let the noise of the day dissolve. Wherever you are, you're about to travel somewhere strange, not a place on any official map, but one that lives in whispers, in dust, in the margins of forgotten atlases. This is the story of Tartaria. They say history is written by the victors, but what happens when the victors forget to mention an entire empire? What if there really was a civilization, vast, advanced, beautiful, erased not by time, but by design? A civilization that built cities we can still see, but no longer recognize. Sounds impossible, right? Yet somehow you've probably already seen pieces of it. The old photos of cities with windows buried beneath the streets, the maps labeled Grand Tartary, the ornate architecture that feels out of place as if it belonged to someone else, someone older, someone gone. Now, to be clear, Tartaria isn't a historical fact. It's a theory, a myth, a dream, if you want to be kind. But it's a dream that refuses to die, because at its heart lies something irresistible. The idea that history isn't what we think it is, that we've been handed a world with a few missing chapters, and whether you believe the myth or not, it's hard not to feel something when you see it. So tonight, we're going to drift through that myth together, through maps, ruins, and half-buried cities, through stories of explorers and erased empires, through the dusty edges of history where imagination and memory blur together. And if you fall asleep along the way, that's fine. That's kind of the point. For more journeys through history to help you sleep, please subscribe to the Sleep Atlas. And hey, what's keeping you up tonight? Let me know in the comments. Alright, let's begin. Imagine fog rolling over endless plains, gold grass bending under the wind. You stand before a vast land that feels both ancient and impossible, somewhere between Asia and memory, somewhere once called Tartaria. Chapter 1. The Empire That Never Was, or was it? They called it Grand Tartary. On maps from the 17th and 18th centuries, it sprawled across nearly half of Asia, an empire stretching from the icy edges of Siberia to the mountains of Tibet, from the Pacific all the way to the Caspian Sea. A continent-wide expanse so huge it made Europe look like a backyard garden. But here's the strange thing. When you look closer, it doesn't behave like any other empire on the map. No clear capital, no list of rulers, just a name, Tartaria, floating over deserts and steppes, surrounded by decorative drawings of camels and horsemen. The cartographers might as well have written, "Here be mystery." And yet, for hundreds of years, Western mapmakers copied that name again and again. Tartaria, Grand Tartary, the Great Tartar Empire. Sometimes they drew castles or cities with minarets. Sometimes they left it blank, as if even they didn't know what they were depicting. So what was Tartaria, according to the official story? Nothing. The word Tartary was simply a European catch-all term for the unknown lands of Central and Northern Asia. The people who lived there, Tatars, Mongols, Siberian tribes, were lumped together under one convenient label. To the Europeans of the 1600s, it was the great blurry East, wild, uncivilized, and beyond comprehension. But to modern eyes, it doesn't look like nothing. It looks deliberate, mysterious, like the ghost of something that was once real. And that's where the story starts to hum. Because if you look long enough, if you trace enough old maps, you start to notice inconsistencies. Cities drawn where no cities should exist. Structures too grand for the people historians claim built them. Ruins that don't seem to fit their supposed age. Some believe those ruins were Tartarian, that an advanced civilization, older than Rome, older even than Egypt, once stretched across the world. They say its architecture was sophisticated, its technology almost magical, free energy, perfect symmetry, towering buildings powered not by fire or water but by something lost, something we can no longer name. It sounds absurd, but then you see the photos, black and white images from the late 19th century, cities under construction except everything already looks finished, cathedral-sized buildings supposedly built in a decade, though even modern machinery would struggle. Streets half-buried, windows below ground level, as if the earth itself had swallowed the first floors. That's where the mud flood theory enters. According to believers, some great cataclysm, maybe natural, maybe man-made, swept across the world in the 1800s, burying entire cities in mud and erasing all evidence of this lost empire. When humanity dug out afterward, we inherited the world we think we built. In other words, the Victorians didn't build all those ornate cities. They unearthed them. It's easy to roll your eyes, but it's also strangely poetic, because even if Tartaria never existed, the feeling behind it, that something monumental was lost, is very real. And part of why this myth persists is because, well, history does lose things. Entire civilizations have vanished before. The Minoans, the Indus Valley, the Olmecs, people who built incredible cities, traded across oceans, and then disappeared, leaving nothing but stones and speculation. So maybe the idea of Tartaria isn't so far-fetched. Maybe it's a reflection of that same human ache, the need to fill in the gaps with something beautiful. Imagine wandering through a European city at dusk. The sky is pale gold, pigeons circle over rooftops. You walk down a street where the buildings rise like cathedrals, domes, arches, pillars carved in perfect balance. It all feels too good, too symmetrical, too ancient to have been born in the soot and smoke of the industrial age. For a moment you wonder, did we build this, or did we inherit it? The theory of Tartaria taps into that quiet doubt, the sense that somewhere along the way, humanity rebooted, restarted, forgot, and the mud flood is a metaphor for time, for amnesia, for the way civilizations bury their own pasts under layers of progress. It's an idea that's equal parts eerie and comforting, because if there really was a forgotten golden age, maybe the world isn't as random as it seems. Maybe we've been here before. Maybe we'll find it again. And even if it's all a myth, it's a myth that asks good questions. Who decides what counts as history? How much of what we know is just the version that survived? So as we drift deeper into the story, try not to worry about what's true or false. Just imagine the possibility. A civilization erased not by war, not by time, but by forgetting. A memory whispered by wind over empty plains. The empire that never was, or maybe the one we no longer remember. Imagine you're an explorer in the late 1700s. You've left behind the comfortable parlours of London or Paris, the powdered wigs, the smoky taverns, the endless debates about civilization and progress. You're trudging through a landscape so vast it feels like the sky itself is falling toward the horizon. This is the world early explorers called Tartary. Endless plains, windswept deserts, forests that swallow sound. You could ride for weeks without seeing a soul, yet somehow you never feel alone. There's something in the air, the sense that once something grand was here, something old, something that had the decency to leave quietly. Western explorers were baffled by what they found. Vast stone ruins scattered through Central Asia, half-buried fortresses, walls that seemed to go nowhere. Nomadic tribes spoke of ancient cities lost to storms and floods, old temples built by hands they could no longer name. And yet, in their journals, these explorers rarely admitted confusion. Europeans of the Enlightenment were not fans of mystery. They preferred tidy explanations. Primitive people, ancient ruins, nothing to see here. Still, a few of them couldn't quite let it go. In 1755, the English geographer Emmanuel Bowen published a map labeling nearly the entire interior of Asia as Great Tartary. To the west lay Little Tartary, and further south, Independent Tartary. Even China was labeled part of the Great Tartar Empire. Historians later claimed it was simply ignorance. Cartographers didn't know what else to call it. But if you're a conspiracy-minded insomniac scrolling through old atlases at 3 a.m., it starts to look deliberate, like someone drew a curtain over half the world and wrote, "Don't ask." Those maps became the backbone of the Tartarian legend. The idea that there was once a sprawling civilization across Siberia and Central Asia, erased from history and memory alike. And when explorers traveled through those regions, what they described often sounded contradictory. They found nomadic tribes living in tents, herders, hunters, perfectly ordinary people. But they also found traces of things that didn't fit. Ancient irrigation systems, half-buried brickworks, strange mounds that hinted at forgotten settlements. The farther they went, the more surreal it became. In Siberia, there were reports of colossal ruins swallowed by forests. In Mongolia, strange carvings and fortifications half lost to the sands. Some described crumbling citadels near the Altai Mountains, built of stone so precisely fitted it might as well have been cast, not carved. To modern historians, it's no great mystery. Remnants of older cultures, Turkic kingdoms, Mongol fortresses. But to the romantically inclined, it's something else. Evidence, perhaps, of a civilization that once ruled these lands, far older and more advanced than the textbooks admit. And then there's the emptiness, the eerie, silent expanse that made even hardened travelers uneasy. Take the accounts of Peter Simon Pallas, a German naturalist who explored Russia and Siberia in the 1770s. He described vast areas devoid of inhabitants, where ruined settlements lay beside abandoned mines and decayed fortifications. He mentioned rivers cutting through landscapes that seemed to have been reshaped by catastrophe, as though floods or mudslides had swept entire cities away. When his journals were published in Europe, readers found them haunting. The image of a land once filled with life, now reduced to wind and silence. It's here that the myth of the mud flood starts to germinate. The idea that an ancient disaster literally buried a civilization under layers of sediment, windows below street level, doors half submerged, entire first floors beneath the dirt. For believers, that wasn't just geology, it was evidence. And if you've ever walked through an old city, St. Petersburg, Prague, even San Francisco, you might have noticed it too. Streets sitting higher than the building's original entrances, like time itself kept adding layers. Of course, historians say it's just how old cities evolve. Roads get repaved, foundations sink, streets are raised to prevent flooding. But the human imagination doesn't like boring answers. Geological settling doesn't keep you awake at night. The idea of a worldwide cataclysm, though, that does. What's compelling about these explorers' reports is not what they found, but what they felt. The sense that they were moving through someone else's world, one that had been erased. There's a moment in nearly every explorer's journal, the kind that never makes it into the abridged editions, where they sound tired. The grand adventure wears off, and what's left is silence. Cold wind, vast skies, the creak of leather, and a feeling that they are walking through the afterlife of history. They pass strange earthworks, abandoned stone foundations, carvings of faces eroded to anonymity. Sometimes they sketch them, sometimes they move on. Always there's the sense of almost understanding, almost remembering. And maybe that's what Tartaria really is, a landscape of almosts, almost history, almost memory, a civilization that feels like it should have existed, even if it didn't. Think about it. How many times has humanity stared at something old and half-broken and said, we could never build that today? It's an illusion, but a powerful one. Standing before ruins or monuments, we see not just stone and mortar, but the faint shadow of our own fragility. We want the past to be smarter than us, nobler than us, more advanced than we deserve. It's easier to believe we're living in the ruins of greatness than to admit that maybe we're the ones who'll be forgotten. So when explorers trudged across those endless Asian plains and saw remnants of something they couldn't explain, it planted a seed, a legend. And legends, once born, never die. They sleep, they wait, they resurface in new forms, on message boards, in YouTube videos, in late-night rabbit holes where half the fun is not believing, but wondering. The Tartarian myth is less about what those explorers found and more about what we want to find, meaning, continuity, proof that the world once made sense and that maybe beneath all this noise and chaos, it still does. Imagine the explorer's campfire. The air is thin and cold. Sparks float upward, swallowed by the night. Somewhere in the distance, wolves call to each other, and above stars shimmer, the same constellations those long-lost Tartarians might have seen if they ever existed at all. The explorer looks out over the dark plain, notebook open, and writes one word on the page, Tartaria, a word that means nothing and everything. They say the earth remembers. Every stone, every layer of dirt, every foundation buried beneath a modern street is a diary, written in silence. But if you listen to the believers of the mud flood, the earth doesn't just remember, it hides. Picture this, a city half buried, windows that look out onto soil instead of streets, doorways that open into nothing but packed dirt, buildings whose first floors have vanished beneath layers of earth and time. To most it's a quirk of old construction. To the followers of Tartaria, it's evidence of something far stranger, a global cataclysm that erased an entire civilization in a single, muddy sigh. The mud flood theory is one of those beautiful modern myths that could only have been born in the age of the internet. It began quietly, like a whisper in digital catacombs, obscure forums, old photography groups, amateur historians trading ideas. Someone noticed something odd. Antique photos from the 1800s showing cities with half-buried buildings, windows at ground level, strange architectural anachronisms. Then someone else noticed the same thing somewhere else, and suddenly a pattern emerged, or seemed to. If you stare at enough old photos for long enough, patterns start to appear everywhere. And soon the whispers took form. What if history isn't what we think it is? What if there was a reset, a literal flood of mud that buried the old world, wiped it clean, and left us to rebuild on top of its bones? It sounds ridiculous, but also admit it. It's a little bit seductive. Let's take a closer look at what this story really says. According to the myth, sometime in the 18th or 19th century, dates are always vague, an immense cataclysm struck the earth. Not water, but mud. Thick, heavy, suffocating mud that rolled over cities like a blanket, swallowing buildings, streets, even entire civilizations. What survived was what we now call our world, a reset civilization built atop the ruins of the one before. The theory claims we are the survivors of an amnesiac world living in the shadow of a forgotten age. And once you start looking for it, you see it everywhere. Old photographs of St. Petersburg, where neoclassical buildings seem to have half their height underground, doorways that lead nowhere in Istanbul, strange window wells in San Francisco, cathedrals whose ground floors appear oddly misaligned with the modern streets around them. The world, it seems, is full of buried stories, but here's where the magic, or the mischief, lies. Context. Cities grow, streets rise, pavements get repaved, foundations sink, earthquakes shift land. Engineers, bless their pragmatic hearts, have been dealing with that since ancient Mesopotamia. It's normal, but the human imagination doesn't want normal. It wants wonder. It wants the cosmic version of a plot twist. And so the mud flood became that twist, a grand, tragic reset that could explain the strangeness of the world, the impossible beauty of old architecture, the missing centuries, the ruins that look too modern to be ancient and too ancient to be modern. It's not hard to see why the theory stuck. It scratches two primal itches, the fear that we've forgotten something vital, and the hope that once humanity reached heights we can barely comprehend. It's a bedtime story for adults who no longer trust bedtime stories. Imagine it, the great cities of the past humming with energy and knowledge, star-shaped fortresses aligning with the heavens, towers crowned with gilded domes, machines powered not by coal or electricity but by sound, magnetism, or divine geometry. A golden age washed away in silence, leaving behind half-buried clues for the curious to rediscover centuries later. It's haunting, isn't it? The thought that the ground beneath your feet might be hiding a version of civilization more graceful, more harmonious, and, let's be honest, less exhausting than this one. The most poetic versions of the myth don't even insist on global destruction. They suggest something subtler. That time itself buried Tartaria. That the mud is just metaphor. The weight of centuries pressing down until memory sank into soil. That our cities grew atop their bones, and we live in their echoes without even realizing it. But even the literal believers, the ones who pore over 19th century photographs and Google Earth screenshots, are chasing something more than evidence. They're chasing awe, the sense that the world is not yet fully explained, that maybe, just maybe, there are still secrets hiding in plain sight. Because here's the uncomfortable truth. We like feeling small, not powerless, just small. The idea that we are part of something vast, mysterious, and older than we can imagine brings comfort. It means our anxieties, our endless scrolling, our late-night insomnia, they're all just surface noise above something deeper, older, wiser. The mud flood myth, for all its implausibility, taps into that longing. It's also, in a strange way, an act of defiance. In an age where algorithms decide what we see and experts tell us what to believe, the mud flood says, "No, I'll look for myself." It's a rebellion of curiosity, however misguided. And curiosity, even when it wanders off the map, is still one of the noblest human instincts. There's another reason the mud flood myth feels oddly soothing. It provides closure. History as we know it is messy. It's full of gaps, contradictions, burned archives, and lost languages. But if you say, it was all wiped out by a cataclysm, suddenly everything makes sense. The missing records, buried, the inconsistent architecture, survivors of the old world. The sense that things used to be better, proof of what we lost. It's a complete narrative, simple, self-contained, emotionally satisfying. And if you whisper it softly enough, it almost sounds plausible. But let's pause for a moment. Imagine walking through one of these mud flood cities today. St. Petersburg in winter, snow falling over pale facades, the streets gleaming under the dim orange glow of street lamps. You pass a row of 18th century buildings, their ground floors half below street level, the windows dark and shuttered. And for a second, just a second, you feel it. The hum of something ancient, the faint vibration of time layered upon time. You know rationally that the explanation is boring, centuries of road repairs and architectural evolution. But your imagination doesn't care. It leans closer. It listens. It wants to believe. That's the quiet power of myths like Tartaria. They live not in evidence, but in emotion. And emotion, not logic, is what builds civilizations, or stories of them. So when someone insists the world was buried in mud a few hundred years ago, it's tempting to laugh. But look closer, and you'll see what they're really saying. They're mourning something they can't name. They're trying to make peace with the feeling that something's missing. That modern life, bright, loud, and efficient, feels a little hollow, as if the real story is still underground. And maybe, in a metaphorical way, it is. Not beneath our cities, but beneath our certainty. History is the soil we stand on, and every generation adds another layer. The deeper you dig, the older the questions get, until eventually you realize that the mud was never hiding the past. It was making it. The world is built on burial, and everything beautiful is, in some sense, reclaimed from the dirt. So maybe Tartaria was never an empire at all. Maybe it's an idea, a longing for the lost wholeness of things. Or maybe it's just a very elaborate excuse for why so many basements flood in spring. Take your pick. Either way, as the night deepens and your thoughts drift like dust in lamplight, the question lingers: if an entire civilization could be buried under centuries of mud and forgetfulness, would we even recognize it when we uncovered it? Or would we mistake it for ruins of our own? It's a strange thing, how ruins can feel alive. You walk among them and swear you can hear breathing. Not loud, not human, but the slow exhale of stone, the whisper of time smoothing edges and swallowing stories. That's the allure of forgotten grandeur, the feeling that the past isn't gone, just drowsing, half buried, half awake, waiting for someone to notice. When people speak of Tartaria, they don't imagine mud and dust. They imagine beauty, colossal arches, glittering domes, towers capped with orbs of gold, and wide boulevards aligned with the stars. They imagine symmetry, harmony, perfection, the world before we made it messy. And that's the quiet genius of the myth. It isn't built on fear, but on longing. You've seen it, even if you didn't recognize it. The grand railway stations built in the 19th century, dripping with ornament that seems almost too elegant for its purpose. The courthouses with domes that look more celestial than civic. The cathedrals rising from cobblestone streets like frozen thunderclaps of devotion. You stand before these buildings and wonder, who built this, and why don't we build like this anymore? That question is the ember that keeps Tartaria glowing in the imagination, because it feels wrong that we've forgotten how to make beauty on that scale. It feels wrong that we can't carve marble with such grace, or erect domes that kiss the clouds. And when something feels wrong, the human mind looks for a story to explain it. Tartaria becomes that story, a civilization that mastered form, function, and soul, then vanished without a trace. Some say those old buildings are Tartarian relics, that the ornate facades of St. Petersburg, Paris, Chicago, and even San Francisco are remnants of the same world, a world whose architecture was an act of faith. That the reason we can't replicate it now is because the knowledge was erased, the formulas for harmony, for proportion, for power drawn from geometry, gone, buried under new blueprints and the hum of electric wires. Of course, historians roll their eyes at this. They'll tell you, patiently, that these buildings were designed by very real architects, that neoclassicism was an artistic movement, not evidence of a hidden empire, that the beauty of those domes and arches came not from secret knowledge, but from mathematics, sweat, and a lot of unpaid apprentices. And they're right, technically. But here's the thing. Beauty doesn't care about technicalities. The Tartarian myth persists because these buildings feel different. They hum at a frequency modern architecture doesn't. Walk past a concrete office block and your mind slides off it. Walk past a century-old opera house and you slow down without meaning to. You feel something, a pulse. Maybe it's nostalgia, maybe it's resonance, maybe it's just the echo of a time when craftsmanship was an act of worship. But whatever it is, it feels alive. Imagine standing at twilight in front of one of those old structures. The stone glows amber. The carvings seem to move in the shifting light. You can almost believe the building is remembering itself, its birth, its purpose, its centuries of reign and revolution. That's the spell of forgotten grandeur. The architecture isn't just old, it's haunted by the idea of meaning, and when meaning vanishes, mystery rushes in to fill the space. Tartaria thrives in that mystery. It offers an explanation for why the world feels simultaneously ancient and amnesiac, why progress sometimes feels like forgetting, why the cities of the past, those that survived wars, plagues, and fires, still look more eternal than anything we've built since. Modern life gives us glass towers and efficiency. Tartaria promises something slower, something that glows, a civilization that built not for profit or speed but for resonance, structures designed to outlast memory itself. It's an irresistible dream, because whether or not Tartaria existed, the feeling it represents is real, the ache for beauty that doesn't apologize for existing, for craftsmanship that outlives its makers, for a sense of belonging to something both vast and intentional. That's why the myth never fully dies. People share photographs of star-shaped forts, cathedrals that look like spaceships, and ornate courthouses buried halfway underground, whispering, "Look, this can't just be random." And maybe they're right, though not in the way they think, because what they're really seeing isn't proof of a lost empire. It's proof of a lost mindset, a time when humanity built upward and outward with a kind of faith we've since replaced with convenience. Take St. Isaac's Cathedral in St. Petersburg. It looks like it shouldn't exist. A colossal dome balanced on rows of red granite columns covered in gold that blazes even through fog. Inside, the marble floors mirror the heavens, and the ceilings are painted with saints so vivid they seem alive. Visitors describe it as overwhelming, transcendent, but the Tartarian imagination sees something else, evidence. They ask how such grandeur could be built in the early 1800s by hand in a place that was supposedly swamp and snow. They ask why the foundations look so deep, as if the building once stood taller. Historians give answers: scaffolding, imported granite, decades of work. But believers see a gap, and gaps, as we know, are where myths thrive. It's comforting in a way, because when you believe in Tartaria, you believe that someone once got it right, that the world once understood balance, proportion, light, and energy, that humans long ago built in tune with the earth instead of against it. It's a prettier story than the truth that history is mostly a series of accidents that occasionally produce beauty by mistake. And yet, even if the story is wrong, the emotion behind it is not. There's something deeply human about looking at ruins and imagining paradise, about standing in front of a crumbling palace and whispering, "Who were you? What did you know that we've forgotten?" We do this everywhere. In the jungles of Cambodia, staring at Angkor Wat, in the deserts of Egypt, under the shadow of the pyramids, in the mountains of Peru, among the terraces of Machu Picchu. We look at beauty that endures and assume it must have come from a civilization wiser than ours. Maybe it didn't, but maybe the impulse to think so says more about us than about them. Because really, the myth of Tartaria isn't about lost knowledge, it's about lost reverence. We miss believing that beauty meant something, that it wasn't an accessory, but a form of truth. That stone could hold memory, and domes could sing. So when you see those impossible old buildings and feel that small, unexplainable ache, don't rush to fill it with conspiracy. Let it linger. That ache is the story. It's the ghost of wonder, tapping you on the shoulder, reminding you that history is not a timeline. It's a mood, a long, slow chord, still resonating beneath the noise. And maybe that's what Tartaria really is. The echo of a world that believed in harmony more than speed. A civilization of imagination, built not in stone, but in longing. So as you drift deeper into this story, eyes heavy, thoughts softening, remember this. Whether Tartaria was real or not, the beauty it promises was. You can still walk through it, touch it, breathe it in brick and marble and dusk. It's there, waiting quietly behind every ornate facade and every buried window. Forgotten grandeur, humming in the walls. There's something strange about ideas that shouldn't survive, yet somehow do. Tartaria is one of them. Every few decades it slips back into conversation like a ghost that refuses to stay buried. A whisper here, a map there, a photograph that feels off. Too ornate, too advanced, too forgotten. It persists not because it's proven, but because it's beautiful. You see, real history doesn't linger in our imaginations the same way myths do. Facts settle, myths breathe, and Tartaria breathes in the spaces history forgot to fill. It's almost poetic, how a rumor can live longer than an empire. How a half-remembered word on an antique map, Tartary, can spark entire worlds in the modern mind. Because the truth is, humans don't remember data, we remember stories. And this one, it's irresistible. A world erased, a golden age hidden beneath our feet. The paradox of Tartaria is that it survives precisely because it never existed. A real empire would have ended, decayed, been replaced, but something that never was can never truly die. It hovers in imagination, endlessly renewable, unprovable, untouchable. The perfect myth for the digital age, weightless, viral, and infinitely remixable. Scroll through YouTube or Reddit and you'll see it. Old photographs of grand cityscapes labeled Tartarian architecture, posts about star forts and buried windows, endless debates about free energy, hidden cataclysms and lost technology, thousands of comments beneath them, people saying things like, "I've always felt something was off about history." It's not about belief, it's about belonging. The myth offers comfort to anyone who looks at the modern world and feels like something essential slipped through our fingers. Maybe that's the real allure. Tartaria gives shape to a feeling we all have but rarely admit, that somewhere along the way, humanity traded mystery for machinery. We built faster, higher, louder, but maybe not better. We paved over silence, replaced curiosity with certainty, and called it progress. And when that certainty began to crack, when our cities started to feel soulless, our histories fragmented, people began looking backward, not for answers, but for meaning. It's easy to mock that impulse. Historians roll their eyes, scientists sigh. But behind the internet rabbit holes and Photoshop theories lies something genuine. A hunger for enchantment, a longing to believe that the past wasn't just dirt and survival, but art and light and knowledge we've somehow misplaced. And in that sense, Tartaria isn't a conspiracy, it's a lullaby, a story people tell themselves when the modern world feels too sterile, too linear, too loud. A bedtime tale for adults who sense that truth might not always fit inside textbooks. Think about it. We've mapped the Earth, decoded the genome, photographed black holes, and yet we're still drawn to mystery. It's like a gravity our species can't escape. Tartaria gives us that gravity in soft, dreamlike form. A lost world that never judges, never contradicts, never ends, because it was never real enough to die. But here's the thing, even myths can tell truths. They tell us what we miss, what we value, what we quietly wish could come back. When people imagine Tartaria, what they're really longing for isn't a lost empire, it's coherence. A sense that the world once made sense, that knowledge was sacred, that beauty and purpose weren't at odds. In a way, Tartaria is less about history and more about therapy, a collective daydream for a civilization that feels spiritually jet-lagged. We scroll through endless feeds, flickering between wars, gadgets, and memes, and somewhere inside a voice whispers, "Wasn't there supposed to be more than this?" Tartaria answers softly, "Yes, there was, or maybe there could have been." And so the myth persists, traveling through forums and documentaries and late-night conversations, wrapping itself in fog and marble. It survives because it speaks to something the Enlightenment forgot, that mystery itself has value, that not knowing is sometimes more comforting than knowing. But here's the paradox. Tartaria's greatest gift isn't in proving itself true. It's in reminding us that belief is part of what makes us human, that even in an age of algorithms, we still crave wonder. We still want to stand before something vast and say, "I don't understand, but it feels sacred." Maybe that's why late at night you find yourself staring at photos of old cities, their streets glimmering with gaslight, their domes fading into fog, and feel that tug in your chest. It's not nostalgia for Tartaria. It's nostalgia for awe, for the feeling of being small beneath something magnificent, something that doesn't explain itself. So as you lie there now, the room dim, the hum of the modern world soft around you, imagine that somewhere, beneath centuries of soil, beneath stories and skepticism, there's a quiet city still dreaming. Its towers shimmer faintly under the weight of time. Its fountains murmur in forgotten languages, and if you listen long enough, you can almost hear it, the heartbeat of the world before we named it. They called it Tartaria. Maybe it never was, but its echo, soft, patient, luminous, still lingers. Drift with it for a while. Let the questions fade. You don't need answers tonight, only the wonder. Chapter 2. The Real Tartars, Nomads, Empires, and Misunderstood Worlds. Let's take a breath. We've wandered through the fog of myth, through maps that hum with impossible empires and ruins that seem to remember more than they should. But now it's time to peel back the dream and look at the ground beneath it, the soil, the wind, and the people who actually lived there. Because behind every legend lies something real, even if it's been twisted beyond recognition. So, let's step out onto the steppe. Imagine yourself standing somewhere between Russia, Mongolia, and Kazakhstan. Not today, but thousands of years ago. There are no borders here, no lines on a map, no marble cities, just horizon, an ocean of grass rolling under a sky so wide it makes you dizzy. The air smells like dust and horses. The sound of wind is constant, threading through tall stalks of feather grass. This is the birthplace of what Europe once called Tartary. Not a single empire, but a world of motion, a civilization without walls. To Western minds, this landscape always felt alien. How could a people rule without cities? How could a culture thrive without monuments? To the steppe nomads, that question would have sounded absurd. Their monuments were movement. Their empire was the horizon itself. Centuries before anyone drew Tartaria on a map, there were the Scythians, archers and horsemen who painted their bodies, buried their dead in golden tombs, and drank fermented mare's milk. The Greeks feared them, the Persians tried to conquer them, and yet they moved like smoke, impossible to hold. Herodotus called them a people who have no towns, no walls, no fixed abode, as if that made them lesser. But in truth, it made them free. The Scythians mastered the horse long before Rome even dreamed of chariots. They stitched their world together with leather, not mortar. They carried fire in bronze cauldrons, slept beneath felt tents, and worshipped gods of wind, sun, and sky. To them, the land wasn't empty. It was alive, a vast, breathing plain where everything connected through motion and story. After the Scythians came the Sarmatians, then the Huns, then the Turkic Khaganates. The names shifted, but the rhythm stayed the same. Nomads rising like storms, surging westward, reshaping everything in their path. They raided, traded, intermarried, and vanished into the mist again, leaving behind only graves and legends. And so, by the time medieval mapmakers in Europe began sketching the world, this enormous, ungovernable space had already become a myth. To them it was a blank, the unknown lands beyond the Christian world, filled with monsters, giants, and Tartars. That word, Tartar, wasn't even theirs. It came from outsiders, likely twisted from the name of a Turkic tribe, the Tatars, with a dash of poetic menace added. Medieval Europeans thought it sounded like Tartarus, the Greek underworld, so they called these nomads Tartars, as if they'd come from hell itself. You can almost hear the shiver in the name, but the truth was far more complicated and far more interesting. These weren't demons, they were people. Traders, horsemen, mothers, poets. They lived lives as rich as any Roman senators, just measured differently. Picture a nomadic camp at sunset. The steppe glows gold. Horses graze on the horizon, their coats shimmering in the low light. Fires crackle as women stir pots of milk and millet. Children chase each other between felt tents, yurts, their laughter carried by the wind. Men return from herding, their bows slung over shoulders, dust clinging to their boots. The air smells faintly of smoke and grass. Somewhere, a throat singer begins a low, resonant song, and the notes ripple across the plain like the hum of the earth itself. This was their Rome. Not a city of marble, but of motion and memory. And to them the West's obsession with stone walls would have seemed as strange as worshipping stillness. But as centuries rolled on, stillness began to win. Empires like China, Persia, and eventually Russia pushed outward, trying to tame the steppe. They built forts, drew borders, demanded tribute. The nomads resisted, then adapted. They traded horses for silk, hides for grain, freedom for survival. Slowly, their infinite world began to shrink. By the time European explorers stumbled across these lands in the 17th and 18th centuries, the old steppe empires were fading. The Scythians were long gone. The Mongols' great Khanates had fractured. The once fluid borders had hardened into lines on parchment, and those lines, curved by ignorance, exaggerated by imagination, became the first maps of Tartary. To the west, it looked like a mystery, an empire that wasn't quite there, a vast, seemingly empty space once teeming with civilizations that had vanished. But to those who lived there, it wasn't emptiness, it was memory. The bones of ancestors beneath the grass, the hum of stories in the wind, the echo of hoofbeats across the centuries. And maybe that's where the myth begins to make sense, because when you stand on a plain that stretches to the horizon in every direction, it's easy to believe that time itself might fold here, that something ancient could still be sleeping under the soil. Perhaps the world didn't erase Tartaria at all. Perhaps it just forgot how to see it. Let's be honest, Europe never really understood Asia, not in the Middle Ages, not in the Renaissance, and arguably not even now. For centuries, the lands east of Moscow and west of China were less a geographic reality and more a psychological one, an enormous blank space where anything could exist. And in that blankness, the idea of Tartary began to grow like a mirage. Imagine a candlelit room in Venice, sometime around the 14th century. A mapmaker hunches over his parchment, hands stained with ink. On the table beside him lie fragments of rumors, sailors' tales, merchant gossip, and a half-remembered account of a man named Marco Polo, who claimed to have seen palaces of gold and cities of stone somewhere beyond the horizon. He dips his quill and begins to draw. Europe is clear. So is Africa mostly. But once he crosses the Ural Mountains, the lines begin to blur. His hand hesitates. What lies beyond? He's never been there. No one he trusts has either. So he fills the void the way humans always do. He imagines. He writes Tartaria in sprawling letters across the page, large enough to cover thousands of miles. Because what else can you do when you're staring into the unknown? For Europeans, Tartary became a convenient label, an umbrella term for everything east of civilization and west of comprehension. It wasn't a nation, it was a category, a way to point at a map and say, this belongs to the others. But here's the funny thing. The more they tried to define it, the more mysterious it became. In the 13th century, when the Mongols exploded across Eurasia like a thunderstorm, Europe finally came face to face with the so-called Tartars. Villages burned, kingdoms crumbled, and word of unstoppable horsemen spread faster than the riders themselves. To a continent already steeped in superstition, it must have felt like the end of the world. Priests whispered that the horsemen were the scourge of God, a punishment for human sin. Chroniclers described them as monsters with faces of beasts and hearts of iron. And yet, when the first diplomatic envoys actually met them, they found something unexpected: organization, bureaucracy, even tolerance. The Mongol Empire, at its height, ran on order, not chaos. Messengers carried official seals, merchants moved safely under Mongol protection, and conquered cities often kept their own rulers so long as they paid tribute. The great Khans weren't savages, they were administrators. Ruthless ones, sure, but methodical. But Europe didn't want to believe that. It was easier, somehow, to imagine an empire of shadows, to turn complexity into myth. So the name Tartary stuck, not as a real place, but as a kind of warning, a whispered reminder that beyond the edge of the familiar world, something vast and unknowable waited. By the Renaissance, the legend of Tartary had evolved into something even stranger. The age of exploration brought better maps, but not necessarily better understanding. Cartographers began drawing Great Tartary, Little Tartary, and Chinese Tartary across their globes. carving up Central Asia into neat territories that existed mostly in imagination. If you were a European scholar in 1700 and you saw a map of Great Tartary stretching from Siberia to the Caspian Sea, you'd assume there was a single civilization there, a mighty hidden empire rivaling Rome or China. And if you were an explorer wandering through empty steppes, stumbling across crumbling ruins or strange earthen mounds, your mind might start to fill in the blanks. Who built this? Where did they go? Humans hate loose ends. We crave narrative closure. And Tartary, this vast echoing blank on the map, offered none. Marco Polo didn't help either. His travels fed the fire beautifully. He spoke of vast courts, cities paved in stone, golden palaces, and khans who ruled lands so wide that weeks of riding couldn't cross them. He wasn't wrong exactly. The Mongol Empire really was that enormous. But when his book was copied, translated, and retold, his words grew elastic. People read his tales and imagined something grander still, a civilization older than memory, hidden beneath layers of dust and time. You can almost see it, the way myths grow like vines around facts. Even the Enlightenment couldn't kill it. In the 18th century, as Russian explorers pushed eastward into Siberia, they stumbled upon ancient fortifications, strange geometries in the earth, and traces of civilizations long gone. The local tribes spoke of ancestors who built great cities before the snows came. The scholars, baffled, wrote it all down. And back in Europe, those reports fed the imagination once more. By now, Tartary had become more than geography. It was an aesthetic. The word conjured mystery, distance, and faded grandeur. Artists painted sweeping landscapes of icy mountains and lone riders beneath silver skies. Novelists filled their pages with lost kingdoms and forgotten dynasties. And so, when conspiracy theories about a lost Tartarian empire began resurfacing centuries later, it wasn't from nowhere. It was born of something older, a long European tradition of misunderstanding the East, of romanticizing what couldn't be explained, and of filling blank spaces with dreams. Maps, after all, are never neutral. They don't just show where things are, they show what people believe matters. And for centuries, Tartary mattered not because it was real, but because it was mysterious. Imagine yourself once more looking at one of those old maps. The parchment crackles under your fingers. The ink has faded to brown. The edges are frayed. Across the top, in flowing letters, are the words, Magna Tartaria. You trace the line of mountains, the curving rivers, the scattered cities whose names you don't recognize. You realize you're staring not at geography, but at imagination, a dream caught in ink, a memory of a place that never quite existed, but that never fully went away either. And maybe that's why Tartaria still captures people today. It wasn't born in a lab or on a message board. It was born in candlelight on parchment, in the minds of men who couldn't stand not knowing. A story that began as cartography became mythology. And mythology, as history always proves, has a way of outlasting the truth. Picture a road that isn't really a road. It's not marked by signs or asphalt or tidy lines of direction. Instead, it's an invisible web of paths, camel tracks winding through dunes, mountain passes marked by cairns, river barges drifting under starlight. This was the Silk Road. Not one road, but thousands, threading together China, Persia, India, Byzantium, and everything in between. And somewhere in the middle of that vast tangle lay the ghost of Tartary. The Silk Road was less about silk than it was about exchange. Of goods, yes, but also of ideas, stories, and beliefs. Every caravan that set out carried more than fabric and spices. It carried imagination. The West dreamed of the East as a place of wonder, while the East saw the West as a land of restless curiosity. And where those two imaginations met, right there, in the open steppes of Central Asia, the myth of Tartary quietly took root. Imagine the rhythm of a caravan, bells jingling from camel necks, dust swirling beneath hooves, a merchant humming softly, half to himself, half to keep his pace. At night, when the fires burned low, stories flowed like wine, tales of lost cities swallowed by sand, temples of gold hidden in the desert, empires that rose and vanished before the next dawn. Every traveler added a new layer to the legend, and the Silk Road became less a trade route than a whispering gallery of the world's dreams. Now let's be clear, there were empires here, real ones. The Scythians, Parthians, Sogdians, Kushans, and of course the Mongols, civilizations that thrived for centuries, building fortresses, minting coins, and carving art that fused Greek realism with Persian geometry and Indian grace. These were the real architects of what Europe would later call Tartary. But to a traveler passing through, the borders blurred. One city's language faded into another's. One god's statue looked suspiciously like a god from somewhere else. The world felt unified and strange all at once. The Silk Road had a way of softening distinctions. It made neighbors of distant worlds. Greek philosophers' ideas found their way into Buddhist monasteries. Chinese silk wrapped Roman senators. Persian astronomers charted the same stars that guided caravans across the steppe. But myths travel even faster than silk. When a merchant from Samarkand sold a roll of fabric in Venice, he didn't just trade goods, he traded worlds. He told stories of the East so dazzling they didn't sound real. Cities with towers of glass, he might say, rivers that shimmer like silver. Men who lived 200 years, and back home, when he unpacked his profits and poured himself a drink, he probably heard equally absurd stories about the West. It's easy to forget that for most of human history, distance was a form of magic. The farther away something was, the more fantastical it became. And no distance loomed larger in the European mind than that mysterious space labeled Tartary. Through this swirling exchange, Tartary became a kind of mythic glue, a word that held together the fragments of a world too vast to comprehend. Think of it like this. When a Venetian mapmaker in 1500 scribbled Tartaria across the center of his globe, he wasn't really describing a political entity. He was describing everything between Europe and China, between knowledge and ignorance, between history and imagination. And here's where things get interesting. While Europe imagined Tartary as an exotic wilderness, the people who actually lived there were building connections that shaped the ancient world. The Sogdians, for instance, traders from what's now Uzbekistan, ran a network of trade colonies so extensive that historians sometimes call them the FedEx of the Silk Road. They spoke multiple languages, mediated between empires, and filled their homes with art from every culture they touched. A single Sogdian mural might show an Indian goddess, a Persian king, and a Chinese dragon all sharing the same painted wall. To them, Tartary wasn't a mystery, it was home. And yet, this multicultural world also sowed the seeds for misunderstanding. When distant observers caught glimpses of it, they didn't see the nuances. They saw only the grandeur, the temples, the stone roads, the fortified cities, and assumed it must belong to a single empire. That assumption, multiplied over centuries, became the illusion of the great Tartarian civilization. Even today, the ruins scattered across Central Asia, stone walls buried in sand, intricate tile work crumbling in forgotten courtyards, feed that same longing. People look at them and wonder, Who built this? Where did they go? Why do our textbooks skip over it? It's a fair question, because history doesn't just forget, it edits. When empires fall, so do their names. When borders shift, so does memory. The Mongols became the Tatars became Tartars. And eventually, Tartary became a convenient shorthand for the unknown. But beneath all that confusion was something real. A network of humanity that spanned continents. Imagine standing on a hill somewhere near Bukhara around the 10th century. The air smells of dry sage and smoke. Below you the road shimmers in the heat, lines of travelers winding toward the horizon. A caravan from China passes one from Persia. A monk from India shares a meal with a soldier from Byzantium. Coins from Rome jingle beside jade amulets from the East. It's not an empire. It's not chaos. It's something in between, a living, breathing web of connection. And that's what Tartaria really was. Not a kingdom lost to mud, but an echo of this interconnected world. A dream of unity before maps divided it into pieces. The Silk Road gave birth to the myth by accident, because connection always looks like magic when seen from afar. So when modern believers look at old maps and see the word Tartaria sprawled across half the world, maybe they're not completely wrong to feel awe. They're just reading a poem that was once mistaken for a border. The Silk Road blurred the lines between civilization and myth, empire and echo. And in that blur, half dust, half starlight, the legend of Tartaria found its heartbeat. Words have a funny way of sticking to things they were never meant to describe. Tartary was one of those words, an intellectual shortcut that turned into a centuries-long misunderstanding. By the time Europe stumbled out of the medieval era, the East was less a place and more a story. Monks copied maps showing vast lands labeled Tartaria, shaded in pale yellows and browns, with scribbled notes like, "Here be dragons," or "Land of giants." It wasn't meant as insult or precision. It was just ignorance wrapped in ink, but ignorance dressed up nicely enough can look like authority. When Marco Polo returned from his travels in the late 1200s, he told Europe about the magnificence of the Mongol Empire. Golden palaces, porcelain cities, and roads so smooth you could roll a wagon for days without breaking an axle. His descriptions, half wonder, half exaggeration, lit up Europe's imagination. And when cartographers began to draw what he described, they needed labels. Cathay for China, Ind for India, and for everything else in the vast cold space north of Persia and east of Russia, Tartary. Let's be clear, Europe didn't know what Tartary was, but that didn't stop them from acting like they did. To Western minds, Tartary became a convenient placeholder for the unknown. It wasn't a country, it was a concept, a blank canvas where explorers, missionaries, and chroniclers could project whatever they needed to believe about the world beyond their reach, and what they needed, more often than not, was mystery. Maps from the 16th and 17th centuries show it sprawling across the top of the world like a sleeping giant. Great Tartary, Independent Tartary, Chinese Tartary, Little Tartary, names multiplying like rumors. To anyone who studied those maps, the message was clear. Beyond the borders of civilization lay a vast land of danger, wealth, and the unknown. And there's something deeply human about that. When faced with uncertainty, we name it. We box it in with words, even if those words are wrong. To Europeans of the early modern world, Tartary became shorthand for all the places they hadn't yet conquered, understood, or categorized. It was an intellectual convenience, a linguistic shrug. everything out there. If you were a 17th century scholar in London and someone mentioned the Tatars, you might imagine fur hats, horsemen, frozen tundra, and endless plains. You wouldn't know the difference between a Mongol prince in Karakorum and a nomad in the Kazakh steppe. To you, it was all Tartary, but that flattening, reducing countless cultures into a single word, had consequences. It erased identities, histories, and languages in the Western imagination long before any empire actually reached those lands. Imagine an atlas from the 1700s, lying open on a polished oak table. The continents are familiar enough now. The Americas are roughly shaped. Africa's coasts are charted. But look at Asia, and you'll see something odd. Above India and China stretches an ocean of blankness, punctuated only by the word Tartaria, scrawled in proud, swirling letters. No cities marked, no rivers traced, just emptiness. That emptiness became an invitation. Missionaries imagined lost Christian kingdoms hidden in those plains, descended from the mythical Prester John. Explorers fantasized about tribes of giants or entire cities of gold. Poets and philosophers romanticized the steppe as a land of freedom, wild, untamed, untouched by decadence. And over time, that fantasy hardened into pseudo-history. Tartary wasn't just a blank spot anymore, it was a world view. Even the word itself carried a sting. Derived from Tatar, it got twisted into Tartar, echoing the Greek Tartarus, the underworld. Early chroniclers saw the Mongols storm into Europe in the 13th century and thought, "Ah, yes, these must be the people from hell." The name stuck, and for centuries afterward, Tartar became synonymous with savagery, chaos, and apocalypse. When the Mongol Empire fractured and faded, the word didn't fade with it. It lingered. Europe kept calling the steppe Tartary, even as local empires rose and fell. The Golden Horde, the Timurids, the Kazakh Khanates. To the west, these nuances didn't matter. The name Tartary swallowed them whole. The irony. By the time Europe started mapping Tartary with any real accuracy in the 18th and 19th centuries, it had already become a relic. Russia had expanded eastward, swallowing Siberia province by province. Qing China had claimed the west, and yet the word persisted, echoing in atlases long after it had lost any real meaning. There's something almost poetic about that, how a word can outlive the thing it never actually described. And it's here that the modern myth of Tartaria quietly germinated, because when those old maps resurfaced centuries later, digitized, color-corrected, and posted online, they seemed to show something uncanny. A vast empire covering half the world, cities we've never heard of. Borders that no modern historian could explain. To the curious eye, it looked less like a cartographic mistake and more like a cover-up. Why don't they teach this in school? People asked. How could such a massive empire just vanish? But the answer, as with most things, is simpler and somehow more mysterious. It didn't vanish. It never existed. Not as one empire, anyway. What vanished was understanding. What collapsed was the web of meaning connecting the real places, Siberia, Mongolia, Central Asia, to the word Tartary. The West's misunderstanding created a ghost, and the modern age brought that ghost back to life. There's an eerie beauty in that, a reminder that myths don't die. They just wait for technology to resurrect them. When you look at one of those antique maps, ink faded to sepia, the parchment curled at the edges, you can almost feel the hum of it, not as evidence of a conspiracy, but as a fossil of imagination. Tartary wasn't a lie. It was a mirror. It reflected Europe's fears, desires, and limits. and like all mirrors, the longer you stare into it, the more it stares back. By the dawn of the 18th century, the old mystery of Tartary was about to meet its slow death, not in battle, not in flames, but in bureaucracy, in borders drawn, treaties signed, and maps updated by men who preferred paperwork to poetry. It wasn't an erasure in the way myths like to imagine. No secret cataclysm, no forbidden knowledge sealed away by shadowy elites. It was something quieter, more mundane, and somehow more tragic. Tartary was about to be swallowed, not by time, but by empire. Let's set the stage. The year is 1721. Peter the Great has just declared the Russian Empire. He's reformed the army, modernized the navy, shaved the beards off his nobles, and built a brand new capital, St. Petersburg, on a swamp that would one day gleam like a mirror of Europe itself. Russia, once the frontier of the old Tartarian wilderness, now saw itself as its conqueror. And conquest, as Peter understood, was as much about naming as it was about fighting. Where the maps once said Tartaria, Russia began writing Siberia, Yakutsk, Omsk, Irkutsk. The empty spaces of imagination were replaced with administrative precision, governors, garrisons, and census records. You can almost hear the scratching of quills replacing the crack of hooves across the steppe. This was empire by cartography. For centuries, Europe had peered east and seen a void. Russia filled it with coordinates. And just like that, the last breaths of Grand Tartary disappeared under layers of ink and decree. But here's the irony. While the West's maps were losing their mystery, the lands themselves were as unknowable as ever. Siberia wasn't tamed. It was endured. Frozen rivers, taiga forests, mountains that chewed up expeditions and spat them out as legends. To the empire, it was a treasure chest of resources, furs, minerals, and later oil. But to the people living there, it was home. The native tribes, the Evenki, Buryats, Yakuts, and dozens more, didn't think of themselves as Tartarians or Russians. They were simply themselves, and yet, in the tidy world of European cartographers, they became footnotes to someone else's empire. Take a moment to picture a Russian expedition in the mid-17th century, trudging through snow so bright it hurts to look at. The air burns the lungs, the dogs pant steam. A Cossack officer marks a new river on a map, proud that he's bringing civilization to the wilderness. But behind him, an old shaman watches silently, knowing that the land doesn't belong to anyone who needs to draw it to believe it's real. That's how Tartary truly vanished, not by disaster, but by documentation. The Enlightenment had arrived, and mystery was no longer fashionable. The world had to be measured, categorized, and explained. A single romantic name like Tartaria didn't fit into that neat little system. It was too vague, too mythic, too medieval. By the early 19th century, Tartary lingered only as a kind of ghost word on maps, an anachronism that survived in outdated atlases or in the minds of travelers who still preferred fantasy to geography. You might find Chinese Tartary scribbled across what is now Xinjiang, or independent Tartary hovering somewhere over Kazakhstan, but it was already fading, the ink almost apologetic. What had once stretched across half the known world was reduced to a linguistic relic, an old world word for a world that no longer existed. But this quiet death of Tartary created a strange paradox. By removing the name, the empires of the 18th and 19th centuries thought they were clarifying history. In truth, they erased a mystery so thoroughly that, centuries later, people would come looking for it again, because that's the thing about erasure, it always leaves an outline. In the modern age, when digital archaeologists started poring over antique maps, The rediscovery of Tartaria didn't feel like uncovering a lie. It felt like uncovering a secret. Here was proof, they thought, that something immense had once existed and been scrubbed from the record. The irony? They weren't wrong about the erasure. They were just wrong about what was erased. It wasn't a hidden utopia or an advanced global empire. What disappeared was ambiguity itself, the willingness to admit we didn't know everything. The 18th century push for rational order, scientific mapping, and imperial control smoothed the rough edges of the world, and in doing so, it flattened mystery into history. Let's be clear, the loss of Tartary wasn't a conspiracy. It was a side effect of certainty, and maybe that's why its ghost haunts us still, because deep down humans don't actually like a world that's too explained. We crave wonder, we miss the blank spaces, so when we see Tartaria glowing faintly on an old parchment, we don't just see a name, we see a question. A whisper from the past asking, "What did you forget?" The collapse of Tartary wasn't a fall, it was a fade-out, a slow dimming of a word that once carried the vastness of the unknown. And the quieter it got, the louder the myth became. By the time Russia completed its imperial expansion across Asia, by the time the British, French, and Qing empires carved their pieces of the East, Tartary had been buried not under mud, but under maps. And centuries later, when people began brushing that dust away, what they found wasn't evidence of a lost civilization. It was evidence of our collective imagination still alive and searching. That is the strange beauty of this myth. Tartaria may never have been real in the way empires are real, but its death, its quiet bureaucratic burial, feels as monumental as any fall of Rome, because sometimes the end of mystery is its own kind of catastrophe. Chapter 3. The Great Erasure. Lost knowledge, world fairs, and the architecture of amnesia. Take a deep breath. We're leaving behind the dust of the steppe and stepping into marble, into the gaslit glow of the 19th century, because this is where the story of Tartaria is reborn. Not in Siberia, not on the maps, but in the imagination. Picture it. The year is 1893. The World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago. 200 white buildings rise like mirages along the lake, glowing in electric light. Domes, arches, columns, architecture so grand that people literally wept when they saw it. It looked ancient, impossible, like something from a forgotten golden age resurrected overnight. And here's the kicker. It was built overnight. A team of architects and laborers had thrown up that entire city in less than 2 years. They called it the White City. To the public, it was a triumph of modernity, but to later eyes it looked suspiciously like something else. Massive domed palaces, ornate fountains, obelisks, colonnades stretching into mist. It looked ancient, yes, but not Greek, not Roman. It looked out of time. Now fast forward a century. A man sitting at his computer zooms in on old photos of the fair. He pauses. He notices something strange. The buildings look far too advanced for their time, he thinks. Too perfect, too grand. And then he finds something even stranger. After the fair ended, almost every single building was demolished, burned, scrapped, gone. And that's how a new kind of myth was born. The idea that maybe, just maybe, these temporary structures weren't built at all, at least not by us. Maybe they were rediscovered, remnants of an older, erased civilization. A civilization called Tartaria. Let's be clear, the buildings were real. We have blueprints, records, payrolls, receipts for every brick. But the feeling, the awe they inspired, the eerie way they appeared and vanished, felt mythic. It tapped into something ancient in the human psyche. our suspicion that we've forgotten something big. And once that suspicion took root, it spread. Soon people began noticing Tartarian architecture everywhere. Those impossible domes in St. Petersburg, the Capitol building in Washington, the palace-like train stations of Paris, even the city halls of small American towns. Weren't they all too ornate, too advanced for their supposed era? The theory blossomed like ivy over ruins that maybe the 1800s weren't a time of invention, but of cover-up, that there had been a worldwide reset, a mud flood, a cataclysm that wiped out the old civilization and left humanity to rebuild amid the ruins. The world's fairs, in this view, weren't celebrations of modern progress at all. They were redecorations, a way to reintroduce a repurposed world, scrubbed clean of its true history. The fairs, the grand expos, were merely the unveiling ceremonies of a planet repainted. Now this is where skepticism and wonder collide, because if you look at those photos, you can feel it. The eerie stillness of early photography only adds to the illusion. Long exposures make crowds disappear. The buildings stand pristine, gleaming, deserted, as if waiting for a civilization that never returned. It's beautiful and unsettling and hypnotic. Even historians, with all their explanations, temporary plaster facades, neoclassical revival trends, technological optimism, can't quite dispel the dreamlike quality. It's too pretty, too deliberate. It feels like memory, not progress. And that's what makes the Tartaria myth so powerful. It didn't come from ignorance, it came from longing. Because by the 19th century, humanity had built machines that could fly, factories that could blot out the sun, and cities that swallowed nature whole. We had replaced mystery with machinery. But beneath the gears and soot, people were starting to feel something hollow, something missing. Tartaria filled that hole. It became the name for everything that seemed too beautiful, too harmonious, too purposeful to belong to the chaotic modern world. It was nostalgia in disguise, a yearning for an imagined time when architecture was sacred, when energy was free, when civilization felt like art rather than industry. Of course, the irony is exquisite. The people of the 19th century built those palaces themselves, but we, centuries later, look back and refuse to believe them capable. Maybe it's easier to believe in a lost utopia than in the idea that our ancestors simply cared more about beauty than we do. So imagine walking through that white city. The lamps hum softly. The canal reflects the moonlight. Music drifts from the pavilions. You hear the shuffle of dresses, the murmur of voices, the click of carriage wheels, and for a moment you can almost believe the myth that you've stumbled into the remains of a vanished empire, briefly resurrected for one last dance before fading again into legend. That's the strange charm of Tartaria. It doesn't matter if it's real. What matters is how it makes you feel, because beneath every conspiracy is a heartbeat, the desire to belong to something greater, to touch a truth the textbooks forgot to mention. And so, through the flickering gaslights of the 19th century, the dream of Tartaria returned, not in stone, but in spirit, not as an empire rediscovered, but as a memory resurrected. Let's be honest for a moment. Modern architecture doesn't exactly make the heart sing. Steel boxes, glass towers, angles sharp enough to injure your soul. Function over form, they say. Minimalism, efficiency, progress. But walk past an old courthouse or a crumbling railway station with columns carved like Roman temples, and suddenly something stirs. It feels like memory. Not your memory, but someone's. And that's exactly where Tartaria hides. in that emotional shadow between nostalgia and doubt. See, the 19th century didn't just give us new machines, it gave us new eyes. Photography froze the world for the first time. Urbanization made old beauty vanish beneath brick and smog. And as the industrial age thundered forward, the West began quietly rewriting itself, paving over not just landscapes, but the very story of civilization. This was the age of erasure disguised as progress. When old cathedrals were restored into shapes they had never been, when ancient city walls were torn down to make room for the future, when soot-blackened monuments were scrubbed and renamed, their histories conveniently rewritten for the age of reason. Historians call it modernization. Tartaria believers call it cover-up. Now, let's pause and take a breath, because this is where myth and history start blending like watercolor. The truth is simpler, but also sadder. It wasn't a conspiracy, it was forgetfulness. The 1800s were obsessed with the new: steam, glass, iron, materials that seemed to promise immortality. The faster technology advanced, the more the past looked like an inconvenience. When people demolished centuries-old buildings to make room for factories or boulevards, they didn't think they were erasing history. They thought they were improving it. But here's the paradox. Progress, when it moves fast enough, feels like amnesia. Imagine being a farmer's son in 1820, living in a cottage built by your grandfather, heated by the same hearth. Then picture your grandson in 1890, born under electric light, surrounded by locomotives, reading newspapers printed on machines that could churn out 1 million copies before breakfast. The pace of change was dizzying. The world your ancestors knew had disappeared before your own eyes. And when memory fades that quickly, even the truth starts to look like myth. That's why the great buildings of the 19th century seem suspicious to us now. They're too perfect, too ambitious, too permanent in an age obsessed with speed. To modern eyes, they feel like artifacts of a lost age, something inherited, not made. The Tartaria theory, in this sense, is less about deceit and more about disbelief. We don't believe we could have built something so beautiful in such a short span of time. And perhaps we're right, but not in the way we think, because that beauty came at a cost. It came from child labor, industrial soot, and the quiet suffering of millions who laid bricks, carved columns, and forged iron in furnaces hotter than the sun. It came from colonial wealth siphoned from distant lands. The marble glimmered, yes, but it glimmered on the backs of the exhausted. So when modern minds gaze at that architecture and whisper, "This can't be human," they're half right. It wasn't built by ordinary humanity. It was built by empire. But myths rarely linger on exploitation. They linger on wonder. That's what gives the Tartaria myth its endurance. It erases guilt and replaces it with awe. Instead of confronting how we gained that grandeur, we imagine inheriting it from some ancient, harmonious civilization. A world without conquest, without industry, without soot. A world that built for beauty's sake alone. That's the secret comfort of believing in Tartaria. It allows us to dream of innocence without the blood, to long for sophistication without the cost. And it's not entirely foolish, because beauty is suspicious in the modern world. Think about it. When was the last time a new building made you stop and gasp? When was the last time a city skyline felt like poetry instead of spreadsheet logic? We live in an age that worships utility and scoffs at ornament. So when people look at those domed cathedrals, those train stations like palaces, those impossible star forts etched into the earth, they don't just see architecture, they see meaning, they see intention. And maybe that's what we've lost, the sense that building could be an act of reverence. The Tartarian lens turns architecture into scripture. It whispers that every arch, every dome, every hidden basement tells a story too big to fit inside textbooks. And whether that story is real or imagined, it soothes a modern ache, the feeling that progress has traded wonder for efficiency. So next time you see an old photo of St. Petersburg shrouded in snow or San Francisco City Hall gleaming in filtered sunlight, look closer, forget the dates, forget the facts, and just feel it. The silence, the symmetry, the faint pulse of something grander than logic. That's the hum Tartaria leaves behind. The ghost frequency of a civilization that may never have existed, but still haunts us with the possibility that it did. And maybe that's enough. Maybe the myth survives not because it's true, but because it's beautiful. Because deep down, beauty itself has started to feel like a conspiracy. Here's the funny thing about lost civilizations. They always seem to resurface when technology changes. The printing press revived Atlantis, television revived the pyramids, and the internet, well, the internet resurrected Tartaria, not in dusty libraries or archaeological digs, but in image boards, YouTube videos, Reddit threads, and algorithm-fed rabbit holes that feel half like history class and half like lucid dream. If the 19th century erased memory through progress, then the 21st century resurrected it through curiosity. The internet, for all its chaos, gave the world a second archive, a place where forgotten photographs, misfiled maps, and half-remembered myths could find each other again. And that's where Tartaria thrived, among digital ruins. Let's be clear, no mainstream historian believes in the Tartarian Empire, but belief doesn't need credentials, it needs emotion. And online, emotion spreads faster than evidence. It starts small. Someone scrolling through antique photos finds an image of a half-buried building, its windows strangely below street level. They post it with a caption, "Mud flood? Hidden history?" Someone else comments with an old map labeled Great Tartary, stretching across half of Asia. Another user adds photos of star forts, geometric fortifications shaped like mandalas carved into the earth. Then someone else notices that the architecture of 19th century world fairs, domes, spires, impossibly ornate facades, seems eerily similar across continents. And suddenly, the pattern takes on life. A civilization that might never have existed begins to coalesce, not in ruins, but in pixels. It's fascinating to watch. The modern Tartarian myth isn't a single story. It's an ecosystem, a living organism built out of collective imagination. People piece together images, compare architectural styles, track supposed mud flood layers in Google Earth, and speculate about ancient technology, free energy, and global resets. And let's be honest, there's something soothing about it. It scratches the same itch that makes people organize puzzle pieces at 2 a.m. You start with fragments, photographs, engravings, forgotten buildings, and try to make sense of the world's dissonance. Why does history sometimes feel incomplete? Why do our cities seem to rest on older bones? Why does beauty feel borrowed? The Tartaria theory online isn't just conspiracy, it's therapy for disillusionment. See, we live in an age drowning in data, but starving for coherence. Billions of facts, timelines, and explanations float around like loose screws. But the more we learn, the less it feels like we understand. We've traded mystery for information, and somehow that doesn't feel like progress. Tartaria brings the mystery back. Scroll through its digital cathedrals, YouTube thumbnails of glowing domes and forgotten maps, and you'll see that what people crave isn't deception, it's wonder. The feeling that history still holds secrets, that maybe we haven't already found every answer, that maybe, just maybe, there's still magic left under the mud. And the internet, for all its cynicism, feeds that craving beautifully. Where old historians dismissed oddities as coincidences, the online world stitches them together with creativity. Star forts become energy hubs, domes become ancient power stations, mud floods become symbolic of global resets, metaphors for forgotten knowledge buried under modern noise. It's easy to laugh, but maybe we shouldn't, because behind every pixelated claim is something deeply human, the refusal to accept a world without mystery. The same impulse that made explorers sail off the map now makes people scroll through archives at 3 in the morning, chasing the ghost of a civilization that never left a skeleton behind. And there's something else, an aesthetic truth. Look at those old photos. The sepia skies, the faint haze, the impossible scale of those buildings. They feel dreamlike, like glimpses from another timeline where humanity built for eternity instead of quarterly profits. When people online say, "This architecture is too perfect to be from our timeline," what they're really saying is, "This feels like a dream I half remember." And that's what Tartaria has become, a collective dream stitched together from the past's photographs and the future's loneliness. Of course, the irony is delicious. The very technology that gave us infinite knowledge also gave us infinite uncertainty. The more we digitized our history, the more unreal it began to look. Old black and white photos uploaded at high resolution don't make history clearer. They make it stranger. The lighting, the shadows, the absence of movement, it all feels frozen, ghostly, like the world before electricity was somehow more alive. So when you see someone online connecting old city photos and whispering Tartaria, what you're witnessing isn't delusion, it's longing, a search for coherence, for the feeling that history isn't just progress and decay, but a cycle of remembering and forgetting. And isn't that what all civilizations do? They rise, they crumble, and then they return in imagination. Rome, Atlantis, Lemuria, Tartaria, each one a mirror reflecting not the past, but our hunger to belong to something grander than the present. In that sense, the internet didn't invent Tartaria, it simply gave it a voice, a new empire of whispers sprawling across servers and screens, where myths are immortal and disbelief is optional. Scroll long enough and you'll start to see why people stay. The posts feel soothingly repetitive. Arches, domes, star forts, mud floods, each image a little lullaby of lost grandeur. A bedtime story told by algorithms instead of grandfather. So maybe Tartaria isn't a place at all. Maybe it's what happens when memory and imagination meet in the glow of a computer screen. Half fact, half wish. The myth doesn't just say, "Look what we've lost." It says, "Look what we still want to believe." And that, perhaps, is the most human story of all. Let's pause for a moment, take a slow breath, and think about why people believe in things like Tartaria. Not in the mocking way you see on forums or documentaries, but really think about it. Why does the idea of a lost civilization hidden under our cities feel comforting? It's not stupidity, it's not gullibility, it's yearning. Humans, for all our cleverness, are wired for mystery. We're pattern-seeking animals, tracing meaning in the stars, in tea leaves, in the cracks of old maps. The unknown makes us restless, the known makes us bored, and between the two we spin myths that make life feel a little more meaningful. Tartaria lives in that space. It's not really about mud floods or star forts. It's about the suspicion, deep down, that the world we've been handed is incomplete, that someone, somewhere, has hidden something important, that maybe history isn't a straight line of progress, but a looping dream where civilizations rise, fall, and are forgotten not by accident, but by design. And honestly, that's not such a crazy thought. Think about how much of history you've forgotten personally. Think of everything humanity has lost to fire, war, vanity, or neglect. Libraries burned, languages erased, empires swallowed by desert and jungle. The dark ages weren't dark because nothing happened. They're dark because the light of memory didn't reach that far. So when someone looks at an ornate 19th century building and says, "I don't think we built that," they're not rejecting history. They're mourning it. They're mourning a world that seems to have misplaced its wonder. Let's be clear, modern life doesn't give us much mystery anymore. We have answers for everything, or at least the illusion of them. You can type any question into a search bar and get a dozen replies in seconds. But that convenience has a side effect. It kills the thrill of not knowing. And mystery, as it turns out, is essential to the human spirit. Without it, the world feels flat. That's where conspiracies slip in. They fill the void left by lost awe. When people say the elites hid the truth of Tartaria, what they're really saying is, I miss when the world felt magical. It's an emotional rebellion against boredom, a soft protest against a sterile universe made of facts but lacking enchantment. And here's the interesting part, it's not new. Every age invents its lost golden age. The Greeks dreamed of Atlantis, the Victorians romanticized Lemuria, the 20th century turned the Mayans into cosmic prophets, and now, in the digital age, we have Tartaria, an empire of dreams built on archives and algorithms. Each generation looks backward and imagines perfection because it's easier than imagining perfection ahead. We do it because the past is safe. It can't disappoint us anymore. Psychologically, belief in a hidden civilization like Tartaria scratches multiple itches at once. There's pattern recognition, the brain's love for connecting dots even when they don't belong together. There's narrative control, the soothing illusion that the world makes sense, that nothing happens by accident. And there's nostalgia, the bittersweet ache for a world that may never have existed, but should have. And then there's trust. Modern institutions, media, government, academia, have lost credibility with the public. When experts say, that's impossible, a growing part of the population quietly replies, so was flight once. The more closed and dismissive authority becomes, the more open people become to alternative voices whispering, maybe they're hiding something. It's not that people trust random YouTube channels more than historians. It's that the channels sound human, curious, skeptical, fallible. The voice of official history often sounds cold, certain, and patronizing. The voice of the Tartaria believer sounds like someone sitting beside you late at night saying, "Look at this, doesn't it make you wonder?" And wonder is addictive. Once you feel it, it's hard to go back to plain explanations. Even the act of believing, of piecing clues together, creates a small dopamine rush. It gives the believer a sense of purpose. You're not just scrolling, you're investigating. You're part of something big, something secret. It's empowering in a world that makes most people feel small and powerless. So the Tartarian myth becomes more than a theory. It becomes a community, a shared dream. People trade discoveries, maps, and theories not because they're delusional, but because it feels good to search together. The hunt becomes the reward. And in that sense, Tartaria isn't a symptom of ignorance. It's a symptom of loneliness. Think about it. The more connected we are online, the less connected we feel in real life. Cities are crowded but isolating. News is constant but disorienting. Our modern world gives us everything except belonging. And so, people build belonging out of mystery. Believing in a hidden past means believing in meaning itself, that we're not just floating through chaos, that someone somewhere once built something extraordinary, and maybe we can again. That's not conspiracy. That's hope in disguise. Of course, hope can be dangerous when it turns to dogma, when questioning becomes obsession, when imagination becomes paranoia. That's when the myth begins to rot, when every gap in knowledge becomes a plot, and every historian becomes an enemy. That's when wonder collapses into fear. But before that point, before the cynicism sets in, there's something oddly beautiful about it. People standing in awe before old cathedrals and asking, how did they do it? People digging through archives at midnight, convinced that history still has secrets. It's easy to mock that. Harder to admit that it's the same impulse that built science, art, and philosophy in the first place. Curiosity is the ember. Myth is just the smoke. So the Tartarian believers, in a strange way, are modern heirs to the ancient dreamers, the ones who stared at the stars and saw gods, the ones who saw order in chaos. They're not historians, but they are human. They want the past to matter. They want the present to make sense. And maybe that's why Tartaria lingers. Not because it's real, but because it feels right. In some deep, poetic way that logic can't quite dismantle. It tells a story not about what we've found, but what we've lost. And that's a kind of truth, too. As the night deepens, imagine those endless digital threads, thousands of people across time zones, glowing screens reflecting in tired eyes, all dreaming together of a civilization that never was. Maybe they aren't crazy. Maybe they're just homesick for a world that once felt full of wonder. Let's take a breath here. After all this talk of vanished empires and buried cities, it's time to do what the best historians always do. Look carefully, quietly, and without agenda. Because when you set aside the noise of the internet and really look at what's left of Tartaria, what you find isn't a conspiracy. It's something far more human, and somehow even more fascinating. The term Tartary was not a secret code name for a lost empire. It was a geographic placeholder, a cartographer's shrug. For centuries, Europeans simply didn't know what lay beyond the Ural Mountains or deep in the Siberian steppe. So they wrote Tartaria, like writing "Here be dragons," a kind of verbal fog to fill the blanks. The maps weren't evidence of an empire erased. They were evidence of ignorance being slowly replaced by exploration. And those grand old buildings, the ones people point to as proof of impossible architecture, they're very possible. Magnificent, yes. Impossible, no. The ornate city halls, cathedrals, and palaces of the 19th century weren't built by some forgotten super-civilization. They were built by humans with chisels, scaffolds, and a near-religious obsession with grandeur. The 1800s were a century drunk on ambition. Industrialization made iron, glass, and concrete cheaper than ever. Colonization and global trade poured wealth into Europe's cities. Architects looked backward to Greece, Rome, Byzantium, and Egypt, and then combined everything like over-enthusiastic chefs. The result was the neoclassical explosion, domes, columns, and marble facades that looked ancient but were brand new. That's why so many people mistake them for relics, because they were designed to look timeless. They were Rome in steel corsets, deliberate nostalgia built in brick and plaster. The world's fairs that fuel so many Tartarian videos, they were real, yes, and they really did look astonishing. Whole temporary cities of palaces, fountains, and gleaming towers that appeared overnight and vanished just as quickly. But they weren't cover-ups. They were theatre. They were the 19th century showing off. Most of those buildings were plaster over wood, not marble. They were meant to impress, not endure. When the fair ended, the facades were torn down or burned, leaving only photographs that today look eerily like the ruins of a forgotten world. No secret empire, just show business. And those famous mud flood buildings with their half-buried windows, they too have ordinary explanations. Cities sink, streets rise, over centuries as populations grow and roads are repaved. Layers of soil and stone accumulate. Old ground floors become basements. It's not mystery, it's maintenance. Yet it's easy to see why the illusion caught fire. Because even the real explanations, erosion, engineering, economics, are, in their own way, beautiful. The world doesn't need hidden magic to be miraculous. Consider this. The same roads once labeled Tartarian carried traders, nomads, poets, and conquerors across continents. Cultures met, clashed, and blended until identities blurred. What Europe called Tartary was not one empire but a kaleidoscope of peoples, Turkic, Mongol, Persian, Russian, Chinese, each with their own stories, languages, and gods. Out of their collisions came ideas, inventions, and art that shaped the world we still live in. The myth says Tartaria was erased. The truth is that it was never singular to begin with. It was many, and that's why it's hard to pin down. The steppe doesn't lend itself to borders. Empires there were fluid, waves of power that rolled across the grasslands and receded again. The Scythians, the Huns, the Mongols, the Khazars, they all rose, ruled, and vanished, leaving behind only fragments. To an outsider, that flux looked like a void. To those who lived it, it was life itself. And maybe that's where the misunderstanding lies. Western history loves walls and dates, beginnings, endings, dynasties. The steppe doesn't play by those rules. Its empires were seasonal, migratory, woven into the land and wind. If you expect pyramids, you miss the poetry. So no, there was no single global Tartarian empire, but there was a vast interconnected world of trade, culture, and movement that stretched from Europe to China long before globalization had a name. The Silk Road wasn't just silk, it was the internet of its day, transmitting not data but ideas. Buddhism, astronomy, metalwork, medicine, all passed through those dusty caravans. The real miracle isn't that something was erased, it's that so much survived, and yet debunking doesn't have to mean disappointment. If anything, it should make the world feel richer, because the truth is not dull, it's layered. The mud flood isn't proof of deception, it's proof of time. The ornate buildings aren't relics of a forgotten empire, they're monuments to human excess. The missing maps aren't evidence of suppression, they're artifacts of discovery. And here's the quiet irony. Even the myth itself is part of history now. The videos, the forums, the believers, they've become a digital folklore, our century's way of myth-making. Future historians might study us and say, they dreamed of Tartaria because they were tired of concrete. Maybe that's what keeps the story alive. Not deceit, but desire. The desire for mystery, beauty, and meaning in an age that feels too catalogued, too explained. Tartaria is less a conspiracy than a collective poem. One line written in frustration, another in wonder. And perhaps that's how we should leave it, gently. The myth and the truth coexisting like twin shadows cast by the same fire. The factual story of history's shifting frontiers and the emotional story of humanity's hunger for lost splendor. So the next time you pass an old building with buried windows or stumble across an antique map marked Tartary, don't roll your eyes. And don't fall into the rabbit hole either. Just pause, look, feel the weight of centuries pressing quietly under your feet. Real or imagined, every layer of that soil carries a story. Because whether it's called Rome, Babylon, Atlantis, or Tartaria, the dream of forgotten empires never really fades. It just changes shape, waiting for someone new to wonder. Chapter 4. The Eternal City. Why We Dream of Lost Civilizations. Take a moment, close your eyes, and imagine you're standing in the ruins of a city that never existed. The stones are warm beneath your feet. The air hums faintly with the echo of 1,000 unrecorded stories, and the wind brushes against carved columns whose builders' names were never written down. It's a dream, but somehow it feels truer than waking. That's the strange comfort of Tartaria. Even after we've picked apart the facts, even after the history books have closed the case, the idea lingers. The notion that somewhere, sometime, humanity built something magnificent, a civilization unified, enlightened, and then, inexplicably, erased. It's the same instinct that makes us search for Atlantis, or Lemuria, or the lost library of Alexandria. A quiet yearning that whispers, maybe we used to know more, maybe we were better once. And let's be clear, this isn't foolishness, it's longing. Believing in Tartaria isn't really about maps or mud floods. It's about something deeper, the ache for lost harmony, for order in the chaos of modern life. When we look around at endless screens, broken systems, and cynical politics, it's easy to imagine that somewhere in the past, people had it figured out, that there was a time when beauty and wisdom ruled, before we traded them for convenience. The myth gives that feeling a shape. Tartaria becomes a mirror for what we think we've lost, a golden age we can project our frustrations onto, a fantasy of unity against the fragmentation of the modern world. But here's the curious twist. Myths like Tartaria comfort us because they're out of reach. They can't be disproven in a way that satisfies the heart. The less we know, the more space the imagination has to wander. That's what myths do best. They thrive in the gaps, the shadows between facts. Think about how the story feels, not just what it says. Tartaria isn't told in sharp, factual sentences. It's whispered in forums late at night by people who sound more wistful than conspiratorial. They're not shouting about domination. They're sighing about what might have been. It's not paranoia, it's melancholy. The same kind of melancholy you feel walking through an abandoned building, seeing beauty and decay folded together. There's a paradox at the heart of this comfort. We know modern life is more advanced than any age before it, yet it rarely feels that way. We have the internet, medicine, spaceflight, instant communication, but we also have loneliness, burnout, and an undercurrent of loss. The myth of a vanished civilization fills that emotional void. It says, you're right to feel that something's missing. It's like nostalgia for a memory we never had, and in that sense, Tartaria isn't about the past at all. It's about the present, about how alien our own world can feel. The skyscrapers of glass and steel, the humming servers, the sterile symmetry of cities built for efficiency rather than awe. No wonder people scroll through photos of old domes, arches, and impossible cathedrals and feel something stir. Those buildings look like they remember something we've forgotten, so we call it Tartaria. We give the feeling a name. It's easier to believe there was once an age of grace that was stolen than to accept that beauty is fragile, and we let it slip away ourselves. But this comfort isn't all illusion. The belief itself reveals something profound about us. Humans are meaning-seeking creatures. When the world feels senseless, we create patterns to make it make sense. We weave stories over the noise, and in those stories, we find calm. Myths are our way of telling ourselves that the universe still has order, even if it's hidden. That's why so many people find peace in the idea of a lost civilization. It implies that knowledge, beauty, and balance aren't gone forever, just misplaced. It turns chaos into a temporary condition. And maybe that's why Tartaria caught fire in the digital age. The internet is chaos incarnate, 1,000 overlapping timelines, all screaming for attention. In that noise, the myth feels like a lullaby. It slows everything down. It says, once there was harmony. Once the world was whole. Now, whether that's true or not almost doesn't matter. What matters is the feeling it evokes, the quiet pull toward something larger, wiser, softer than the present. The myth becomes a kind of spiritual balm for an age that measures everything but meaning. Imagine yourself late at night, scrolling through photos of ornate ruins, strange domes, or cities half buried in snow. You feel that twinge, that recognition without memory. The beauty is haunting, not because it hides a secret empire, but because it reminds you that time erases, and yet somehow we still search for permanence. That search, that ache, is what keeps myths alive. They aren't about fooling ourselves. They're about coping, finding wonder again in a world that's forgotten how to dream. And maybe that's the greatest comfort of all. Tartaria might not have existed on a map, but it exists in us, in that quiet place between curiosity and longing, where we still hope that something grand and good once stood before the mud, before the noise, before the forgetting. If you really want to understand why Tartaria has captured so many imaginations, you have to stop asking what it was and start asking what it means. Because myths, like mirrors, don't just reflect the world, they reflect us. When people talk about Tartaria, they're not just discussing lost cities or forgotten empires. They're projecting themselves, their hopes, their doubts, their nostalgia, onto a blank canvas of the past. Tartaria becomes less of a place and more of a personality test for civilization. Think about it. To some, Tartaria represents a golden age of harmony and beauty, proof that humanity once lived in balance with nature and technology. To others, it's evidence of corruption and suppression, a story of truth hidden by elites and rewritten by victors. The same myth, two completely different reflections. It tells you less about history and more about what people want from it. And maybe that's the point. Tartaria isn't history. It's a Rorschach test for modern anxiety. We look into its cloudy waters and see what we most long for, or most fear. Let's be clear, myths don't survive because they're accurate. They survive because they're useful. They give shape to feelings that don't fit neatly into textbooks. They're how we process the gap between the world we have and the one we wish we had. The idea of a lost, enlightened civilization comforts us precisely because it suggests that the world wasn't always this complicated. That maybe, somewhere back in time, people figured out the balance between science and spirituality, between art and function, between progress and peace. And if they could, maybe we can again. That's why you'll notice something poetic in the way Tartaria believers talk. It's not just data or dates, it's reverence. They speak of architecture the way others speak of cathedrals. They trace maps like pilgrimages. They aren't just arguing for history. They're mourning for something sacred. You can see it in the fascination with architecture, the domes, arches, spires, and towers that dot the myth. These buildings feel alive, don't they? Too beautiful to be merely functional, too symmetrical to be accidental. When people say, "There's no way we could build this today," what they're really saying is, we don't build like this anymore. We don't fill our world with beauty unless it serves a profit. The myth becomes a critique of our own era, disguised as nostalgia for another. Tartaria, then, is the mirror we hold up to our own cultural amnesia. We scroll through pictures of palaces and fairgrounds, domes and star forts, and we whisper, "How did we forget to dream like this?" The myth reflects not a lost empire, but a lost aesthetic soul. There's something almost therapeutic about that reflection. Myths like Tartaria allow us to grieve, not for people we've lost, but for possibilities. They let us feel that our yearning for meaning isn't crazy, that maybe it used to exist, that maybe someone, somewhere, built a world that made sense, and maybe that's why Tartaria feels more mystical than menacing. Most conspiracy theories isolate people, make them suspicious of the world. Tartaria, strangely, connects them. It invites wonder instead of fear. It suggests that the past might still hold beauty waiting to be rediscovered. But reflection cuts both ways. Myths also reveal our blind spots. When people claim that all grand architecture must have come from a lost civilization, they sometimes overlook the real genius of the humans who built it. The artisans, masons, and engineers who left their fingerprints in stone. The myth honors beauty, but erases the hands that created it. It's a paradox. In searching for greatness, we forget the greatness already recorded, and maybe that's the truest mirror of all. We live in an age obsessed with rediscovery, yet blind to what's in plain sight. We chase mysteries across continents while ignoring the ones humming beneath our feet, the hidden systems, the forgotten craftsmanship, the quiet brilliance of ordinary people. Tartaria, then, tells us something we don't often admit, that we don't fully trust our own civilization. We sense that something's off, something hollow beneath all the progress. So, we project our doubt backward into the comforting distance of myth. In the reflection of Tartaria, we see ourselves, advanced yet uneasy, connected yet lonely, powerful yet perpetually nostalgic. It's less about whether an empire was erased, and more about whether we've erased our ability to feel awe. Maybe that's why the myth persists, because deep down, we're not really searching for proof of Tartaria. We're searching for proof that humanity still knows how to build something beautiful and believe in it. And if myths are mirrors, then maybe looking at Tartaria long enough isn't about finding truth in the past, but rediscovering it in the present, in the domes still standing, the dreams still lingering, the stories we keep retelling because they make us feel a little less small. So the next time someone mentions the lost empire, don't argue, just listen, because behind every myth is a whisper of what we wish were real. And sometimes that wish tells you everything you need to know about the people dreaming it. Every empire, no matter how radiant, tells the same quiet story, one of ascent, arrogance, and entropy. Rome, Egypt, the Maya, the Mongols, the British, the Ottomans, and if you believe the whispers, Tartaria. The names change, the rhythm doesn't. Civilizations are like tides. They rise with clarity, crest with confidence, and recede with denial. It's not failure, it's physics. Even stars burn out, and they're made of far sturdier stuff than marble or pride. So maybe that's why Tartaria lingers in our collective imagination, because it fits the pattern too well. A lost empire swallowed by time, a forgotten people erased by cataclysm, a name that once filled maps and now feels like a ghost. It's familiar, almost comforting in its tragedy. Let's be clear though, No empire believes it's the one that's going to fall. Every generation thinks it's special, unique, immune to collapse because it has better technology, more data, smarter systems. But arrogance, like gravity, pulls everything back to Earth. If Tartaria existed, if even a fragment of the legend were real, its disappearance would have followed the same script as every empire's twilight. The small cracks first, corruption, complacency, overreach, then the slow decay disguised as progress, and finally the quiet moment when the last flame flickers out and the world simply moves on. You can almost imagine it, the final days of a grand civilization, not with war or fire, but with exhaustion, merchants still trading, scholars still writing, architects still sketching impossible domes for clients who will never pay. The end doesn't always come with thunder. Sometimes it's a sigh. And here's the thing. We need myths like Tartaria because they remind us that our own civilization isn't exempt. It's a soft warning wrapped in wonder. The idea that maybe, just maybe, we've been here before. Towering cities, vast networks, unshakable certainty, and lost it all to hubris and time. You see, the cycle isn't just historical, it's psychological. We build, we forget, we rebuild. We burn libraries, then mourn the loss of knowledge. We pave over ruins, then spend centuries digging them up again. The pattern is maddeningly human. The Greeks had a term for this, anarchiklosis, the cycle of government and decay. Kingdoms become tyrannies, tyrannies become democracies, democracies collapse back into chaos. Wash, rinse, repeat. The myth of Tartaria just takes that ancient idea and stretches it across a planetary scale. And that's what makes it powerful, because deep down we know the pattern fits us too. Look at the ruins of any civilization, and you'll find the same fingerprints. Ambition, brilliance, greed, denial. The same stone roads leading nowhere. The same monuments built to outlast time, quietly losing that argument. Even today we build our towers of glass and steel, our data empires, our digital libraries with the same optimism that we're preserving knowledge forever. But maybe 1,000 years from now, someone will wander through our abandoned cities and ask the same question we whisper about Tartaria. Who built all this? Maybe that's why we're drawn to stories of collapse told in soft voices, because they allow us to grieve for what's inevitable before it happens. They help us process the strange truth that impermanence is not failure, it's the natural order. In that sense, Tartaria becomes a bedtime story for civilization itself, a reminder that we are temporary but not meaningless, that even in loss there's continuity. The ruins of one world become the foundations of the next. And if you look closely, you'll see that rebirth is always hiding inside decay. The Renaissance bloomed from the ashes of plague. The Enlightenment grew out of dark superstition. Even myths once dismissed are rediscovered as metaphors with new life. The cycle never ends. It only changes costume. So perhaps Tartaria isn't just about a lost civilization, but the eternal rhythm of creation itself. We build worlds, lose them, and then dream them again. Every myth, every ruin, every archive is a heartbeat in that endless pulse. Imagine standing at the edge of some forgotten city, moss creeping over marble, wind sighing through hollow windows, and realizing that this place once thought it was eternal too, that people once stood here, confident that their children's children would never forget their names. But the earth has other plans, and yet the beauty is in the persistence. Even in silence the stones whisper. Even when names fade, the patterns remain. Every fallen empire becomes a lesson written in dust, and every myth like Tartaria is the echo of that lesson, trying to reach us before we make the same mistake. History doesn't repeat exactly, but it rhymes in hauntingly familiar cadences. The trick isn't to break the cycle, it's to learn to hear the rhythm, to build with humility, to remember what was forgotten before, and to leave behind something that, even when buried, still hums with meaning. So when you hear the word Tartaria, don't roll your eyes. Listen to the rhythm beneath it, because that's not just a myth about the past. It's a lullaby for the present, and maybe a warning for the future. There's something irresistible about a mystery that refuses to die. You can debunk it, explain it, trace its origins down to the dusty corners of old libraries, but if it still feels like a secret, people will keep chasing it. That's the real magic of Tartaria. It doesn't survive because it's proven. It survives because it haunts. In a world that measures everything, categorizes everything, and leaves nothing ungoogleable, a mystery like Tartaria feels like a rebellion. It's a crack in the glass of certainty, a reminder that not everything is neatly archived in the cloud. Some things remain just out of reach, teasing, luminous, half-remembered. Let's be honest, the modern world isn't built for mystery. We live in an age of answers. Every question has a search bar waiting to solve it in half a second. And yet deep down, we miss not knowing. We miss wonder. We miss the feeling that the world is bigger than our understanding. Tartaria gives us that feeling back. It's a paradox. We're surrounded by more information than any civilization in history, and somehow we trust less of it. We have satellite maps of every mountain, street view of every alley, but we still find ourselves staring at old maps labeled Grand Tartary and thinking, maybe something's missing. Maybe history isn't as linear as it pretends to be, and who can blame us? The past is always a little blurry, like a photograph printed from a damaged negative. Historians do their best to fill the gaps, but even the most rigorous scholarship leaves shadows. Tartaria slips into those shadows, into the empty spaces between what we know and what we feel. There's also a quiet beauty in unanswered questions. They remind us that curiosity itself is a form of connection. When someone spends years digging through forgotten archives, zooming into grainy satellite images, or exploring the ruins of an abandoned palace, they're not just chasing facts, they're chasing wonder. They're trying to feel something vast and timeless, something that hums beneath the noise of everyday life. Tartaria gives people permission to believe that the world might still hold secrets. That's why even skeptics can't quite bring themselves to dismiss it entirely, because even if it's not true in a historical sense, it's true in a psychological one. It's the same impulse that made ancient people draw constellations in the stars, to impose meaning on the infinite and find comfort in the patterns. Imagine yourself walking through an old European city at night. The cobblestones glisten after rain. Gas lamps flicker against the carved faces of forgotten gods on building facades. You look up, and the skyline feels impossibly ancient. Arches, domes, and spires stacked like a dream you can't quite interpret. You don't know who built it. You don't need to. The mystery itself is enough. It's like hearing a song in a language you don't understand but somehow recognize. Tartaria lives in that feeling. The hum between knowing and not knowing. The soft echo of lost craftsmanship, the sense that time might be a loop and we're just tracing paths our ancestors already walked. And the irony is, the more we learn about history, the more mysterious it becomes. Every discovery opens 10 new questions. Every answer reveals how much we don't know. The ruins of Göbekli Tepe pushed back the dawn of civilization by thousands of years. The Antikythera mechanism rewrote what we thought the ancients could build. Maybe Tartaria doesn't exist, but the idea that civilizations rise and vanish, leaving traces we mistake for impossibilities, isn't so far-fetched after all. Even the skeptics, the scientists, the historians, they're chasing the same thing as the dreamers. They just call it research instead of mystery. But deep down, it's the same hunger to understand what came before, to find meaning in the ruins. There's a gentle wisdom in letting some mysteries remain mysterious. Not every story has to be resolved. Not every legend needs to be disproven. Some things are more beautiful when they stay slightly out of focus. Tartaria belongs to that realm, the twilight between history and imagination. Because here's the truth. Even if we mapped every ruin, deciphered every language, catalogued every artifact, we'd still find ourselves asking, what's missing? What did we overlook? What used to be here? And that question, that ache, is what keeps humanity moving forward. It's what drives us to explore, to create, to tell stories at all. Mystery, in a strange way, keeps us human. It reminds us that we don't control everything, that there are still edges to the map, and in a world that feels increasingly small, that's a comfort. So if you ever feel the pull of Tartaria, the urge to look at an old map and imagine lost cities under the soil, buried glass domes beneath the ice, vanished languages whispered through time, don't resist it. It's not foolishness, it's memory dressed as wonder. It's the part of you that still wants to believe there's more to the story, because there always is. Imagine drifting in that half-awake space between dreaming and memory, the kind where time doesn't quite make sense and faces blur into landscapes. That's what the myth of Tartaria feels like, a collective dream stitched together from ruins, half-forgotten books, and the quiet yearning that maybe, just maybe, humanity once built something beautiful and lost it. Not just an empire, but an idea. Tartaria isn't really about maps or mud floods. It's about longing. The longing for a golden age before the noise, before the smog, before the blinking lights of modern anxiety. A world where cities gleamed, not with plastic and neon, but with purpose. Where architecture felt alive, humming with mystery, where the air itself seemed to remember something divine. When people talk about Tartaria, they're really talking about home, a home they've never seen but somehow recognize. It's tempting, isn't it, to imagine that once there was a civilization so advanced it left behind the blueprints of paradise, smooth white marble gleaming under perpetual sunlight, towers spiraling toward the heavens, not in arrogance but in harmony, streets where water flowed instead of traffic, and knowledge wasn't locked in institutions but breathed like air. The myth whispers that maybe humanity peaked, fell, and forgot, and maybe we're just children trying to remember the lullaby our ancestors sang before the storm. Let's be clear though, Tartaria, as the internet tells it, probably didn't exist, but the feeling of it does. That's what matters, because myths are just dreams that cultures refuse to wake up from. They serve a purpose, especially in times like ours, when everything feels impermanent, synthetic, and accelerated. Tartaria slows the world down. It reminds us of the beauty of mystery, craftsmanship, and the sense that not everything has to be profit or progress. There's a kind of poetic justice in the way this myth took shape online, in the strangest corners of the internet. A digital ghost story for the digital age. Scroll long enough through photos of ornate buildings with impossible domes and buried windows, and you'll feel it too, that little flicker of awe. Even if your rational mind rolls its eyes, your imagination leans in. What if, it whispers, what if this really was part of something greater? The myth resonates because we're surrounded by ruins and don't realize it. The old train stations, the opera houses, the abandoned civic buildings with ceilings painted like cathedrals, they still stand, silent and out of place. They belong to an age that believed in permanence, in beauty as a civic duty, and compared to that, our world of glass and rectangles feels hollow. Tartaria becomes a name we give that feeling, the ache for artistry, for meaning carved in stone. But beneath the aesthetic nostalgia is something deeper, a memory not of buildings, but of belonging. When people say they erased Tartaria, what they're really mourning is the loss of connection, the sense that we were part of something coherent, meaningful, and vast. We feel fragmented now, nations arguing, truths dissolving, the past rewritten every week on social media. Tartaria becomes a symbol of unity we've misplaced, the dream that once we all spoke the same unspoken language, the language of creation instead of consumption. Maybe that's why the myth refuses to die. It's not a conspiracy, it's a yearning, a collective homesickness for a world that valued wisdom over noise. Whether it's a literal memory or a psychological echo doesn't matter. Myths like this are emotional fossils. They preserve what facts forget. If you strip away the maps and theories, what remains is something tender. The belief that we can do better, that humanity once built something sublime, not through domination, but through understanding, and that maybe we can again. It's less about recovering a lost empire and more about remembering how to build meaning into our world. And maybe, in a strange roundabout way, the myth is right. There was a flood, a metaphorical one, the flood of time, technology, and forgetfulness. It buried not cities, but attention. It drowned not buildings, but wonder. And now, through whispers of Tartaria, people are trying to dig it back up. Not the structures, but the feeling of awe they carried. Picture the end of the dream, an endless step at dusk. The horizon glows gold, and somewhere in the distance, faint towers shimmer through the haze. They're not ruins, not anymore, just echoes of possibility. You start walking toward them, though you know you'll never reach them. That's Tartaria, not a destination, but a direction, not history, but hope. And as you drift toward sleep, remember this. Every civilization is both a memory and a prophecy. What we imagine today shapes what we build tomorrow. So maybe Tartaria isn't behind us. It's ahead, waiting to be remembered not as a lost empire, but as an invitation to build again, but slower, kinder, wiser, to carve beauty into the world and mean it this time. Because deep down, that's all the myth ever wanted, to remind us that the most eternal things aren't marble or empire, but imagination itself. The quiet, persistent dream that we came from something extraordinary, and that we can still be. So now, as the story fades and the dream of Tartaria settles like evening mist, take a moment, breathe slowly, let the world around you grow quiet. The hum of the present softens, and for a brief, weightless instant, it feels as though time itself exhales. What have we really been chasing tonight? A vanished empire, a mystery hidden in maps and marble, or something smaller, quieter, something that hums inside us when we stare at old buildings and feel inexplicably that we've been here before? Tartaria may never have existed on any official timeline, but in another sense, it's never stopped existing. It lives in the empty plazas at dawn, when the light hits old stone just right, and the world feels ancient again. It lives in the symmetry of cathedrals, the curve of forgotten domes, the echo of a song hummed in a language no one remembers. It lives in us, the builders, the dreamers, the rememberers. And maybe that's the truth behind all forgotten civilizations. They never really vanish, they just move inward into the imagination. Every myth is a refuge, a way of saying, once we were capable of beauty. Once we remembered how to build with our hearts. So as you lie there now, listening to the quiet between sentences, imagine those impossible cities, half marble, half memory. The air is cool, the towers glow faintly, their reflections trembling in still water. Somewhere in the distance, bells ring, soft as wind chimes, a civilization asleep, waiting to be remembered. Let yourself drift there for a while, between the known and the forgotten, between myth and truth, between what was and what could be, because that's where Tartaria lives, not in the history books, but in the gentle space between waking and dreaming. The world outside your window may look ordinary, but beneath it runs the same current that built empires, painted ceilings, and told stories by firelight. It's the same desire to make meaning from the chaos, to leave something beautiful behind, even if no one remembers who built it. So rest easy. You don't need to solve the mystery tonight. You don't need to decide what was real and what was legend. Just breathe and listen. The past has a rhythm, slow and steady, like the tide, like a heartbeat. It's the sound of humanity remembering itself. Tomorrow the noise will return, screens, traffic, chatter. But tonight belongs to silence, to candlelight, to the soft pulse of an imaginary empire that refuses to die. Tartaria is gone, but also eternal, an echo across time reminding us that wonder is its own kind of truth. And as your eyes grow heavy, think of it this way. Maybe the greatest lost civilization isn't buried under mud or stone. Maybe it's the one inside us, waiting to be uncovered again. A world built not from power, but from awe. Good night, dreamer. Sleep well under ancient skies. And if you find yourself walking through those shining cities again, don't rush. Stay a while. The empire of imagination is always open. Hey guys, welcome back to the Sleep Atlas. Tonight, we're wandering into one of those stories that sits somewhere between history and myth, the kind that makes textbooks squirm but conspiracy theorists cheer. We're talking about the Anunnaki, the ancient gods of Mesopotamia, the so-called Great Ones, whose names have echoed for thousands of years. Now, before you picture little green men zipping around in flying saucers, let's be clear. The Anunnaki weren't dreamt up by modern sci-fi. They were very real to the people of ancient Mesopotamia, the Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians, who lived their entire lives believing these beings were watching, judging, and occasionally meddling in their affairs. These gods weren't distant. They weren't serene. They were moody, demanding, and sometimes alarmingly human in their behavior. But here's the twist. In the last few decades, the Anunnaki have been rebranded, plucked out of their ancient temples and repackaged as spacefaring engineers who supposedly created humanity. You've probably seen them pop up on late-night cable documentaries with dramatic music, or in corners of the internet promising that the truth is out there. On one hand, that's entertaining. On the other, it's a perfect reminder that myths are slippery. They change to fit whatever worries and wonders we carry. So tonight, I'm going to tell you their story. The real story, as much as we can piece together from clay tablets, broken myths, and a lot of scholarly head-scratching, we'll wander through the fields of Mesopotamia where ordinary farmers sweated under the sun, convinced that every harvest was a divine test. We'll meet kings who built entire cities just to brag that the Anunnaki approved of them. We'll listen to myths where gods squabbled, punished, and occasionally spared humanity. And yes, we'll peek into the modern fascination with aliens because apparently every ancient thing eventually gets abducted by sci-fi. But don't worry, this isn't a lecture. Think of it as a long, meandering nighttime walk through a world that feels both impossibly distant and strangely familiar. So, dim the lights, maybe pull a blanket a little tighter, and let's drift together into the land between rivers and gods. And before we begin, let me ask, what's keeping you up tonight? Let me know in the comments. I'd love to hear where in the world you're listening from. Settle in. Let's start at the beginning. Chapter 1. Life under the watchful eyes of the gods. Imagine yourself standing in the wide open plain of Mesopotamia, the land between the rivers, the Tigris to the east and the Euphrates to the west. The horizon stretches flat and endless, broken only by the shimmer of heat and the twisting bodies of those unpredictable rivers. The air is heavy, thick with dust and the smell of damp reeds. Somewhere in the distance, a donkey brays, and over all of it, an invisible weight hangs in the air, the belief that the Anunnaki are watching. To the people who lived here thousands of years ago, the rivers weren't just water, they were divine moods made liquid. A generous flood meant the Anunnaki were pleased, a drought meant they were angry, a sudden storm that flattened your barley fields. That was a cosmic tantrum, the gods reminding you who really ran the show. Every harvest, every illness, every successful birth or sudden death was interpreted as a sign that the Anunnaki were either blessing or punishing humanity. Daily life unfolded under this constant sense of scrutiny. Farmers trudged barefoot through muddy fields, wooden plows dragged by weary oxen. Every furrow cut into the soil was not just work, but an offering, an unspoken prayer that the Anunnaki would let the grain grow. Scribes bent over clay tablets in the shade of temples, scratching wedge-shaped symbols into wet clay, convinced that the gods valued their careful accounting of grain, beer, and taxes. Mothers tucked their children into reed mats at night with stories of Inanna and Enlil, half myth, half warning, because even bedtime carried reminders that the gods were keeping score. The landscape itself reinforced the idea. Towering ziggurats rose above flat mud-brick cities, stepped pyramids painted in bright colors that have long since faded. To climb one was to ascend closer to the heavens, to the Anunnaki who supposedly convened in their council chambers above. At the base, ordinary people shuffled forward with offerings, bowls of grain, jars of beer, bleating goats, hoping that their small sacrifice might earn a flicker of divine favor. And through it all, the question lingered. Were the gods ever satisfied? The answer, most of the time, was no. If the Anunnaki were pleased, life was merely tolerable. If they were displeased, life became unbearable. It was a kind of spiritual anxiety disorder written across an entire civilization, one that never let you forget that your fate was being judged by beings you couldn't see but definitely believed in. So here's the paradox of Mesopotamia and of the Anunnaki themselves. They gave people a framework to explain the chaos of life, but they also kept everyone permanently nervous. Imagine waking up every day knowing that your job performance review wasn't coming from your boss, but from a pantheon of unpredictable, immortal beings with the power to ruin your entire year. Comforting? Not exactly. Necessary? Absolutely. That was life under the watchful eyes of the Anunnaki, and it was only the beginning. Now that we've set the scene, the dust, the rivers, the nervous glances toward the heavens, let's lean into the daily grind of keeping the Anunnaki happy, because if there was one thing everyone in Mesopotamia agreed on, it was that the gods were needy. Think of the Anunnaki less like distant divine beings and more like an extended family of very spoiled aristocrats. They didn't simply exist in the background of your life. They were treated as if they lived right there in the city with you, lounging in temples that were really more like mansions stocked with food, drink, and endless attention. Priests fed the gods' statues elaborate meals. They clothed them in fine garments. They bathed them, sang to them, and even tucked them into bed at night with rituals designed to assure the gods that yes, they were adored. And here's the kicker, the gods didn't actually eat the food, wear the clothes, or drink the beer. The priests did, but in the logic of the time that was the point. The offering wasn't about literal nourishment, it was about respect, about demonstrating submission to the divine order. Imagine working all day in a scorching field, hauling baskets of barley, and then handing over a chunk of your hard-earned harvest to a temple where priests would cook it up in front of a golden statue. You didn't get to enjoy the meal, the gods did, or so you were told. This wasn't optional. Failing to make offerings wasn't just rude, it was dangerous. Skip your temple duties, and you risked angering a god who could retaliate with a bad harvest, a plague, or a flood. It was like living with an unpredictable landlord who might torch your house because you didn't bring them enough bread. And so, day after day, people dragged their grain, their livestock, their jars of beer, and their prayers into the temple courtyards, hoping the divine egos were stroked enough to leave them in peace. Markets reflected this cycle of giving and appeasing. Merchants sold incense imported from far-off lands, exotic woods for temple furnishings, and precious stones for idol adornment. Whole industries thrived not because people needed goods for themselves, but because the gods supposedly needed them. The economy of worship was real, and it was heavy. And then there were the rituals, constant, exhausting, and often bewildering. Priests performed chants, sacrifices, and ceremonies to interpret the gods' moods. Ordinary people had little say in the process. They simply trusted or feared that the professionals got it right. Was the river about to flood? Only the gods knew. Was a plague looming? Better pay for a ritual just in case. Imagine the anxiety. You might lose your family, your crops, your city, not because of something you did wrong in the field, but because a priest forgot to wash a statue properly before a ritual. This constant pressure shaped how people thought about themselves. You weren't just a farmer, a merchant, or a craftsman. You were a servant of the gods, and your work was always under review. The Anunnaki weren't the kind of bosses who praised your effort either. At best, they ignored you. At worst, they punished you for reasons you could never quite understand. And yet there was comfort too. As strange as it sounds, the ritual obligations gave life structure. There was a rhythm to the year, festivals, sacrifices, processions, moments when the whole city gathered together in noisy, colorful celebrations. For a while, the pressure of survival melted into shared relief. Beer flowed, music played, incense smoke curled into the sky, and people could convince themselves that the Anunnaki might actually be pleased for once. But make no mistake, the weight of worship was heavy. It pressed down on every meal, every harvest, every family gathering. It meant living in a world where you never really owned your life. You were always making payments upward, into the hands of gods who demanded much and explained little. Civilization, in other words, came with a permanent divine subscription fee. So when you picture Mesopotamian life, don't just imagine mud brick houses and busy bazaars. Picture the temples looming above everything, casting long shadows across the city. Picture priests bustling through courtyards, chanting prayers and carrying offerings. And picture the ordinary farmer at the gate, holding a bowl of barley with cracked hands, hoping that this small gift would keep the Anunnaki's attention fixed somewhere else. That was the weight of worship, a constant burden, heavy as the mud brick walls themselves, shaping every breath of life in the land between the rivers. If temples were the stage for grand rituals, then the family was where belief in the Anunnaki seeped into the most ordinary corners of life. From the moment you were born in Mesopotamia, you were wrapped in layers of tradition, law, and stories that all reminded you the gods were watching and you had better behave. Picture a household, mud brick walls enclosing a small courtyard with reed mats laid out for sitting and sleeping. The air smells faintly of cooking grain, sheep dung burned for fuel, and maybe onions sizzling in oil if the family was lucky enough to afford them. Life here was simple, cramped, and endlessly repetitive. Yet, hovering over every task, grinding flour, weaving wool, teaching children their chores, was the belief that the Anunnaki were present, judging not just cities or kings, but households too. Families were patriarchal, meaning the oldest male ruled the home, and his authority was framed not as personal power, but as divine order. Fathers were seen as enforcers of a structure that supposedly mirrored the cosmic hierarchy. Just as gods ruled over humans, men ruled over their families. Hammurabi's famous law code spelled this out with brutal clarity. Wives owed obedience, children owed respect, and failure to comply could bring harsh consequences. This wasn't just social convention. It was written into the laws that claimed divine backing from the gods themselves. Mothers carried their own weight, of course. They were the backbone of the household, weaving, grinding, managing food stores, raising children, and passing on the stories that glued the family's beliefs together. Bedtime wasn't a cozy session of fairy tales. It was an education in fear and respect. Children were told myths of Inanna descending to the underworld, of Enlil sending storms, of the Anunnaki judging souls in the afterlife. These stories weren't entertainment so much as early compliance training. The message was clear: live properly or the gods will notice. Children's lives reflected this constant training. Boys learned the family trade early, whether that meant trudging in the fields, selling goods in the marketplace, or, if you were very lucky, scratching cuneiform signs into clay tablets under the harsh eye of a schoolmaster. Girls learned weaving, cooking, and managing the household, roles that prepared them to keep the rhythm of worship alive in the next generation. Even play wasn't free of divine oversight. Children carved little clay figurines of gods and heroes used in games that blurred the line between fun and reverence. Faith wasn't just whispered in prayers, it was baked into family rituals. Before meals, small offerings of grain or beer might be set aside for the household gods. Amulets were hung by doorways to ward off demons. Protective charms shaped like little snarling figures were placed in bedrooms, especially near infants. Birth itself was wrapped in ritual. Women prayed to Ninhursag, goddess of fertility, to protect mother and child, while midwives muttered incantations to keep evil spirits away. From the very first breath, life was understood as a fragile gift, one that could be snatched away if the Anunnaki weren't appeased. And here's the thing, families weren't just private units, they were miniature reflections of the larger city and its hierarchy. Just as kings claimed authority from the gods to rule nations, Fathers claimed authority from the gods to rule homes. The same logic that justified empires justified bedtime discipline. Civilization and family structure grew up hand in hand, each reinforcing the other, all under the Anunnaki's restless gaze. Of course, within this strict system there were still moments of warmth. Picture a mother teaching her daughter how to weave, her hands guiding the thread through the loom. Picture a father showing his son how to plant barley, pressing the seeds into the soil with calloused fingers. Picture siblings squabbling in the courtyard, stealing figs, chasing each other until their laughter echoed against mud brick walls. These were human moments, timeless and familiar, lived out under the shadow of divine expectation. So when you think of Mesopotamian families, don't imagine cozy equality or freedom of choice. Imagine order, hierarchy, and obligation structured from the top down, from the Anunnaki themselves to the smallest child in the household. Family wasn't just family, it was a rehearsal for serving the gods, and every story told at bedtime, every offering laid out at a threshold, every whispered prayer before sleep reinforced the same lesson. The Anunnaki were always listening. That was family and faith in ancient Mesopotamia, woven so tightly together that you couldn't separate one from the other. Home was never just home. It was a microcosm of the cosmic drama played out every day under the eyes of gods who demanded order, loyalty, and obedience. If Mesopotamian families carried the rhythm of worship in their courtyards, then the cities themselves thundered with it. The soundscape of Mesopotamia wasn't just donkeys braying or merchants shouting. Woven through the daily hum was an undercurrent of sacred noise, constant reminders that the Anunnaki were never far away. Imagine walking barefoot across the packed dirt streets of Ur or Uruk, the air heavy with heat and dust. The first thing you'd notice rising above the chatter of the marketplace is chanting, long, steady voices carrying from the temple courtyards. Priests chanted hymns in Sumerian or Akkadian, their words flowing like the rivers themselves, steady, unrelenting, rhythmic. To the people listening, these weren't just words, they were incantations meant to keep the cosmic order intact. If the chanting stopped, who knew what chaos might break loose? Temples were alive with activity. Incense smoldered, releasing thick curls of smoke that clung to the air, sweet and sharp at the same time. The scent was meant to please the gods, but for ordinary people walking by, it was a reminder that the divine was close enough to smell. Lyres plucked their delicate notes in temple courtyards, drums pulsed with steady beats, and flutes added piercing tones that drifted across rooftops. To us, it might sound like music. To them, it was more like maintenance, a sound system designed to keep the Anunnaki pacified. And it wasn't just priests who contributed to the sacred soundscape. Festivals turned entire cities into orchestras of devotion. Imagine crowds gathering for a procession, voices rising together in chants, bells clanging, animals bellowing as they were led toward sacrifice. The ziggurat loomed above it all, terraces echoing with footsteps as priests climbed higher to offer food, drink, and prayers to the gods at the summit shrine. From miles away, travelers could hear the echo of music, the low murmur of thousands of voices, and know they were approaching a city where gods were fed daily like pampered royals. But the sounds weren't always grand. Sometimes they were intimate and unsettling. Picture a priest muttering over the body of a sick child, reciting spells to chase away spirits. Picture whispered prayers at dusk, entire families speaking softly into the night air as oil lamps flickered. Picture the hush that fell when an omen was announced, the crowd quieting to hear the words that might decide whether the gods were pleased or furious. In these moments, sound wasn't background. It was the bridge between humans and the Anunnaki. The irony is that these sounds, sacred chants, booming drums, whispered prayers, blurred together with the noise of the city. A donkey braying outside a temple, a merchant shouting about his wares as priests sacrificed a goat, children laughing while incense smoke rose into the sky. The sacred and the ordinary overlapped constantly, like two melodies played at the same time. For Mesopotamians, there was no separation between daily life and sacred life. Every sound was part of the same chorus, one directed at keeping the gods content. So, when you imagine Mesopotamia, don't just picture silent ruins or dusty tablets in a museum. Picture a city alive with sound, chanting voices echoing from ziggurats, music rising from temples, prayers whispered in homes, markets buzzing with life. And beneath it all, the steady, unsettling hum of belief, the sense that every sound you made was heard, judged, and recorded by the Anunnaki. That was the soundscape of Mesopotamia, sacred and ordinary, human and divine, blending into one endless hymn beneath the gaze of restless gods. So far we've walked the fields, stepped into homes, and stood in the courtyards of temples. But if there's one thread tying all of Mesopotamian life together under the watch of the Anunnaki, it's struggle. Not dramatic Hollywood-style struggle, more like the constant grinding kind. The kind that wears you down day after day until survival itself feels like an act of worship. Imagine yourself as an ordinary farmer, standing ankle-deep in a muddy canal, sweat dripping into your eyes as the sun beats down. The water that gives life to your crops also threatens to destroy them, either by flooding too much or not enough. You dig ditches, patch walls, and mutter prayers, hoping Enki might spare you this season. Your back aches, your hands blister, and still the work never stops. Each seed you plant is not just a gamble with the soil, it's a plea to the gods. Or imagine being a craftsman, hunched over a clay tablet, shaping wedge-shaped marks into wet clay. Maybe you're writing receipts, tallying debts, or recording temple rations. The work is tedious, your teacher strict, your mistakes punished. And yet, every stroke of your stylus feels like part of something bigger. You're not just tracking grain, you're participating in a divine system where the Anunnaki themselves are imagined to weigh human worth in records and decrees. Disease lurked in the background too. Cities were crowded, hot and filthy, and illness spread quickly. If someone in your family fell sick, you didn't think of germs, you thought of angry gods or lurking demons. Maybe it was punishment, maybe it was bad luck, maybe both. Priests muttered incantations over the feverish burned incense and offered sacrifices. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. Either way, you believed your life was being tallied by powers you couldn't see. And then there was the simple, unshakable anxiety of living in a land where nothing stayed stable for long. Floods, droughts, raids from neighbors. Every threat felt like it came with divine approval or divine neglect. You might work tirelessly, live faithfully, and still watch your field wash away overnight. It's no wonder that Mesopotamian myths constantly circle back to the same themes. Humans struggling, gods displeased, chaos always around the corner. But within that struggle, there was resilience. People endured. They dug new canals after floods, rebuilt homes after raids, prayed louder after disasters. Families bound themselves tightly together. Neighbors leaned on one another in the marketplace, and communities clung to rituals that gave their world meaning. The Anunnaki may have loomed like stern overseers, but the people found ways to keep living, laughing, and even celebrating in the cracks between their hardships. So, when you picture Mesopotamia under the eyes of the Anunnaki, don't imagine endless golden fields or carefree abundance. Imagine sweat-soaked tunics, cracked hands, and weary faces that still lifted toward the ziggurat at dawn. Imagine humanity trying, failing, and trying again, all while believing that somewhere, far above or deep below, the Anunnaki were watching, measuring, and deciding their fate. That was the human struggle. A constant effort to carve order out of chaos, meaning out of hardship, and survival out of a world that felt forever precarious. And in that struggle, civilization itself was born. Chapter 2. The Gods Who Ruled the Skies and Earth. If life in Mesopotamia felt like a constant test, then the examiners were the Anunnaki. These weren't gentle guardian angels or abstract philosophical ideas. They were the great gods, beings who sat at the very top of the divine food chain, descended from the union of Anu, the Sky Father, and Ki, the Earth Mother. To the Mesopotamians, the Anunnaki weren't distant background characters. They were judges, enforcers, and supervisors, always peering down like cosmic landlords who never forgot to collect rent. The word itself, Anunnaki, has a heaviness to it, something that sounds like it should be whispered by torchlight. Ancient scribes described them as the 50 great gods, though their numbers shifted depending on which city you asked. Some texts placed them in the heavens, others in the underworld. In either case, their role was clear. They were the arbiters of fate, the beings who decided whether you lived to see another harvest or whether your name would vanish into dust. Picture it like a cosmic council chamber. Anu presides as the lofty patriarch of the skies, his authority absolute, but his personality distant. He isn't the kind of god you chat with about personal problems. He's the one who sets the tone, like a CEO you've never met, but whose name sits on every memo. Beneath him, Enlil, god of air and storms, is the enforcer, a figure as feared as he was respected. He could bless the land with life-giving rain or flatten it with violent winds. His moods were the weather forecast. Ea, or Enki, the clever god of wisdom and water, often played the role of fixer, the one who bent the rules when the council's decisions were too harsh. Ninhursag, the mother goddess, embodied fertility and nurturance, though even she could be stern when humanity overstepped. The Anunnaki weren't imagined as serene or harmonious. Their council was more like a divine courtroom full of debates, rivalries, and power plays. They were the ones who weighed the fates of kings and commoners alike. If a ruler conquered a rival city, it was because the Anunnaki permitted it. If a plague swept through the streets, it was because the Anunnaki had signed off on the punishment. Their decisions rippled down into every corner of daily life, from the canals of farmers to the palaces of kings. And while ordinary people couldn't see them directly, their presence was everywhere. Every temple inscription invoked their names. Every prayer carried their authority. Every law code claimed their approval. Kings ruled not because of military might alone, but because they claimed to be chosen by the Anunnaki. To question their power was to question the gods themselves, and that was a career-ending move, if not a life-ending one. So, when you picture Mesopotamian religion, don't imagine a single figure like Zeus hurling thunderbolts or a kindly creator painting the skies. Imagine a boardroom full of moody, powerful beings, each with their own agenda, each wielding immense influence over humanity. Some offered guidance, some unleashed terror, and all demanded constant recognition. The Anunnaki were both the architects and the auditors of civilization, and their signatures were stamped on everything that survived from Mesopotamian life. They weren't just gods in stories. They were the living framework of reality, the background hum of existence. and under their watchful eyes, humanity took its first halting steps into what we call civilization. If the Anunnaki were the great gods of Mesopotamia, then their stories were the epic sagas that gave life meaning and, frankly, kept people both entertained and terrified. These weren't bedtime tales meant to lull you to sleep. They were cautionary dramas about power, mortality, and what happens when you cross the wrong god on the wrong day. Take Inanna, also known as Ishtar, the goddess of love, war, and everything messy in between. Her most famous story is the descent into the underworld. Imagine her striding into the shadowy realm ruled by her sister Ereshkigal, Queen of the Dead. But there's a catch. At each of the 7 gates she passes through, she must remove an item of clothing or jewelry. By the time she arrives before her sister, she's stripped bare, not just physically, but of her power and protection, and the Anunnaki, acting as judges in the underworld, condemn her. She's struck down, lifeless, and the world above begins to wither without her presence. Only through divine trickery and intervention does she return, but not without a price. Her lover, Dumuzi, is dragged down to take her place for part of the year. It's a story about death and rebirth, about the cycles of fertility and decay, but also about how even the mightiest goddess isn't immune to the stern judgments of the Anunnaki. Then there's Enlil, the god of storms, whose power was as unpredictable as the weather he ruled. In one tale, he decides humanity has become too noisy. Seriously, that was their crime, just existing too loudly, and pushes for their destruction. You can imagine a farmer shaking his head at this, muttering, "We break our backs in the sun, and still the gods complain we're too chatty." But it wasn't just petty annoyance. The Anunnaki gathered as a council to decide humanity's fate, and their verdict carried the weight of life and death. Enki, the god of wisdom and water, often acted as a counterbalance. He was the sly one, slipping humanity a lifeline when the other gods turned cruel. He whispers secrets to mortals, helps heroes survive floods, and generally makes sure that civilization doesn't collapse entirely under the divine equivalent of poor management. His rivalry with other Anunnaki, especially when their decrees seemed harsh, created the tension at the heart of many myths. Without him, the stories would end a lot sooner, usually with humanity wiped off the map. The Anunnaki didn't just sit around in myths as background figures. They were portrayed as active enforcers of cosmic law. They're described as judges in the underworld, weighing the souls of the dead. They show up in tales as the arbiters of fate, determining whether kings succeed or fall. To the Mesopotamians, this wasn't abstract philosophy. It was how the universe worked. The Anunnaki weren't just on the stage. They were the directors, the critics, and occasionally the executioners. And then, of course, there's the divine drama. Rivalries, betrayals, and power grabs weren't unique to human kings. The Anunnaki mirrored the squabbles of earthly rulers. They fought, negotiated, sulked, and occasionally unleashed chaos on a cosmic scale. Every myth reinforced the idea that the universe was not run by serene, detached beings, but by temperamental gods with very human flaws. So, the mythic storylines of the Anunnaki weren't simple tales. They were the scripts by which Mesopotamians understood their place in the world. When you planted your crops, you remembered Inanna's descent. When storms raged, you muttered prayers to Enlil. When you needed a glimmer of hope, you looked to Enki. These stories explained why life was fragile, why the gods were fickle, and why survival always felt like it balanced on the edge of divine whim. If Mesopotamian myths were the great campfire stories of their day, then the Epic of Gilgamesh was the full-length box set, multi-season, full of drama, cosmic cameos, and the occasional existential crisis. And tucked into this saga, just behind the swagger of Gilgamesh himself, you find the fingerprints of the Anunnaki. They weren't the stars of the show, but they were always present, quietly pulling strings, stamping judgments, and reminding humanity who was really in charge. Gilgamesh, king of Uruk, is portrayed as 2/3 divine, 1/3 human, a math equation that somehow worked in Mesopotamian mythology but would make your high school algebra teacher sweat. Despite his divine heritage, he still lived under the gaze of the Anunnaki. His strength, his ambition, even his arrogance, all of it was tolerated but not entirely unchecked. The Anunnaki weren't about to let one man, no matter how mighty, get away without consequences. Take his quest for immortality. After the death of his companion Enkidu, Gilgamesh is swallowed by grief, staring mortality in the face, and in that grief he sets out to find Utnapishtim, the Mesopotamian Noah, the one mortal granted eternal life after the great flood. But here's the twist. Utnapishtim's story is inseparable from the Anunnaki. It was they who decreed the flood to wipe out humanity, annoyed once again by our collective noisiness. It was they who sealed the fate of countless villages, and it was Ea, sly Ea, who bent the rules by whispering to Utnapishtim, helping him survive in a boat loaded with animals. Without that divine trickery, there would be no flood hero, and thus no quest for Gilgamesh to undertake. When Gilgamesh finally finds Utnapishtim, he's told in no uncertain terms that immortality isn't for him. The Anunnaki themselves had decreed it. When the gods created man, they allotted him death, but life they retained in their own keeping. That line is essentially the fine print of existence. Humanity got the mud bricks, the barley, the back-breaking labor. The gods kept immortality for themselves. Tough luck. Even the great adventures within the epic, slaying Humbaba, guardian of the cedar forest, or killing the bull of heaven after Inanna sends it to punish him, circle back to the gods' involvement. The Anunnaki weren't background noise. They were the referees, deciding when Gilgamesh had crossed a line and when his hubris deserved punishment. The death of Enkidu, for instance, is the direct result of divine judgment. The Anunnaki convene and decree that one of the pair must die for their defiance. Enkidu becomes the casualty, and Gilgamesh, for all his divine strength, can do nothing but weep and rage. What's remarkable is how these stories resonate with us even now. The Epic of Gilgamesh isn't just about a king wrestling lions or digging canals. It's about humanity's oldest anxieties. Why we die, why we suffer, and why no amount of wealth or power can change those facts. And standing behind those anxieties are the Anunnaki, like cosmic administrators who handed humanity its most dreaded memo. Life ends, always. So, as Gilgamesh wandered deserts, scaled mountains, and crossed seas in search of eternal life, he wasn't just wrestling with his own fears. He was wrestling with the verdict of the Anunnaki, a verdict no mortal could ever overturn. His story wasn't just a king's adventure. It was a parable about the boundaries set by the gods and the futility of trying to break them. And in the end, Gilgamesh's great realization wasn't that he could cheat death, but that he couldn't. His city, his walls, his legacy, those would endure, not his body, which, ironically, is exactly what the Anunnaki seem to want. Humanity striving, building, suffering, and remembering, but never escaping. Civilization itself, with all its mud, sweat, and noise, became the immortality humans were allowed. If you've ever heard the story of Noah's Ark, you might think it's unique. One righteous man, one enormous boat, a zoo crammed 2 by 2, and a god who decided humanity needed a hard reset. But here's the thing, Long before the Bible put pen to parchment, Mesopotamia had already told its version. Several versions, in fact, and at the center of everyone, like judges sitting in an endless board meeting, were the Anunnaki. The earliest version we know comes from the Atrahasis epic. In this story, humanity isn't destroyed because of sin or even bad manners, but because of noise. Yes, noise. Apparently, humans were just too loud for the gods to get a decent night's rest. Picture the Anunnaki sitting in their divine chambers, grumbling like cranky landlords. These humans won't stop partying, yelling, clattering around with their plows. Enough. So they decide to wipe the slate clean. First they try droughts, then plagues, then famine, but nothing seems to stick. Humanity, stubborn as ever, bounces back. Finally, the Anunnaki pull the ultimate lever, a flood to drown every last village. Rivers swell, storms rage, and the land sinks beneath walls of water. Humanity is meant to vanish, a failed experiment erased by divine decree. But one god doesn't quite play along. Enter Ea, clever, cunning, and a little too sympathetic toward mortals for his own good. He whispers a warning to Atrahasis, a man chosen not for his holiness but for his usefulness. Build a boat, Ea advises, and not just any boat, a giant vessel sealed with pitch, stocked with food, and loaded with animals. Atrahasis obeys, and when the waters rise, he and his cargo survive, bobbing above the drowned world like the last ember of human life. A later version of the story appears in the Epic of Gilgamesh, where the survivor is called Utnapishtim. The details are eerily familiar: divine anger, whispered instructions, an ark, a flood, and birds sent out to find dry land. Sound familiar? It should. The echoes between these Mesopotamian tales and the later biblical flood story are too strong to ignore. Scholars argue endlessly about who borrowed what, but one thing is clear: Mesopotamia wrote the first draft of humanity's greatest flood myth, and in every draft, the Anunnaki are central. They sit in council, they bicker about humanity's fate, and when the floodwaters finally cover the land, they're portrayed in almost comic relief, huddled together, terrified by the very storm they unleashed. Some tablets even describe them as starving, deprived of the offerings that humans usually provided. Without people bringing bread, beer, and incense, the gods themselves were suddenly cut off. The flood, in other words, was as inconvenient for them as it was catastrophic for us. The flood stories reveal something essential about how Mesopotamians saw the Anunnaki, as powerful but flawed, terrifying but needy. They could annihilate the world on a whim, yet still panic when their own survival was threatened. They were less like all-knowing deities and more like moody overlords with too much power and not enough foresight. For the people who told these stories, the message was clear. Humanity existed at the mercy of forces it could never control. Floods could sweep away entire harvests overnight. Droughts could starve villages. Life was precarious, fragile, and unfair. By embedding those anxieties into myth, the Mesopotamians made sense of the chaos. The Anunnaki weren't just random forces of nature. They were personalities you could bargain with, flatter, or, if you were lucky, find an ear to outwit on your behalf. And maybe that's why the flood myth has lasted so long. It resonates with the most basic human fear, that everything we've built, everything we've struggled for, can be washed away in an instant. The Mesopotamians wrapped that fear in the story of divine judgment, a story so powerful it sailed forward through time, carried on clay tablets, copied into scripture, and retold for millennia. So the flood wasn't just water rising, it was a story of humanity's fragility, the gods' capriciousness, and the desperate hope that someone, anyone, might survive to start over again. If you've ever sat through a corporate meeting where everyone jockeys for credit, interrupts each other, and tries to outdo the boss, congratulations, you already understand Mesopotamian divine politics. Because the Anunnaki, for all their cosmic authority, were basically the original middle managers of the universe, constantly bickering, scheming, and pushing their agendas. Let's be clear. The Anunnaki weren't serene, enlightened beings sitting in eternal harmony. They were more like a council of city-states writ large. Each had their turf, their loyalties, and their grudges. When they gathered, it wasn't kumbaya around the celestial campfire. It was more like a landlord's association deciding how much rent to raise while secretly planning who to stab in the back at the next vote. Take Enlil, for example, the storm god, known for being both immensely powerful and immensely irritable. He's often depicted as the one pushing for harsh judgments, floods, plagues, the occasional smiting. If you had to assign him a modern role, he'd be that boss who always thinks the best solution is fire half the staff and never sticks around to clean up the mess. Then you've got Ea, or Enki, the god of wisdom and water, who often played the role of the office saboteur. Whenever Enlil wanted to wipe out humanity, Ea would sneak behind his back, whispering to mortals like Atrahasis or Utnapishtim. He wasn't rebellious enough to stage a coup, but he was crafty enough to bend the rules. Think of him as the co-worker who nods along in the meeting, then quietly emails the client with a completely different plan. And of course, Inanna, also known as Ishtar, the goddess of love, war, and chaos incarnate. She didn't just play politics, she was politics. One moment she's seducing rivals, the next she's unleashing the bull of heaven on Uruk, because Gilgamesh bruised her ego. If the Anunnaki had a group chat, you can bet Inanna was the one sending messages in all caps at 3 a.m. This divine drama mirrored human politics almost perfectly. Kings invoked the Anunnaki to justify their wars. Priests claimed to interpret the gods' wishes, usually in ways that happened to benefit their city. When two cities fought, it wasn't just about irrigation canals or trade routes. It was framed as their gods battling too. The human squabbles were just the earthly reflection of celestial office politics. What's fascinating is that the Anunnaki weren't portrayed as flawless rulers. They were prone to jealousy, anger, and terrible decision-making. They punished entire populations for petty grievances. They feasted on offerings while mortals starved. They demanded loyalty, but offered little security in return. Sound familiar? That's because the people who invented these myths knew exactly what it felt like to live under rulers who acted the same way. The gods were a cosmic mirror of their kings, only with bigger egos and the ability to drown the world when annoyed. And yet this chaos wasn't just accepted, it was baked into the worldview. For Mesopotamians, the divine council was messy because life was messy. The Anunnaki didn't represent a utopia, they represented reality, unpredictable, unfair, and exhausting, but also the only system anyone knew. So the next time you picture Mesopotamian religion, don't imagine calm temples and peaceful hymns. Picture a smoky back room, gods arguing over humanity's fate, each angling for influence while pretending to act for the greater good. That was the drama of divine politics, and it shaped every flood, famine, and fleeting moment of human survival. Chapter 3: Myths, Mysteries, and Alien Theories. Before we dive into modern theories about aliens with laser beams building ziggurats, let's ground ourselves in how the people of Mesopotamia themselves actually understood the Anunnaki. Because for them, these weren't space visitors or sci-fi saviors. They were the very fabric of existence. The Anunnaki were the great gods, descended from Anu, the sky, and Ki, the earth. They weren't casual background deities. They were the stern judges, the cosmic accountants of fate. Picture them sitting on a celestial council bench, scribbling down humanity's behavior like the universe's first HR department, except the performance reviews were terrifyingly final. They decided who lived, who died, and how the world ticked. But here's the twist. They weren't abstract. They were woven into every corner of daily life. A farmer digging an irrigation canal didn't just worry about weeds or floods. He worried about whether the Anunnaki were pleased with his offering of grain. A merchant weighing silver in the bazaar wasn't just concerned about fair trade. He wondered if the gods of fate were tallying his honesty. The Anunnaki weren't far away. They were breathing down your neck in every deal, every harvest, every storm cloud on the horizon. Temples were their houses, but also their workplaces. Priests acted as caretakers, feeding the statues daily meals, dressing them in embroidered garments, and bathing them in ritual purity. Imagine treating a carved stone figure as if it were your very picky, very powerful roommate who might throw a tantrum if dinner was late. That's the relationship Mesopotamians had with their gods, equal parts reverence and anxiety. The Anunnaki's role stretched beyond the fields and temples. They were tied to fertility, justice, and even the underworld. In some myths, they sit as judges in the realm of the dead, weighing the shadows of human lives like bureaucrats processing endless paperwork. Not exactly a comforting image, but then again, Mesopotamian religion wasn't about comfort. It was about explaining a world that was dangerous, unpredictable, and constantly shifting. And the rituals reflected that. People poured out libations of beer, laid down offerings of bread, burned incense, and sang hymns to keep the divine machine running. Festivals were not just moments of joy, they were mandatory maintenance on the cosmic engine. Skip a ritual, anger a god, and suddenly your canal might collapse or your child might fall sick. So when we talk about the Anunnaki, the ancient understanding wasn't glamorous, it was anxious. These weren't benevolent guardians handing out blessings. They were moody overseers, cosmic bosses whose whims dictated survival. And humanity's job was simple, if exhausting. Keep them fed, keep them clothed, keep them entertained, and maybe, just maybe, they wouldn't ruin your week. In other words, the Anunnaki were less about lofty spirituality and more about survival management. They reflected the world their worshippers lived in, harsh, unstable, unpredictable, but impossible to ignore. So let's clear the fog a bit. When we talk about the Anunnaki, what do we actually know from the ground? What's been dug up, baked in clay, and translated by bleary-eyed archaeologists squinting at wedge-shaped cuneiform? Because while modern theories tend to leap straight into sci-fi territory, the ancient sources are both more grounded and, in some ways, more fascinating. The word Anunnaki itself pops up across thousands of years of Mesopotamian texts, from Sumerian myths to Babylonian epics. These weren't obscure fringe deities whispered about in one dusty tablet. They were front and center, woven into the very structure of Mesopotamian religion. They appear in the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation story, their judges in underworld texts, their name dropped in royal inscriptions, invoked as divine witnesses to treaties and curses. If you lived in Mesopotamia, you would have heard their names the way we hear the law or the government. Archaeologists have unearthed thousands of cuneiform tablets that mention them. Some are myths, some are hymns. Others are dry administrative lists where the Anunnaki show up as the divine recipients of offerings, bread, beer, livestock, and occasionally the odd luxury good. Imagine seeing your gods listed alongside taxes in a spreadsheet carved into clay. That's how real they were to the people of the time. Visually, the evidence is trickier. Unlike Egyptian gods with instantly recognizable animal heads, the Anunnaki weren't locked into one iconography. Sometimes they're represented as human-like figures in elaborate robes with horned crowns, a symbol of divinity. Other times, they're mentioned collectively, more as a divine council than as individuals with distinct faces. Reliefs from places like Assyria show gods flanking sacred trees, holding ritual objects, or hovering in winged forms. Whether every winged figure should be read as Anunnaki is debated, but what's certain is that these divine images were meant to remind worshippers of cosmic hierarchy, gods above, humans below, no exceptions. Then there are the ziggurats themselves, the massive step temples that dominated Mesopotamian skylines. While we can't slap a label on the bricks reading Anunnaki headquarters, the texts make clear these structures were dedicated to them and their kin. Priests, trained scribes, and entire economic systems revolved around the upkeep of these temples. Archaeological digs at Ur, Uruk, and Babylon show storehouses stuffed with offerings, workshops producing ritual goods, and courtyards where processions would wind past colossal altars. These weren't quaint little shrines, they were institutions, part Wall Street, part Vatican, part government office, all in the name of gods like the Anunnaki. Of course, the tablets don't answer every question. They leave gaps. Frustrating gaps that modern minds love to fill with speculation. Did the Anunnaki descend from the heavens in some dazzling moment of contact? The texts never say that. Did they genetically engineer humans in a laboratory? No mention. What they do say is that the Anunnaki were the arbiters of fate, the enforcers of divine will, and the ever-watchful overseers of human existence. They're described as present in the underworld, as the ones who decree destinies, and as an assembly that even other gods had to respect. The challenge and the beauty of the archaeological evidence is that it roots the Anunnaki firmly in the ancient imagination without giving us neat answers. What survives is clay, dry, cracked tablets that were once wet mud in the hands of scribes. Reliefs chipped out of palace walls, broken statues that once carried offerings, the echoes of rituals performed in smoke-filled courtyards. The Anunnaki live on through these fragments, like a puzzle with half the pieces missing, and maybe that's why they remain so compelling, because the evidence is enough to prove they were central to Mesopotamian life, but not enough to fully explain them, which leaves space, too much space, for centuries of speculation, from serious scholarship to, well, let's just say, less serious theories about alien overlords building irrigation canals. Now, here's where things take a sharp turn from dusty tablets to late-night cable television. For thousands of years, the Anunnaki lived quietly in broken clay fragments and forgotten ziggurats. Then the 20th century rolled around, and suddenly they were recast as cosmic engineers from another star system. The gods of the underworld became astronauts, and the myths of Mesopotamia were rebranded as ancient history's greatest cover-up. The name most associated with this reimagining is Zecharia Sitchin, a writer who in the 1970s published a series of books claiming that the Anunnaki weren't just gods. They were extraterrestrials from a mysterious 12th planet he called Nibiru. According to his interpretation of Sumerian texts, these beings came to Earth hundreds of thousands of years ago, mined gold to repair their failing atmosphere, and genetically engineered humanity as a labor force. Essentially, humans are the original interns in someone else's cosmic business plan. Sitchin's book sold like hot bread in a Mesopotamian market. They tapped into a cultural moment when UFOs, space exploration, and Cold War paranoia made alien narratives irresistible. His Anunnaki weren't just mythic figures. They were proof, he claimed, that our origins weren't entirely our own. The gods of Sumer weren't metaphors, they were visitors, technicians, and in some versions, slave masters. And conveniently, they promised to return someday, which gave the whole story a nice mix of biblical prophecy and sci-fi cliffhanger. From there, the Anunnaki leapt into popular culture. They became staples in documentaries, internet forums, video games, and conspiracy theories. You've probably seen them lurking in the background of the History Channel's Ancient Aliens, their horned crowns swapped for astronaut helmets in digital recreations. They pop up in books arguing that ancient architecture, the pyramids, Stonehenge, Machu Picchu, was the handiwork of godlike beings with advanced technology. Never mind that the Sumerians never claimed their ziggurats were rocket launch pads. The imagery proved too enticing for modern imaginations. The Anunnaki as aliens theory has sticking power because it blends two irresistible ideas, that the gods were real and that humans didn't climb the ladder of civilization entirely on their own. It offers mystery, grandeur, and, let's be honest, a touch of flattery. Because if aliens engineered us, then clearly we're special, or at least somebody's favorite experiment. Of course, historians and archaeologists roll their eyes hard enough to sprain something when these theories come up. There's no tablet that says, by the way, we came from planet Nibiru. There's no evidence of spaceports in Ur or genetic labs in Babylon. The texts talk about floods, fate, rituals, and divine councils, not interstellar travel. But for many people, that's part of the fun. The gaps in the evidence are fertile ground for imagination, and Sitchin's Anunnaki filled those gaps in a way that captured millions of readers. It's worth pausing, though, to ask why. Why did the Anunnaki, of all the gods in human history, become the poster children for alien theories? Why not the Greek Olympians, or the Norse pantheon, or the Aztec deities? Partly it's because Mesopotamia is so old. These myths stretch back to the dawn of writing, which makes them feel like they contain hidden truths, the first draft of humanity's story. And partly it's because the Anunnaki were always portrayed as remote, judgmental overseers, an image that lends itself easily to the idea of superior beings from elsewhere. So, in the modern imagination, the Anunnaki have been rebranded, no longer just the moody gods of grain and flood. They're star travelers, geneticists, and absentee landlords of Earth. Whether you buy it or not, you have to admit, it's a heck of a career change for a bunch of ancient underworld judges. So, let's weigh the scales. On one side, we have archaeologists with dirt under their fingernails, carefully piecing together tablets baked 5,000 years ago. On the other, we have modern storytellers claiming the Anunnaki were gold-mining astronauts with a taste for human DNA. Which side is right? Well, that depends on whether you prefer your history served with clay dust or with tinfoil hats. First, the debunking side. Professional Assyriologists, those are the folks who actually read cuneiform, not just squint at it until it looks like spaceships, are nearly unanimous. The alien Anunnaki theory has no basis in the texts. The tablets describe gods with human emotions, divine councils, underworld judges, and mythic battles. They don't describe rocket launches, orbiting planets, or genetic splicing. The so-called translations used by Sitchin and his followers are, to put it gently, extremely creative. Imagine reading a cookbook, ignoring the ingredients list, and deciding it's actually a secret guide to time travel. That's about the level of scholarship we're talking about. Historians also point out that Mesopotamian myths are not unique in describing gods coming from the heavens or shaping humanity. Nearly every culture personified natural forces, storms, floods, fertility, death, as divine beings. The Anunnaki fit neatly into this pattern. Their role as overseers of fate and cosmic order makes sense in a world where rivers could make or break your survival overnight. They were not literal engineers from outer space. They were metaphors dressed in horned crowns. And yet, here's where the believing side makes its case, not necessarily because the evidence is strong, but because the allure is irresistible. People love mysteries. We love the idea that official history only tells part of the story, and we especially love the idea that ancient civilizations had secrets we can barely comprehend. The Anunnaki as aliens theory scratches all those itches. It takes the gaps, the missing pieces in the archaeological record, and fills them with rockets, DNA labs, and interstellar empires. And let's be honest, the official scholarly version isn't exactly sexy. The Anunnaki were stern gods who oversaw the underworld and enforced cosmic order doesn't exactly sell 1 million paperbacks. The Anunnaki were aliens who built humanity as their labor force and promised to return. Now that gets you a book deal, a History Channel interview, and a lifetime supply of conference invitations. What's fascinating is how both sides talk past each other. Scholars insist, rightly, that there's no evidence for aliens. Believers insist, also rightly in their own way, that the mysteries of Mesopotamia leave plenty of room for speculation. And between those poles, the Anunnaki themselves sit in silence, their names carved into clay, waiting for us to argue over them. Maybe that's the real takeaway here. Not whether they were gods, judges, or astronauts, but the fact that the Anunnaki are still sparking debate thousands of years later. They're still being reinterpreted, reshaped, and reimagined to suit the anxieties and fascinations of every age, whether that's Bronze Age farmers worrying about floods, or modern readers worrying about aliens in the night sky. So are they aliens? Almost certainly not. Are they fascinating? Absolutely. And in the end, whether you lean on the side of clay tablets or cosmic spaceships, you're participating in the same tradition the Mesopotamians started, using stories to make sense of a world that always feels a little bit out of our control. Here's the thing, whether you side with the cautious archaeologists or the ancient astronaut crowd, one fact is undeniable. The Anunnaki have staying power. Thousands of gods have come and gone, their names forgotten, their temples reduced to rubble, but somehow the Anunnaki still loom in our imagination, stubbornly refusing to fade. Why? What is it about this particular group of deities that continues to haunt us? Part of the answer lies in timing. The Anunnaki belong to the very earliest chapters of human history. When we talk about them, we're not just talking about some late add-on to mythology. We're talking about gods that walked hand in hand with the invention of writing, cities, and law. They're baked into the foundations of civilization itself. To imagine them is to imagine the dawn of human organization, when the rules of existence were still being scribbled on clay for the very first time. That alone gives them an aura of primordial authority. Another part is their personality. Unlike distant creator gods who retreat into the heavens after making the world, the Anunnaki were meddlesome. They judged, they punished, they demanded offerings. They were nosy landlords of human destiny, constantly keeping score. And let's be clear, that resonates because it feels familiar. Who hasn't felt like life is governed by forces beyond your control, demanding rent, setting impossible rules, and punishing you when you fall short? The Anunnaki embody that eternal human anxiety that someone powerful is watching and that your fate is never entirely your own. Then there's the modern twist. Once writers like Sitchin recast them as aliens, the Anunnaki slipped neatly into our age of science fiction. suddenly they weren't just gods in dusty temples. They were interstellar overlords, genetic engineers, perhaps even visitors who might return. That storyline dovetails perfectly with our cultural obsessions, UFO sightings, government cover-ups, the dream that humanity's origin story has a cosmic footnote. The Anunnaki became flexible enough to serve both the skeptic and the dreamer, the scholar and the conspiracy theorist. But maybe the deepest reason they captivate us is because they stand at the intersection of myth and mystery. They are ancient enough to feel weighty, mysterious enough to feel open-ended, and human enough to feel relatable. They bridge the gap between the world we know and the world we suspect might exist just beyond our understanding. Whether as gods, symbols, or aliens, the Anunnaki invite us to ask big questions about control, destiny, and the possibility that humanity isn't entirely steering its own ship. And so they linger on broken tablets in dusty museums, on the shelves of UFO bookstores, in memes, podcasts, video games, and documentaries. They've outlived the cities that once worshipped them, and they'll probably outlive our own stories too, because the Anunnaki aren't just gods of the underworld, they're gods of imagination, and that, in the end, might be the only immortality any deity truly needs. Chapter 4. Legacy, Splendor, and Echoes in Time. If you were a Mesopotamian king, life wasn't just about managing crops or worrying about canal maintenance. That was for everyone else. Your main job, besides bragging in stone, was to convince people that the Anunnaki were firmly in your corner. Ruling wasn't just politics, it was theater, and the Anunnaki were the ultimate stage props. Step into the palace of a Babylonian ruler and look at the walls. Carvings show the king standing tall, flanked by divine symbols, winged discs, horned crowns, stars etched above his head. These weren't decorative doodles, they were bold advertisements. The message was simple: I don't just rule because I say so, I rule because the gods, the Anunnaki themselves, have given me the keys to the kingdom. If anyone dared question it, well, they weren't defying just a man, they were defying the cosmic order. Not exactly a comfortable position to be in. And then there were the temples. Massive ziggurats weren't simply for piety, they were political assets. Kings poured resources into these towering mud brick staircases to heaven, dedicating them to the Anunnaki as if they were paying off a divine mortgage. Each new level added, each gleaming brick was another way of saying, see how devoted I am? Clearly the Anunnaki love me more than the guy ruling next door. Priests, of course, benefited handsomely from this arrangement, receiving offerings, land, and workers, all in the gods' names. Kings and priests together formed a kind of divine PR firm, endlessly reminding everyone that their power flowed straight from above. Rituals, too, were carefully choreographed to spotlight this connection. The king might be shown pouring libations to a statue of a god or personally leading a festival procession. Behind him trailed nobles, musicians, soldiers, and ordinary citizens, all participants in a drama where the king was both actor and messenger. The Anunnaki's presence was invoked at every step, their supposed approval stamped onto the very structure of civic life. Of course, it wasn't all incense and hymns. Kings also invoked the Anunnaki in their darker pronouncements. Inscriptions often came with curses attached. Whoever defaces this monument, may the Anunnaki destroy his seed, wither his fields, and turn his name to dust. Nothing like a little cosmic threat to keep people from messing with your statues. The Anunnaki became both benefactors and enforcers, tools for rulers to extend their grip long after their actual armies had gone home. To the elite, the Anunnaki were less distant deities and more political allies. Their approval justified expansion, conquest, and the construction of monumental architecture. Their names adorned treaties, their authority sealed laws, and their imagined presence loomed over courts and councils. Ordinary Mesopotamians might have seen the Anunnaki as stern judges of fate, but for kings they were a brand, one you invested in heavily because without it your power was just another mud-brick palace waiting to crumble. And so when you think of Mesopotamian splendor, banquets with honey cakes and music, dazzling gates covered in glazed brick, kings reclining in luxury, remember that every goblet raised was, at least on paper, raised in honor of the Anunnaki. The gods were everywhere, woven into the very fabric of elite life, both as protectors and as the ultimate marketing department. Let's step outside the palaces for a moment and see how different life looked depending on where you stood in Mesopotamian society. Because while kings and nobles could commission inscriptions boasting about their cozy relationship with the Anunnaki, ordinary people experienced those gods in very different, far less glamorous ways. Start with the farmer. He rises before dawn, trudges barefoot through mud, and pours out a portion of his precious grain as an offering. That handful of barley might be the difference between feeding his family through the week or going hungry, but the ritual isn't optional. The Anunnaki need to be kept happy, or at least not too angry, and so sacrifices are made. For him, the gods are stern overseers whose moods swing with the floods, the plagues, and the weather. His prayers are not about glory or legacy. They are desperate petitions for rain, for healthy crops, for the survival of his children. Now step into the temple courtyard. Here, priests oversee elaborate offerings, roasted lamb, beer poured into bowls, incense rising in aromatic clouds. Nobles and kings show up too, parading gifts of gold and silver, dedicating massive feasts in the gods' names. On the surface, it looks like everyone is worshipping the same deities, but the scale is entirely different. Where the farmer gives a clay bowl of bread, the king gives an entire bull. Where the laborer prays for enough water to survive the season, the ruler prays for divine sanction to conquer a neighboring city. Same gods, very different wish lists. And that's the irony. The Anunnaki were invoked as protectors of the entire community, yet the experience of worship was stratified. For the elite, ceremonies doubled as political theatre. A grand feast for the gods also reminded the crowd who had the wealth to host it. Statues clothed in embroidered robes weren't just signs of piety, they were signs of power, gifts only rulers could afford to lavish. The gods, in other words, could be co-opted into a luxury brand. For ordinary people, the relationship was more anxious, even exhausting. You lived in constant fear of offending the divine, often through mistakes you didn't even understand. Did you skip a ritual unknowingly? Did a bad dream mean you had angered a god? The Anunnaki were less symbols of splendor and more reminders of how small, fragile, and vulnerable your life was. While kings used the Anunnaki to justify authority, you used them as insurance, however unreliable, against catastrophe. So picture the contrast. In the palace, banquets lit by oil lamps, honey cakes dripping with syrup, nobles reclining as musicians play, the king raising a jeweled cup to the gods. In the commoner's home, a dim reed fire, a bowl of barley porridge, children sleeping on mats while parents whisper prayers that the river won't flood that night. Both acts are framed as honoring the Anunnaki, but the emotional reality could not be more different. And yet, this inequality was accepted because it was dressed in the language of religion. If the Anunnaki had chosen to bless the king with riches, then clearly the king deserved it. If a farmer struggled, well, perhaps he had failed to please the gods properly. Religion became the great explainer of inequality, smoothing over cracks by wrapping them in divine will. The gods, it seemed, loved hierarchy just as much as kings did. That divide between the opulence of elite worship and the bare-bones devotion of ordinary people reveals something profound about Mesopotamian civilization. The Anunnaki weren't just deities of the skies and underworld. They were instruments of power woven into the daily grind of survival for some and the dazzling spectacle of glory for others. Nothing lasts forever, not even gods. For centuries, the Anunnaki dominated Mesopotamian imagination. They judged in the underworld, presided in temples, and loomed over every prayer, curse, and clay tablet. But slowly, quietly, they began to fade, not because people suddenly stopped believing in gods altogether, far from it, but because new powers, new empires, and new religions rolled in, sweeping the old names into the shadows. It began with conquest. Mesopotamia was never an isolated bubble. It was a crossroads where Persians, Greeks, and eventually Romans stamped their own cultures onto the land. Each wave of rulers brought new pantheons, new rituals, and new myths. The Anunnaki, once the unquestioned arbiters of fate, were slowly blended, reshaped, or outright replaced. A Babylonian might once have whispered prayers to Inanna or Enlil, but by the time of the Persians, attention shifted toward Ahura Mazda. Later, under Hellenistic influence, Greek gods elbowed their way into local imagination, blending awkwardly with the old Mesopotamian figures. The Anunnaki became echoes, half-remembered names tucked into older hymns and inscriptions, less feared than they once were. Even in the myths, they began to shrink. In the earliest texts, the Anunnaki were grand, mighty judges of humanity, controllers of storms and harvests. But later, their roles were downplayed, reinterpreted, or demoted. Some became minor underworld deities, their names appearing only in lists or rituals, stripped of personality. Others were absorbed into the identities of more dominant gods like Marduk, who rose to prominence in Babylon. It's as if the divine stage grew crowded, and the Anunnaki were pushed to the background, while new stars took the spotlight. Part of their decline came from the simple fact that memory is fragile. Myths were preserved on clay tablets, but those tablets broke, crumbled, or were buried under centuries of dust. Without scribes constantly rewriting and teaching them, names slipped away, and when temples fell into ruin, when ziggurats melted back into mud, the rituals that once kept the Anunnaki alive dissolved too. Gods require worshippers. Without daily offerings, songs, and fear, even the most intimidating pantheon becomes just a whisper in old stories. Yet their influence didn't vanish completely. Biblical writers remembered Babylon and its gods, often casting them as symbols of arrogance or oppression. Later cultures hinted at shadowy beings who sounded suspiciously like the Anunnaki, stern judges, watchful figures, half-remembered echoes of older myths. But their names, once shouted in temple courtyards, became faint murmurs in academic footnotes and archaeological reports. Imagine walking through the ruins of Ur or Babylon centuries after their decline. The great ziggurats are crumbling, reeds sprouting between broken bricks. Once bustling courtyards are silent, save for the wind. The statues of gods are toppled or eroded, their once bright garments long since rotted. To stand there is to feel the silence of forgotten worship, a silence where the Anunnaki once thundered. And yet there's a strange comfort in that silence. Even the gods, it turns out, are subject to time. They too fade, replaced, rewritten. The Anunnaki's decline is a reminder that nothing, no matter how powerful it seems, escapes the erosion of centuries. Their temples collapsed, their names blurred, but the idea of them lingers, proof that even when the divine fades, memory holds on, however faintly. The Anunnaki may have faded from temples and clay tablets, but they never disappeared entirely. Instead, they slipped sideways, out of daily worship and into memory, myth, scripture, and eventually pop culture. In some ways, they're more famous today than they were in the last days of Mesopotamia, though not always for reasons a Sumerian priest would recognize. Let's start with the Bible. The Hebrew writers who lived through exile in Babylon didn't forget the overwhelming presence of Mesopotamian gods. They may not have name-dropped the Anunnaki directly, but echoes of their imagery crept in. The Watchers, described in certain apocryphal texts, the Nephilim, giants said to descend from divine beings, carry a suspicious resemblance to older tales of moody gods and semi-divine figures. The story of the Tower of Babel itself feels like a faint shadow of the ziggurats, those stairways to the heavens where priests once claimed the gods descended. Babylon became a symbol of arrogance, sin, and divine punishment. But behind that symbol lurked the forgotten faces of the Anunnaki. Fast forward a few millennia, and the Anunnaki were dusted off, not by priests or kings, but by authors with a taste for the mysterious. In the 20th century, writers like Zecharia Sitchin gave them a brand new identity, not just gods, but aliens. According to his theory, the Anunnaki were advanced beings from another planet, here to engineer humanity as a labor force. Never mind that Mesopotamian texts say no such thing. This reimagining stuck, feeding directly into the world of ancient astronaut theories. Suddenly, the Anunnaki weren't forgotten deities of grain and underworld judgment. They were interstellar overlords with spaceships, genetic labs, and a taste for gold. Do scholars roll their eyes at this? Absolutely. Archaeologists point out that Sumerian inscriptions mention plenty of gods, but none of them arrive in rockets or dabble in DNA splicing. Still, the theory has traction because it taps into a deep human itch, the sense that our past hides secrets, that civilization began not just with mud and sweat, but with some kind of hidden intervention. The Anunnaki, rebranded as cosmic engineers, became perfect fodder for late-night documentaries, YouTube rabbit holes, and endless speculation about what if. And it didn't stop with conspiracy books. The Anunnaki found their way into movies, video games, and novels. They appear as shadowy gods in fantasy series, as alien overlords in science fiction, as mysterious powers in role-playing games. Their very name carries weight, ancient, strange, vaguely menacing. You don't even need to know who they were to feel a flicker of intrigue when you hear it. It's ironic, really. In Mesopotamia, the Anunnaki were feared as judges, overseers, the divine middle management who ensured humanity never forgot its place. Today, they're debated in podcasts, plastered across memes, and occasionally turned into boss battles on a PlayStation screen. From temple chants to digital avatars, that's quite a career arc for a pantheon. But here's the bigger question. Why do they still haunt us? Why do people, thousands of years later, still turn to the Anunnaki as symbols of hidden knowledge, ancient power, or cosmic conspiracy? Maybe it's because they embody both sides of human imagination, the sacred and the strange, the myth and the mystery. They were never gentle gods. They were moody, demanding, unpredictable. In that sense, they feel closer to us than the serene, distant gods of later traditions. They remind us of a time when the divine was messy, imperfect, and perhaps a little terrifying. And in that imperfection, they remain endlessly fascinating. So whether you see them as forgotten deities, misunderstood myths, or interstellar overlords with questionable management skills, the Anunnaki endure. They're still here, not in temples of mud brick, but in our stories, our media, our restless curiosity, and maybe that's their real legacy. Not the rituals of the past, but the questions they leave us with in the present. So here we are, at the end of a long walk through the world of the Anunnaki. From their thunderous presence in Mesopotamian temples to their quiet afterlife in pop culture, they have proved to be more than just forgotten gods. They are a mirror of how humans explain the unexplainable, manage fear, and weave stories to make sense of chaos. Think about what the Anunnaki represented to the people who first told their stories. They were the ones who judged the living and the dead, who decided whether floods would come, who weighed the worth of humanity day after day. They were terrifying, yes, but they were also familiar. They quarreled like humans, demanded food and drink like humans, punished and forgave like humans. In their flaws, they reflected the world of their worshippers. Life in Mesopotamia was harsh, unpredictable, and full of petty dramas, so naturally their gods were too. Fast forward to today, and the Anunnaki still serve the same role, just in a different costume. Some people see them as symbols of divine mystery, others as aliens with secret blueprints for human evolution, others as archetypes of forgotten myths. But underneath those interpretations is the same impulse, the need to believe that our world is not random, that there are forces, whether gods, aliens, or fate, shaping our story. And here's the irony. In searching for the Anunnaki, what we really uncover is ourselves. Our hopes, our fears, our longing for meaning. Whether in temple hymns, clay inscriptions, or late-night conspiracy videos, the Anunnaki are less about the gods and more about the humans who imagined them. They tell us that from the very beginning, we've been restless. We've wanted answers, we've wanted control, and when the rivers of life flooded or dried, we looked upward, to the sky, to the gods, to the stars, and tried to explain it. So why do they still haunt our imagination? Maybe because they embody the uneasy truth of civilization, that progress comes with anxiety, that knowledge comes with questions we can't quite answer, that power, whether divine or human, is always precarious. The Anunnaki remind us that even at the dawn of history, people wrestled with the same feelings we carry today: awe, fear, wonder, doubt. And as you drift into sleep tonight, let that thought settle in gently. The Anunnaki may be gone, their names eroded by time, their temples reduced to dust, but the echoes of their stories still ripple through us, not as warnings from stern gods, but as reminders of our own humanity. The rivers rise and fall, empires bloom and crumble, gods fade, then return in new disguises. Yet the rhythm of life carries on. In the quiet of your own night, you don't need to worry about divine judges weighing your worth. You can rest easy, knowing you are part of a story that stretches back to those ancient voices who once whispered prayers under starlit Mesopotamian skies. They too feared the night, they too searched for meaning, and in that connection, across thousands of years, maybe we find the most peaceful truth of all. We've always been human, and we've always been looking up. And so, we come to the end of our long journey with the Anunnaki. We've walked the muddy fields of Mesopotamia under their watchful gaze, sat in the courtyards of ziggurats while priests chanted, listened to myths of floods, heroes and gods who judged humanity like a never-ending performance review. We've seen them fade into dust, only to reappear in new disguises, as echoes in scripture, as theories of alien visitors, as symbols of mystery and power. What's remarkable is not that the Anunnaki vanished, but that they never truly left. They live on in the stories we tell, in the patterns of our thought, in the restless curiosity that keeps humans forever asking, what if? They are a reminder that civilization itself began with questions, with awe, with fear, with the desire to turn chaos into order. And in their myths, we can still hear the heartbeat of the first cities, the first prayers, the first sleepless nights. But unlike those ancient people lying awake under reed roofs, fearing floods, demons, and divine wrath, you don't need to worry tonight. The Anunnaki may have been restless gods who never slept, but you can. The rivers outside your window aren't about to rise and sweep you away. The stars aren't omens of disaster, just quiet lights marking the night sky. The fears of yesterday can stay in yesterday, so take a breath. Let the weight of history ease your own thoughts. The Anunnaki watched over their world with suspicion and judgment, but you can rest in a world that has carried their stories forward, softened by time, transformed into echoes. Close your eyes and let the myths fade into dream. The gods may never have slept, but tonight you can. Good night. Sometimes history hides things so enormous that we only notice them when we leave the planet. Hidden deep in the Sahara is a perfect circle 25 miles wide, a formation so strange that astronauts were the first to truly see it. Yet despite its size, its symmetry, and its eerie resemblance to a giant eye staring straight up through the sand, no one can fully explain how it formed. This is the Risha structure, the Eye of the Sahara, and tonight we're going to gently unravel one of Earth's quietest and most hypnotic mysteries. But here's the part that stops you in your tracks. However, despite all our technology, satellite mapping, and geological theories, the Risha structure still doesn't neatly fit into any box. It isn't a crater, it isn't a volcano, and it isn't the kind of erosion that typically produces such clean, concentric rings. And yet there it sits, alone in the desert, looking just organized enough to make your brain whisper, "Wait, who made that?" Now, don't worry. We're not here to chase sensational theories or sprint through conspiracies. This channel is all about slowing down, letting curiosity stretch out a bit, and using history's strangest corners as gentle. If you're someone who falls asleep best to ancient civilizations, quiet landscapes, and mysteries wrapped in soft, soothing detail, you're in the right place tonight. Go ahead and dim the lights, settle in, and if you haven't already, subscribe to continue exploring the enigmatic corners of history that make the perfect companions for sleep. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. I really do love seeing the entire world checking in. Tonight's journey starts with the moment humanity first encountered the Rishat structure, not from the shifting dunes below, but from hundreds of miles above the Earth, where astronauts stared down at the Sahara and spotted something that absolutely shouldn't have been there. From that strange cosmic discovery, we'll move slowly backward through time to the lush green Sahara that existed long before the desert we know, to the geological puzzles that still bother scientists, and eventually to the gentle whispers of an ancient legend you may already be thinking about. So take a breath, let your shoulders relax, and whenever you're ready, we'll begin with Chapter 1. The moment we first glanced down from orbit and saw the eye looking back. Chapter 1. The Eye That Shouldn't Exist. Imagine looking down at Earth from orbit, the Sahara stretched beneath you in soft, endless waves of gold. From up there, the desert doesn't look harsh or unforgiving. It looks calm, like a giant sleeping creature under a pale blue sky. Astronauts have always taken moments to stare at the planet that way, partly out of awe, partly out of boredom, and partly because when you're strapped into a metal capsule moving faster than anything humans were ever meant to travel in, looking out the window is one of the few activities that doesn't involve switches, checklists, or mild existential dread. But during one of those early missions in the 1960s, a crew noticed something unusual, a shape far too large, too perfect, and too strange to ignore. Down on the desert floor, there was a circle, a perfect circle, 25 miles across, spiraling outward in broad rings that looked almost architectural. Not a crater, not a mountain, not a lake, just a massive, quiet symbol pressed into the land, so large that the only way to truly see it was to leave the planet entirely. To those astronauts, it looked like an eye staring straight back at them from the surface of Mauritania, the Richat structure, though it didn't have that name yet. At the time, it was simply that giant thing nobody expected. From a distance of hundreds of miles, the symmetry was unmistakable: perfect curves, clean rings, a massive pupil-shaped center. It had the kind of geometry that makes your brain immediately start asking questions it can't answer. Why is it so round? Who carved it? What force makes a shape like this in a place so empty? And perhaps the most unsettling question of all, how could something this big go unnoticed for so long? On the ground, the Richat structure is much less obvious. If you were walking across it on foot, you wouldn't see a circle at all. You'd just see gentle ridges rising and falling, interrupted by patches of rock, sand, and stubborn little plants that somehow decided this environment was worth the trouble. Nothing about it screams perfect cosmic spiral. From eye level, it looks like any other collection of rocky hills, the kind of place early travelers might have grumbled about after stubbing a toe or losing a sandal in a patch of loose sand. People likely passed through it for thousands of years without realizing they were walking across something extraordinary. And that contrast, invisible from below, unavoidable from above, is part of what makes the Richat structure so hypnotic. It's a feature you can only understand by stepping back far enough to see the pattern. It quietly resists being known, as if it only reveals itself to observers who approach from the right angle, with the right distance, and the right amount of patience. Scientists naturally tried to classify it the moment the images came down from orbit. Their job, after all, is to put everything neatly into categories, like very polite librarians of the natural world. But the Richat structure didn't fit easily. Some insisted it must be an impact crater until the evidence disagreed. No signs of shocked quartz, no melted rock, none of the scars left by a cosmic collision. Others suspected a volcano, but there was no volcanic rock. No lava flows, no ash deposits. Then came theories of uplift, erosion, domes, collapses, each one working nicely for the first few sentences before quietly falling apart upon closer inspection. The Richat structure, in classic mysterious fashion, remained cooperative enough to study, but stubborn enough to defy a simple explanation. It sits awkwardly between categories, like a puzzle piece cut in the wrong shape but still clearly belonging to the overall picture. And it doesn't help that it's located in one of the most remote regions of the Sahara, far from major trade routes, major kingdoms, or the kinds of resources that attract large ancient settlements. This is not the place where ancient people built empires or dug canals or left behind giant inscriptions announcing their presence. It's a place of wind, silence, heat, and sand, the kind of environment that erases evidence as quickly as humans can create it. Yet even in that isolation, the Richat structure demands attention. It is too large to ignore, too precise to dismiss, and too quiet to fully understand. You look at it and it feels like a riddle you weren't meant to solve on the first attempt. The desert around it stretches endlessly, dunes rising and falling like slow-motion waves, while the structure itself sits calmly in the center, a spiral carved into a world of shifting sand. There is a strange comfort in its stillness, as if it has been watching changes for far longer than humans have been paying attention, waiting patiently for someone to finally look down and notice. People naturally draw comparisons to ancient tales, especially the ones involving circular cities and lost civilizations swallowed by disaster. Humans are not subtle when it comes to pattern recognition. You show us a shape that even vaguely resembles something familiar, and our imaginations sprint ahead with enthusiasm. A structure with concentric rings in northwest Africa, larger than many ancient cities. The connections write themselves, but resisting those assumptions for now helps us appreciate just how odd the Rishat structure is on its own terms. We don't need myths yet. The geology alone is strange enough to occupy the mind, and perhaps the most compelling detail is this. The Rishat structure did not emerge in the desert we see today. It predates the dunes, the dryness, the isolation. It formed long before this region became a barren expanse, back when the land was green, watery, and alive. Understanding what this place used to look like changes everything about how we interpret the structure, because the environment around it wasn't always harsh silence. There was a time when this region held rivers, lakes, animals, and early humans whose daily lives unfolded under a sky that seems impossible when compared to the Sahara's modern emptiness. The Rishat structure watched all of that. It watched ecosystems rise and fall, climates swing from wet to dry and back again, people migrate across its slopes, and entire landscapes vanish beneath shifting dunes. Before we compare it to any myth, we have to travel back to that older world, the Sahara before the Sahara, to see what the eye looked like when it was surrounded not by sand, but by life. To understand why the Rishat structure feels so uncanny, you have to set aside the modern Sahara entirely. The desert we picture today, an endless, shimmering expanse of heat and sand, is actually one of the youngest landscapes on the planet. For most of human existence, this region wasn't a wasteland at all. It was green, fertile, and astonishingly alive. Picture wide grasslands rolling out to the horizon, with clusters of acacia trees and patches of wetlands where birds gathered in noisy flocks. Picture rivers meandering through valleys, carrying cool water across a landscape thick with the smell of damp soil after summer rains. And somewhere in the middle of all that, the Rishat structure sat quietly, not as an isolated monument in an empty desert, but as part of a thriving environment full of sounds, movement, and human life. This ancient green Sahara wasn't a brief, lucky moment in history. It was part of a repeating cycle caused by subtle shifts in Earth's orbit and tilt, changes that alter the intensity of monsoon rains across Africa. Every so often, rainfall increases enough to transform the desert into a lush savanna. During these humid periods, lakes stretch across thousands of square miles, rivers intersect the plains, and the entire landscape becomes something you'd associate more with national parks than the modern Sahara. One of these lakes, Lake Megachad, grew so large it dwarfed most modern bodies of water. Today it's reduced to a fraction of its former size, but the ancient shoreline is still visible from space, ghostly arcs etched into the ground. People lived in this green Sahara, not mythical super beings or forgotten high-tech civilizations, just ordinary families doing the same things humans have always done. carrying water, tending fires, raising children, arguing about small chores, making tools because stores wouldn't exist for another 10,000 years. They carved rock art showing giraffes, cattle, and hunters. They painted scenes of life that would feel familiar even now. Herders guiding animals, groups traveling together, children playing near pools of water. These paintings sit today in silent caves and overhangs, reminders that the desert once held a different world entirely. In that greener age, the Risha structure would have been part of daily life, not an object of wonder, not a sacred shape, not a giant spiral people tried to decode. Just land from the ground. The structure doesn't appear circular. You only see ridges and slopes, gentle arcs rising and falling like the ribs of a giant slowly sleeping beneath the surface. Early humans would have walked across it without a second thought. Maybe they used its higher points as lookout spots to scan for animals. Maybe they sheltered in its inner valleys when storms rolled through. Maybe they avoided certain parts out of superstition, or maybe they never thought about it at all. Most likely it was simply background scenery, the same way we barely notice the hills near our own towns unless someone points out their shape. But even if it blended into the landscape, the Rishat structure would have quietly shaped the rhythm of life around it. The ridges could have guided migration paths. Water might have pooled in certain low areas after seasonal rains. Vegetation could have grown thicker in pockets where moisture collected. For thousands of years, people and animals would have used the structure without realizing they were interacting with something that would one day puzzle scientists, entice researchers, and inspire late-night conversations about lost civilizations and ancient catastrophes. As the climate shifted and rainfall declined, the green Sahara slowly began to fade. Lakes shrank, rivers dried, vegetation withered. The smell of earth after rain became less common. Migration stretched longer as people followed dwindling water sources, and eventually dunes crept across the landscape, swallowing paths, burying campsites, and erasing nearly all traces of the world that had existed before. What's haunting about this transformation is how quickly it happened in geological terms. A few thousand years, an eye blink in Earth's timeline, was all it took to turn a thriving ecosystem into one of the largest deserts on the planet. The people who lived here would have witnessed that shift firsthand. Generation by generation, they watched lakes retreat, animals disperse, and once reliable seasonal patterns collapse. Oral traditions from various African cultures still contain echoes of climates changing, waters disappearing, or ancestral migrations driven by environmental upheaval. Stories stretch and distort across centuries, of course, but they often carry a spark of truth at their core. And it's not unreasonable to imagine that somewhere in the long, layered history of this region, memories of a circular landform in a once wet landscape might have eventually become a distant, reshaped legend. When modern researchers study the Sahara's ancient lakes and rivers, they often describe them as ghost waterways, because their traces linger beneath the dunes like faint scars, visible only from satellite images or through careful ground surveys. It's peaceful in a strange way to picture these lost rivers running across land that now feels so desolate. The desert is quiet, but beneath that quiet are the outlines of ecosystems that once flourished. The Risha structure existed during all of those cycles. It watched water fill basins, watched wetlands grow thick with life, watched grass return and then die away. It endured storms, sun, wind, and the slow grinding force of erosion. There's something soothing about how unbothered the structure is by all these changes. Landscapes rise and fall, climates swing wildly, civilizations appear and vanish, and the Risha structure simply remains. It doesn't tell its own story. It doesn't announce its presence. It doesn't offer answers. It's just there, a constant in a world where almost nothing else is. And understanding that ancient environment is essential because it sets the stage for the real puzzle, how this enormous circular formation came to be in the first place. The scientific explanations, volcanic uplift, erosion, collapsed domes, answer some questions while raising others. Each theory seems convincing until you begin to examine the details. The Risha structure looks simple from orbit, but grows more complicated the closer you approach it, like a calm surface hiding a tangled set of mysteries beneath. Now that the Sahara's old green world is clear in your mind, the geological puzzle becomes even more intriguing, because any explanation has to account not only for the structure's shape, but for how incredibly long it has stood unchanged through shifting climates and changing environments. The puzzle sits before us, layer after stubborn layer. Once you've pictured the Sahara as it used to be, wet, green, alive, and almost unrecognizable, the Risha structure becomes even stranger, because whatever formed this enormous circle had to withstand everything nature threw at it. Floods, droughts, storms, shifting climates, and entire ecosystems rising and collapsing. And yet it remains, not as a faint trace or a distorted outline, but as a nearly perfect set of rings still visible from space. That kind of durability demands an explanation, and scientists have certainly tried to provide one. The trouble is, each explanation works well for a few minutes before quietly unraveling under closer inspection, as if the Earth itself had decided to play a slow geologic prank on everyone who studies it. The first idea scientists proposed was the most obvious: an impact crater. Something big, something dramatic, something that would have made an enormous noise if anyone had been around to hear it. A meteorite slamming into the ground would create a circular depression, after all. And the Sahara is certainly large enough to have attracted its fair share of flying space debris. But the Rishat structure doesn't behave like a crater. Craters have distinct signatures, very specific patterns of shock, melted rock, and high-pressure minerals that act like the universe's version of a calling card. And the Risha has none of those. In fact, the rocks at its center aren't melted or crushed at all. They're simply there. Old, eroded, stubbornly normal. Not the sort of rocks you'd expect to find at the scene of a cosmic collision. So the meteor theory quietly excused itself from the conversation, and the next geological explanation stepped forward: a volcanic eruption. Volcanoes can create circular features after all, and their plumbing beneath the earth can sometimes produce domes, bulges, and ringed formations. Perhaps the Risha structure was an ancient volcanic dome, the remains of a magma chamber swelling beneath the surface before cooling and collapsing. But again, the evidence refuses to cooperate. There's no volcanic rock, no basalt flows, no ash layers, no hardened lava tubes, nothing that says, yes, once upon a time fire erupted here. The region around the Rishat structure is geologically calm. Too calm for the kind of drama that volcanoes tend to bring into the world. The next traditional candidate was an eroded dome, something called a geological uplift. Imagine a bubble pushing up from beneath the crust, slow enough to avoid attracting attention, then eroding away for millions of years until a circular pattern of rocks remains. This idea actually gets halfway close, because the Richard does contain different layers of rock exposed in circular patterns, almost like the inside of a peeled onion, but even this explanation feels incomplete. Uplifts don't usually produce such clean rings. Erosion is messy. Wind and water rarely work with architectural precision, and yet the Richat structure has rings so consistent that they appear intentional when viewed from above. The dome theory explains the general shape, but not the perfection of it, and certainly not its scale. A 25-mile wide circle is not something easily dismissed as coincidence. Even erosion has its limits when it comes to symmetry, and geologists who typically love tidy classifications had to admit the Richat structure was mostly behaving but not entirely cooperating, like a student turning in homework that looks suspiciously too neat compared to their handwriting in class. Then there's the age problem. The rocks that make up the Richat structure are incredibly old, hundreds of millions of years in some places, but the shaping of the structure itself, the exposure of its rings, is much younger, something pushed upward long ago, something eroded later, something left behind a pattern that would eventually catch the eye of anyone staring down from orbit. It's not a single event. It's a series of long, slow, overlapping processes, each stretching far beyond the human timeline, and yet even knowing that, the structure feels too deliberate. The more scientists studied it, the more the Richat structure revealed small curiosities. The center is oddly flattened. Some ring segments are more pronounced than others. The patterns of quartzite and softer stone alternate in ways that feel as though nature was following a set of instructions. But nature doesn't usually draw in spirals or circles unless something dramatic is happening. Impact, volcanism, collapse. But in this case, the evidence for anything dramatic is conspicuously absent. And then there's the perfect ring issue, the one that quietly bothers everyone who looks at the structure, even if they don't say it out loud. Circles in nature are rare at this scale. Random erosion doesn't create them, rivers don't carve them, wind doesn't sculpt them, and when you see one this large, this clean, and this old, it's hard not to feel like the earth briefly decided to act like a compass and draw a near-perfect shape in the sand. It's not surprising that the Richat structure often leaves people with a vague sense of unease. Not fear, not dread, just the gentle discomfort of encountering something that feels too orderly in a world built on chaos. Geologically, the best explanation we currently have is that the Richat structure started as a circular uplift, a dome of ancient rock that rose slowly from the earth long before humans existed. Over tens of millions of years, wind and water eroded the softer materials, leaving behind harder rings of quartzite that resisted erosion. In essence, the shape is a natural accident, a byproduct of uplift plus erosion plus time. But even if this is the correct explanation, it still doesn't quite satisfy the imagination, because most uplifts don't look like this. Most erosion doesn't cooperate so neatly. And so the Richat structure lives in that strange middle space, scientifically explainable, yet visually suspicious, like a naturally occurring optical illusion, a formation that checks enough geological boxes to avoid being classified as supernatural, yet raises enough questions to spark curiosity in anyone who looks at it. It's the kind of feature that almost begs for a story or a legend, something to give meaning to its shape, even if that meaning exists only in the human mind. Once you've explored the geological explanations and realized none of them fully capture the structure's quiet strangeness, it becomes easier to understand why some people entertain a very different question. Not the scientific, what made this, but the mythic, does this remind me of something? A city described long ago, with concentric rings of land and water positioned somewhere to the west of ancient civilizations, a place said to have vanished in a single day and night. The Risha structure does not announce itself as that place, but it echoes the pattern just enough to make you wonder where coincidence ends and imagination begins. Before any comparisons can be made gently or cautiously, the building blocks of those ancient descriptions must be understood not as fantasy, but as the fragments of memory, geography, and storytelling that shaped one of history's most enduring legends. Long before anyone could stare down at satellite images or argue over geological uplift on the internet, there was a different kind of puzzle circulating through the ancient world. A story recorded by a single philosopher, passed on from a conversation he claimed to have heard, describing a civilization so strange and so perfectly structured that it bordered on myth even in its own time. Plato's tale of Atlantis has been repeated so often, repackaged so many times, and stretched so far by imagination that the original description often gets lost under the weight of all the versions built on top of it. But if you strip away the embellishments, the crystal cities, the impossible technologies, the ancient aliens with clipboards, interpretations, you're left with a surprisingly simple outline: a circular city, rings of land and water, mountains to the north protecting it, a broad plain to the south, a river that flowed to the sea stones of red, black, and white, abundant animals, especially elephants, and a civilization that rose to prominence before collapsing in a sudden, dramatic event. Whether this description is literal, symbolic, exaggerated, or entirely fictional is something scholars have debated for centuries. But what matters for our quiet journey tonight is not whether Atlantis existed. What matters is the shape of the story, because that shape is what causes people to glance at a satellite photo of the Risha structure and pause. The comparison doesn't begin with belief. It begins with pattern recognition. Humans are wired to look for familiar shapes in unfamiliar places. It's the same instinct that makes us see faces in electrical outlets or animals in passing clouds. So when someone sees a massive set of concentric rings in northwest Africa, a structure wrapped in mystery and sitting in a region that once held rivers, lakes, and life, it's reasonable that part of their brain whispers, "This looks like something I've heard before." The resemblance is not perfect, not literal, not conclusive, but it's enough to make curiosity shift in its seat a little. Consider the colors Plato mentions: red, black, and white stones. The Rishat structure, like much of the Sahara, contains layers of rock and sediment that naturally fall into those shades. Iron-rich sandstone brings the red. Basalt and volcanic remnants elsewhere in the region bring the black, and pale limestones offer the white. No one is saying ancient builders selected them and arranged them like a geological art project, but the coincidence is interesting, especially when paired with the natural ring pattern visible from above. Then there are the mountains. Plato describes a notable mountain range to the north of Atlantis. The Risha structure sits in front of the Adrar Plateau, a raised, rugged region that would have looked like a natural wall in a greener era. Today, it's a dry, worn highland, sculpted by time and wind, but long ago it would have been more dramatic. Cliffs, ridges, and elevated land dotted with vegetation and wildlife. If early people lived in the region, they would have viewed those northern heights as a defining feature of their landscape. And what about animals? This part always surprises people because they imagine the Sahara as permanently empty. But during the African humid period, elephants were plentiful. So were giraffes, rhinos, crocodiles, and countless other species. Elephants weren't just passing through, they were thriving. Some rock art across the Sahara shows entire herds, depicted with the casual familiarity of people who lived alongside them. So yes, if someone had described this region during one of its greener eras, full of elephants, would have been an accurate statement. The river connection is where things become both interesting and gentle in their ambiguity. In a lush Sahara, a river system could have flowed westward toward the Atlantic. Some ancient channels still appear faintly beneath the modern desert, traced by satellite radar and geological surveys. These channels hint that at least some rivers once traveled across areas that are now sand and stone. Whether any of them connected near the Richard structure is debated, but the possibility is not unreasonable. In a world where climates shifted dramatically, waterways did too. It's worth saying calmly and clearly, none of these correlations prove anything. They simply show why the mind wanders toward the comparison. The Richard structure does not need Atlantis to be interesting. Its mystery stands fully on its own. But when the circular shape, the colors, the mountains, the animals, and the long-lost rivers all quietly line up with parts of an old story, your thoughts naturally drift toward the what-if of it all. Plato wasn't writing a travel guide. He was a philosopher using allegory to make a point about human nature, power, hubris, and collapse. Atlantis, in his narrative, was less a factual account and more a moral lesson bundled into a geographic metaphor. Yet even then, scholars have noted that ancient myths often embed distorted memories of older events. Storms, floods, migrations, or lost settlements folded into stories, generation after generation. Myths protect what history doesn't always preserve. They store impressions of landscapes that no longer exist. They embellish, exaggerate, simplify, and dramatize, but something recognizable occasionally survives inside them. The Richard structure doesn't have ruins. It doesn't have walls, canals, columns, marketplaces, or any of the features you'd expect of a large city. The environment around it would have been challenging even in greener times. And human settlements from that ancient period would likely have left fragile traces now erased by thousands of years of wind and shifting sand. So the idea of it being a lost civilization rests not on evidence but on the shape alone, the irresistible symmetry that triggers recognition even when no proof supports it. That's part of the comfort of this mystery. It doesn't demand belief. It simply invites curiosity. You don't have to imagine ancient kings or advanced societies. You don't have to build a hidden metropolis in your mind. All you need to do is stand quietly before a satellite image and let the shape speak for itself. A giant ringed formation in the middle of an ancient landscape that has changed almost beyond understanding. Somewhere between geology, memory, climate, erosion, and myth sits the Richard structure. It tells us nothing directly. It refuses to commit to any single story, and perhaps that's why it remains such a calming mystery, one that doesn't need dramatic conclusions or bold claims. It only needs an open horizon, a quiet night, and the imagination drifting gently toward possibilities. Chapter 2 begins with the world that once surrounded this structure, a world of forgotten lakes, shifting climates, and early peoples who lived in a Sahara that doesn't resemble the one we know today. Chapter 2: A Lost World Buried in Sand. To step into the next layer of the Richard mystery, you have to imagine a Sahara that feels almost impossible compared to the one we know today. Not the hot, shimmering, bone-dry desert that stretches endlessly across maps. but a world so green and alive that if you were dropped into it without context, you might not even guess you were standing in northern Africa at all. The Sahara's greener eras weren't brief accidents of climate, they were entire chapters of Earth's history, long enough for lakes to swell into inland seas, for animals to migrate freely across savannas, and for human communities to settle into rhythms of daily life as familiar and as ordinary as any other early society. In that forgotten landscape, the Richard structure wasn't an isolated swirl of geology in a barren desert. It was simply part of the scenery, a ringed plateau sitting quietly in a world full of life. During the African humid period, monsoon rains shifted northward and transformed the Sahara into a mosaic of grasslands, wetlands, and rivers. Satellite studies have revealed thousands of ancient lake beds, some stretching larger than modern countries. The largest of them, Lake Megachad, was so vast that its shoreline would have swallowed entire modern coastlines. It's calming to picture early mornings on its edges, mist lifting off the water, birds scattering across reeds, herds moving slowly through tall grass. These weren't isolated oases like today, but interconnected ecosystems humming with life. Hippos wallowed in shallow pools, giraffes wandered across plains, crocodiles glided through freshwater channels. The air was thick with insects in the rainy season and warm, earthy scents after storms passed. And where there is water and game, people settle. Early human groups built small camps near river bends, moving seasonally with herds or weather patterns. Their lives weren't glamorous. They dealt with all the usual prehistoric frustrations: unpredictable weather, stubborn animals, unreliable food sources, and the constant inconvenience of tools that, despite countless hours of crafting, were still capable of breaking at the worst possible moment. Yet these people left behind some of the most beautiful artifacts the Sahara still holds: rock engravings and paintings showing scenes of daily life, hunters with bows, families with cattle, children playing near water. These artworks are serene, calm snapshots of a world that no longer exists, carved into stone that has stubbornly endured long after the lakes dried. When people imagine ancient civilizations, they picture dramatic stone cities, elaborate temples, complex political systems, the kinds of things that leave behind headlines in history books. But most ancient people, including those who lived in the Green Sahara, were just trying to get through the week without too much trouble. They managed herds, gathered plants, navigated seasonal routes, and dealt with occasional arguments about who forgot to maintain the fire or who accidentally let a goat wander off into the brush. Civilization doesn't have to look like marble pillars to be worth remembering. Sometimes it's found in the small, repetitive rhythms of daily life, the quiet rituals that define communities. And those communities were not isolated dots scattered randomly across a wet desert. They followed predictable paths. Rivers acted like highways, lakes acted like hubs. Fertile pockets of land created gathering points where groups traded, shared food, and passed down stories. Even without permanent stone buildings, these places had identities, regions where people knew how to track animals, where certain plants grew well, where rainfall was reliable, where the land felt generous enough for families to stay a little longer. In this setting, the Richard structure would have been noticeable, but not mysterious. Its slopes rose gently, offering views of surrounding plains. Its depressions may have caught water seasonally. Its ringed layers might have supported different kinds of vegetation depending on rain and soil. People could have camped along its edges, used its higher ground for scouting, or traveled across it without realizing they were walking across an enormous circular formation that future generations would discover only from space. It was a feature of the land, not a legend, a place you pass through while thinking about practical concerns, shelter, food, weather, instead of trying to decode the terrain beneath your feet. Some researchers have suggested that pockets of early Saharan cultures may have grown surprisingly sophisticated during particularly wet periods, not in the sense of monumental architecture or complex written languages, but in social networks, trade patterns, and livestock management. Evidence shows early domestication of cattle in the region, and groups may have practiced proto-agricultural techniques around wetlands and lake margins. These weren't lost empires. They were adaptable, resilient societies navigating a landscape that could shift dramatically over generations. The idea that a civilization could thrive here, disappear, and leave little trace isn't far-fetched at all. Wet climates draw people, harsh climates erase them. The desert isn't just unforgiving, it's efficient. Wind strips away organic material, sand buries structures, drought erases evidence of farming, floods wash away tools, and time paired with enough silence can erase almost anything that isn't carved into stone. The Sahara has a way of taking the past, smoothing it out, and leaving behind a surface that pretends nothing was ever there. Even so, pieces of that older world survive: fossilized bones, pollen samples trapped beneath sand, ancient shorelines stamped faintly into the earth, and rock art that still shows people standing beside animals that haven't lived in this region for thousands of years. These fragments don't tell a complete story, but they do confirm one thing: the Sahara was once a place where human life thrived, not merely survived. And in that world, the Risha structure might have been a landmark of sorts, a subtle gate in the landscape, a recognizable formation people used to orient themselves, not a secret, not a holy site, and not the center of anything monumental, just a distinctive feature in a land full of water and vegetation. The idea that early groups might have navigated by it is peaceful to imagine. Small bands of families moving across plains, spotting the familiar rise of the rings in the distance, and knowing they were approaching water or shade or simply a place they'd passed through many times before. When the climate shifted and the world dried, those routes disappeared. Lakes shrank into nothing. Rivers retreated and carved new paths underground. Families moved south or west, following food and water. Eventually, the Risha structure went from living landmark to abandoned plateau, then to forgotten geology swallowed by the earliest dunes. There are no written records, no monuments, no grand architectural remains from this era, just silence and the faint memory of a world washed away by time. The civilizations of the Green Sahara weren't lost in a dramatic catastrophe. They faded gradually, quietly, as the rains weakened and the land transformed, and that gradual fading matters when we begin comparing ancient descriptions, lost worlds, and the shape of stories that survived long after the land itself changed beyond recognition. The timeline of that fading, and how closely it lines up with certain ancient myths, forms the next layer in the riddle. When people hear the word Atlantis, they often imagine something impossibly ancient, a civilization so old it might as well have existed when mammoths were still wandering around, being large, shaggy inconveniences. But Plato didn't describe Atlantis as a civilization from the dawn of time. He dated its downfall to around 9,600 BCE, a period surprisingly close to the end of the last ice age and, as it happens, surprisingly close to the moment when the Sahara began shifting into one of its long, humid phases. The more you compare his proposed timeline with the environmental data, the more you notice an odd overlap. not in details or certainty, but in rhythm. And rhythm is often what ancient memories preserve best. Geologists studying the African humid period estimate that around 10,000 BCE, rainfall began increasing dramatically across North Africa. The desert, which had been relatively dry and barren, transformed into a landscape of lakes, wetlands, and grasslands. This wasn't a gentle shift. Climate models show that the monsoon system surged northward in a way that would have felt abrupt on a human timescale. Rivers reappeared, plants spread, herds expanded, and places that had been empty for thousands of years suddenly became habitable again. If you were living anywhere near the region, the shift would have felt like the land itself waking up after a long sleep. Plato's date for Atlantis is often treated like a mystical number. But if you strip away the mythology and look only at the time frame, it places his story right inside the most dramatic environmental transformation the Sahara has ever undergone. That doesn't mean his tale describes this region or any part of it, but the coincidence is interesting, especially because climate change on that scale tends to rearrange human populations. Cultures migrate. Old settlements are abandoned, new territories open for exploration. Oral traditions begin to evolve, preserving memories of places that were flooded or dried out or swallowed by landscapes that changed too quickly for people to adapt smoothly. The timeline problem becomes more intriguing when you move forward a few thousand years. Between roughly 7,000 and 5,000 BCE, the Sahara was at the peak of its green transformation. Lakes were plentiful. Rivers connected regions that are now separated by hundreds of miles of sand. The climate was stable enough that people began developing more complex subsistence strategies, managing herds, experimenting with early forms of cultivation, and forming social groups large enough to leave meaningful traces in rock art and archaeological deposits. This period of stability lasted longer than many ancient civilizations. For thousands of years, life in the Sahara was predictable enough for generations to grow up without ever knowing anything except abundant water, warm seasons, and a landscape that supported human life easily. When conditions are that reliable for that long, people tend to form stories about belonging, about identity, about who they are and how their world works. And when environmental changes finally disrupt those patterns, the departure from what once felt normal can echo through oral traditions for centuries. Around 5000 BCE, rainfall began to decline, slowly at first, then more dramatically. Rivers shrank, lakes retreated, grasslands thinned. People who had lived in certain places for generations found themselves forced to move, one small migration at a time. What's striking about this timeline is how well it fits what many ancient myths tend to describe. Not sudden apocalypses, but drawn-out declines, landscapes that once supported life losing their balance. Cultures forced to let go of familiar places, worlds shrinking gradually in ways that felt both natural and tragic. Plato described Atlantis as falling in a moment of sudden catastrophe, but his narrative was shaped by philosophical goals, not meteorological accuracy. When you strip the moral and symbolic layers away, you're left with a simple suggestion: an old civilization, once vibrant, lost to changing conditions long before recorded history. You don't need a supernatural event to produce a memory like that. All you need is a shifting climate. But the timeline problem isn't just about the humid period itself. It's also about the ancient coastline. During the era Plato places Atlantis, sea levels were dramatically lower. Coastlines extended far beyond their modern boundaries. Large parts of West Africa that are now underwater would have been exposed as dry land. Rivers would have flowed along different paths. Estuaries, marshes, and coastal plains would have existed where the ocean now rests. If someone in the deep past described a coastal landscape, that description would make little sense today unless you knew where the shoreline used to be. This matters because many interpretations of Plato's story assume that his geography reflects the world we see now, when in reality none of the modern coastlines apply. What he described could have been based on something that existed thousands of years before the Sahara dried, in a world with rivers and lakes stretching across land that is now considered lifeless. The Risha structure itself sits inland today, but in an earlier era, with different river networks and different coastlines, it might not have felt nearly as isolated. Human perception of geography is always shaped by local experience. A river can feel like a highway. A lake can feel like a boundary. A plateau can feel like a landmark that divides territories. When climates shift, those familiar markers vanish, but the stories about them can persist long after the landscape has changed beyond recognition. The most compelling part of this timeline overlap isn't the idea that Atlantis maps onto the Sahara, it's the realization that human memory, especially oral tradition, often stretches back further than we assume. Cultures pass down stories of floods, droughts, migrations, and disappearing lands without needing exact dates or written scripts. These stories evolve, take on symbolic meaning, and sometimes become cautionary tales, but the seeds of truth often remain embedded in the narrative. A changing coastline becomes a city swallowed by the sea. A drying river becomes the fall of a once great kingdom. A shifting climate becomes a punishment from the gods. Human imagination attaches meaning to change, especially when change feels larger than individual experience. The Risha structure sits quietly in the middle of this enormous timeline, a geological constant in a world that refused to stay still. Ancient people may have lived near it when the land was green. Their descendants may have moved away when the desert expanded. Their grandchildren may have carried memories of lost lakes or vanished rivers into stories told over fires in distant regions. Those stories may have drifted into different cultures over thousands of years, and by the time someone like Plato heard fragments of them, much of the original context would have faded, leaving only symbols and shapes. The timeline problem is not really a problem at all. It's a reminder. The Sahara we know today is young. The world Plato described was older than most of the settlements humans would later build. And between those eras, countless stories were lost, reshaped, or retold. When you compare timelines, climates, and ancient memories, the idea of a forgotten world in North Africa stops sounding fantastical and begins to sound, quietly, like something entirely plausible in a landscape that has reinvented itself so many times. The next piece of the puzzle lies in the maps, reports, and strange hints left by ancient writers who claimed that distant peoples lived beyond the Pillars of Hercules, in lands most Greeks had never seen. These records aren't proof, but they are clues, echoes of a world few modern people realize ever existed. Long before satellites, long before compasses, and long before anyone tried to draw the Sahara from anything resembling first-hand experience, ancient geographers took their best guesses about the world beyond familiar coastlines. Their maps were charmingly confident and wildly inaccurate, full of creatures that never existed, coastlines that wandered like drunk serpents, and entire regions labeled with vague phrases like lands unknown or people of strange appearance. Yet even within that imaginative chaos, certain patterns appear again and again. Rumors of distant nations beyond the Pillars of Hercules, Stories of tall tribes, strange settlements, and river systems far to the west that no Greek or Egyptian explorer had ever reached. These fragments don't offer facts. They offer echoes, traces of a world remembered through second-hand conversations, traveling merchants, and stories that had already aged long before they were written down. Herodotus, often called the father of history and sometimes less generously the father of wildly entertaining exaggerations, wrote about mysterious peoples living beyond the familiar reaches of North Africa. He described tribes who were unusually tall, unusually pale, or unusually skilled at activities no one else could verify. He wrote of great rivers flowing through lands no Greek had ever visited, and of cities existing somewhere far inland beyond deserts that seemed too vast for ordinary travel. His accounts mix truth, rumor, and a healthy dose of "someone told me this, so here you go," but they reveal something important. The regions west of Egypt and Carthage were known to ancient writers only through layers of retelling and misunderstanding. They existed in the Greek imagination as distant, half-seen places where strange things could plausibly happen. Cartographers, centuries later, drew maps that included a massive region labeled as Libya or Ethiopia, words that covered almost everything south and west of the Mediterranean. Even when the rest of the world began to take shape on parchment, the Sahara remained a blank expanse into which map makers poured their guesses. Some thought it held great inland seas. Others believed it was home to tribal confederations wealthy in minerals. Medieval maps continued the tradition, referring to kingdoms of the West or lands of gold believed to lie somewhere beyond the desert. These weren't precise descriptions. They were memories filtered through trade routes, travelers' claims, and stories that drifted through cultures like wind-blown sand. The most interesting thing about these early references is not their accuracy, but their persistence. For thousands of years, people believed that lost polities existed somewhere in the interior of Africa. Some of these rumors later turned out to be distorted accounts of real kingdoms. The Ghana Empire, for example, or the early Sahelian states whose wealth came from gold and trade. But some rumors seem older, as if they preserve vague memories of societies that were already gone by the time written history began. It's not hard to imagine how this could happen if the Sahara once held lakes, rivers, and stable populations. Then early travelers from coastal regions might have heard stories about people inland who lived near great bodies of water. By the time those stories reached Greek scholars, the lakes might have dried, the migrations might have begun, and the cultures connected to those earlier landscapes might have dispersed. All that remained were fragments, not histories, just hints. Modern science adds another layer to this puzzle. With satellite imagery, researchers can trace ancient riverbeds beneath the desert. These paleo-channels, as they're called, snake across the Sahara like veins in an old, forgotten body. Some run directly from central North Africa toward what is now the Atlantic. Others branch into networks that once fed massive lakes. These rivers didn't disappear in a sudden catastrophe. They dried gradually as the climate changed, leaving landscapes that no longer match the stories that may have been told about them. If early civilizations or large communities existed near these rivers, their memory would have been separated from their physical location by thousands of years, making it nearly impossible for later cultures to understand what the stories referred to. This disconnect between old memories and new landscapes is how myths form. A story that once described a river civilization becomes, after generations of retelling, a story about a kingdom swallowed by the sea. A recollection of Great Plains becomes a memory of a vanished island. A description of a circular plateau becomes an account of a circular city. The Sahara's transformation from green to desert wasn't instantaneous, but it was dramatic enough to fracture cultural continuity. If families were forced to migrate because their water sources vanished, they would carry memories of their old homeland with them. Their descendants might repeat those memories in new places. By the time those descendant stories reached literate societies, the land they described would have changed beyond recognition. Even the idea of lost maps plays into this. Some early maps portray strange circular features in North Africa, drawn not with precision, but with a kind of symbolic confidence, as if the mapmaker was trying to capture something half understood. These circles often correspond to mountain ranges or basins that once held water. They might represent ancient memories of circular lakes, natural rings of highland terrain, or simply the human impulse to draw the unknown in symmetrical shapes because symmetry feels meaningful. When you compare those old maps to modern satellite images, you occasionally find that their circles line up suspiciously well with real geological features, not perfectly, but enough to make you wonder how much geographic memory survives inside even the roughest ancient drawings. And then there's the broader Mediterranean tradition of referring to lands beyond the West as mysterious, advanced, or somehow older than the civilizations closer to the sea. Phoenician traders, known for their long-range voyages, undoubtedly reached parts of West Africa, but their records are mostly lost. Carthaginian sailors may have traveled even farther, leaving behind legends like those of Hanno the Navigator, who described coastlines that are still debated today. These accounts weren't detailed maps or precise reports. They were impressions, glimpses of coasts, glimpses of rivers, glimpses of interior lands that would later be swallowed by dunes over generations. These impressions morphed. Cultures forgot the context but kept the intrigue. What makes all of this so calming and strangely satisfying is the realization that humans have always tried to map the unknown. Even when they lacked the tools, even when they guessed incorrectly, they kept trying. And in doing so, they sometimes preserved things they couldn't possibly understand. Old coastlines, vanished rivers, or stories from travelers who described worlds that no longer existed. When you approach the Sahara with that perspective, its ancient geography becomes less like a blank desert and more like a palimpsest, a surface written over many times but still carrying traces of the words beneath. The question isn't whether ancient maps show Atlantis or any other legendary city. The question is whether the stories behind those maps contain fragments of real places erased by climate and time. In a world where the Sahara once supported thriving cultures and vast waterways, it's not unreasonable to imagine that memories of those lost communities could drift across centuries, eventually arriving in distorted form on the pages of ancient writers. The final piece of this chapter lies in the moment when all those rivers dried and the green Sahara collapsed into the desert we know now. A transformation so dramatic that it could easily have become the seed of legends about worlds swallowed, lands lost, and civilizations fading into silence. When people imagine worlds disappearing, they usually picture sudden disasters, walls of water, earthquakes splitting the earth, angry gods sweeping civilizations into the sea. But the Sahara didn't collapse in a single night. Its transformation from a green, living landscape into a vast desert was quieter, slower, and far more unsettling. It wasn't a dramatic catastrophe, it was a gradual unraveling of an entire ecosystem. A process so steady and so relentless that it might have felt to the people living through it like the land itself was breathing out for the last time. This slow-motion disaster is one of the most profound environmental changes in human history, and its echoes still shape our perception of ancient worlds. The end of the African humid period began subtly. Rains that had once arrived predictably started coming later. Lakes that had always been full began to shrink just slightly around their edges. Wetlands that had supported birds, fish, and early settlements became patchier. People may not have noticed these first signs at all. One dry season feels like an anomaly. 2 in a row feel like an inconvenience. 3 or 4 begin to feel like a pattern. And before long, families who had lived near the same lake for generations might have found themselves walking farther and farther to reach the shore each year. As rainfall continued to decline, the lakes shrank dramatically. Rivers that had once flowed energetically across the plains became shallow streams, then trickling channels, then dry paths where children could walk without getting their feet wet. The soil hardened, vegetation struggled, herds moved away, and because humans rely on the same resources as every other species, they followed. Migration became a necessity rather than a choice. People packed up their belongings, tools, baskets, simple ornaments, memories of what had once been, and set out in search of more reliable water. This wasn't an age of monumental architecture. People didn't leave behind cities where archaeologists could sift through layers of foundations. What they left behind were stories, passed from one generation to the next. Stories of places that had been full of water. Stories of rivers that used to run through valleys now swallowed by dust. Stories of hunting grounds that disappeared so gradually it felt like watching a friend fade over time. These stories survived even after the landscapes themselves did not. And as families moved farther away, spreading into new regions, the memory of those green lands became a distant echo, reshaped by each retelling. If you could watch the Sahara's drying from a high vantage point, maybe even from the center of the Risha structure itself, the change would look like a slow retreat, lakes pulling inward decade by decade. Shorelines collapsing, riverbeds fracturing into networks of disconnected pools before vanishing entirely, grasslands thinning until the only plants left were the stubborn species adapted to drought. You would see the land lose color, then texture, then sound, until finally all that remained was the wind sweeping grains of sand across empty plains. But there were moments during this drying where the process didn't feel slow at all. When monsoon patterns shifted suddenly, regions that had relied on predictable rainfall could experience dramatic declines in just a few years. A lake that had provided generations of stability might disappear in 2 or 3 long drought cycles. Floods that once rejuvenated riverbanks might stop arriving altogether. These moments would have felt catastrophic to the people experiencing them. They wouldn't have had the language of climate science, but they would have understood that something fundamental had changed in their eyes. The land had turned against them. Such moments of environmental collapse often become the seeds of myths. A lake vanishing can become a story about the gods withdrawing a gift. A flood that never returns can become a story about a cursed people. A migration forced by drought can become a tale of exile. When these stories pass through enough generations, the context blurs and the details shift. What once described a drying valley might eventually become a narrative of a kingdom sinking beneath waves or disappearing overnight. Not because the original event was exaggerated maliciously, but because the environment changed more quickly than human memory could keep up with. As the desert expanded, dunes began to march across the land. Sand doesn't move with purpose, it simply responds to wind, drifting slowly over everything in its path. It fills valleys, it buries old lake beds, it smooths over animal tracks, human footprints, and any fragile structures that once stood nearby. Over centuries, dunes consumed the last evidence of the old Sahara. Rock art survived only where cliffs or caves shielded it. Any settlements built from organic materials vanished entirely. The landscape became clean, empty, and silent, a perfect blank slate for future generations to wonder about. Today, when you look across the Sahara, it's difficult to imagine the world that came before it. The silence is heavy. The land feels ancient in a way that suggests permanence, but permanence is an illusion. The desert is young, geologically speaking. It is still changing, still shifting, still carrying beneath its surface the faint outlines of rivers that once sustained entire populations. And in the midst of this world of sand sits the Rishat structure, a relic of deeper geological time that somehow feels connected to the stories of the people who once lived nearby. If early civilizations or pastoral groups did gather near the Rishat structure in greener times, they would have watched their world collapse gradually. The retreat of the lakes, the shrinking of rivers, the decline of herds, and the encroachment of sand would have felt like losing a home in slow motion. And when those people moved on, their stories went with them. Stories of a place where water once flowed. Stories of circular hills or landscapes shaped in ways that felt meaningful. These stories might have evolved into tales of lost worlds, not because anyone invented them out of fantasy, but because the original geographic references vanished. This is what makes the drying of the Sahara such a powerful backdrop for ancient legends. When a land undergoes such a dramatic transformation, memories of the old world become mythic by default. A fertile plain becomes a garden of the gods. A shrinking lake becomes a vanishing kingdom. A circular plateau becomes a city swallowed by disaster. Not because any of these interpretations are literally true, but because the landscape changed so completely that the only way to explain it was through story. By the time later civilizations began writing their records, the Green Sahara had been gone for thousands of years. All that remained were scattered hints, maps with odd symbols, travelers' reports of ancient rivers, and faint memories passed through cultures far from where the original events took place. And all of it sets the stage for the comparisons and questions that would later emerge when people finally saw the Rishat structure from above and began searching for meaning in its perfect rings. With the ancient landscape transformed, the stage is set for the next part of the mystery. How the Rishat structure quietly echoes elements of Plato's most enduring legend. Chapter 3. Atlantis, Coincidence or Clues? By the time people began comparing the Rishat structure to Atlantis, Plato had already been misunderstood, misquoted, stretched into metaphors he never intended, and, to his likely horror, placed at the center of more conspiracy theories than any other philosopher in history. Yet at the core of his tale is a surprisingly compact list of details, simple descriptions that, when read plainly, don't sound like mystical riddle poetry or coded allegory. They sound like someone describing a place, a very specific place with very specific features. Whether he meant it literally, symbolically, or somewhere between the two is a debate scholars love to have, usually over too much coffee, but the details themselves are straightforward enough to explore calmly. The centerpiece of Plato's description is the shape. Atlantis, he wrote, was arranged in concentric rings, alternating circles of land and water, each perfectly circular, each surrounding the next. This is the detail that grabs people instantly because most landscapes do not naturally arrange themselves into rings, and when you see a 25-mile-wide circular formation in northwest Africa, your brain taps you on the shoulder and whispers, "Huh, interesting." Plato describes 3 rings of water and 2 of land, though he also notes that parts of the outer sections were later modified by the Atlanteans themselves, which means even in his own story, the shape wasn't necessarily pristine or untouched. When you compare this to the Richard structure, you naturally see a resemblance, not a perfect match, not a one-to-one replication, but a visual echo, a geological rhythm that resembles a narrative rhythm. Next come the mountains. To the north of Atlantis, Plato describes a notable mountain range, high, sheltering, and rich with rivers. The Rishat structure sits in front of the Adrar Plateau, a rugged highland that, in a greener era, would have looked like a natural barrier protecting the region from northern winds. Today it looks like ancient stone sculpted by ages of dryness, but 10,000 years ago those elevations would have been covered in vegetation dotted with water sources and significantly more imposing. The match isn't perfect, but it's enough to make you tilt your head slightly. Plato then mentions the plain to the south, long, level, fertile. In his account, this plain was one of the defining features of the Atlantean realm, not the center city, but the agricultural heartland that supported it. In the modern Sahara, fertile plains feel like a strange fantasy, but during the African humid period, they were very real. Vast stretches of land south of the Richat structure once held grasslands, wetlands, and seasonal rivers. The environment shifted dramatically with each cycle of climate change, but during the greener ages the region could have supported exactly the kind of plains Plato describes. Whether he was referencing this area or somewhere entirely different is impossible to say, but the environmental context overlaps in interesting ways. One of the most striking details Plato gives is about the materials used in Atlantis. He refers to red, black, and white stones, distinct colors quarried from the landscape and used for construction. The Richat region naturally contains these colors in abundance. Iron-rich sandstones provide reds, dark volcanic rocks and basalts provide blacks, pale limestones and quartzites provide whites. Again, this doesn't prove anything at all. It simply means the palette Plato described exists in the region, which is more of a quiet coincidence than a revelation. But it's the accumulation of quiet coincidences that tends to capture people's attention. Then there is the detail about elephants. Plato notes that the island of Atlantis had many elephants, not a few, not occasional sightings, but many today. The idea of elephants in the Sahara feels absurd, a contradiction to the very concept of a desert. But the Green Sahara held elephants in abundance. Rock art across the region depicts entire herds with casual familiarity. Fossil evidence confirms that elephants ranged widely across North Africa during humid periods. For most of human history, elephants were not exotic in this region. They were part of the everyday ecosystem, so when Plato casually mentions them, it aligns comfortably with what we know about the Sahara's long-lost environment. Plato also describes a freshwater well at the center of the city, providing clean water even as the outer rings filled with seawater. This detail feels mythic at first, but it also reflects a basic geographic truth. Many circular landforms, especially those rising from domed uplift, often have central depressions or areas where water collects. The Richat structure's core is lower than its outer rings, and though it holds no water today, in a wetter climate it may have held springs or temporary ponds after seasonal rains. Early humans could have used such features for drinking water. As climates changed, memories of these water sources might have been folded into later stories. The river to the sea detail is where the puzzle grows delicate. Plato describes a channel from the city to the ocean, allowing ships to pass through the rings. The Richat structure is inland today, very inland, but ancient river systems in the region once flowed toward the Atlantic. Satellite imagery captures paleo channels that trace ancient waterways westward. The landforms no longer match these paths because the Sahara has reshaped itself repeatedly, but it is not impossible that rivers once connected this region to coastal plains that have since eroded, drowned, or shifted beneath rising sea levels. All these details create a gentle sensation. Not belief, not certainty, just curiosity. Plato's list is simple enough that it can't be mapped cleanly onto any one place. It can describe a landscape long gone, a symbolic metaphor, or a region badly distorted by oral tradition before ever reaching Greek ears. His text leaves just enough room for interpretation and just enough specificity to make pattern-seeking minds perk up when they see a satellite photo of the Risha structure. The most important thing to remember is that Plato was not attempting to write a historical documentary. He wasn't giving coordinates or providing an atlas. His story was part philosophical argument, part political commentary, and part inherited memory. He may have drawn from older Egyptian traditions or misunderstood travel accounts or combined several cultural memories into one dramatic narrative. But within that narrative lies a pattern: rings, plains, mountains, colors, elephants, rivers that align loosely, gently, and intriguingly with what once existed in parts of North Africa. What makes this segment of the mystery so soothing to explore is the absence of pressure. You don't need the Risha structure to be Atlantis. You don't need the description to match perfectly. All you need is the simple awareness that Plato left a list of clues describing a place that may have existed in the deep past, a place shaped by water, climate, geography, and memory. And when you place those clues beside a quiet, circular geological formation surrounded by a desert that used to be alive, it becomes easy to drift into a state of gentle wonder, the kind that invites curiosity without demanding conclusions. Once you've examined Plato's clues and quietly accepted that some of them line up with the Rishat structure in a pleasantly suspicious way, the next step is to look at the smaller oddities, the details that don't prove anything on their own but linger in the mind like faint fingerprints on ancient glass. These are the features that make researchers pause, tilt their heads slightly, and say something academic like, "Well, that's interesting." They don't demand conclusions, they simply refuse to be ignored. One of the strangest among them is the presence of ancient salt deposits inside the Risha structure. In a desert environment where rain is scarce and water evaporates quickly, salt isn't surprising by itself. What is surprising is the suggestion that the salt layers within the structure formed through processes involving ancient water bodies. Some geologists have pointed out that portions of the Risha contain evaporate deposits, minerals that form when water sits, lingers, and evaporates over long stretches of time. This doesn't mean the Risha was once a lake, but it does hint that water interacted with its geology in ways that aren't immediately obvious from the modern climate. When you picture the Sahara during a humid phase, rivers flowing, lakes filling, storm clouds gathering, it becomes easy to imagine water pooling in the structure's circular basins, creating the kind of environment where salt layers could slowly accumulate. Then there are the ancient river systems that slither beneath the desert like ghosts of a wetter world. Radar imaging in the late 20th and early 21st centuries revealed the outlines of these massive paleo-channels, dried riverbeds that once carried immense volumes of water across North Africa. Some of these channels flow in directions that match Plato's narrative surprisingly well, running from deep inland regions toward what is now the Atlantic coastline. In modern geography, the Richard structure sits far from the sea, but in the world of 10,000 or even 8,000 years ago, the landscape would have been dramatically different. Coastlines were altered, deltas shifted, and river networks created pathways across regions that are now hostile to life. When you consider these ancient waterways, the idea of a circular formation once connected to a westward flowing system becomes far less far-fetched. Another curiosity is the distribution of ancient fauna across the region, especially elephants. Plato goes out of his way to mention that Atlantis had many elephants, as though their presence was noteworthy, and it would have been if you were writing for an audience in classical Greece, where elephants were known but rarely encountered. But in the Green Sahara, elephants weren't exotic at all. Fossil evidence shows they roamed freely across vast stretches of North Africa. Rock art carved by prehistoric peoples depicts them with a kind of casual familiarity, often standing near lakes or grazing beside herds of cattle. The presence of elephants in Plato's narrative doesn't align with modern geography, but it aligns beautifully with the prehistoric Sahara, suggesting that the imagery in his account may have been drawn from memories of a much earlier landscape. Tools and artifacts found throughout Mauritania add another layer of quiet intrigue. Archaeologists have uncovered stone tools, habitation traces, and remnants of early human activity around regions adjacent to the Richard structure. None of these finds point to an advanced or monumental civilization, but they confirm that humans lived, traveled, and worked in the area long before the desert swallowed it. Simple stone tools may not inspire the same imagination as grand ruins, but they indicate human presence. People exploring the ridges, hunting across the plains, or gathering plants near seasonal water. And while these finds don't match the grandeur of Plato's Atlantis, they contribute to a broader truth. This land was not always empty. Then there's the matter of erosion patterns. The Richard structure's rings are composed of alternating layers of hard quartzite and softer sandstone. Over millions of years, erosion carved the concentric ridges into their present shape. The science here is solid, yet the level of preservation, how clearly the rings remain visible after such immense timescales, is quietly surprising. Erosion usually softens shapes, blurs lines, and creates irregular patterns. The Richard's rings are worn but still strikingly coherent. They have a kind of stubborn symmetry, the sort that feels almost architectural even though it is entirely natural. When viewed from above, the rings appear too clean for the surrounding environment, as if the land is trying a little harder than necessary to maintain its shape. Another oddity lies in the mineral composition scattered across the formation. Geologists have noted that the area contains minerals associated with hydrothermal activity, meaning the region once experienced heat and fluid movement beneath the Earth's surface. This supports the uplift theory, but also paints a picture of a place shaped by multiple overlapping geological events. The Richard structure is not the result of a single moment. It is the result of a series of slow, layered processes interacting in strangely harmonious ways. When geological events stack neatly like this, creating a tidy circle in the middle of a continent, it sparks the imagination, because nature rarely arranges its complexity into something that looks organized from space. Some people point to the alignment of the structure with ancient travel routes, though this is more speculative. During the Sahara's greener days, groups traveling across the region might have used prominent landforms as markers. A circular plateau would have stood out. It might have acted as a natural waypoint in a place you recognized from a distance, a feature that reassured you that your path was correct. This doesn't make it a settlement or a central city, but it makes it part of the landscape of human movement. Landmarks have always shaped migration, even unintentionally. Then there's the subtle but persistent fascination researchers have with the interior depressions of the Richat structure. The central basin and inner rings create natural pockets where water might have pooled during rainy seasons. These areas could have provided temporary freshwater sources long before the desert took hold. If early communities ever camped here, the structure might have served as a resting place, a place where the land, by pure coincidence, gathered the elements people needed to survive. None of these oddities amount to direct evidence of Atlantis or any lost civilization. They don't point to architecture, writing, or engineering. They don't claim that the Richat structure is anything more than a geological formation shaped by erosion, uplift, and deep time. But taken together, these small details create a sense of place, a landscape shaped by water, life, and environmental transformation. A place where memories of a greener world might have lingered long after the land grew silent. A place that feels like it carries the whispers of older stories, even if those stories can never be proven. What remains after examining these clues is not certainty, but the soft, contemplative feeling of a mystery that refuses to resolve too neatly. That's the charm of the Richat structure, not that it answers questions, but that it invites you to keep asking them, slowly and without urgency, the same way the desert allows time to drift without needing conclusions. After exploring the curious parallels and intriguing coincidences, it's important to settle into the other side of the discussion, the quiet, grounded, scientifically steady side, the side that takes a deep breath, adjusts its glasses metaphorically, and says, "All right, let's not get carried away." Because while the Richat structure is visually compelling and undeniably mysterious in its aesthetic, the case against it being anything remotely like Atlantis is just as strong as the case that makes people wonder in the first place. And acknowledging that doesn't make the mystery less soothing. In fact, it makes it more balanced, more realistic, and more grounded in the rhythm of nature rather than the drama of myth. One of the simplest arguments against the Richat-Atlantis connection is the absence of ruins. No foundations, no walls, no pottery fragments, no structural remnants of any kind. If a major civilization once existed here, even one without monumental stone architecture, we would expect to find some trace of it. People leave things behind: tools, shards, fire pits, bones, carvings, symbolic objects, something. The Sahara is harsh, but not harsh enough to erase every sign of human activity. If a dense population had lived here, small nomadic encampments leave faint traces, farming settlements leave soil signatures, even temporary villages create debris. But inside the Richat structure, archaeological evidence is scarce, scattered, and entirely consistent with occasional prehistoric habitation rather than a populous, organized city. Another clear issue is scale. Plato describes Atlantis as a powerful naval civilization capable of launching fleets, influencing foreign regions, and maintaining a capital city large enough to impress outsiders. This would require infrastructure, labor specialization, long-distance trade, and durable materials. The Green Sahara did support human life, but the evidence we have, stone tools, simple camps, modest cultural artifacts, points to pastoral and hunter-gatherer lifestyles rather than elaborate urban systems. There were no harbors, no shipyards, no canal networks, and certainly no signs of advanced engineering. The gap between the archaeological record and the expectations for a sprawling maritime empire is wide, calm, and fairly conclusive. Geology presents its own firm counterpoints. The reshaped structure is understood through a series of geological processes involving uplift and erosion. Its rings aren't artificial. They are layers of sedimentary rock carved gently over millions of years by wind and water. The symmetry of these rings feels uncanny when viewed from orbit, but up close, the terrain reveals irregularities, breaks, inconsistencies, and natural erosion patterns that would make any idea of artificial construction almost impossible. Nature has had a very long time to perfect this formation. It didn't need architects. It needed time, pressure, shifting plates, and the slow sculpting of weather. The age of the rocks is another point of conflict. Many layers of the Richat structure date back hundreds of millions of years, far older than anything humans could have shaped. The uplift likely occurred tens of millions of years ago. Even the youngest erosional processes are far older than the timeline of human civilization. If Plato's account referred to an advanced society around 9,600 BCE, the Richat's geological history simply does not align. Humans were not carving rings into uplifted domes while mammoths still roamed the northern forests. The idea collapses under the sheer weight of deep time. There is also the question of context. Atlantis, as Plato describes it, was a hub of Atlantic navigation, a power that interacted with Mediterranean societies, but the Richat structure sits far inland, even accounting for ancient coastlines. Even at its closest connection, this region would have required extensive river systems or routes across wide plains, and while ancient rivers existed, the logistics of sustaining a large maritime civilization so far from stable ocean access are difficult to justify. Plato's Atlantis was a sea power. The Richat region was, at best, a freshwater-rich inland landscape during humid periods. Another important point comes from understanding Plato himself. His dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, are philosophical works, not historical treatises. Atlantis serves as a metaphorical lesson about societal hubris, moral decay, and the consequences of unchecked ambition. Ancient Greek writers often crafted allegorical narratives in grand mythic terms. They weren't necessarily recording precise histories. Even if Plato drew inspiration from older Egyptian stories or folk memories of distant lands, his purpose wasn't to document geography, it was to illustrate ideas. Seeing Atlantis as literal misses the genre he was writing in. Then there's the lack of supporting historical records. No Egyptian writings describe a circular coastal city matching Plato's description. No Phoenician traders mention it in their maritime logs. No Carthaginian accounts reference such a settlement. In a region with extensive interactions between early Mediterranean and African cultures, a highly advanced city would almost certainly have left some mark in oral or written traditions beyond Plato's single dialogue. The silence is telling. All these points form the steady, sensible, scientifically grounded case against the Richat structure being Atlantis or any ancient lost civilization. Yet none of them make the structure less fascinating. The Richat stands out precisely because it embodies contradictions, visually striking but geologically ordinary, evocative of myth yet entirely natural, surrounded by desert but shaped by water in the deep past. The structure's intrigue lies not in what humans built, but in what nature carved and time concealed. What the scientific perspective ultimately gives us is a sense of humility. The Richat structure is a reminder that Earth's landscapes can mimic human patterns accidentally, that erosion can outperform architects, that symmetry doesn't always imply intention. and that sometimes the most interesting mysteries are the ones that sit comfortably between explanation and imagination. There is a quiet comfort in acknowledging what the Rishat structure is not, because it allows us to appreciate what it is: a monumental geological formation shaped entirely by natural processes, yet somehow capable of whispering to the part of the human mind that loves stories of lost worlds. Dismissing the Atlantis comparison doesn't end the mystery. It reframes it, shifting the focus from fantasy to the wonder of a landscape that survived floods, droughts, and time itself. And somewhere between geological certainty and mythic speculation lies a middle path, a gentle possibility that doesn't require lost empires or supernatural disasters. Only the simple fact that landscapes change, memories drift, and stories evolve across generations. That quiet middle ground forms the foundation for the next part of this chapter. After weighing the clues and counterpoints, what remains is a space in between, a soft, contemplative middle ground where certainty isn't required and imagination doesn't have to be excessive. It's the place where most real historical mysteries quietly live, suspended between the cold confidence of science and the gentle allure of myth. The Rishat structure fits comfortably there, not as Atlantis, not as evidence of a forgotten super-civilization, but as something far more grounded and oddly more beautiful, a landscape that carries echoes of memories older than history itself. This middle ground begins with an idea that's far less glamorous than lost empires but far more plausible, that Plato's account of Atlantis may have been shaped by older stories, older observations, and older memories passed through generations of storytellers, traders, and priests, not memories of a technologically advanced society, but memories of places that once existed and then disappeared as the world changed. Civilizations don't have to be grand to be worth remembering. A pastoral group displaced by drought can leave behind a story that grows in the telling. A lakeside settlement swallowed by desert winds can become a tale of a city lost. A dramatic shift in climate can be recast as a divine punishment, and long after the physical evidence is gone, the story continues, reshaped a little each time it's spoken aloud. If you imagine early North African cultures watching their world change, watching lakes shrink, herds migrate, familiar routes vanish beneath encroaching sand, it's easy to understand how memories of those landscapes could eventually transform into myths about lost worlds. The Sahara didn't disappear overnight, but it disappeared quickly enough in human terms that it would have felt, to those who lived through it, like watching a homeland dissolve. People don't forget something like that. They carry it into new regions, tell it to their children, bury it in rituals and cautionary tales, and as those stories move from one culture to another, details shift, embellishments form, and simple memories become larger narratives. When Plato eventually recorded the Atlantis story, he may have been receiving not a literal historical account, but a story already many generations old. A story so old, in fact, that the geography behind it had changed completely since the original events. That is the gentle possibility that keeps the Rishat conversation alive. Not that it was Atlantis, but that it resembles the type of place that could have inspired memories strong enough to survive climate shifts, migrations, and cultural reinterpretation. In this middle ground, the Rishat structure becomes less a candidate for Atlantis and more a symbol for the forgotten worlds that once existed during the Sahara's green phases. The circular shape isn't a blueprint, it's a coincidence that resembles human descriptions of circular settlements or lake systems. The environment around it, once fertile, later desolate, fits the rhythm of myths describing lands that flourished and then vanished, and the geological strangeness of the formation makes it the type of place human imagination gravitates toward, even without evidence of ancient cities or monumental architecture. This perspective is calm and grounding. It acknowledges that the Richat structure is geological, not architectural. It embraces the idea that natural formations can inspire awe without requiring supernatural explanations, and it allows space for the possibility that human stories, especially the very old ones, often preserve impressions of landscapes altered or erased by time. In this view, Atlantis isn't a lost city waiting to be excavated. It's a cultural memory of a world transformed. The middle ground also makes room for one of the most fascinating aspects of human storytelling, our tendency to merge different memories into single narratives. Imagine an Egyptian priest hearing tales from travelers who claim their ancestors once lived in a land where water flowed through concentric valleys. Imagine those memories mixing with other stories of disappearing lakes, ancient floods, or regions swallowed by drought. Imagine Plato hearing a version of that tale centuries later, filtered through generations of reinterpretation. By the time he wrote it down, the story would have been a blend, part geography, part metaphor, part nostalgia for a world the teller never saw. This blending of truth and tale is not deception, it's how oral traditions work. Details shift, landscapes become symbols, natural disasters become moral lessons. A story meant to explain why the world changed becomes a story explaining why people must be humble. Even today, we do this without realizing it. We condense complex events into simple narratives because simple narratives are easier to remember, easier to teach, and easier to carry into the future. In the calm light of this middle ground, the Richat structure serves as a gentle reminder that landscapes shape stories just as stories shape our perception of landscapes. The structure's rings might have meant nothing to the people who walked across it thousands of years ago, but to someone hearing a distorted account of those landscapes generations later, the image of a circular landform might have blossomed into something mythic. Not because the Richat structure was Atlantis, but because it felt like the kind of place myths grow from, strange, memorable, and entirely out of step with its surroundings. The temptation of this middle path lies in its openness. You don't have to believe the Richat structure hides ruins. You don't have to assume ancient people built concentric canals. You don't even have to decide whether Atlantis existed as a literal place. You simply accept that the ancient world was filled with environments now gone, and that stories from those environments survived in forms we barely recognize. The Richat structure becomes one of many possible inspirations, not the answer, but an echo. There's something soothing about mysteries that don't demand solutions. They allow your mind to drift without needing to arrive anywhere specific. The Richat structure isn't a riddle asking to be solved. It's an invitation to explore deeper layers of time, to imagine landscapes that no longer exist, and to appreciate how human memory stretches across millennia. It reminds us that myths often begin with something real, not a lost empire necessarily, but a lost environment, a lost way of life, or a lost understanding of the land. And that leads us gently into the final chapter of this journey, a shift away from evidence and counter-evidence, and toward the quiet, cosmic perspective that emerges when you consider how long the Richat structure has watched the desert around it rise, fall, and change. Chapter 4. The Eye That Remembers Everything. If you ever find yourself imagining the Richau structure at night, it helps to forget the satellite photos and geological diagrams for a moment and picture something much quieter. A place far from modern roads, far from city lights, far from anything that interrupts the soft rhythm of the desert after sunset. Night in the Sahara is its own world, almost a separate dimension from the harsh daylight that most people think defines it. The heat drains away slowly, the wind settles into a steady breath across the dunes, and the sky opens wider than seems reasonable, filled with stars that feel impossibly close. In that stillness, the Richat structure doesn't feel like a geological puzzle or a misunderstood legend. It feels ancient in a way few places do, as if it has been sitting patiently through eras, watching everything change around it while remaining almost unchanged itself. Standing at the center of the formation under a clear sky would feel like standing inside a natural observatory. The circular ridges rise around you, not high enough to trap you, but just high enough to create the sense of being in a vast stone bowl. The curves would guide your gaze upward toward the sky, making the stars appear as though they are swirling in unison with the rings below. There are no lights to dim the stars, no distant hum of traffic, no artificial sounds, just the low whisper of the wind brushing across ancient rock, passing through channels carved by time, creating tones so soft you might not even register them consciously. In that kind of quiet, the desert feels alive. Not in a dramatic or mystical way, but in the subtle way landscapes breathe through temperature shifts, airflow, and tens of thousands of years of stillness. The moonlight transforms the Richat structure even further. The pale light pools in the lower depressions and glides across the ridges, revealing the circular symmetry that can be hard to see when you're standing on the ground during the day. At night, those rings shine faintly, almost glowing in places where quartzite catches the moon's reflection. The effect is soothing, not eerie, the kind of sight that makes you exhale slowly, not look over your shoulder. The desert has always been a place where time feels soft and stretched, and inside the Richat at night, that feeling only deepens, as if the land is gently reminding you that it has existed far longer than any human story about it. There is something comforting about how little the Richat structure demands. It doesn't insist on meaning. It doesn't ask to be interpreted. It simply sits, weathered and patient, while the sky above it cycles through constellations that ancient people once used to navigate across greener lands. Thousands of years ago, when the Sahara was still alive with lakes and grasslands, early humans would have looked up at the same stars, using them to track seasons, migrations, and time. They may have passed near the Richat without knowing its shape, but they would have walked under this same sky, feeling the same cool air after sunset, listening to similar breezes skimming across the land. In that sense, the desert night turns the Richat structure into a bridge between eras, not because anything connects them physically, but because the sky has remained one of the few constants across the entire sweep of human history. If you were to sit on one of the ridges and look out into the darkness, you would see nothing but the silhouettes of dunes shifting gently in the moonlight. The horizon softens at night, blending sky and sand into a single muted line. It's the kind of scene that encourages introspection, not analysis. You don't wonder who built the structure or whether it held palaces or temples. You simply feel the weight of time, not as something heavy or intimidating, but as something vast and calming. The world has changed so many times, and the Richat has been here through all of it, absorbing the silence, weathering the storms, and watching the land around it transform. The desert's silence isn't empty. It holds layers of memory, not the kind you can excavate with tools, but the kind that lingers in atmosphere. The silence feels old, as if it carries a faint awareness of the worlds that once existed here. Lakes reflecting starlight, animals moving across grasslands, families gathering near fires that burned in a landscape now gone. The nighttime air feels thick with that invisible history, yet it doesn't demand your attention. It simply exists, like a soft background hum. The stars above the Rishat structure appear especially dense because of the region's extreme remoteness. The Milky Way stretches overhead like a pale river of light, echoing the rivers that once flowed across the Sahara during its humid phases. The longer you look, the more constellations seem to reveal themselves, and the more the structure on the ground feels connected to the cosmos above. The rings of the Rishat mirror the vast circular patterns in the sky, the arcs of the galaxy, the curvature of the horizon, the slow rotation of the Earth itself. It creates a sense of gentle symmetry between Earth and sky, a reminder that humans have always found meaning in patterns even when those patterns were accidental. It's easy to understand why people feel drawn to connect this ancient formation with legends. Standing inside the Risha at night could make anyone feel the urge to tell a story, not a sensational one, but a quiet one about the persistence of the land, the fragility of memory, and the way nature sometimes creates shapes that feel like symbols. In the soft glow of the moon, the structure doesn't look artificial, but it does look intentional in a way only nature at its most patient can achieve. What makes the Risha structure so soothing at night is the way it absorbs human curiosity without answering it. You can wonder about its origins, its place in mythology, its connection to past climates, or whether ancient people ever felt a hint of awe when passing near it. But the structure offers nothing back except the gentle assurance that it will still be here long after our questions fade into silence. In that sense, it becomes a reminder not of lost civilizations, but of time's quiet endurance, the slow, steady processes that shape the earth far beyond human timelines. And as the night grows deeper and the air cools further, the Rishat structure settles into complete stillness, becoming not a mystery to solve, but a place to simply exist for a moment, to rest, to breathe, and to absorb the sense of calm that comes from standing in a landscape that has survived every climate, every story, and every shift the world has thrown at it. The next layer of this journey explores the source of that storytelling instinct, why humans see patterns, build myths, and create meaning from landscapes that endure long after the civilizations around them disappear. If you sit long enough inside the Risha structure, not literally of course, but in your mind, quietly imagining the desert night and the slow movement of stars overhead, you eventually drift into a very human question. Why do we tell stories about places like this? Why do certain landscapes, certain formations, certain patterns pull at the imagination more strongly than others? We don't look at an ordinary hill and assume it holds ancient secrets. We don't stare at a random cluster of rocks and start crafting mythologies. Yet give us a perfect circle in the middle of a desert, or a mountain shaped like a face, or a forest that feels too symmetrical to be an accident, and our brains immediately begin weaving meaning into the shapes. It isn't irrational, it's instinctive, a deep part of how humans make sense of the world, especially the parts of it that feel older than our ability to explain them. That instinct begins with something simple: pattern recognition. Humans are exceptional at spotting patterns even when those patterns don't exist. It's a survival trait. Recognizing the difference between a harmless shadow and a predator hiding in the bushes was once a matter of life and death. Over time, that instinct expanded into art, religion, storytelling, and all the imaginative ways we try to connect the dots between what we see and what we feel. When early people saw the rings of the Rishat structure, perhaps not from the ground but from the gradual rise of surrounding terrain, they might have sensed an unusual regularity in its shape. Maybe not enough to interpret it as a city or a monument, but enough to remember it, enough to describe it, enough to make it feel distinct from the ordinary landscapes around it. The human imagination thrives on places that feel just slightly out of place. The Risha structure does exactly that. It's too round, too wide, too neatly layered to blend in with the rugged desert. It doesn't look artificial, but it doesn't look random either. It occupies a liminal space, natural but strangely intentional in appearance, and when a landscape hovers in that space, the imagination naturally steps in to fill the gaps. People project stories onto it not to deceive anyone, but because stories help us understand what feels beyond understanding. Storytelling is how humans anchor themselves in time, how they transform landscapes into memories, and how they preserve experiences that might otherwise vanish. This is why even the calmest, most scientific minds sometimes drift into gentle speculation when they look at places like the Rishat. Not because they truly believe in lost empires hiding under millions of years of erosion, but because landscapes with unusual beauty evoke a sense of quiet wonder, and wonder is a fertile ground for stories. You don't need to imagine Atlantis rising and falling. You only need to imagine how it felt for early communities to live in a Sahara full of lakes and wildlife, passing by a strange circular plateau that looked different each season. Maybe it was a landmark, maybe it was a gathering point, maybe it meant nothing at all, but it would have stood out, and anything that stands out tends to gather stories. Humans also tell stories because the natural world isn't always generous with explanations. For most of history, people didn't have geology textbooks or climate models. They had observations, intuition, and oral traditions. When a river dried, they created a story. When a mountain erupted, they created a story. When the stars shifted seasonally, they created stories to explain their patterns. Over generations, these stories evolved, blending details from nature with the emotional tone of the people describing them. A drought wasn't just an environmental event, it became a moral narrative of balance lost and regained. A vanished lake wasn't just climate change, it became a tale of a great flood or a divine warning or a forgotten world swallowed by forces beyond human control. It isn't surprising that the Rishat structure, surrounded by a desert shaped by one of the most dramatic climate transformations in human prehistory, inspires curiosity bordering on myth. Long before Plato wrote about Atlantis, people across the Sahara would have witnessed environmental shifts so profound they could barely describe them. Shrinking lakes, migrating animals, the slow invasion of sand, these experiences leave emotional impressions. A landscape that once supported entire populations can fade into silence within a few generations, and when that happens, the stories that form afterward are rarely literal accounts. They become metaphors for loss, change, and the fragility of human presence. The act of storytelling also brings comfort. It creates order in places where nature seems chaotic. It offers meaning in events that feel senseless, and it allows cultures to pass knowledge from one generation to the next. A story about a lost world isn't just entertainment. It's a way of saying, something important happened here, don't forget it. Those stories can stretch across thousands of years, even if the exact details blur. The memory of a disappearing lake might evolve into a legend of an entire region swallowed by the sea. The recollection of an unusually shaped landform might become a story about circular cities or divine architecture. When landscapes change as drastically as the Sahara did, the human imagination steps in to preserve what the land no longer shows. What's interesting is that the imagination doesn't only reach backward, it also reaches upward. Humans have always linked earthly landscapes with the sky. The circular shape of the Risha structure mirrors patterns in the heavens, orbits, celestial spheres, the arc of the Milky Way. Ancient cultures often looked at the sky and the earth as mirrors of one another. If something looked meaningful on the ground, they assumed a celestial connection. If something appeared in the stars, they looked for its reflection in the landscape. This tendency isn't mystical, it's psychological. It creates symmetry between the known and the unknown, allowing people to navigate a confusing world through harmony rather than randomness. The Risha structure invites that kind of thinking. At night, when the stars swirl overhead and the rings below form a gentle spiral of shadow and light, it becomes easy to understand how the human imagination might link the two, not through elaborate theories, but through quiet intuition, through the simple feeling that a place shaped in circles must hold a story shaped in circles, through the awareness that landscapes sometimes look like symbols even when they are not, through the natural desire to connect the visible world with the invisible past. In the end, the human imagination isn't a flaw in our understanding of places like the Risha structure. It's a companion. It allows us to explore possibilities without insisting on answers. It lets us appreciate mysteries without demanding they be solved. And it reminds us that even when we know the scientific explanation for a geological formation, we can still feel wonder, still be moved by the beauty of its shape, and still tell stories about what it might have meant to the people who walked through a greener Sahara thousands of years ago. That instinct to remember, to reinterpret, to imagine, leads naturally into the next part of this journey. The way deserts protect, preserve, and occasionally conceal pieces of worlds that no longer exist, leaving behind not cities but quiet geological breadcrumbs for the patient observer. When people think of the desert, they often imagine it as a place that erases everything. Wind sweeping across dunes, sand swallowing anything left on the surface, time grinding all traces of the past into dust. And while parts of that are true, the desert is far more complicated. It destroys, yes, but it also preserves in ways wetter climates never can. Humidity decays wood, softens clay, and corrodes metal. Rain washes away structures and scatters artifacts. Plants reclaim abandoned land quickly, burying the past in roots and soil. But the desert is patient. Dry air keeps things intact. Sand buries but also protects. Stone carvings last almost forever when nothing grows to break them apart. If anything, the Sahara is one of the most powerful memory keepers on Earth, even if it rarely gives up those memories easily. The Rishat structure sits in the middle of this vast archive, not an archive of books or ruins or treasure, but an archive of landscapes. The rings themselves are a geological timeline. Each layer tells a story about a different era of Earth's crust. The minerals inside them remember volcanic activity, erosion patterns, shifts in ancient climates, and surrounding the structure, scattered across the Sahara, lie faint traces of worlds that came and went before the desert took over. Fossils of fish that once swam in freshwater lakes, shells from ancient inland seas, bones of hippos, giraffes, elephants, and antelope that lived in grasslands where nothing but dunes now remain. These remnants are quiet, fragile, and astonishingly well preserved because the desert has held them still for millennia. Even more delicate objects survive in surprising numbers. Stone tools left behind by early humans who walked across plains now buried under dunes, arrowheads, blades, grinding stones, small carvings. They're scattered, not concentrated, evidence of lives lived lightly on the land, following herds, collecting plants, moving when the seasons demanded it. None of these objects tell a story of a centralized city or a monumental culture, but they do tell the story of human persistence in a world that was constantly shifting around them. These tools have edges still sharp enough to cut. They were shaped by hands that lived in a climate we can barely imagine today, and the desert, indifferent to time, simply kept them. Then there are the rivers, or rather, the ghosts of rivers. Radar imaging reveals dozens of ancient channels beneath the Sahara's surface, some stretching hundreds of miles. These channels are not small trickles, but massive pathways carved by powerful flows of water. They show where life once concentrated, where animals gathered, where early humans traveled and settled, and though they're invisible from the ground, their presence beneath the sand acts like a geological memory, a map of how different the world used to be. Long after lakes vanished and grasslands withered, the shapes of these channels remained, buried but intact. The desert also preserves what might be called emotional landscapes, the subtle, atmospheric memory of places people once inhabited. Rock art in the Sahara captures these moments with eerie clarity, carvings of cattle, religious symbols, hunting scenes, boats gliding across water. Some images show animals that haven't lived in the region for thousands of years. Others depict rituals or daily activities of groups whose descendants migrated far away when the climate changed. These paintings survive because the desert air is too dry to dissolve the pigments. They are echoes etched into stone, fragments of human emotion fossilized in mineral form. And even though they don't correspond to Plato's Atlantis, they show how easily early cultures could leave behind traces that would confuse or inspire later generations. But the desert's preservation comes with a twist. It protects selectively. It keeps what nature builds, but rarely what humans build. Wood, cloth, bone, and plant materials decay quickly, stone lasts, but only if left untouched by wind. Anything built from mud or organic material disappears, so a region could support generations of habitation and leave barely any physical evidence. When the Sahara dried, entire ways of life evaporated with it. People moved south or toward the coast, leaving only a thin scattering of tools and art behind. By the time later civilizations emerged in Egypt, Carthage, and the Mediterranean world, the memory of those Saharan cultures had already faded into rumor. What remained was the land itself, a massive desert holding fragments of forgotten worlds. The Risha structure in this context isn't a monument to something lost. It's a survivor from geological history that just happens to sit among the buried traces of human history. Its rings are not ruins, but reminders that the planet keeps records in stone long after humans forget. Its symmetry draws the imagination not because it hides a city, but because it stands out against the silence of the desert, a quiet landmark in a landscape that erases almost everything else. What the desert preserves best, strangely enough, is not artifacts or fossils, but absence. It preserves the feeling of worlds that used to exist but no longer do. It holds the echo of water where there is none. It holds the memory of animals that once roamed freely. It holds the imprint of climate cycles so vast they dwarf every human empire combined. When you stand in a place like the Rishat structure, the most powerful sensation isn't that something is buried beneath your feet. It's that something is missing. something that used to be here but isn't anymore. That sense of absence can be misunderstood as evidence of ruins or lost cities, but it's really just the desert doing what deserts do, revealing nothing and everything at the same time. And that is why this landscape inspires stories. Humans fill silence with meaning. We see the absence and imagine what might have once filled it. We see preserved fossils and picture thriving ecosystems. We see ancient riverbeds and imagine the people who walked beside them. The desert keeps just enough evidence to suggest what once existed, but not enough to tell the full story. And in that gap, wide, quiet, and centuries deep, the imagination takes over. This brings us to the final movement of this journey, a gentle widening of perspective, a step back from geology and fossils and myths, and into the broader cosmic calm that emerges when you stand in the middle of a desert night and realize just how ancient, patient, and enduring the earth truly is. When you step back from all the theories, the geology, the ancient climates, and the quiet wonders preserved by the desert, the Risha structure becomes something simpler. Not a riddle demanding an answer, but a reminder of how small we are against the scale of time. Standing in the middle of its rings, especially under the night sky, you can feel the weight of millions of years pressing gently around you, not in a frightening way, but in a calming, grounding way, the kind that makes your breath slow down without you meaning to, as if the land itself is inviting you to let go of the need for certainty. Because the truth is, the Rishat structure doesn't care what we believe about it. It existed long before humans tried to make sense of it, and it will exist long after our stories fade. The desert has watched entire civilizations rise and fall at its edges, while the eye of Africa simply remained what it always was, a geological formation shaped by pressures, erosion, and deep time. And yet, for something so indifferent, it has a remarkable ability to hold our attention, to stir our imagination, to make us lean forward and whisper, "What if?" That what if doesn't need to be answered. It's enough that the question exists. It's enough that something in a quiet corner of the Sahara can evoke wonder in people who will never stand beside it. We don't need Atlantis for the Risha to matter. We don't need a lost empire or buried ruins. The formation is compelling precisely because it sits on the edge of the known and the unknown, part science, part mystery, part myth, part memory. It invites you to be curious without demanding conclusions, and that is its most soothing quality. If you imagine the Risha at its quietest moment, perhaps just before dawn, when the stars begin to fade but the sun hasn't yet lifted over the dunes, the entire landscape feels suspended. The air is cool, still carrying the desert's nighttime clarity. The sky brightens slowly, revealing the faint outlines of the rings around you. The first light washes over the ridges, turning the stone soft shades of blue and gold. In this moment, it feels as though the structure is waking up, though of course it never sleeps. It simply cycles through light and darkness, warmth and cold, day after day, century after century, long after humanity stopped paying attention, and that quiet persistence is part of its allure. The Rishat structure doesn't ask for interpretation because it doesn't need us. It exists comfortably beyond our stories. We are the ones who project meaning onto it, who draw parallels, who search for patterns, and there's nothing wrong with that. Humans make meaning because it helps us navigate a world that rarely explains itself. But when you're standing in front of something so ancient, so vast, and so unaffected by our questions, the impulse to interpret eventually softens. You start to accept the landscape the way you accept the night sky, beautiful, mysterious, complete without needing answers. This is why the final feeling the Risha structure gives isn't excitement or fear or even curiosity. It's perspective, the kind of perspective that makes you realize how temporary human history is compared to geological time. Civilizations rise, cities flourish, myths form, and then everything fades. But the land remains. The Sahara has been green, then brown, then green again, then sand, then grass, then dunes. The world shifts constantly, but overspans so long that it's easy to forget. Human history is only a blink in the Earth's memory. When you imagine the Eye of Africa remembering, it's not literal, of course. Rock doesn't hold memories the way we do, but landscapes preserve patterns, scars, layers, and echoes of what came before. The Risha structure remembers not through intention, but through endurance, through the way its rings hold the imprint of ancient forces, through the way it witnessed the Sahara's transformation without changing its own essential shape, through the way it stands in the middle of emptiness, still holding the quiet dignity of something older than our oldest stories. And as you let that perspective sink in, the idea of Atlantis becomes less about a place and more about a feeling that somewhere, sometime, a world existed that is now gone, a feeling that memory outlasts evidence, a feeling that not everything that disappears is lost forever. Some things simply fade into new forms, new landscapes, new interpretations. The Risha structure doesn't solve the Atlantis mystery, but it offers a gentle space where that mystery can rest, unpressured and unbothered. In the end, the most peaceful thought of all is this: maybe Atlantis was real, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was a memory of a greener Sahara. Maybe it was an echo of rivers and lakes that vanished before history began. Or maybe it was just a story, a beautifully structured story passed down through generations. But somewhere out there in the quiet heart of the desert, the Eye of Africa is still watching. Not searching, not revealing, just watching. Watching the night sky turn. Watching the dunes shift. Watching time pass with the patience only the earth itself can hold. And there is something profoundly comforting about that. To know that long after questions fade and theories shift and stories evolve, the land remains silent, enduring, timeless. A slow, cosmic heartbeat in the middle of the Sahara, inviting you to breathe a little slower, to let your thoughts drift, and to fall gently into rest. If you've made it this far, awake, half asleep, or somewhere in that gentle in-between space where thoughts drift like sand across a desert floor, then you've journeyed through one of Earth's quietest mysteries. And maybe that's the real beauty of the Risha structure. Not that it holds answers, but that it encourages the kind of patient wondering that modern life rarely gives us time for. In a world full of noise, urgency, and constant stimulation, the Eye of Africa offers the opposite: silence, space, perspective, a slow reminder that the planet moves at a pace far older and far calmer than anything we build on its surface. When you think back to what we've explored, the green Sahara that once flourished with lakes and herds, the ancient river systems buried beneath dunes, the rock art carved by hands that lived in a world we can barely imagine, the geological forces that sculpted the Risha's rings millions of years before humans ever walked near them, it becomes clear that the story of this place isn't about a lost civilization. It's about a lost landscape, a world that once existed, quietly thrived, and then vanished not because of catastrophe, but because Earth itself shifted into a new rhythm. The The Rishat structure is a witness to all of it, a memory in stone shaped not by human intention but by natural processes that unfold over spans of time far beyond our comprehension. And even though the Atlantis comparison has become part of its identity, the truth is you don't need a legend to appreciate this formation. You don't need Plato or myths of rings and cities or theories about ancient mariners. You only need the simple awareness that our planet contains places so strange and so beautiful that they feel like stories even before we start telling them. The Rishat structure is one of those places. Perfectly circular, timeless, a little unsettling, completely mesmerizing, the kind of formation that makes you pause and remember that the Earth was sculpting wonders long before anyone arrived to give them names. There's a quiet comfort in imagining the Eye of Africa as a presence rather than a puzzle, not a watcher in any mystical sense, but a symbol of endurance. It has seen the Sahara as a cradle of life, then as a wilderness, and now as a vast ocean of sand. It has seen climates shift, species migrate, and entire ecosystems vanish into memory. And through all of it, it stayed where it was, letting time carve every ridge, every basin, every curve. There's something almost meditative about that, the idea that some things don't chase meaning, they simply endure and allow us to come to them with whatever questions or stories we carry. As you settle into the final moments of this journey, imagine once more the Rishat structure under the stars. The rings around you fading into shadow, the sky stretching overhead like an ancient tapestry, the air cool, the sand carrying the day's warmth, the wind quiet enough to feel like the earth is holding its breath. In that moment, all the theories, all the debates, all the speculation falls away. What remains is just the land, unconcerned, immense, older than memory, a reminder that our place in the world is temporary but also meaningful in its own small way. And maybe that's the real gift of places like this. They allow us to step outside ourselves, to drift gently into perspective, to remember that not everything needs to be solved. Some mysteries are meant to rest, some landscapes are meant to simply be admired, and some stories, like the Sahara itself, are more soothing when left open, when allowed to breathe, when allowed to drift into the same soft silence that defines the desert at night. So as you drift towards sleep or into a deeper state of calm, let the Rishat structure fade into that quiet space behind your thoughts. Let the rings dissolve into darkness, the stars soften overhead, and the desert wind carry away whatever tension you brought with you. The earth has been here a long time, and it will be here long after the worries of today have faded. You are small compared to the scale of geological time, but that smallness is not a burden. It's a comfort, a reminder that it's okay to rest. Thank you for spending this time exploring one of the planet's most beautiful and enigmatic features. If you enjoyed this journey, and you'd like to drift through more forgotten landscapes and ancient mysteries crafted to help you unwind, consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel. It truly helps, and it means a lot. And before you fall asleep fully, let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you. I love seeing the entire world gathered in one quiet, shared moment. For now, take one last breath. Let it go slowly, and let the desert night close around you. The Eye of Africa will keep its silent watch. You only need to rest. Hey guys, welcome back to the Sleep Atlas. Tonight, we're traveling back to one of history's strangest paradoxes, an army of monks, men who swore vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, then marched into battle with swords gleaming in the sunlight and banners blazing red crosses against white, the Knights Templar. For the next 2 hours, you're not in the 21st century anymore. You're in the age of cathedrals and crusades, relics and rumors, faith and fear. And as always, if you enjoy these journeys through history that help you fall asleep, please subscribe for more nights like this one. It helps the channel, and it helps you find your way back when you need another story to drift away to. Now tell me in the comments, what's keeping you up tonight? Because tonight, we're going to talk about a brotherhood that was born in faith, drenched in blood, and consumed by legend. A story that begins not in a palace, but in silence. Imagine, a torch flickers in an underground chamber beneath Jerusalem. The year is 1119. The city still smells faintly of conquest, burned wood, incense, and the metallic tang of drying blood. 9 knights kneel in a circle. Their armor creaks as they bow their heads. One of them, Hugh de Payens, a French nobleman with eyes like chipped flint, swears an oath before God to live without wealth, without women, without fear, to protect the pilgrims traveling these deadly roads to the Holy Sepulchre. No music, no witnesses, just men and stone and the echo of words they can never unsay. That's how the Knights Templar began. Or at least how history thinks they did. But as with most things that begin in the dark, the truth is more complicated. Chapter 1. The Secret Birth of a Holy Army. Jerusalem in 1119 was not a place of peace. The First Crusade had ended 20 years earlier, and what the Crusaders left behind wasn't holiness, it was chaos. The Holy City was technically Christian, ruled by a Latin king, but the streets were still littered with ghosts. Mosques had been turned into churches. Pilgrims from Europe wandered through the desert, barefoot and dazed, believing they were walking through the Bible itself. And everywhere, the tension between faiths hung thick as incense. The roads between the coast and the city were a nightmare. Bandits, raiders, and desert tribes preyed on travelers like wolves. Every year, hundreds of unarmed pilgrims set out from the ports of Jaffa or Acre to see the place where Christ had died, and many never arrived. It was a land where faith could get you killed faster than sin. Enter those 9 knights, poor, devout, and possibly bored noblemen from northern France. Their leader, Hugh de Payens, had fought in the Crusades and stayed behind when most went home. He and 8 companions approached King Baldwin II of Jerusalem with a strange request. They wanted permission to form a new order of knights, not to conquer, not to rule, but to guard. The king said yes. The church hesitated. Nobody quite knew what to do with these men. They were knights, yes, but they claimed to be monks too. The idea didn't fit into any box the medieval world understood. A soldier was supposed to fight, a monk was supposed to pray, and these men wanted to do both. Baldwin gave them quarters in a building that stood on the ruins of the Temple of Solomon, the most sacred and controversial ground in the world. And that's where their name came from. The poor fellow soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, or more simply, the Knights Templar. Now here's where things start to shimmer with myth, because for nearly a decade, nobody heard much from them. No glorious battles, no public presence, just 9 knights living quietly in a half-ruined temple, claiming to protect pilgrims. And that's when the whispers began. What were they doing under the temple? Some said they were excavating. Others said they were searching for something buried deep beneath the stones, relics perhaps, or knowledge long hidden since the days of Solomon himself. Modern archaeologists will tell you this is nonsense, of course, but even they admit the Templars had access to the Temple Mount, a privilege almost no one else in Christendom enjoyed, and for years they dug there with the Church's blessing. When they finally emerged into public life, they were different, organized, wealthy, confident, almost as if they'd found something that changed everything. But let's step back for a moment. The early 11th century was an age of improvisation. The Crusader states were young, messy, and barely hanging on. Every kingdom was a patchwork of loyalties, half knights, half pilgrims, and a lot of wishful thinking. The Church was desperate for order, and the Templars offered exactly that, a blend of zeal and discipline that looked like divine intervention in armor. It was a brilliant pitch, and they sold it well. When Hugh de Payens travelled back to Europe in 1127 to seek official recognition, he met with kings, nobles, and eventually the Pope himself. The Church loved them, a holy army that required no payment, asked for no land, and swore absolute loyalty to God. It was a bureaucrat's dream. Pope Honorius II granted them official status, and a few years later, in 1139, another pope, Innocent II, took it even further. He declared that the Templars answered to no king, no bishop, and no law except the popes. They were untouchable, exempt from taxes, allowed to cross borders freely, and permitted to collect donations directly from the faithful. In other words, the Knights Templar became a multinational corporation, centuries before such a thing should have existed. And that's where their story stops being quaint and starts getting strange. Because remember, these were men who began with nothing. Their symbol was two knights riding a single horse, a visual metaphor for poverty. Within a generation, that same order owned castles, fleets, and entire banking networks. They were the world's first financial institution that operated across borders. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Right now, there's still just 9 men under the ruins of Solomon's temple, holding candles against the dark. Picture it. The smell of wax and oil smoke, the faint hum of wind through broken columns, the distant cries of muezzins echoing from the city below. The world is shifting. Faith, power, greed, all swirling together into something entirely new. Somewhere between prayer and politics, the Templars had found a formula that worked. A soldier's discipline, a monk's devotion, and a businessman's pragmatism, all wrapped in one dazzling symbol, a red cross on white. And as their power grew, so did the myth. People whispered that the knights never truly slept, that their prayers could call down miracles, that their swords glowed in battle like divine fire. In an age starved for heroes, the Templars became living icons. And for the Church, they were proof that holiness could conquer the world, or at least fund its expansion. Still, even in these early days, the seeds of their downfall were already being planted, because whenever power hides behind purity, suspicion follows. For now, though the world was enchanted by them, Europe sent them gold, recruits, and blessings. The Templars began to build fortresses across the Holy Land, stark geometric structures designed not for beauty but for survival. The first of these rose near Gaza, its walls thick and severe as if carved from a single thought, hold. And hold they did. Against heat, disease, and endless waves of enemies, the Templars endured. They were a strange hybrid, too pious for ordinary knights, too violent for ordinary monks, but somehow they worked. The desert turned them into something sharper, harder, less human, and the world rewarded them for it. By the end of the 12th century, the Templars were no longer a curiosity. They were a force of nature. Their red cross fluttered on every major battlefield from Antioch to Acre. Pilgrims prayed to them as if they were saints. Kings borrowed money from them as if they were banks, and behind their stoic silence they smiled, because they knew the holiest men in Christendom were also its most indispensable. The Holy Land. It sounds peaceful, doesn't it? Golden deserts, olive groves, sun-bleached ruins, the kind of place you might imagine angels hovering over in serene silence. But in the early 12th century, it was anything but serene. Jerusalem had been liberated by Christian crusaders only a few decades earlier, and let's be clear, liberation in medieval terms usually meant blood up to the ankles. The First Crusade had ended with the massacre of nearly every inhabitant of the city, Muslim, Jew, and even some Christians unlucky enough to be standing in the wrong doorway. The survivors who staggered out of those gates left behind a city that was holy, yes, but also haunted. Now, imagine you're one of the pilgrims arriving from Europe after that carnage. You've sold your land, kissed your family goodbye, and endured months on a leaky ship that smelled of salt, vomit, and desperation. You finally set foot on the sacred soil of Jerusalem, only to realize it's crawling with mercenaries, thieves, and rival priests arguing over who owns which holy relic. There were monks selling pieces of the true cross for pocket change, relic peddlers waving around bones that supposedly belonged to every apostle, and beggars who could quote scripture better than bishops. It was chaotic, commercial, and weirdly alive. The Holy Land was supposed to be a place of purity, but it was also a marketplace of faith, and this was the world the Templars were born into. To protect pilgrims, they needed roads. To patrol the roads, they needed horses. To feed the horses, they needed money. And to get money, they needed support from Europe, which meant they needed branding. And few groups in history have ever branded themselves better. The Knights of the Temple. It sounded like a riddle, a name that whispered of prophecy, secrecy, destiny. In an age addicted to relics and miracles, the idea of an army living on sacred ground was irresistible. Still, their mission was grimly practical. The routes from the ports to Jerusalem, Jaffa, Acre, Tyre, were treacherous. Travelers were robbed, murdered, or sold into slavery. The Templars became the bodyguards of faith itself, escorting caravans of believers through the desert, fighting off raiders who saw pilgrims as walking coin purses. Picture it, a long line of weary travelers trudging beneath a white-hot sun, sandals kicking up dust, and ahead of them a small band of armored men on horseback, faces hidden behind helms, silent except for the creak of leather and the dull thud of hooves. To see that Red Cross approaching must have felt like salvation made visible. But Jerusalem wasn't the only concern. Beyond the city walls, the Crusader states were fracturing. Christian lords squabbled like children over territory they barely controlled. The Kingdom of Jerusalem, the County of Tripoli, the Principality of Antioch, all were fragile, stitched together by ambition and distrust. The Muslim world, meanwhile, was far from united but infinitely more patient. Leaders like Zengi, Nur ad-Din, and later Saladin understood that the Crusaders were temporary. Empires built on zeal tend to burn bright and burn out. The Templars didn't know it yet, but they were living on borrowed time. For now, though, their world was still expanding. They built their first fortresses across the Holy Land, massive, angular structures that looked more like stone mathematics than architecture. No decoration, no vanity, just geometry and faith. These weren't castles meant to impress. They were meant to survive. Thick walls, narrow gates, cisterns for water, hidden staircases for escape. If you were a Templar stationed in one, your days were predictable. Prayer, Patrol, repair, repeat. The heat was relentless. Armor became ovens. Horses collapsed from thirst. And yet, they endured. They believed every drop of sweat was a prayer, every scar a kind of devotion. The Templar life was monastic but also militarized. They rose before dawn, prayed, trained, rode, and ate simple meals in silence. Even at the table they sat in pairs, sharing food from a single bowl, just as they once shared horses when they were poor. That duality, poverty and power, humility and dominance, defined them. To outsiders it made the Templars look almost supernatural. They were disciplined in a world that thrived on chaos. They didn't drink, gamble, or chase women. They didn't hoard gold for themselves, but for the order. Compared to the average crusader knight, who often behaved like a drunk tourist with a sword, the Templars seemed godlike. But discipline has its price. Their strictness made them feared, but it also made them cold. And in a land that worshipped stories, coldness was suspicious. Rumors spread that they worshipped strange idols, that their prayers were not quite Christian, that beneath their white mantles they bore symbols not approved by Rome. None of it was true, yet, but you can see why people started to talk. The Templars were always apart. They answered to no king, no priest, and no local authority. They were an army within an army, a church within the church. And whenever men form a power that stands outside all others, paranoia soon follows. Still, in the 1130s and 1140s, those fears were whispers drowned out by praise. Pilgrims wrote home about the silent, white-cloaked knights who saved them from bandits. Kings sent donations, nobles offered land. The Templar name spread across Europe like wildfire. Soon new recruits poured in, sons of minor lords, second brothers with no inheritance, men too proud to farm and too poor to rule. To join the Templars was to gain purpose, rank, and immortality of a kind. When they swore their vows, they gave up everything, property, family, even their names. They became one organism, and that made them terrifyingly efficient. Meanwhile, in Jerusalem, politics festered. The so-called Latin Kingdom looked glamorous from afar. Gleaming churches, processions of relics, knights shimmering in gold. But behind the spectacle lay disease, infighting, and endless debt. Maintaining an army in the desert cost a fortune, and Europe's appetite for holy war was already fading. That's where the Templars' financial genius quietly began. They developed systems for storing, transferring, and protecting wealth for pilgrims and crusaders alike. A traveler could deposit money at a Templar preceptory in London, receive a coded letter, and withdraw the funds safely in Jerusalem. It was medieval banking, and it worked. While the kings of the Crusader states struggled to feed their armies, the Templars were busy inventing international finance. It's a miracle they didn't invent the credit card. Their wealth, however, wasn't just monetary, it was reputational. In a world obsessed with honor, the Templar cross became a brand of trust. Churches displayed it proudly, merchants painted it on their ships. Even thieves hesitated to rob a Templar convoy because rumor said anyone who did would die within the year. But faith and fear are fickle allies. By mid-century, the political tides began to turn. Muslim forces under unified banners were pushing back. The dream of permanent Christian rule in the East was already fraying. The Templars found themselves fighting not for glory but for survival. Still, for every setback, they doubled down. When they lost a castle, they built two more. When armies fell, they recruited faster. When allies faltered, they became their own nation of stone and secrecy. You can almost admire the sheer stubbornness of it, the idea that faith could replace geography, that brotherhood could outlast empire. By the late 12th century, The Templars were no longer 9 poor knights in a ruin. They were the backbone of Christendom's military and financial power. Their headquarters in Jerusalem gleamed with marble. Their fortresses dotted the coasts of Syria and Palestine. Their banner, a red cross on white, was feared from Cairo to Constantinople, and yet the cracks were already showing. The Holy Land had always been an illusion of permanence. Empires rose there only to crumble beneath the same sun. The Templars, for all their discipline, could not change geography. They were foreigners defending a dream, and dreams, like empires, are fragile things. For now, though, as the night deepens and the desert cools, imagine the campfires of the Templar outposts glowing under a canopy of stars. The wind sighs across the sand. The horses snort softly in their sleep. A monk knight kneels beside a stone wall, whispering a prayer in Latin that drifts into the dark like smoke. Somewhere far to the west, Europe sleeps, safe, wealthy, and unaware that its most sacred soldiers are already walking the thin edge between salvation and damnation. Imagine the year is 1120. The air in Jerusalem still hums with dust and incense, the streets winding like veins between crumbling walls and half-rebuilt churches. The Crusaders hold the city now, but barely. Pilgrims shuffle past soldiers, merchants haggle beside priests. Somewhere, a choir is singing in Latin while a camel coughs nearby. It's the kind of world where the sacred and the absurd coexist perfectly comfortably, and beneath all that noise something else is stirring. 9 men, that's all. 9 poor French knights, led by a man named Hugues de Payan. They arrive in Jerusalem without fanfare. No army, no banner, no gold. They make a simple request to King Baldwin II, the use of a few rooms on the Temple Mount. The king agrees, perhaps amused by their humility. He gives them quarters in the old Al-Aqsa Mosque, which the Crusaders believed sat atop the ruins of Solomon's Temple. That's where the story becomes hazy. Officially, these knights called themselves the poor fellow soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon. Their stated mission: to protect pilgrims traveling to and from the Holy Land. A noble enough cause and one desperately needed. But here's the question. Historians still whisper over their coffee. If their job was guarding roads, why did they spend the next 9 years living almost entirely underground? According to later accounts, the Templars rarely left the Temple Mount during that first decade. They dug tunnels, moved stones, and kept their activities secret. When questioned, they gave vague answers about renovations and holy works, which, let's be honest, is exactly what you say when you don't want people to ask more questions. So what were they doing? The truth is, no one knows for certain. But speculation has filled that silence for centuries. Some believe they were excavating ancient ruins, searching for relics buried since the days of Solomon. Others suggest they were hunting for texts, scrolls containing forgotten wisdom, early Gnostic writings, alchemical treatises, even architectural blueprints said to hold divine secrets. And then, of course, there's the most enduring rumor of all, the Holy Grail. It's easy to roll your eyes now, but picture it from their perspective. You're in the 12th century, sleeping on the ruins of the most mythic temple in history. You're a warrior who believes God speaks through symbols, and beneath your feet are thousands of years of rubble, Babylonian, Persian, Roman, Byzantine. If faith ever had a basement full of mysteries, this was it. The Templars' time under the Temple Mount became the seed of every legend that followed. Later chroniclers claimed they discovered something extraordinary, but were maddeningly vague about what that was. Some said they found the Ark of the Covenant, Others insisted they unearthed gold from Solomon's treasury. More imaginative souls suggested they uncovered proof of bloodlines, records linking Christ's family to European royalty. And then, of course, there were the occult theorists who decided the knights had learned sacred geometry, secret knowledge about the structure of the universe itself. Whatever the truth, one thing is certain. When the Templars finally emerged, they were not the same men who went in. They returned to Europe transformed, quietly powerful, almost unnervingly composed. Hugues de Payen travelled to France and sought an audience with Bernard of Clairvaux, one of the most influential churchmen of the age. Bernard was a Cistercian monk, a man so ascetic he considered sleep an indulgence and food a distraction. Yet he was also a brilliant strategist, the closest thing the medieval church had to a public relations genius. Hugues explained the mission, a brotherhood of knights bound by poverty, chastity, and obedience, dedicated to God but armed for war. Bernard immediately saw the potential. It was a paradox so perfect it had to be divine. Monks who killed, soldiers who prayed, holy poverty funded by the wealth of nations. In 1129, at the Council of Troyes, the Templars received official papal approval. They were no longer just a handful of wanderers. They were an order of the Church. Bernard even wrote a sermon for them, in praise of the new knighthood, describing the Templar as a man who fears neither demons nor men, because he bears Christ in his heart and steel in his hand. It was marketing genius. Overnight, the Templars went from mysterious diggers under a ruin to God's chosen army. Donations poured in, nobles offered land, peasants offered sons. The Templar banner, white for purity, red for martyrdom, became one of the most recognized symbols in Christendom. But still, the whispers persisted. Even as they rose, people kept asking, what did they find beneath that temple? Why did they never speak of those 9 silent years? The truth, if there is one, is probably less cinematic and more bureaucratic. Archaeology as we know it didn't exist. Digging beneath ancient ruins wasn't about science. It was about faith and superstition. Maybe they really did find something sacred. Maybe they found nothing but stones. But it almost didn't matter. The mystery itself was more powerful than any treasure, and the Templars knew how to use that. You see, medieval Europe adored relics because relics made the invisible visible. A saint's bone could turn a dusty chapel into a pilgrimage site. A scrap of cloth from Christ's robe could transform a forgotten village into a holy destination. The Templars, deliberately or not, became a living relic. They didn't need to show proof of miracles. Their very existence was the miracle. Their silence became their sanctity, their secrecy, their strength. And silence travels farther than any sermon. When you think of the early Templars, don't picture roaring armies. Picture candlelight flickering in a stone corridor, the faint echo of Latin prayers, the sound of picks striking stone somewhere deep beneath the earth. 9 men convinced that God had chosen them for something they didn't fully understand, but could feel like a heartbeat in the dark. The idea of the hidden runs through everything they did afterward. Their architecture, simple, geometric, full of hidden passages. Their symbols, crosses, circles, dual riders on one horse. Even their banking system, which relied on coded letters and secret ledgers, carried that same shadowy precision. It's as if the memory of that underground decade never left them. They had been under the world, and when they emerged, they brought a little of the underworld with them. By the time they were formally recognized, the order already had chapters spreading across Europe. Preceptories in Paris, London, and Aragon became both fortresses and treasuries. Templar seals began to appear on documents everywhere. a sign that whatever business was being done, it was trustworthy, incorruptible, and conveniently untouchable by taxes. They were monks, they were soldiers, they were accountants, and they were untouchable. If it sounds like a setup for disaster, that's because it was. But for now, their ascent felt unstoppable. Jerusalem glowed in their imagination as both a holy city and a buried promise. Whatever they had found, or thought they had found, gave them a sense of destiny that radiated outward. They built fortresses across the Holy Land like a constellation, each one a star of faith light against the desert. They moved with precision, their ranks swelling from 9 to hundreds. Their banners fluttered beside kings, yet their loyalty remained solely to the order and to God, or at least their version of him. And through it all, that mystery under the temple lingered, quiet and magnetic. Even centuries later, when the Templars were long gone, legends kept sprouting like weeds. Freemasons claimed descent from their architects. Alchemists said their secrets survived in hidden manuscripts. Occultists saw them as guardians of forbidden wisdom. Historians, somewhat exasperated, kept insisting they were just monks with good bookkeeping skills. But deep down, everyone wanted to believe there was something more, that somewhere beneath the dust of Jerusalem, a secret still slept. So perhaps it's fitting that the story of the Knights Templar begins not with battle, but with silence, not with conquest, but with curiosity. Because if history has taught us anything, it's that the most powerful empires are often built on unanswered questions. The Templars' first great victory wasn't on a battlefield, it was in the imagination, and that, more than gold or relics or papal favor, would carry them into legend. Picture Rome in the early 12th century, a city that smells of candle wax and incense, but also of politics. Papal banners hang limp in the sun. Monks shuffle through marble corridors whispering in Latin, and outside the streets reek of tanneries and ambition. The church by now was more than a faith. It was the nervous system of Europe, pulsing through every kingdom, dictating who ruled, who knelt, and who burned. Kings were crowned by its hands, empires justified by its blessings. And into this complicated organism walked Hugh de Payens and his strange little band of knights. They didn't look like much. They were poor, quiet, foreign. Their armor was worn, their mission vague. Yet they brought with them something the church found irresistible: usefulness. You see, the Holy Land was chaos. The Crusader kingdoms had been carved from blood and miracle, and now they were crumbling just as quickly. Pilgrims were still being robbed, caravans ambushed, relics stolen, and cities changed hands faster than anyone could update the maps. The church needed protectors, reliable ones, faithful ones. And the Templars, well, they were perfect. No wives, no children, no debts, no distractions, just pure obedience. The kind of men who'd ride into battle without pay, die without complaint, and most importantly, funnel everything they owned directly into the hands of the church. But they needed legitimacy first. The Pope's blessing wasn't just a stamp of approval, it was armor. It turned obscure men into an institution. So Hugh de Payens travelled to meet with the powerful Abbot Bernard of Clairvaux, a man both saintly and strategic. Bernard was the face of the Cistercian reform movement, which prized simplicity, purity, and obedience. He lived on bread, wore plain robes, and wrote letters that could humble kings. He was also, conveniently, the Pope's favourite monk. When Hughes explained the idea of warrior monks, men who prayed like monks but fought like crusaders, Bernard saw opportunity gleaming like gold leaf in a gospel. Think of it. Europe was overflowing with restless knights, violent men with nothing to do once the Crusades ended. They roamed the countryside, looting villages, feuding over puddles of land, and repenting on Sundays. The church couldn't stop them, but what if it could redirect them? The Templars were the perfect solution. Channel the chaos of knighthood into a holy purpose. Sanctify violence, wrap war in prayer. Bernard became their champion. He wrote, in praise of the new knighthood, a sermon that would become their manifesto. In it, he drew a sharp line between ordinary knights and these new holy warriors. The Knight of Christ, he wrote, fights the battles of the Lord without fear, for he bears Christ in his heart and steel in his hand. It was genius, simple, poetic, dangerous. With those words, the Templars became the Church's favorite paradox. Men who could kill for peace, who could die for salvation, who could hold a sword and a rosary in the same hand and never feel the contradiction. At the Council of Troyes in 1129, the Templars were officially recognized as a religious order. Pope Honorius II approved their rule, a strict code of conduct modeled after monastic life but adapted for war. They took vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. They ate in silence. They wore plain white mantles to symbolize purity, later marked by a red cross, the color of martyrdom. They slept in communal dormitories, their armor near at hand. They prayed 8 times a day. And yet they were also soldiers, men who trained for battle, guarded caravans, and fought with terrifying precision. It was an impossible combination, but that was the point. The contradiction itself was their mystique. The Church, always hungry for spectacle, adored it. Sermons across Europe began praising these poor knights of Christ as living saints. Relics were touched to their swords. Songs were written about their devotion. Donors poured gold into their coffers. Within a decade, they owned lands across France, England, and Iberia. Within 2, they controlled a network that stretched from London to Jerusalem, all under the cross, all under God. The irony, of course, was that their vow of poverty made them one of the richest organizations in Europe. Nobles who couldn't join gave donations instead. Merchants stored money in Templar houses for safekeeping, the world's first reliable banking network. Pilgrims could deposit coins in Paris and withdraw them in Acre. It was faith-based finance, centuries before anyone invented the word finance, and all of it tax-free. The papal bulls that followed granted them extraordinary privileges. Templars answered only to the Pope himself. They could cross borders freely, build their own churches, even collect tithes. Kings couldn't touch them. Bishops couldn't question them. They were a country within a country, a kingdom without a king. And perhaps most importantly, they believed their mission was divine. Every Templar fortress was built like a sermon in stone, simple, geometric, symmetrical. Their architecture rejected ornamentation, favoring clean lines and silent strength. Every chapel pointed east toward Jerusalem. Every wall was both defense and devotion. They didn't just build structures, they consecrated the landscape. Travelers who saw them described the order as unnervingly calm. They marched without shouting, they fought without looting, they prayed without hesitation. To their enemies they were terrifying, to their allies indispensable, and to themselves they were chosen. You can almost hear it in the rhythm of their days, the steady tolling of bells, the scraping of armor on stone floors, the murmured prayers before dawn, each man believing he was part of something eternal. But let's be clear, beneath the holiness there was also bureaucracy. For every knight who swung a sword, A dozen servants and scribes managed logistics, accounts, and correspondence. Templar commanderies became administrative hubs full of ledgers, seals, and shipments. They dealt in contracts as often as crusades. Still, their image remained pure. To medieval Europe, the Knights Templar were walking proof that heaven and earth could coexist, that spiritual discipline could be forged into literal steel. But to the cynical eye, they were something even more interesting: the Church's experiment in privatized holiness. They were what happens when faith becomes an organization, efficient, obedient, and profitable. By the mid-12th century, the Templars had become indispensable. Crusader kings relied on them for defense. Merchants trusted them with their fortunes. Popes used them as envoys and bankers. If you wanted something done quickly, quietly, and absolutely, you called the Templars. But with power came something more dangerous than sin: perception. People began to notice that the Order's members rarely answered questions. They had their own language, their own symbols, their own rites. Their headquarters, a vast round church in London modelled after the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, seemed deliberately mysterious. And then there were the rumours, always the rumours. Some said they still possessed what they found under Solomon's temple. Others claimed they performed secret ceremonies, that they whispered oaths in the dark, that they had seen things no mortal should. And yet the Church did not question them, not yet. For now Rome was content. The Templars had become everything it could hope for: holy warriors, loyal bankers, global agents of faith. But you can sense the shift coming, can't you? The same way you feel a storm before it breaks. Because no institution, no matter how divine, can grow this fast, this powerful, without making enemies. Kings who owed them money began to resent them. Clergy jealous of their wealth began to whisper, and the pilgrims they once protected began to wonder if these poor knights might be serving something other than God. But that part of the story comes later. For now the Order stands at its shining zenith, a creation of faith and fear, cloaked in purity but humming with power. The Vatican's blessing had turned them from a rumor into a reality, and that reality would reshape the medieval world in ways no one, not even the Pope, could have imagined. It's almost poetic, really. The Church had set out to sanctify war, and in the process it had created something far more potent, the first multinational corporation of the soul. And as history will show, nothing that powerful ever stays holy for long. Imagine the early morning light over Jerusalem, a pale gold haze drifting through the heat, settling softly over the domes and stones. The city still breathes the air of miracles and blood. Pilgrims shuffle along narrow streets, whispering prayers in every language. Merchants haggle in the shadow of sacred ruins, and the sound of distant bells drifts through the desert wind like a memory that refuses to fade. And somewhere among the hills, a line of riders moves slowly, white mantles gleaming, swords at their sides, red crosses stitched over their hearts. The Knights of the Temple. They ride in silence, always in silence. To the people watching they seem otherworldly, not nobles, not monks, something in between. They do not laugh or boast. They rarely remove their helmets in public, and when they pass through a market, the crowd parts as if by instinct. It's said that a Templar's gaze could freeze a man, not with fear, but with the strange gravity of conviction. In that moment, the myth was already being born. The story spread faster than their horses could ride. Word of a brotherhood who answered only to God, men who took no wives, owned no lands, and gave everything to their order, soldiers who prayed before battle and confessed after killing, Knights who marched under the sign of the cross but lived by a code sharper than any blade. Europe adored them. The Church, of course, encouraged it. Myths are good for business, and the Templars were perfect propaganda. They embodied everything the papacy wanted the faithful to believe: purity, discipline, divine protection. Sermons compared them to angels with swords. Paintings showed them glowing in battle, untouched by arrows, faces calm in the chaos of holy war. But the truth was more human and, in a way, more beautiful. Most Templars were ordinary men drawn from a world that offered few choices, younger sons of minor nobles who'd inherited nothing, restless adventurers, repentant sinners, and zealots in search of purpose. They joined not because they were fearless, but because the world outside offered even less certainty. And for all its rules and austerity, the temple offered something rare: belonging. In a Europe fractured by war, famine, and class, the Order was one of the few places where a man's worth wasn't defined entirely by birth. Inside the walls of a commandery, everyone wore the same cloak, ate the same bread, followed the same hours of prayer. Rich or poor, noble or peasant, all knelt together before dawn. It was unity by discipline, equality by surrender. And yet, the outside world saw only mystery. They were everywhere and nowhere, riding on crusades, manning castles, managing estates, escorting pilgrims. A traveler might encounter a Templar outpost in the forests of Burgundy, another in the sands of Antioch, another on a cold island in the North Sea, and each one would look exactly the same: white walls, red crosses, silence. They had become an idea that transcended geography. When they rode into battle, their presence was like a symbol made flesh. Chroniclers described them as unbreakable formations of white and red, banners flapping, hooves thundering, lances angled in perfect symmetry. They rode in pairs, one knight, one sergeant, their discipline tighter than any army before them, and they didn't retreat, ever. There's a story, probably exaggerated but worth repeating, that at the Battle of Montgisard in 1177, fewer than 100 Templars helped turn the tide against Saladin's massive army. Outnumbered 20-1, they charged headlong into the desert heat, cutting through enemy lines in a frenzy of faith and exhaustion. When it was over, their commander supposedly knelt in the sand and whispered a single prayer: Non nobis Domine, non nobis sed nomini tuo de gloriam. Not unto us, O Lord, but to your name give glory. It's the kind of story medieval Europe lived for, and like all great stories, it spread, changed, and grew until the facts hardly mattered anymore. The Templars were no longer just men. They were a myth in motion. They became shorthand for courage, for purity, for divine purpose. And that, ironically, was the beginning of their undoing. Because the higher a legend rises, the further it has to fall. But for now, they stood at the edge of eternity. Their coffers swelled with donations. Their castles gleamed across Christendom like white stars on a dark sea. Their red cross was the most recognized symbol in Europe. Kings sought their loans. Bishops sought their blessing. Pilgrims sought their protection. It must have felt like destiny, a divine reward for faith and sacrifice. And yet, beneath the surface, something subtle was changing. The order that began with 9 men and a dream was turning into a machine. Their vows of poverty persisted, but their treasuries overflowed. Their humility was genuine, but their power was growing beyond measure. Their lands stretched across thousands of miles. Their archives held contracts and secrets that kings would have killed to read. And because they answered only to the Pope, no monarch, No bishop, no secular court could touch them. They were untouchable, the Church's holy weapon, sharpened to perfection. But history, like the sea, is always shifting. The Crusader states were beginning to crumble. The Muslim world had learned from its defeats and was uniting under stronger leaders. Supply lines were long, morale was short, and faith, that delicate fuel, was flickering. The dream of permanent Christian dominion in the East was dying, and the Templars, who had built their identity on that dream, suddenly found themselves defending something that no longer existed. It's easy, centuries later, to imagine them as fanatics or villains, but maybe they were just men trapped in momentum, unable to stop the wheel they had helped set in motion. By the time their banners fluttered over the last surviving Crusader fortresses, their legend had already outgrown them. In Europe they were saints, in the East they were demons, and in their own hearts, who knows, perhaps a little of both. The ordinary knights must have felt it, the slow decay beneath the glory, the endless wars that achieved nothing, the heat, the sand, the weight of armor, the prayers whispered into silence, the feeling of being instruments of something divine, and yet increasingly something political. But legends don't need clarity, they need symbols, and the Templars had become the most powerful symbol in the medieval world, the perfect fusion of faith and violence. You can almost see it, a banner rippling against a stormy sky, red cross vivid against the white cloth, lightning flashing behind it. To a peasant in a church pew or a monk in a distant cloister, that image meant safety, devotion, and divine justice. To a king in debt, it meant something else entirely. The story of the Templars was no longer being written by saints or chroniclers. It was being rewritten by envy, fear, and ambition. But for now, the curtain hasn't fallen, the candles still burn, the chants still echo in stone halls. The world hasn't yet turned against them. The 9 knights who once huddled beneath the Temple Mount have become an army, a network, a myth. Their legacy has taken on a life of its own, glowing, untouchable, and slightly unreal. And like all myths, it has begun to blur the line between truth and dream. That's where chapter 1 closes, not with an ending, but with a vision of a brotherhood standing on the edge of something vast and unknowable. Their swords gleam in the sun, their white cloaks ripple in the desert wind. Behind them, Jerusalem glows like a mirage, and before them, stretching into the horizon, lies the future, glittering, dangerous, inevitable, the dawn of a legend. Chapter 2. The Rise of the Warrior Monks. Imagine standing on a cold morning plain somewhere in France, perhaps Champagne, perhaps Burgundy. The mist still clings to the fields, soft and silver, the kind that blurs the line between land and sky. Out of that fog rides a column of horsemen, their armor dull from travel, their cloaks heavy with dew. But as the light shifts, something crimson catches the dawn, a mark stitched across white cloth, simple yet unmistakable. A red cross. It would become one of the most recognizable symbols in all of human history. But at this moment, it is new, modest, a badge of belonging more than power. The men wearing it are quiet, focused, unremarkable to anyone but God. Yet this insignia, this fusion of cloth and conviction, is about to transform them into something the world has never seen, a standing army that answers only to faith. The Templars have begun to evolve. Their days of small vows and secret ceremonies under Jerusalem's ruins are over. The Church has given them legitimacy, a papal seal written in the flowing Latin of divine authority. They are now officially milites Christi, soldiers of Christ, and that single phrase changes everything. With papal backing came money, land, recruits, and something far more valuable, absolution. To die as a Templar was not merely to fall in battle, it was to ascend directly into paradise. No purgatory, no judgment, no delay. The battlefield became a kind of heavenly shortcut. It's hard to overstate how revolutionary that idea was in the 12th century. Medieval Europe was steeped in guilt. Sin was currency. Salvation was a negotiation. And suddenly, here was an order that offered redemption through action, through blood, dust, and obedience. For a restless noble, a wayward knight, or a sinner looking for cosmic forgiveness, the temple was irresistible. The Red Cross symbolized that promise. It wasn't just a banner of war. It was a visible reminder of invisible faith. When a knight knelt before the master of the temple and took his vows, poverty, chastity, obedience, the cross was placed on his cloak as both burden and blessing. From that moment, his life was no longer his own. He would own nothing. He would question nothing. He would fear nothing. And that paradox, total surrender creating total power, became the Templars' greatest strength. Their rules were strict, even monastic. No personal possessions beyond a few garments, no private letters, no hunting, no swearing, no unnecessary conversation. Meals eaten in silence, broken only by the sound of a reader reciting scripture. Even the horses were treated with dignity. No knight was allowed to beat his steed. To the outside world, this was alien. Most knights of the age were brash, boastful, and loud. They wore bright colors, hunted for sport, gambled, bragged about their kills. The Templars, by contrast, moved like shadows, a silent order of disciplined zealots. It's little wonder people began to fear them as much as they admired them. But discipline has a strange beauty to it. Imagine the symmetry of their camp at dawn. White tents in perfect rows, banners hanging still in the air. Each man waking at the same hour, dressing in the same garments, praying the same words. The clang of armor, the rasp of whetstones on steel, the steady rhythm of order in a world of chaos. They were becoming a living embodiment of the medieval dream. Unity, faith, and control in a time when everything else seemed to crumble. And when they rode into battle, that unity was terrifying. Templars did not scatter, did not break rank, did not retreat unless ordered. Chroniclers described them as walls of iron, as storms given human form. Their charges were deliberate, almost ritualistic, a prayer in motion. They would advance in complete silence until contact, their lances lowering as one, hooves pounding like a heartbeat. And when the moment came, the cry broke like thunder, Non nobis Domine. Not for us, O Lord, but for you. Then chaos, then history. Every battle became a kind of mass, blood replacing incense, steel replacing song, and the world watched in awe. To the average medieval person, the Templars seemed immortal. When others fled, they stayed. When others hesitated, they rode forward. Stories spread of miraculous victories, of angels fighting beside them, of enemies struck blind by divine light. Whether any of it was true hardly mattered. Faith had become spectacle, but behind the spectacle was a machine. The Templars weren't just warriors. They were administrators, bankers, engineers. Their rule book, the Latin Rule, reads like both a spiritual guide and a military manual. Every moment of the day was accounted for, every piece of armor inspected, every coin recorded. Their efficiency was unmatched, and so was their wealth. By the mid-12th century, they controlled estates across Europe, vineyards in France, mills in England, castles in Spain, olive groves in Cyprus. donations poured in from nobles seeking spiritual insurance. And because Templars were sworn to poverty, those donations didn't dissipate, they accumulated. They began lending money to kings, transporting treasure across borders, and safeguarding pilgrims' deposits. If you were traveling to the Holy Land, you could leave your fortune with the Templars in Paris and withdraw it in Jerusalem. In effect, they invented the medieval checking account. Faith and finance. It's a partnership as old as civilization. But to the Templars, it wasn't greed, it was logistics. Money was a tool for God's work. Armies need supplies, ships, food, fortresses. And if the order had to run the most efficient financial network in Christendom to maintain that mission, so be it. They became, paradoxically, both the humblest and richest men in Europe. Their castles were built like sermons, austere, geometric, designed for endurance, not comfort. No stained glass, no gold leaf, just stone, purpose, and symmetry. Inside, their halls echoed with the quiet rhythm of devotion, the scrape of boots, the murmur of prayers, the metallic whisper of chainmail. To walk into a Templar commandery was to step into another world, a world where faith was function and order was sacred. And yet, for all their restraint, there was grandeur in their simplicity. Their red cross became more than fabric. It became an idea. When people saw it, they saw authority, salvation, and something close to fear. The same emblem that comforted pilgrims terrified heretics. It's strange how power works. The more humble they appeared, the more unstoppable they became. In a way, that red cross marked the beginning of a new era, not just for the Templars, but for the medieval imagination itself. It was the age of symbols, when meaning outweighed truth. A knight's banner could terrify more effectively than his sword. A relic could justify a war. A prayer could bend kings, and no symbol was stronger than that cross. Bold, clean, impossible to ignore. It was faith simplified into geometry. When the sun hit it, it glowed like blood. Some chroniclers wrote that it frightened the enemy before the fighting even began. Others said it calmed the men who bore it. Maybe both were true. Maybe that's the real magic of symbols. They shape both sides of the story. Over the next century, that cross would ride on countless banners across the Holy Land. Through dust storms, over dunes, across shattered city gates, it would gleam under the desert sun and soak in the rain of 1,000 sieges. It would be seen by kings, slaves, monks, and merchants alike, and every time it appeared it carried the same quiet message: obedience, faith, inevitability. From 9 nights came hundreds, then thousands. From humble vows came armies, from silence came history, and still they prayed before battle, as they always had. Still they whispered the same words. Still they believed that death, if it came in service of God, was not an end, but a homecoming. It's easy, centuries later, to romanticize them, to picture gleaming armor, sacred banners, holy purpose. But beneath the poetry was exhaustion. They marched through deserts where the air shimmered like glass. They fought for cities that would fall again within a decade. They believed themselves instruments of divine will, yet the wars they waged often felt endless, abstract, and hollow. And that contradiction, devotion mixed with futility, is what makes their story so human. By the time the Red Cross became synonymous with power, its wearers had already begun to wonder what it meant. But for now, in this chapter of the story, there is still clarity, still unity, still purpose. The order of the temple stands at its peak, pure, confident, and unstoppable. 1,000 banners ripple in the wind. The sun gleams on polished armor, and the red cross burns like a brand upon the world. The world belongs for a moment to the knights of the temple. Imagine waking before dawn, not to an alarm or the gentle hum of a phone, but to a bell, deep, resonant, and unrelenting. The sound rolls through the dark halls of a stone dormitory, pulling a dozen men from sleep at once. There are no complaints, no yawns, no hesitation. This is a Templar commandery, and the day begins with obedience. Before the first light touches the horizon, the knights are already kneeling, heads bowed, the chill of the flagstones creeping through their woolen tunics. The air smells faintly of oil lamps and damp stone. Someone chants softly from a small book, Latin verses murmured and rhythmic, the sound of faith wrapped in discipline. The Templars did not live like ordinary knights. They lived by the rule of the temple, a sprawling manual written in the 12th century that governed everything from how they prayed to how they chewed. It wasn't just a list of rules, it was a blueprint for turning men into instruments of divine will. The rule began with a simple premise. A knight's soul is weak when his body is indulgent. Every comfort is a temptation, every freedom is a test. So, comfort was eliminated. Templars slept fully clothed, tunic, belt, even their boots close by, ready to ride at a moment's notice. They owned no personal possessions, not even a coin or a comb. Their cloaks and armor belonged to the order, and if something broke, it was repaired or replaced, never personalized. They were forbidden to hunt, to falcon, to gamble, to swear, forbidden from kissing women, even their own mothers or sisters, forbidden from eating meat more than 3 times a week, forbidden from laughter that wasn't humble or restrained. Templar joy was not the joy of feasting or music or wine. It was the quiet satisfaction of obedience, and obedience to them was the purest form of freedom. Every knight took a vow of poverty, chastity, and obedience, the holy trinity of control. But unlike monks who lived behind monastery walls, Templars carried their vows into the world. They were soldiers, but their battlefield was also their monastery. Every act, from sharpening a sword to cleaning a saddle, was a kind of prayer. At dawn, they gathered in the chapel. The service was brief. They were not contemplatives, but men of action. Each prayer was followed by ritual silence. They listened for commands, received their orders, and dispersed without argument. Theirs was a faith built on motion, not meditation. After prayers came breakfast, bread, sometimes cheese, and a cup of watered wine. Meals were eaten in near silence. As they ate, one brother stood at a lectern and read aloud from scripture or from the rule itself, reminding everyone that even the act of eating was a sacred task. The sound of chewing, the scrape of spoons, the droning Latin, it all blended into a rhythm of humility. When they weren't fighting, they worked. Some tended horses, rubbing down the flanks of massive destriers, checking hooves, repairing tack. Others mended chainmail, inspected swords, or organized provisions for long campaigns. A Templar's world was practical, full of physical labor, repetition, and readiness. And yet, beneath all this discipline, there was a strange comfort. The rule removed choice, and with it, uncertainty. A Templar didn't have to wonder what his purpose was. It was written in the rule, enforced by his brothers, and sanctified by God. Every decision had already been made for him. In a world where chaos was normal, where famine, war, and plague struck without warning, that kind of certainty was a luxury few could afford. But of course, it came at a cost. There were moments when the silence must have felt oppressive, when the sameness of days blurred together into a single endless prayer. Imagine years of this life, The same bread, the same rules, the same faces under the same white cloaks. No family, no possessions, no indulgence beyond the thin comfort of faith. And yet, the Templars endured it, perhaps because the alternative, a world without order, without divine meaning, felt far worse. There's something haunting about their discipline. It wasn't born from cruelty, but from conviction. They believed that to serve God they had to strip away everything that made them individual. Ego, desire, even identity itself, all burned away, leaving only function. They became pieces in a sacred machine, and when the machine moved, it moved with terrifying precision. Templars trained relentlessly. Their battle formations were geometric, mathematical, rows of cavalry timed to strike in perfect waves. Each knight knew his place. If one fell, the next filled the gap instantly. Their charges were coordinated like choreography, their retreats executed like clockwork. Their enemies called them demons in white. They didn't scream or taunt or show mercy. They advanced silently until the moment of impact, when they cried out only one phrase: Non nobis Domine, non nobis sed nomini tuo de gloriam. Not to us, O Lord, but to your name be the glory. It was their mantra, their battle hymn, their surrender to something larger than themselves. And yet, despite all this spiritual rigor, the Templars weren't monks lost in abstraction. They were engineers, architects, accountants. They ran farms, managed estates, built fortresses, and oversaw trade routes. Their castles were marvels of design, squat, symmetrical, designed to deflect siege engines and channel attackers into kill zones. But even in architecture, their aesthetic was austere. No ornamentation, no murals, no stained glass, just stone, perfectly aligned, perfectly useful. Templar castles didn't preach beauty, they preached order. Their lives mirrored that architecture. Functional, fortified, minimal. To outsiders, it looked like joyless fanaticism. To the Templars, it was discipline incarnate. Every stone placed, every word spoken, every moment endured was an offering to God. And yet, as centuries passed, cracks began to form. Subtle at first, then spreading. Because discipline without question breeds power, and power, even sacred power, invites suspicion. The Templars' strict hierarchy made them efficient, but it also made them secretive. Their rituals were closed to outsiders. Their vows of silence protected not only their faith, but their operations. Kings and bishops began to whisper, what did these warrior monks do behind closed doors? Did their oaths hide something darker? The rule of the temple, written to sanctify obedience, began to look like a veil. And the more power the order gained, the more castles, the more treasure, the more influence, the more that veil began to draw attention. It's a pattern as old as history. Purity breeds envy, secrecy breeds rumor, and strength breeds fear, but that comes later. For now, imagine one of those long Templar days near its end, the sun dipping low behind battlements, armor hung to dry, the smell of horse sweat and oil in the air. The chapel bells toll again, soft and steady. The knights gather one final time, kneeling in rows, their white cloaks ghost-like in the flickering candlelight. They pray not for victory, not for wealth, not even for peace. They pray for endurance, for the strength to obey again tomorrow and the day after until the end of their lives. Outside, the wind carries the smell of dust and salt. Somewhere beyond the horizon, enemies are gathering, empires are shifting, and history is already writing its next betrayal. But inside the chapel there is only the rhythm of prayer, the faint creak of chainmail, the murmur of Latin words fading into the night. And above them, carved into the stone arch of the temple wall, the red cross catches the last trace of sunlight, still, unchanging, eternal. For now, imagine the first thing that hits you isn't the sight, but the heat. The air itself feels alive, sharp with salt from the sea, heavy with dust from the desert, and tinged with the scent of oil, incense, and sweat. You've just stepped into the Holy Land sometime around the year 1140, and you're walking through a world where heaven and earth have been fighting for custody of the same patch of ground for generations. The Crusader kingdoms were born from blood and disbelief. After the First Crusade captured Jerusalem in 1099, waves of settlers, soldiers, and zealots streamed eastward, knights chasing absolution, merchants chasing profit, peasants chasing a miracle. What they found was a land older and more complicated than anything they'd been promised. Picture Jerusalem then, not the golden city of postcards, but a dense, sun-bleached labyrinth of limestone walls, narrow streets, and markets bursting with languages: Arabic, Greek, Latin, Armenian, Hebrew, all colliding in the same dusty air. Bells rang from churches while the call to prayer echoed from minarets. Frankish knights and Muslim merchants haggled over silk. Pilgrims shuffled barefoot past relics too sacred to question. The Holy Land was less a battlefield than a mosaic, fragile, shimmering, and always on the verge of breaking. For the Templars, this was both home and battleground. They arrived as guardians of faith but quickly became administrators of empire. They built massive fortresses to anchor the Crusader presence, stone giants rising from the desert like mirages made real. One of their most famous was Crac des Chevaliers, the castle of the knights. If you've ever stood on a cliff and felt the wind try to push you backward, you'll know the feeling of that place. Perched high above the Homs Gap in modern Syria, it was less a castle and more a declaration. Double walls, circular towers, arrow slits that could whisper death at 100 yards. The stones gleamed pale under the sun, and from its ramparts you could see for miles the mountains, the valleys, and the endless horizon of sand and sky. Inside, it was strangely orderly. Kitchens, chapels, barracks, even a bathhouse. You could live there for months without stepping outside, which was convenient, since stepping outside usually meant someone was trying to kill you. The Templars' castles weren't built to impress. They were built to endure. They were a theology of stone, faith expressed in geometry. The Crusader kingdoms themselves were strange hybrids, part European colony, part medieval experiment. French nobles ruled over Middle Eastern cities filled with Syrians, Greeks, and Jews. Mosques stood beside cathedrals. Crusader coins bore Latin inscriptions on one side and Arabic ones on the other. In some ways it worked. Trade flowed, cultures mixed, and for a brief shimmering moment East and West coexisted, not peacefully, but practically. Templars thrived in that liminal space. They spoke local languages, made deals with Muslim rulers, and hired Arab engineers to fortify their walls. Despite their reputation as fanatics, the Templars were pragmatists. They had to be. The Holy Land wasn't a sermon, it was survival. Still, survival came at a price. The heat wore on them, the endless patrols through sand and rock, the smell of blood baked into armor, the weight of divine expectation pressing down like the sun itself. Every campaign was a pilgrimage of exhaustion. Imagine a Templar caravan winding across the desert. Horses sweating beneath white banners marked with red crosses, sand grinding in every crevice of armor. They march in silence except for the creak of leather, the occasional clink of mail. Ahead lies an enemy they can't see, only the shimmer of heat on the horizon. By nightfall they camp beneath a vault of stars so clear it feels like a cathedral of light. Prayers are murmured, wounds are tended. The men sleep on bare ground, swords within reach, their faith both pillow and weapon. In this land even the air felt charged with contradiction, sacred and savage all at once, and nowhere was that clearer than in Jerusalem itself. For a brief century the city stood under Christian control, a jewel of Christendom wrapped in ancient dust. The Templars' headquarters was no ordinary building. It was the Al-Aqsa Mosque, believed at the time to stand on the ruins of Solomon's temple. To the Muslim world it was one of Islam's holiest sites. To the Templars it was the very foundation of their identity, the Temple of Solomon, the birthplace of their name. They turned its halls into barracks, its courtyards into stables, its shadowed corners into places of prayer and secrecy. There, in the dim glow of oil lamps, the Templars trained, planned, and perhaps, as rumors later claimed, uncovered something ancient. Some said they found relics buried beneath the Temple Mount, the Ark of the Covenant, the Holy Grail, scrolls of forgotten wisdom. Others said they simply found nothing and invented mystery to fill the void. Whatever the truth, their presence in Jerusalem became mythic. The sight of their white mantles moving through the streets, calm, silent, immaculate, inspired awe and unease in equal measure. They were soldiers of God, but they moved like ghosts. Their faith was practical, but their reputation became supernatural. Pilgrims whispered that Templars could not be killed by ordinary men. Enemies swore they saw them fight after being struck down. And perhaps that was the point. In a land where death was daily and miracles were currency, a little fear was useful. Templar strategy was as psychological as it was martial. They fought not just with swords but with image, the cross on their chest, the silence in their ranks, the absolute certainty in their purpose. Their presence in battle could shift morale before a single blade was drawn. When the call to arms came, whether at Ascalon, Damascus, or Hattin, the Templars rode out not as individuals but as one unbroken will. Their discipline was terrifying. They charged in perfect formation, shields tight, lances lowered, red crosses blazing against white. They were often the first to enter and the last to retreat. In moments when other armies broke, the Templars held, and when they died where they stood. But for all their valor, their victories were temporary. The Crusader kingdoms were built on sand, politically, literally, and theologically. They could conquer cities, but they could never conquer geography. The further they stretched their lines, the thinner their strength became. And while Templars built walls of stone, their enemies built alliances. Muslim leaders like Zengi, Nur ad-Din, and eventually the great Saladin began to unify what had once been divided. The dream of Christian dominion over the East began to falter as reality, relentless and strategic, pressed back. Still, for nearly 2 centuries, the Templars endured. They were the spine of the Crusader world, a constant presence, whether guarding pilgrims on dusty roads, escorting kings, or defending castles that seemed impossible to hold. And through it all they believed, or at least tried to, that their struggle was holy, that every drop of sweat, every wound, every brother lost was part of a cosmic design. But in quieter moments, as the wars dragged on and the Holy Land slipped further from their grasp, doubt must have crept in. What happens when a holy mission stops feeling holy? When obedience begins to feel like futility? When you've spent your life serving God with sword and blood, and still the world refuses to be saved? History doesn't record their private thoughts, but you can imagine the silence inside those massive stone fortresses, the kind of silence that comes after years of praying into a void. The Templars' castles still stand in ruins across the Middle East, in Syria, in Israel, in Turkey, their stones sun-bleached, their halls open to the wind. Stand in one, and you can almost hear the echoes, hooves on cobblestone, the whisper of chainmail, the low murmur of prayer. Those walls remember. They remember a time when faith and empire shared the same heartbeat, when men rode into battle convinced they were defending heaven itself. And maybe, in their own way, they were. Because for all its contradictions, the Crusader dream wasn't just about conquest, it was about belief, belief so strong it reshaped landscapes, rewrote maps, and built fortresses that still defy time. The Templars were both its architects and its prisoners, bound by duty, by faith, by the unbearable beauty of purpose. And even as the Crusader kingdoms began to crumble, they didn't loosen their grip, they just prayed harder, fought longer, and built higher, until the day came when the walls themselves began to crack. But that's a story for the next night. For now, picture that world one last time, the desert glowing gold under the last light of day, the red cross fluttering above a fortress wall, and somewhere inside, a group of knights kneeling in silence, their faces half-shadowed, their faith still unbroken. The wind moves through the stones like a sigh, the candles flicker, and the Holy Land sleeps, as it always has, torn between heaven and earth. Imagine standing in a candle-lit chamber somewhere in Paris in the early 1200s. The air smells of beeswax and damp stone. At a table sits a man in white robes marked with a red cross, quill poised above parchment. Before him, a merchant lays down a pouch heavy with coins, silver deniers, gold florins, copper dirhams from faraway ports. The knight nods, seals the parchment with wax, and hands the merchant a folded document stamped with the sigil of the temple. "Show this in Jerusalem," he says, "and you'll receive the same sum." The merchant bows, the pouch stays, the man leaves. And just like that, without a single coin crossing a sea, the Knights Templar have just performed one of the earliest forms of international banking. You see, the Templars weren't just warriors, they were administrators, financiers and logisticians of staggering sophistication. While kings still measured their treasuries in piles of glittering metal, the Templars had already learned that information, records, signatures, trust was worth more than gold. Their network stretched from the windswept shores of England to the sun-scorched walls of Jerusalem, a chain of commanderies that functioned as safe houses, training centers, warehouses, and financial hubs all at once. Each of these commanderies was like a small universe, self-sufficient and meticulously organized. They had their own chapels, fields, mills, and workshops. Some raised horses, others produced wool, wine, or grain. Every coin earned was logged, weighed, and sent up the chain, an unbroken current flowing toward the heart of the order, and through this system the Templars quietly became one of the richest organizations in the medieval world. The irony, of course, is that they began with vows of poverty, but vows are tricky things. The Templars themselves owned nothing. The order owned everything, and that subtle distinction let them accumulate wealth without technically breaking faith. Their financial system worked with an elegance that modern bankers would envy. A pilgrim traveling from London to Jerusalem could deposit money at a temple house in England and receive a coded letter of credit. Along the route, through Paris, Marseille, Acre, and finally to the Holy City, Templar commanderies would honor the note, deduct expenses and mark it in ledgers kept under strict guard. The traveler never had to risk carrying his fortune across pirate-infested seas or bandit-strewn roads. In a way, the Templars invented something that feels astonishingly modern, a secure international trust network, and unlike kings or nobles, they were trusted by everyone. Christian, Jew, Muslim, it didn't matter. The Red Cross was as good as a vault door. The Templar ledger became a passport through chaos. Picture the roads of Europe in the 13th century, narrow tracks winding through forests and mountains, lined with monasteries, taverns, and thieves. Now picture a convoy of Templar couriers riding fast, cloaked in white, armed but calm. They carried more than messages. They carried secrets, diplomatic letters, royal decrees, coded inventories, even treaties. A letter stamped with the seal of the temple traveled like lightning compared to anything else in the medieval world. And where there were secrets, there were suspicions. People whispered that the Templars had mastered cryptography, that their ledgers contained hidden symbols, that their archives were guarded by curses. In truth, it was discipline, not magic, that kept their system running. But to the medieval mind, efficiency itself felt supernatural. Each regional commandery reported to a central master, who in turn answered to the Grand Master in Jerusalem and later Paris. The chain of communication was ironclad, the discipline absolute. Orders passed down with the precision of a monastic liturgy. Every brother knew his rank, his duty, and the exact limits of his authority. Templar correspondence reveals a world that hummed like a machine. Cargoes of wheat, shipments of crossbow bolts, barrels of wine, all recorded, all accounted for. Even the smallest commandery in rural France or Scotland was part of a vast, synchronized network, a medieval multinational that existed centuries before the word corporation would be invented. And yet, for all this order, there was mystery. The Templar headquarters in Paris, known simply as La Maison du Temple, was a fortress of stone walls and tall towers surrounded by gardens and workshops. Inside lay one of the greatest treasuries in Europe, a glittering hoard of gold, silver, jewels, and documents so valuable that kings themselves stored their wealth there. King Louis VII did. So did Henry III of England. Even the Pope trusted the Templars to manage funds for crusades. When monarchs needed loans, it was often the temple that provided them. When nobles needed to transfer land, the temple served as intermediary. They were accountants of God, and for a time it seemed even heaven owed them interest. But power has a way of creating shadows. As their influence spread, so did envy. Clergy whispered that the Templars had grown too rich, too independent. Kings resented being indebted to monks with swords. Rumors began to drift through Europe like incense, that the Templars worshipped idols, that their rituals were secret and profane, that the cross they bore was not a sign of purity, but of blasphemy. Still, in their heyday, those whispers were little more than background noise. Outwardly, the Templars thrived. Their fortresses dotted Europe and the Levant, solid, silent, identical in style, as if each had been built from the same blueprint. Stone geometry repeating across continents. They didn't just build castles, they built infrastructure, bridges, ports, farms. They managed trade routes that linked the Mediterranean to northern Europe. They established supply lines for crusading armies that stretched across thousands of miles. Without them, the very logistics of holy war might have collapsed. It's easy to forget that behind every knight charging into battle was a chain of bakers, blacksmiths, and scribes keeping the machine running. The Order's power didn't come from miracles. It came from ledgers, but not all their wealth was material. the Templars also held something far more dangerous: information. Through their far-flung network, they gathered intelligence about politics, trade, and warfare from every corner of Christendom. They knew which kings were broke, which roads were unsafe, which alliances were shifting. In an age before newspapers, that knowledge was gold. Their reach was so vast that you could travel from Scotland to Syria and never truly leave their shadow. Every few days' journey, you'd find another Templar house, white walls, red cross, the same rhythm of prayer and order. Their presence was both reassuring and unnerving, like a vast skeleton under the skin of medieval Europe. To ordinary people, they must have seemed immortal. Their discipline never wavered, their symbols never changed. Generations rose and fell, and still the Templars endured, unmoved, unstoppable. Even their dress added to the myth. While nobles flaunted velvet and jewels, Templars wore plain wool, dyed white for purity. Their only ornament was the red cross, a reminder of both sacrifice and authority. When they moved through a town, heads bowed, they looked less like men than like an idea, one that walked and breathed and collected rent. And it wasn't only men. Though the order itself was male, its network included women, nuns, widows, and lay sisters who worked in the commanderies, managing estates, caring for pilgrims, brewing ale, and keeping the wheels turning. History rarely mentions them, but without them, the Temple's empire of faith would have faltered. By the mid-13th century, the Templars had reached their zenith. Their ships carried goods across the Mediterranean. Their estates covered vast tracts of Europe. Their influence seeped into every court, every treasury, every crusade, and yet, like all empires, they had already sown the seeds of their own decline. The Holy Land, their reason for existing, was slipping away. Muslim forces were reclaiming city after city. The Crusader states were shrinking, and with them the spiritual justification for the Temple's existence. But the Templars adapted. They shifted their focus westward, becoming less of a crusading order and more of a financial and political one. Their castles became banks, their swords gathered dust, their prayers became ledgers, and with each ledger, their power grew. But so did resentment. Imagine being a king and realizing that the most efficient, trustworthy, and wealthy organization in your realm doesn't answer to you. It answers to no one but God, and maybe the Pope. That unease was the first tremor before the fall. But for now, in the candlelit rooms of the 1200s, the world still looked stable. Templar scribes bent over parchment, quills scratched, coins clinked softly in wooden chests. Outside, the moonlight shimmered on stone, and the red cross of the order fluttered faintly in the night wind. It was a world of precision, discipline, and quiet ambition. A world that believed itself eternal. And perhaps, for a while, it was. Picture a long stone hall lit by morning light through narrow slits in the wall. The air smells faintly of straw and cold iron. Dozens of men kneel side by side, white mantles draped over their shoulders, red crosses stark against the fabric. No one speaks. The only sounds are the shuffle of boots, the whisper of breath, and the faint crackle of a torch. It's not a church exactly, not a barracks either. It's both, and that contradiction is the essence of the Knights Templar. Discipline was their creed. Every movement, every word, every thought was governed by the rule of the temple, a sprawling set of commandments written in the early 12th century that blended the rigidity of a monastery with the brutality of a battlefield. And yet, for all its severity, there was beauty in that order, a rhythm that shaped their days like the tolling of distant bells. They rose before dawn to pray, their voices echoing in unison. Then came the chores, feeding horses, sharpening weapons, tending armor, mending cloaks, cleaning wounds. Breakfast was simple: bread, sometimes watered wine, rarely meat. Then training, endless training, sword drills in formation, mounted charges across dusty fields, bow practice until fingers blistered. To the outside world, they were holy warriors. To themselves, they were servants of God, of each other, and of discipline itself. Templars lived by vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, but those words meant something very different in their world. Poverty meant no personal possessions, but the order itself owned vast estates. Chastity meant avoiding women entirely, even in conversation, an easier rule to write than to live by. And obedience meant complete submission to one's commander, even unto death. That last vow was the hardest, and the one that defined them. A Templar didn't fight for victory. He fought to obey. If ordered to hold a line, he held it. If ordered to die, he died. There was no hesitation, no bargaining, no emotion. In battle, this made them terrifying. Other soldiers might panic, flee, or waver. The Templars never broke formation. Even when surrounded, they fought in silence, red crosses vanishing one by one into the dust. It's tempting to romanticize that kind of devotion, but there was nothing romantic about it. It was hard, mechanical, and often lonely. Templars were forbidden to embrace their own brothers without permission, forbidden to joke or sing frivolously, forbidden to play games of chance. Even laughter was discouraged, except in moderation. Their armor, too, reflected that restraint, plain, functional, unadorned. No bright colors, no gilded crests, only the red cross sewn near the heart. It was said that when the Templars rode into battle, the sound of their charge was unlike anything else, not the roar of chaos, but the low thunder of synchronized hooves, a kind of terrible harmony. They weren't the largest army in the Crusades, nor the most numerous, but they were the most feared, because the enemy knew they wouldn't stop. Every Templar learned to fight and die as part of something greater, and that mindset extended beyond the battlefield. Inside their commanderies, every task, no matter how small, was done with the same ritual precision. From the folding of cloaks to the cleaning of armor, everything had its method. The order saw chaos as the devil's playground, and order as divine. Imagine the life of a young recruit, a sergeant or a serving brother, joining the temple. He would begin as an associate, working the stables, tending the fields, carrying water. He'd sleep on straw, wake before dawn, pray, eat little, speak less. The nights might seem distant, stoic men of few words, but in truth everyone shared the same weight of silence. Templar silence wasn't emptiness, it was control. They believed words carried danger, pride, gossip, temptation. So they learned to communicate through gestures and glances, through efficiency rather than expression. Meals were eaten in near silence, a monk reading scripture aloud while others chewed. If you wanted salt, you didn't ask, you pointed. If you needed bread, you waited your turn. Over time, that silence became a kind of language, a pulse that connected them more deeply than speech ever could. And perhaps that's why their discipline bordered on the sacred. Their punishments were severe but predictable. A brother who broke his vows, who stole, lied, or behaved pridefully, might be stripped of his cloak, forced to eat on the floor, or made to lie face down during Mass while others stepped over him. For grave offenses he could be expelled entirely, his red cross torn away like a soul in exile. But for most, it never came to that. The Templar mind was trained like a blade, sharp, steady, and resigned. Even their daily routines reinforced obedience. The day was divided by bells, prayer, labor, rest. Each moment accounted for. They prayed before battle, after battle, before eating, before sleeping. Every act was sanctified, every breath a form of worship. And yet, for all their austerity, there was a quiet humanity beneath it. The rule allowed small comforts, wine on holy days, the company of brothers during feasts, laughter when earned. They kept dogs and falcons. They played music sometimes, though always solemnly. Their lives weren't joyless, just measured. To outsiders, that restraint looked inhuman. To insiders, it was peace. Because here's the thing, medieval life was unpredictable, dangerous, and filthy. Plague, famine, war, it was all chaos. The Templars built a life where everything made sense, a world of routine, duty, and clear purpose. That order was their sanctuary. And yet, there's a strange irony in that. For all their vows of humility, the Templars radiated pride. Not arrogance exactly, but a certainty that they were different, chosen. While other knights fought for lords, women, or glory, the Templars fought for eternity. Their enemy wasn't just flesh and blood, it was sin itself. That certainty gave them strength, but it also made them untouchable. When they marched through cities, people stepped aside. Their white mantles glowed in the sun. Children watched them pass in awe. Priests blessed them. Merchants envied them. Kings tolerated them. And slowly, without realizing it, they became what they were sworn to resist, powerful, privileged, and proud. Their discipline, once spiritual armor, became something colder, a mask. By the late 13th century, the Templar ideal had begun to crack. The Holy Land was lost, the Crusades had soured, and yet the Order still trained, still prayed, still obeyed, as if nothing had changed. It's almost haunting, that image. An army without a war, marching in perfect silence toward a future that no longer needed them. They kept their rituals alive even as their purpose faded. The morning prayers, the vows, the cold meals, the endless drills, like monks in armor performing the same liturgy long after the congregation had gone home. If you had visited a Templar stronghold, then, say, Tomar in Portugal, or the great fortress of Crac des Chevaliers, you'd have seen perfection on the surface, polished discipline, unbroken ranks, but beneath it, something else was stirring, uncertainty. What happens to an order built for holy war when holiness itself goes out of fashion? The Templars didn't have an answer. They just kept obeying. And maybe that's the tragedy. They were so trained to follow command that when the commands themselves became corrupt, when kings and popes turned against them, they couldn't adapt. Their discipline, once their shield, would soon become their downfall. But that's later. For now, in the twilight of their golden age, they still looked unshakable. Picture them one last time. A column of knights riding through the gates of Acre, the last stronghold of Christendom in the east. Sunlight glints on their helmets. The sea wind carries the smell of salt and steel. Their banner ripples, a red cross against white. They move as one body, one will, one faith. And somewhere in the back of the formation, a young knight whispers a prayer he has said 1,000 times before. He doesn't know that in a few short decades, his order will be ashes and rumor. But in this moment, he is calm, because obedience is peace. And for the Knights Templar, peace, however fleeting, was always worth dying for. Chapter 3. Secrets, Shadows, and Heresy. Imagine the stillness beneath Jerusalem. The air is cool, dry, and old, older than the Crusaders who came here with dreams of salvation and plunder. Torches flicker against ancient stone, illuminating tunnels carved centuries before the birth of Christ. The sound of footsteps echoes faintly, rhythmic and deliberate. These men wear no crowns, no jewels, only white mantles marked with a red cross. 9 knights, poor, pious, exhausted, descending under the ruins of Solomon's temple. At least that's the story. The first whisper in a legend that would stretch across continents and centuries. According to chroniclers, when the Knights Templar were founded around 1119, their official mission was humble: to protect Christian pilgrims traveling the dangerous road from Jaffa to Jerusalem. In reality, there were only 9 of them, hardly enough to guard a single caravan. And yet King Baldwin II of Jerusalem gave them quarters in one of the holiest sites on earth, the Temple Mount, believed to be the ruins of Solomon's temple itself. That's where the name came from, the poor fellow soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon. But for a group of destitute knights, their address was suspiciously prestigious. The Temple Mount was not just another ruin, it was a sacred puzzle layered in myth. Jews believed it was where the Ark of the Covenant had once rested. Muslims revered it as the site of the Prophet's ascent to heaven. Christians saw it as the home of God's wisdom and wrath alike. And somehow these 9 knights, without royal blood, without political clout, were allowed to live directly atop it. And for nearly 9 years, no one quite knew what they were doing down there. There are no surviving records, no letters, no official reports, just silence, the kind that history fills with imagination. And centuries later, that silence became the perfect soil for mystery. Some say the Templars were digging, not guarding, that they searched the ruins for hidden relics, ancient scrolls, or lost knowledge buried deep beneath Jerusalem. According to certain accounts, the knights conducted excavations under the temple itself, tunneling through ancient chambers that had lain untouched since biblical times. Archaeologists in the 19th century actually found evidence of Templar tunnels beneath the site, narrow shafts and corridors leading nowhere, carved by human hands during the Crusader period. That's when the myth took root, that the Templars had uncovered something extraordinary, something that transformed them from a handful of ragged knights into one of the most powerful organizations in the medieval world. What was it? The Ark of the Covenant? The Holy Grail? Secret knowledge from King Solomon himself? Or perhaps something less tangible? A myth so potent it didn't need to exist to be believed. It's easy to see why the story stuck. The Templars' rise defied logic. They appeared out of nowhere, impoverished, under-equipped and obscure. Then, almost overnight, they became legends. Their fame spread through Europe like wildfire. Popes blessed them. Kings donated land. The church gave them privileges no other order had ever held. They could collect tithes, build fortresses, even run their own banks. Within decades, they were richer and more influential than most monarchies. How does that happen unless you've found something powerful? Of course, the historian in us can explain it rationally. Europe was full of eager donors. The Crusades were romanticized as a holy cause. The church wanted soldiers who could fight without being corrupted by greed, and the Templars fit that image perfectly. Their vows of poverty made them trustworthy. Their discipline made them effective. Their myth was self-reinforcing, but reason rarely wins the imagination. And so the legend persisted that beneath the stones of the Temple Mount, they discovered secrets the church itself feared. Hidden teachings, forbidden wisdom, proof that faith was not as simple as it seemed. You can almost hear the whispers, a flicker of torchlight in the dark, the scrape of metal against stone, the muttered Latin of a prayer or a spell. It's nonsense, of course, probably, but beautiful nonsense. That's the curious power of the Templar myth. It lives in the gap between faith and doubt, between the seen and the unseen. Take the idea of the Grail, for instance. In medieval Europe, the word didn't mean a chalice at first. It meant a vessel of divine mystery, something that contained the essence of truth. The connection between the Templars and the Grail only appeared centuries later, in 12th and 13th century romances, when poets like Chrétien de Troyes began weaving stories of knights, purity, and hidden relics. Those tales weren't history. They were dreams, but dreams with staying power. To the medieval mind, it made perfect sense that the holiest warriors would be the keepers of the holiest object. And to the modern mind, still restless in the dark, it makes perfect sense that an empire's rise must hide a secret. Maybe that's why the Templars continue to haunt us, because we can't resist the idea that someone, somewhere, found the truth and kept it to themselves. But beneath the mystique, there's something more mundane and more fascinating. The real secret of the Templars wasn't gold or relics. It was organization. While other Crusader groups floundered in chaos, the Templars built a system. They turned faith into logistics. They mastered record-keeping, finance, communication, and property management at a level Europe had never seen before. Their commanderies stretched from Scotland to Syria, forming a network that could move money, men, and messages faster than any king's court. They were medieval globalists, an early blueprint for the international corporation. That was their real treasure, their true grail, not buried under Jerusalem, but written in ledgers and sealed with wax. Still, it's fun to imagine the other version, the one where those 9 knights, by flickering torchlight, brushed away centuries of dust and found something that made them more than soldiers, something that whispered of destiny, because that's the romantic engine of the Templar myth, that somewhere in their cold discipline and rigid faith, they touched a kind of forbidden light. Maybe it wasn't treasure. Maybe it was understanding. The Church would later accuse them of heresy, of denying Christ, of spitting on the cross, of worshipping strange idols, all of which sound absurd, until you remember how much they changed between those first 9 nights and the empire they became. Power always transforms faith, sometimes subtly, sometimes completely, and perhaps in those long tunnels beneath the temple, the transformation began. There's a moment, halfway between legend and history, when we can almost see it. 9 men on their knees, torches flickering, the stones around them whispering echoes of the past. They think they're praying, but maybe, in that silence, something ancient is listening. And maybe that's why the myth still holds us, because even if the Templars never found the Ark, or the Grail, or any secret knowledge at all, they still uncovered something remarkable, the power of belief itself. They discovered how mystery can move empires. Imagine a candle-lit chapel deep in the hills of France. The walls are rough stone, the air thick with incense and dust. In the dim light, the symbol of the Red Cross flickers faintly across banners and shields stacked neatly against the wall. A handful of knights kneel in silence before an altar, not before the crucifix, but before something older, stranger, covered in a cloth of deep red. No one speaks, only the low chant of prayer, rhythmic and hypnotic, filling the space like the hum of bees in a summer field. This is the image that has haunted storytellers for centuries. The idea that the Knights Templar possessed secret knowledge, perhaps even a relic of impossible power. And like all the best myths, it's never quite clear whether we want it to be true, or whether we enjoy believing it's hidden. The legend of the Holy Grail, for instance, didn't actually begin with the Bible. It began with poets. Around the late 12th century, when the Templars were at their most powerful, A French poet named Chrétien de Troyes wrote of a mysterious grail, a shining vessel carried in a sacred procession, capable of granting eternal nourishment and divine wisdom. He never called it holy, nor said it was a cup. Later, writers turned it into the chalice of Christ, the cup of the Last Supper, or the vessel that caught his blood at the crucifixion. But in Chrétien's day, the Grail was simply something too sacred to name directly. And in that ambiguity, the Templars found a shadow, because who else fit the image better? Knights of divine mystery, warriors of impossible devotion, a brotherhood whose rituals were secret, whose vows were absolute, and whose origins lay under the ruins of Solomon's temple. To a medieval audience it made perfect sense. If the Grail existed, it was the Templars who kept it. Over the centuries, the Grail and the Templars fused together into a single enduring myth, a marriage of chivalry and mysticism that no amount of historical evidence has ever been able to undo. The truth, though, is both smaller and more interesting. The Templars were bureaucrats of the divine. They didn't sit around sipping from golden chalices or unlocking cosmic secrets. They balanced books. They managed estates. They wrote letters in crisp Latin. They were the spiritual accountants of a holy empire. But because they lived in an age obsessed with relics, bones of saints, drops of Christ's blood, splinters of the true cross, they were inevitably drawn into the world of the sacred object. They guarded reliquaries. They escorted pilgrims who sought miraculous artifacts. They helped fund and protect monasteries where fragments of supposed holy items were displayed. So when rumors spread that they had discovered ancient scrolls beneath the Temple of Solomon, texts written by early Jews, Gnostics, or even pre-Christian mystics, the stories stuck. The scroll myth would grow and mutate over time. Some later accounts, centuries after the Templars were gone, claimed they had found the Book of Thoth, an Egyptian text of divine wisdom. Others said they uncovered teachings from the lost tribes of Israel, and some whispered of alchemical diagrams, maps of the cosmos itself, hidden away from the church to protect humanity from knowledge it wasn't ready to bear. Of course, there's no evidence for any of this, but myths thrive where evidence fails, and perhaps that's what made the Templars so irresistible to later imaginations. They embodied that perfect combination of real power and secret silence. The Church itself fueled much of it, unintentionally, because the Templars, though loyal to Rome, answered to no king, no bishop, no worldly authority. They were free to move money, land, and information across borders. They could send coded letters that no one else could read. They had their own internal justice system, their own chapels, their own prayers. In other words, they looked a lot like the very thing the Church feared most, a second church. And that's when suspicion began to bloom. Whispers spread that the Templars practiced strange rituals, that their initiations involved renouncing Christ, spitting on the cross, or worshipping a mysterious head called Baphomet, that their power came not from God but from something older. Most historians agree that these accusations were lies, propaganda created to destroy them later. But it's worth noting why those lies were so effective. Because they sounded plausible. Because secrecy always invites projection. If you give people a locked door, they will imagine what's behind it. And for medieval Europe, already steeped in apocalyptic fear and superstition, the Templars became the perfect vessel for that imagination. Their very success became suspicious, their discipline unnatural, their wealth sinful, their silence heretical. And yet, maybe there was something beneath all the rumor. Not magic, not relics, but an attitude. See, the Templars didn't pray like other monks. Their spirituality wasn't cloistered, it was militant. Their daily life was about control, obedience, and the annihilation of the self. Every moment of pleasure, every trace of comfort was stripped away to make room for purpose. In a sense, that was a kind of secret knowledge, the knowledge that faith and suffering could be fused into a single weapon. And that's what made them so dangerous. Not to the Muslims they fought in the Holy Land, but to the church that eventually feared them, because the Templars didn't seem to need intermediaries. Their faith was too direct, too efficient, too pure. When you can talk to God through action, you make priests nervous. By the time the Crusader kingdoms began to crumble, the Templars' mystique had already surpassed their usefulness. Europe no longer needed warrior monks, it needed bankers, diplomats, and obedient clergy, and so the Templars' mysticism, once admired, became suspect. It's strange, isn't it? How quickly a symbol of holiness can become a symbol of heresy. 1 century they were Christ's chosen, the next they were whispered to be sorcerers. But perhaps that's the price of mystery. The more tightly you guard your secrets, the easier it is for others to fill them with darkness. And in the quiet moments when we think of the Templars by torchlight, kneeling before something hidden under silk, we feel that same tension, that blend of awe and suspicion, that uneasy beauty of something half-believed. Because part of us wants to believe. We crave hidden truths. We need our mysteries, especially the ones that refuse to resolve. And maybe that's why, centuries later, the Templar myth is still alive, in Dan Brown novels, in video games, in conspiracy theories whispered on YouTube at 3 a.m., because it scratches that ancient itch, that somewhere, someone knows something we don't. It's funny how little we've changed. The medieval mind looked at the stars and imagined divine design. We look at old ruins and imagine lost technology. Both are acts of yearning, proof that we are wired to believe that history hides something from us. And perhaps the Templars were the first to realize that the greatest power isn't in what you know, but in what others think you might know. Theirs was a religion of silence, and silence in any age is seductive. Imagine the city of Jerusalem in the morning light. The walls are pale gold, dust drifting through narrow streets where merchants lift their shutters and donkeys stamp impatiently in the shade. From the hills beyond, the desert glows like a sea of faded fire. Bells ring from the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and somewhere a muezzin's call answers softly from across the valley. This was the city the Templars swore to defend, the heart of their purpose, the reason for their existence. But by the late 12th century, Jerusalem was no longer the eternal prize they once imagined. It had become a coin tossed endlessly between empires, each claiming divine right, none able to hold it for long. The cracks began, as they so often do, with pride. The Crusader kingdoms, those fragile Latin states carved out after the First Crusade, had grown decadent and divided. The descendants of knights who once marched barefoot to holy war now lived like minor kings, drinking imported wine, bickering over titles, and marrying into local dynasties to secure land and dowries. The Templars, meanwhile, had become something very different from their humble beginnings. They were no longer 9 men kneeling in the dust. They were a multinational corporation of the Middle Ages, thousands strong, with property stretching from Scotland to Syria. They operated fleets, fortresses, and treasuries. They could lend money to kings and fund crusades outright. And that kind of power, while impressive, makes enemies quickly. By the mid-11th century, the balance of the Holy Land had shifted. Muslim forces, long divided, were now uniting under a single banner, led by a man who seemed born for the role, Salah ad-Din Yusuf ibn Ayyub. known in the West as Saladin. If the Crusaders were a tangle of arrogance and infighting, Saladin was the opposite, disciplined, patient, and devout. His armies were not the wild hordes described in European rumor. They were organized, loyal, and most importantly, fighting for home. The Templars met them on countless fields, Hattin, Ascalon, Arsuf, and though they fought with ferocious resolve, they were outmatched by unity and strategy. The Battle of Hattin in 1187 was the breaking point. It began with a cruel trick of the sun. Saladin's army lured the Crusaders away from their water supplies, dragging them across the dry Galilean plains under a blazing July sky. By the time the Templars reached the horns of Hattin, they were half mad with thirst, their chainmail burning against their skin, their banners wilting in the heat. The Muslim forces surrounded them. Archers darkened the sky with arrows, smoke from burning grass choked the air, and when the fighting finally stopped, almost the entire Crusader army was dead or captured. The True Cross, a relic carried into battle like a talisman, was seized by Saladin's men. It was never seen again. The Templar Grand Master Gerard de Riedfort was taken alive. Saladin spared him, though many of his brothers were executed. He would live long enough to watch the walls of Jerusalem fall later that same year. When word reached Europe that the Holy City was gone, it was as if the world itself had cracked open. Sermons thundered across cathedrals, blaming sin, pride, and divine wrath. Monarchs trembled, pilgrims wept. The Pope called for another crusade, and through it all, the Templars stood in the ruins of their purpose. You can almost imagine the silence that followed. The once sacred city, its streets littered with the detritus of war, now echoed with the sounds of new rulers. The Templar headquarters on the Temple Mount was emptied, their altars dismantled, their treasures seized. What began as a holy mission now looked suspiciously like a failure of faith. For the first time, the Templars were without their holy ground, and without Jerusalem. They were forced to confront an uncomfortable truth. If the temple was gone, what exactly were they the knights of anymore? But endings have a way of becoming beginnings. Driven from the holy city, the Templars retreated to the coast, to Acre, Tyre, and Cyprus, where they rebuilt themselves as the guardians of ports and pilgrims rather than of the temple itself. Their castles became symbols of endurance. Crac des Chevaliers in Syria rose like a stone crown over the hills, its walls layered and massive, designed to resist even the most determined siege. Safed Tortosa, Athlit, each fortress a defiant miracle of engineering, built with geometry, patience, and faith in stone. In those high towers, the Templars kept the flame of their order alive. But it was different now. Less about holy destiny, more about survival. Their discipline hardened into something colder. Their prayers became shorter, their eyes sharper. They trained recruits not to imagine glory, but to endure isolation, hunger, and the dull ache of endless duty. And yet, despite all this loss, their legend somehow grew. Europe romanticized them even as the Holy Land slipped away. Chroniclers back home painted the Templars as holy martyrs, holding back the tide of heathens. Donations poured in. New recruits arrived from noble families eager for redemption. It's one of history's great ironies. The worse they failed in the East, the more powerful they became in the West. But under the surface, something had changed. Their order was no longer about the sacred geography of Jerusalem. It was about the machinery of power. And in that subtle shift from spiritual to financial, the seeds of their downfall were already being sown. When the Crusades began, the Templars fought for the soul of Christendom. By the 13th century, They were its bankers. They lent to kings and nobles, secured transport for crusading armies, and managed estates that rivaled monasteries in wealth. Their temples in Paris, London, and Aragon became repositories for gold and secrets. Some said their vaults held the lost relics of the East. Others whispered that beneath their churches, tunnels led to rooms where initiates swore oaths in candlelight, swearing not to crown or cross, but to something older. In truth, those basements probably held nothing more exotic than ledgers and coin chests, but perception, as always, was more dangerous than reality. To kings in debt, the Templars' wealth was an insult. To the Church, their independence was heresy. And so, while the Templars rebuilt their fortresses and continued their crusading vows, the world around them quietly changed. New powers rose, old faiths fractured. Europe began to turn inward, to trade, to politics, to profit. The dream of Jerusalem faded like smoke on the horizon. The Templars became relics themselves, living fossils of an age of faith that no longer fit the world they helped create. And perhaps that's the tragedy at the heart of their story. They were men who built a system so efficient, so disciplined, that it outlasted their original purpose. Their creed was supposed to die with Jerusalem, but it didn't. It calcified. It spread through Europe's veins into its banks, its armies, its bureaucracies. Even as they prayed for salvation, they were laying the groundwork for capitalism, for modern finance, for the idea that faith could be managed like currency. When you think about it, that might be their most heretical legacy of all. In the distance, though, back on those coastal walls, you can almost still hear the wind off the sea whistling through the battlements of Acre. The Templar banners still flutter there in imagination, crimson crosses fading against the salt air. They never stopped believing they could reclaim the Holy Land. They never stopped waiting for the day the horns would sound again. But faith, like empire, has tides, and the tide was already receding. Imagine standing on the ramparts of Acre at twilight. The sea stretches endlessly westward, glowing copper beneath the dying sun. Seagulls drift above the harbor where broken ships list in the water, their masts creaking softly. Behind you, the wind carries the scent of smoke and salt, and the low, steady hum of prayer from men who know the end is coming. This is the world of the final crusades, not the holy fire of the first generation, not the fevered marches of kings and saints, but a quieter, more desperate echo. The age of glory was over. What remained was a grim, bureaucratic persistence. Wars fought on borrowed faith, borrowed time, and borrowed money. By the late 13th century, the Kingdom of Jerusalem existed mostly on parchment and in memory. Its capital, if one could call it that, was Acre, a coastal city pressed between a restless sea and endless desert. It was crowded, rich, and tense, a city of pilgrims, traders, and soldiers living shoulder to shoulder in uneasy tolerance. Here the Knights Templar had built their final fortress, a marvel of engineering, all white stone and iron gates, its walls thicker than any catapult could breach. Within those walls, gold and relics were stored in vaults beneath torchlit halls. Above them, in chapels that echoed with Latin chants, the Templars still prayed for Jerusalem, though most knew they would never see it again. They had become the custodians of a dream already dying. The last crusades were not holy wars anymore. They were logistics operations, charters, supply lines, contracts. The romantic image of knights charging across the desert had long since been replaced by the grinding reality of politics. Kings back in Europe promised armies and delivered excuses. Popes issued bulls calling for redemption and sent none. The Templars and their rivals, the Knights Hospitaller, did what they could. They fortified the remaining coastal strongholds, trained recruits from France and England, and negotiated uneasy truces with Muslim rulers, who now viewed them less as enemies and more as relics of a fading age. For nearly a century, the Templars held their line. A few miles of coast, a handful of towers, and the weight of an entire lost empire on their shoulders. Then, in 1291, the inevitable came. A vast Mamluk army, disciplined, relentless, and armed with the confidence of history, swept across the plains toward Acre. Their banners blackened the horizon. Their engines rolled like thunder. Inside the city, panic spread like wildfire. Citizens fled to the harbor, merchants burned their ledgers, priests carried relics to the ships, whispering prayers that no one believed would work. The Templars, as always, took their positions. From the battlements, they could see the Mamluk campfires stretching endlessly into the desert night. The siege began with drums, then fire, then days of unbroken assault. It was not the glorious last stand of legend. It was chaos. Stones crashed into the towers, arrows rained like iron hail, walls cracked and bled dust. The Templars fought with methodical silence, their discipline unbroken even as everything around them burned. Eyewitnesses would later write that when the outer wall finally collapsed, the sound was like a mountain giving way. Within days, Acre was gone. The Templar fortress fell piece by piece, and those who survived fled to their ships, carrying little more than their order's banner and the bitter taste of failure. When the city burned behind them, so did the last true Crusader stronghold in the Holy Land. It was over. The Crusades had lasted nearly 2 centuries, and now, after all the pilgrimages, sieges, and sermons, the Holy Land was once again entirely in Muslim hands. For the Templars, the loss was more than strategic, it was existential. They returned to Europe as an army without a battlefield, an order without a purpose. Their castles in the east were gone, their mission obsolete, but they were still wealthy, still disciplined, and still bound by vows that made them useful or dangerous, depending on who was watching. They settled mostly on the island of Cyprus, rebuilding their headquarters there. From its harbors, they continued to dream of returning to the Holy Land, though it was clear to everyone that the age of crusades had passed. But faith is a stubborn thing. The Templars still believed that their duty was not complete. They trained, prayed, and planned as if the next crusade was always just one papal decree away. And Europe for a while humored them. Popes still called them the sword of the church. Kings still borrowed their money. Peasants still whispered prayers for them. But under the surface, the world was changing. Trade was replacing war. Cities were replacing castles. Banks were replacing swords. And the Templars, with their vast holdings and network of treasuries, found themselves at the uncomfortable center of this transition. They had invented the closest thing to modern finance, a system where a pilgrim could deposit gold in Paris and withdraw it in Acre using coded letters of credit. It was genius, practical, and efficient, and in hindsight, catastrophic. Because when the wars ended and the debts came due, kings looked at the Templars' wealth and saw temptation, not salvation. Especially one king in particular, Philip IV of France. Philip was a man both pious and paranoid. He owed the Templars enormous sums of money, loans for his wars, his court, his vanity. But he also saw their independence as an affront. They answered not to him, but to the Pope. Their fortresses in France were like miniature states, their archives sealed and secret. and the more Philip learned about them, the more their silence unnerved him. Rumors spread of strange initiation rites, of heretical symbols, of men kissing the cross in reverse. Nonsense, most likely, but for a monarch looking to erase his debts and consolidate power, nonsense can be weaponized. In the years after Acre, Philip began to scheme. He courted the Pope, then bullied him. He planted spies among the Templars. He listened to gossip and invented the rest. The Templars, perhaps naively, continued to operate as they always had, holding mass, training knights, managing estates. They trusted in their reputation, in their service, in their holy mission. They never realized that while they were guarding against heathens abroad, the real danger had been quietly gathering at home. In the fall of 1307, France was restless. Taxes were high, the treasury was strained, and the king's legitimacy was fragile. Philip needed an enemy, and what better villain than a secretive, wealthy brotherhood whose glory had long since faded into rumor? The Templars were about to learn a lesson the Romans once taught long ago, that power without narrative is just a target. Their story had begun with oaths whispered beneath the Temple of Solomon. It was about to end in the flicker of torches and the hiss of sealed orders. History, like the sea, has its own rhythm, rising, falling, devouring. The Templars, once masters of both faith and war, had finally drifted too far from shore. Their banners would not fall on the battlefield, but in the courts of kings. Their last enemy would not wield a sword, but a quill. The Crusades had ended, but the Inquisition was just beginning. Imagine Paris in the early morning of October 13th, 1307. The air is cold, the mist heavy. Bells toll softly from the towers of Notre Dame, their echo rolling over the Seine. Most Parisians are still asleep, unaware that within the hour history itself is about to shift. Across the city, a quiet army stirs. Royal messengers slip through fog-damp alleys, carrying sealed orders bearing the king's personal wax seal. Soldiers, sworn to secrecy, assemble at street corners and bridges. They don't yet know who they're hunting, only that the order comes directly from Philip IV, and that disobedience would mean ruin. When the sun finally breaks the horizon, the trap is sprung. Every Templar house in France, every fortress, every commandery, every quiet estate hidden among vineyards and fields is surrounded. Gates splinter, iron boots echo down stone halls. The knights of the temple, warriors who once faced Saracen armies in the blazing deserts of Palestine, are dragged from their beds half-dressed, bewildered, accused of crimes so grotesque they can barely comprehend them. Blasphemy, idolatry, heresy. The list reads like something pulled from a fever dream, but this was no dream. It was politics, dressed in the robes of faith. Let's be clear, Philip IV was not a fool. He was something more dangerous, clever, desperate, and convinced of his divine right to do whatever was necessary to hold his kingdom together. He had bled France dry with wars against England, then with his campaigns to tax the clergy. When the church resisted, he struck back, exiling the Pope from Rome, installing his own candidate, and essentially turning the papacy into a branch office of the French crown. That Pope was Clement V, a man whose spine was as soft as the velvet cushions he sat on. Officially, he ruled from Rome. In practice, he lived under the shadow of Philip's will, a papal puppet relocated to Avignon. And so, when the King of France whispered that the Templars were dangerous, heretics, maybe even satanic, Clement listened. But the real accusation wasn't spiritual, it was financial. The Templars held vast wealth, not in piles of coins, but in something far more threatening: records, ledgers, IOUs. They were Europe's most sophisticated bankers, managing royal treasuries, facilitating trade, and holding deposits from nobles who trusted their vaults more than their own castles. That included Philip himself, who now owed them so much that, if they called in their debts, France might collapse. And so, with one order, Philip did what every indebted man has dreamed of doing since time began. He erased the balance sheet. The raids were coordinated with surgical precision. Templars across France were seized simultaneously, their archives confiscated, their leaders imprisoned. Jacques de Molay, the Grand Master, was arrested in Paris, along with his top commanders. He had been a guest of honor at the king's court just days before, attending the funeral of Philip's sister. Now his hospitality was rewarded with chains. The interrogations began almost immediately. The king's agents, men of ink and iron, demanded confessions to every sin imaginable. They accused the Templars of denying Christ, of spitting on the cross during initiation, of worshipping a mysterious idol called Baphomet. They spoke of obscene rituals, secret kisses, and dark oaths taken by candlelight. And under torture, men will say anything. By the week's end, confessions poured in, broken, contradictory, desperate. Some swore they had been tricked, others simply wept and signed whatever parchment was placed before them. The king had his proof. But outside the dungeons, the world was less convinced. The charges made no sense. The Templars were fanatically religious, sworn to poverty, chastity, and obedience. Their prayers structured their lives so tightly that even eating and sleeping were acts of devotion. To accuse them of heresy felt like accusing monks of witchcraft. But logic was irrelevant. The spectacle was the point. Philip had turned the trial into theatre. He invited clergy, nobles, and the public to hear the confessions. He displayed the trembling knights as examples of corruption and divine justice. He presented himself as the defender of Christendom, cleansing it of hidden rot. And for a public weary of taxes, famine, and failed wars, it worked. People love a villain, especially one that used to be untouchable. Meanwhile, Clement V hesitated. As head of the church, the Templars were technically under his jurisdiction, not Philip's, and he knew, deep down, that the charges were absurd. He issued cautious letters demanding the Templars be handed over to papal investigators, but Philip ignored him. France was already playing judge, jury, and executioner. When the Pope finally summoned his courage to intervene, the damage was done. Across Europe, the accusations had spread like wildfire. Other kings, seeing opportunity, followed Philip's lead. Why not confiscate a few Templar estates? Why not seize their gold, their horses, their lands? After all, if France was purging the heretics, who wanted to look soft on sin? One by one, Europe's monarchs turned on their former protectors. In England, Edward II hesitated at first. He actually liked the Templars, but papal pressure forced his hand. In Spain and Portugal, the order was dissolved and reborn under new names, with new insignia, to preserve their assets while appeasing the church. In Germany and Italy, their properties were quietly absorbed by the Hospitallers, rivals who had survived by being slightly less rich and slightly less suspicious. But in France, there was no mercy. The king's prisons overflowed with knights. Some recanted their forced confessions, and for that they were burned alive. Others were kept in darkness for years, their order formally disbanded by papal decree in 1312. As the walls closed in, Jacques de Molay remained calm. His life, by then, had been one long act of faith. He had fought in Outremer, negotiated with kings, and seen the fall of Acre. He knew what it was to lose everything. But this betrayal, this twisting of faith into a weapon, was something colder. He endured years of imprisonment, interrogation, and humiliation before being brought once more into public view. On March 18th, 1314, the king staged one final spectacle. Molay and 3 senior Templars were led onto a platform erected on the Ile de la Cité, a small island in the Seine, directly across from the royal palace. The crowd gathered in silence, expecting confessions and repentance. But instead the old man, gaunt, weary, his hair turned white in prison, stood tall and spoke words that would echo for centuries. He retracted every confession, declared the order innocent, condemned the lies, the cruelty, the injustice. The crowd gasped. The executioners hesitated. Even Philip's officials seemed unsure what to do, but the king, unmoved, ordered the fires lit immediately, and as the flames climbed, witnesses said Jacques de Molay did not scream. He stood, unmoving, until the smoke swallowed him. According to legend, with his final breath, he called down a curse, summoning the Pope and the king to meet him before God within a year. It sounds like myth, but here's the strange part. Both men did die within 12 months. Philip collapsed suddenly during a hunting trip. Clement succumbed to illness not long after. Their bodies, it was said, refused to rest peacefully. One burned, one desecrated by lightning. History, for once, indulged in poetic justice, and so ended the Knights Templar, at least on paper. Their castles were seized, their treasure vanished, their order dissolved, but their legend, that refused to die. Whispers began immediately, of ships slipping away from La Rochelle under cover of night, carrying gold, relics, and sacred texts, of surviving knights who fled north to Scotland or vanished into the Alps, of secret brotherhoods, the Freemasons, the Rosicrucians, who claimed descent from the last guardians of the temple. It's hard to tell where history ends and myth begins. Maybe they're the same thing now, a story too powerful to stay buried. The fires of Paris went out, the ashes scattered. But in the imagination of every generation since, the Templars never stopped riding. Their red crosses still gleam faintly in the dark corners of our collective memory, where faith and conspiracy meet like 2 mirrors reflecting forever. Chapter 4. The Fall, the Curse, and the Immortal Legend. Take a deep breath and picture it again. Paris, 1314. The sun setting behind the grey spires, the river glinting like a blade, the crowd dispersing after the execution, their murmurs fading into the wind. For a moment, the city feels hollow. The flames have gone out, the smoke has thinned, and all that remains of the Knights Templar is the faint scent of burning oak and the whisper of rumour. It should have ended there, but history, like fire, has a way of smouldering long after the last spark dies. They say Jacques de Molay's final words were a curse. He called out from the pyre, summoning Pope Clement and King Philip to appear before the judgment of God within a year. The legend says his voice did not tremble. It carried through the crowd, past the walls of Paris, past the gilded windows of the royal palace, carried by the smoke as if heaven itself were listening. And then, as the flames consumed him, something strange happened. The air shifted. The crowd fell silent. Even the guards who had lit the pyre looked uneasy, like men who had just seen something they shouldn't have. You can almost hear the echo, soft, defiant, and final. Within 1 year you will answer before God. It's the kind of line that sounds too neat to be true. And yet, history, either by coincidence or poetic design, obliged. Within a month, the Pope fell ill. Clement V's body gave out after years of stress, guilt, and compromise, his corpse was placed in a monastery awaiting burial. But as if on cue, the monastery caught fire. The flames consumed the chamber, and the papal body, already lifeless, was said to have sat upright in the coffin, engulfed in flames, as though the curse had come to collect. Not long after, King Philip went hunting in the forest of Fontainebleau. A strong, healthy man, still in his 40s, he rode out in the crisp autumn air and never returned alive. Accounts differ. Some say he fell from his horse, struck his head, and lingered for days in agony. Others say he was seized by a sudden paralysis. Either way, the most powerful man in Europe died slowly, staring into nothing, as if haunted by something he couldn't see, and with their deaths, the curse of the Templars was born. It was a simple story. 2 men destroyed by the vengeance of a martyred knight, but it grew quickly. People whispered that France itself was doomed, that Philip's descendants, the Capetian line, would die out within generations, and, strangely enough, that too came true. Within less than 2 decades, all 3 of Philip's sons, each having worn the crown, were dead without heirs. The dynasty that had ruled France for centuries was snuffed out like a candle in a storm. The people of the time called it La Malédiction des Templiers, the Templar curse. To later generations, it became a parable, a warning about greed, corruption, and the strange persistence of divine justice. Of course, historians will tell you it was all coincidence, and maybe they're right. But that's the beautiful thing about history. It leaves just enough cracks for the imagination to pour through. When you close your eyes and think of those final days, it's not hard to believe that something larger was at work, a kind of cosmic balancing act, subtle and cruel. The Templars, who had built their order on discipline, loyalty, and faith, had been betrayed by those who claimed to uphold the same virtues. And perhaps, just perhaps, the universe took notice. Yet even as their bodies turned to ash, their legend began to breathe again. Within a generation, stories of the hidden treasure of the temple began to surface. Gold, relics, and ancient knowledge spirited away from France before the arrests. Ships loaded in secret at the port of La Rochelle, sailing west into the mist. Some claimed they vanished into Scotland, others into Portugal, and some said they crossed the ocean itself, centuries before Columbus, to lands unknown. The myth of the lost Templar fleet became the fuel for countless tales. Sailors swore that on stormy nights they'd seen ghost ships bearing red crosses on their sails, gliding silently across the waves. Monks whispered of secret vaults beneath cathedrals where the last Templars hid sacred relics, and among peasants and pilgrims alike, a quiet belief took root. The Templars were not dead. They had merely gone underground, waiting for the world to be ready again. It was an idea too romantic, too mysterious to fade. The church had tried to erase the order's name, to burn their banners, melt their seals, and scrub their records. But the Templars had built something deeper than stone. They had built a story, one that couldn't be killed with fire or buried in royal decrees. And the story began to change shape. In the Middle Ages, people whispered that the Templars had discovered the Holy Grail beneath the ruins of Solomon's Temple, that the treasure they carried was not gold, but knowledge, secret doctrines, ancient scrolls, perhaps even relics of Christ himself. These weren't just bedtime stories, they were expressions of longing for a lost wisdom, a purer faith, a world where the sacred and the powerful were one and the same. It's strange, isn't it? The church destroyed them for being too secretive, too independent, and yet that very secrecy made them immortal. The less we knew, the more we wondered, and wonder, as every myth maker knows, is the soil in which legends grow. By the 14th century, the Templars were ghosts. By the 15th, they were saints of imagination. By the 18th, they had been reborn entirely, absorbed into the rituals of the Freemasons, who borrowed their symbols, their oaths, and their mystique. Masonic lodges across Europe adopted the Red Cross, the sword, and the language of brotherhood. In their dimly lit halls, among candles and geometry, men in powdered wigs whispered oaths not unlike those once spoken in Jerusalem. And in those flickering moments, the Templars lived again, not as soldiers, but as symbols, symbols of resistance, of hidden knowledge, of purity lost and truth buried beneath the weight of time. Somewhere along the way, their story stopped being about history at all. It became about us, about our hunger for mystery, our suspicion of power, our desire to believe that somewhere in the forgotten corners of time, the pure and the brave are still watching. And that brings us back to that fateful Friday, the 13th of October, 1307, the day that superstition itself was born. Before that morning, Friday the 13th meant nothing. It was just a date. But after the Templars were seized, tried, and condemned, it became a symbol of betrayal and bad luck. The day the innocent were destroyed by the powerful. The day faith was tested and justice mocked. The day one of the most disciplined brotherhoods in human history was wiped out in a single breath. Centuries later, we still flinch at that date without remembering why. Maybe that's the real curse, not divine vengeance, but cultural memory, a faint echo of injustice that hums quietly beneath the surface of modern life. Every time the calendar aligns and Friday falls on the 13th, we pass through that echo. Most of us shrug it off, but somewhere deep in the collective mind, a voice whispers, "Be careful." It's the whisper of a fire crackling on an island in the Seine. The whisper of 9 knights kneeling in the dark, taking oaths no one else would ever hear. History loves to bury its ghosts, but ghosts, if nothing else, are patient, and so the legend of the Templars endures, not as a warning, not as dogma, but as a lullaby for the restless. A story that reminds us that even in corruption, there can be faith. Even in endings, there can be echoes. That the night, however dark, always remembers the shape of its stars. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the sea, a cold wind blowing from the west, the smell of salt, iron, and rain. It's October of 1307, just days after the arrests began. France is tightening like a fist. Across the countryside, Templar commanderies, once bustling with horses, treasure, and prayer, now sit silent under royal seals. Soldiers ransack vaults, priests pore over ledgers, and the knights, those who survive the sudden sweep, vanish like smoke. Or at least, that's what history says. But if you listen carefully, beneath the crackle of parchment and the scratching of quills, you'll hear the ocean whispering another version. At the western edge of France, in the port of La Rochelle, witnesses claim they saw something strange. A convoy of ships flying the Red Cross of the Temple quietly slipped out to sea just before the arrests. The official records say nothing, but rumors say otherwise. Some say the ships were loaded with gold, silver, relics, and documents, everything the order held sacred. Others say they carried only men, brothers who refused to die in chains. Either way, when the king's men arrived to confiscate the Templar fleet, the docks were empty. Every ship was gone, vanished into the grey Atlantic mist. Where did they go? That question has haunted historians for centuries. Some claim they sailed north to Scotland, where King Robert the Bruce, excommunicated by the church, might have welcomed the outlawed knights. Scotland, after all, was in rebellion. Its land was cold, rugged, and far from papal reach. It's said that on the eve of Bannockburn in 1314, the same year Jacques de Molay was burned, a small band of armoured riders appeared on the battlefield, carrying the Red Cross. They turned the tide against the English, then disappeared as swiftly as they came. Is it true? Probably not. But as every good myth knows, plausibility is optional when the imagination takes hold. Others believe the Templars went west, farther than any Christian ship had gone, that they reached the shores of Portugal, and from there, the New World itself, centuries before Columbus. In Portugal, after all, the Templar legacy is easy to trace. King Denis, who admired the order's discipline and skill, quietly rebranded them as a new brotherhood, the Order of Christ. Same men, same property, same goals, different name. Under that new banner, they built fortresses, trained explorers, and financed voyages. Centuries later, one of their spiritual heirs, a man named Prince Henry the Navigator, would launch the Age of Exploration, and the Red Cross of the Templars would appear again, painted on the sails of caravels bound for Africa, India, and beyond. You've seen it before, even if you didn't notice it. The ships of Columbus, the sails of Vasco da Gama, the Red Cross fluttering against the wind. A silent inheritance, passed from the knights who once guarded pilgrims to the sailors who remapped the world. And so, some say, the Templars never truly vanished. They evolved. They traded swords for sextants and Jerusalem for the horizon. But there's another theory, quieter, stranger, almost tender in its melancholy, that many of the surviving Templars simply went home. Imagine them. Men in their 40s or 50s, scarred from years of crusade, watching everything they believed in collapse. Some fled across borders, shaving their beards, burning their mantles, blending back into ordinary life. A few became monks in other orders. A few became mercenaries fighting in wars for causes that meant less to them than the discipline itself. And some perhaps wandered until they disappeared entirely. It's easy to picture one, an old knight on a country road in Burgundy, walking beside a thin horse, whispering the prayers he'd once spoken in Latin under vaulted stone. The world had moved on, but his habits hadn't. He still woke before dawn. He still ate in silence. He still believed that somewhere, somehow, the temple would rise again. History doesn't record their names, but you can almost feel their absence, like a missing note in a song. Meanwhile, in the cities, the myth began to grow. People whispered that the knights had gone underground, forming secret brotherhoods that passed their wisdom down through generations. Some pointed to the Freemasons, whose ceremonies echoed Templar oaths of loyalty and secrecy. Others to the Rosicrucians, the mystics of the Renaissance who claimed to guard ancient knowledge. And later still, to shadowy organizations whispered about in smoky taverns, societies of men who spoke in symbols, who wore rings marked with crosses, and who always seemed to know more than they should. Whether any of it was true didn't matter. What mattered was that the idea felt true, because deep down, humanity hates endings. We don't like to believe that things simply stop, that great movements vanish overnight. We'd rather imagine that somewhere, beneath the surface, the story continues. And maybe it does. In Scotland, legends grew of hidden lodges beneath cathedrals, where descendants of the Templars met by candlelight. In Spain and Portugal, old families claimed to possess relics from the temple, swords, seals, and parchments that no historian could trace. And in France the ghost stories began. Peasants said that on stormy nights they saw riders in white cloaks galloping through the woods near old commanderies, their torches flickering like stars. No hoofbeats, no voices, just the wind, the rain, and the sound of metal brushing against metal. The church called it superstition, but the peasants knew better. They said it was the Templars, still keeping watch. Centuries later, during the French Revolution, when mobs looted churches and burned archives, strange things were found. Stone carvings of Templar crosses hidden behind altars, letters sealed with wax bearing the order's symbol, and cryptic diagrams suggesting that not everything had been destroyed. Even Napoleon, the great skeptic, was rumored to have been fascinated by them. When he invaded Egypt in 1798, he brought with him not just soldiers, but scholars, engineers, and, oddly enough, men obsessed with the Templar myth. They saw the pyramids, the ruins of ancient Alexandria, and believed they were walking in the same footsteps as those mysterious knights who had once dug beneath Solomon's temple. It was as if every century rediscovered the Templars anew, each generation projecting its own dreams onto their ghost. For the Renaissance, they were seekers of hidden wisdom. For the Enlightenment, martyrs of superstition. For the modern age, symbols of rebellion against authority. And through it all, their image never changed. White cloaks, red crosses, silent resolve. The perfect blend of purity and menace. That's the strange paradox of the Knights Templar. They began as humble monks sworn to poverty and ended as eternal figures of power. They were meant to defend faith but became symbols of doubt. They were destroyed for secrecy, and yet secrecy is what keeps them alive. When you trace their story from the ruins of Jerusalem to the myths of modernity, you realize that the Templars have become less a chapter of history and more a kind of mirror. Every age sees itself in them. Every conspiracy, every spiritual revival, every lost cause finds its reflection in their legend. Even today, their name is everywhere. Video games, novels, films, coffee brands, even insurance companies. The irony would probably amuse them. Men who once vowed to own nothing now sell everything, but perhaps that's fitting. The Templars were never just about religion or war. They were about the human need to believe in something that endures. And maybe that's why we can't stop imagining where they went. Not because we need the facts, but because we need the comfort of knowing that ideals, courage, loyalty, sacrifice, don't just die with men. They drift, they adapt, they survive. So when you think of those ships sailing out of La Rochelle into the fog, try not to see them as fugitives. See them as dreamers, as the embodiment of a simple, quiet truth. That faith and mystery always find a way to escape the fire. Maybe they reached Scotland, maybe they reached the New World, or maybe they're still out there somewhere, beyond the horizon, sailing a sea that never ends. Imagine a cold dawn in Paris, 1307. The streets smell of smoke and fear. Bells toll somewhere in the distance, slow, heavy, deliberate. The king's guards march through the mist, their armor clattering like a death knell. Inside the stone halls of the royal fortress, a handful of exhausted men kneel before a tribunal. Their white mantles, once symbols of divine purpose, are now stained with dirt and tears. The red cross across their chests looks almost like a wound. These are the Knights Templar, the once unbreakable brotherhood now accused of heresy, blasphemy, and witchcraft. Their Grand Master, Jacques de Molay, stands among them. His face is gaunt, his hands tremble, but not from fear, from disbelief. Only a few years earlier, kings had begged for the Templars' loans, popes had blessed their missions, and merchants had trusted their vaults with fortunes. And now, the same powers that exalted them call them servants of the devil. Let's be clear, the charges were absurd. The Templars were accused of spitting on the cross during secret initiations, of worshipping a mysterious idol named Baphomet, a bearded head that supposedly whispered prophecies, of kissing each other's backsides as oaths of loyalty. It sounds like something invented by a drunk gossip trying to impress a tavern full of bored clerks. But in medieval Europe, rumor and heresy were as lethal as swords. Under torture, men confessed to anything. And King Philip IV of France, buried in debt to the Templars, knew that pain was cheaper than repayment. He wanted their treasure and their silence. So he ordered confession after confession until even the strongest broke. It's strange to imagine these were men trained to endure battle, to ride through sieges, to fight without sleep. And yet here they were, chained in dungeons, whispering prayers that turned into pleas. Some recanted immediately, others held firm until their bodies gave out. But through it all, one question pulsed beneath the surface like a heartbeat. Where is the treasure? Because according to legend, the Templars had amassed unimaginable wealth. Gold from Jerusalem, silver from Europe, relics from the Holy Land. They were bankers to kings, landlords to half of France, and custodians of secrets no one dared write down. When their order collapsed, that treasure simply disappeared. The official records show nothing. The king found empty vaults, the church seized estates, but no gold. And so the myth began. The missing Templar treasure has been called the most enduring unsolved mystery in medieval history. Over the centuries it's been found 1,000 times, in hidden tunnels under Paris, buried beneath Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland, locked inside the catacombs of Malta, even frozen beneath Nova Scotia's Oak Island, where fortune hunters have been digging for 200 years and still haven't hit bottom. Each theory begins the same way, with the night of October 13th, 1307, when those ships at La Rochelle sailed off into the mist. And each theory ends the same way, with an empty map and more questions. But maybe the treasure wasn't gold at all. Maybe what they protected wasn't wealth, but knowledge. There's a quiet rumor, older than the Freemasons, older than most conspiracy theories, that the Templars discovered something beneath the ruins of Solomon's Temple during their early years in Jerusalem. What it was, no one agrees on. Some say it was the Holy Grail, not a cup, but a secret bloodline. Others claim it was the Ark of the Covenant, still humming with divine energy. And a few whisper that it was something far less biblical, ancient texts from before recorded history, knowledge so profound it could rewrite theology itself. Whatever it was, the rumor insists that the Templars hid it, not in one place, but in many. Fragments scattered like seeds across Europe, buried under chapels, sealed in crypts, or disguised as relics. You can almost imagine it. Stone corridors lit by flickering torches, brothers moving in silence, passing relics wrapped in linen. No words spoken, no records written, only vows that what was found in the Holy Land must never be lost again. It's beautiful, isn't it? The idea that knowledge can be smuggled through time, that truth, like treasure, can survive corruption, fire, and forgetfulness. But let's pause, because the historian's mind has a way of ruining poetry. The truth is, most of what the Templars had was painfully ordinary. Farms, mills, vineyards, warehouses. Their treasure was bookkeeping. Still, the legend persists, because it speaks to something deeper, a yearning for meaning behind mystery. We want to believe that somewhere beneath the dust, something sacred still waits to be uncovered, and maybe, in a way, it does. Because even stripped of myth, the story of the Templar trials is a perfect reflection of how power consumes its own creation. King Philip's campaign wasn't just about greed, it was about fear, the kind that festers when kings realize faith answers to no one. The Templars had grown too independent. Their wealth was international. Their loyalty was to God, not to any throne. They were an early version of globalization, efficient, disciplined, untaxed. They'd become everything monarchs hate, powerful, moral, and incorruptible. And so Philip did what tyrants always do when faced with something they can't control. He called it evil. By 1310, the trials had become theater. Dozens of knights were paraded through Paris to confess and repent before crowds. Some, desperate for mercy, repeated the false confessions they'd made under torture. Others refused, and for that they were burned. The flames were said to burn clean. No black smoke, only white. People whispered it was the Holy Spirit taking their souls. Others said it was the wind carrying away the last truth the church dared not hear. But one man's death would outlive them all. Jacques de Molay, the Grand Master. In 1314, after 7 years of imprisonment, he was led to a small island on the Seine. The executioner tied him to the stake as the king's men watched. When asked for a final confession, de Molay refused. He looked at the crowd and spoke instead to the heavens. He declared that both the king and the pope, Philip and Clement, would soon answer before God for what they had done. It was less a curse than a statement of cosmic bookkeeping, but it landed like a thunderclap. Within a year, both men were dead, and so legend turned to prophecy. The curse of Jacques de Molay was born. In taverns, people whispered that the Templars had struck back from beyond the grave, that the king's line was doomed, and when Philip's dynasty collapsed within a few generations, the myth grew stronger. History remembers it as coincidence, but myth doesn't care for coincidence. It prefers poetry, and in that poetry, the Templars became immortal. Their treasure, whatever it was, became eternal. Their curse became their revenge. You can see echoes of it everywhere, in novels about secret codes and grail quests, in stories of lost bloodlines and hidden orders, in the fascination that still surrounds their name. Because deep down, the story of the Templars isn't just about power or faith. It's about loss. The loss of certainty, of purity, of something once believed to be incorruptible. And perhaps that's why it still hums beneath our collective imagination, because when we stare into history long enough, we start to see ourselves. The way faith becomes ambition, ambition becomes greed, and greed becomes legend. So maybe the real Templar treasure isn't buried in stone or sealed in vaults. Maybe it's the myth itself, the part of human nature that refuses to stop believing, even when reason tells it to. The belief that something holy might still be hidden under all this noise and dust, that even in ruin there's a secret worth protecting, and somewhere, under moonlight or memory, a ship still drifts through fog, carrying not gold, but the weight of a promise, the promise that no truth ever really disappears. It just waits to be rediscovered. Picture this, the flames dying down on that island in the Seine, the crowd dispersing into the night, their faces glowing with the reflected orange of what they'd just witnessed. And above it all, the black smoke curling toward the spires of Paris, drifting into legend. Jacques de Molay was dead, but his curse, if you believe in such things, had already taken root. The chroniclers of the time, even the cautious ones, couldn't ignore what happened next. Within months, Pope Clement V was dead of illness. Within a year, King Philip IV was thrown from his horse and died suddenly. No heirs, no fortune, no redemption. It was as if the fire had leapt from de Molay's pyre into the royal bloodline itself. Whispered superstition turned to conviction. The Templars had called down divine justice. And that's where history ends and myth truly begins, because after that day the Knights Templar ceased to exist in the record. Their castles were seized, their lands divided, their members absorbed into other orders or driven into hiding. But their name, their symbol, only grew stronger. You can destroy a building, you can hang a man, but you can't kill an idea that has already become a myth. Let's be honest, the world loves a good mystery wrapped in moral ambiguity. The Templars were the perfect storm, part saint, part sinner, disciplined yet secretive, blessed yet cursed. And so, century after century, their shadow kept resurfacing in new disguises. In medieval Germany, people whispered that the Templars had gone underground, literally tunneling beneath mountains to guard their hidden treasure. In Scotland, they were said to have joined Robert the Bruce at the Battle of Bannockburn, their white mantles glowing like ghosts as they charged across the misty fields. In Portugal, they supposedly rebranded as the Order of Christ, quietly sailing under new banners as Europe's age of exploration began. Everywhere they vanished, stories bloomed like ivy over old stone. By the Renaissance, artists painted them into allegories. By the Enlightenment, philosophers invoked them as symbols of reason suppressed by superstition. By the 18th century, they'd re-emerged again, this time whispered to be the ancestors of the Freemasons, the supposed keepers of ancient wisdom and architects of secret societies that shaped revolutions and empires alike. No proof, of course, but when has lack of proof ever stopped a good story? And then came the 19th century, a perfect breeding ground for myth. Romantics were obsessed with lost causes, fallen knights, and tragic purity. The Templars became literary gold. Poets wrote of their courage, novelists embroidered their rituals, and painters gave them halos of melancholy light. They became a mirror for every generation's anxieties. The pure few against the corrupt many, the dream of spiritual order in a chaotic world. And that's the secret ingredient to their immortality. Each age reshapes them to fit its own fears and fantasies. For the Victorians, they were noble martyrs. For the mystics, guardians of sacred geometry and alchemical truth. For the modern internet, they're either ancient aliens or early bankers. The spectrum runs from the sublime to the ridiculous, and somehow the Knights Templar fit perfectly into both. But why? Why them and not some other crusading order lost to time? Maybe it's because they sit right on the fault line between faith and doubt. They were monks with swords, believers who killed, poor men who became rich, holy men who served kings. Their contradictions make them endlessly recyclable, adaptable to whatever mystery you want them to represent. And let's be clear, people love contradictions. They feel human, they feel possible. The Templars are not gods or demons. They're a reflection of how ambition twists faith, how purity curdles into power, and how power always inevitably invites its own destruction. It's almost poetic that they were accused of worshipping a severed head, because in a way, that's what their legend became, a body without a leader, kept alive by imagination, headless but somehow still breathing. Let's drift for a moment to one of those places still whispered about, Rosslyn Chapel, Scotland. Built in the 1400s, long after the Templars' supposed end, it's a riot of stone carvings, angels, vines, strange geometric knots, and figures that seem oddly ancient. In the quiet of that chapel, with dust in the sunlight and the faint echo of distant hymns, you can almost believe the stories that beneath its floor lies a vault, and in that vault lies a secret, one so profound it could change everything we know about history. But then again, maybe it's just a crypt, maybe it's just stone and shadow, and maybe that's the point, that the real magic of the Templars isn't what they left behind, but what we keep searching for. Even their curse, that famous curse of de Molay, wasn't a curse at all until later writers made it one. It was a final speech, a cry for divine justice, but humans can't resist dramatizing justice into vengeance. We want the universe to mean something, to balance the scales, so we turn dying words into cosmic verdicts, and over time, that became the mythology we know today. Friday the 13th, the day of the arrests, turned into a symbol of bad luck. Their crosses became icons of mystery. Their disappearance became proof of survival. It's all absurd, and yet strangely comforting, because buried within the fantasy is a wish that truth survives corruption, that goodness hides rather than dies, that somewhere there's still a secret order of noble souls keeping the flame alive in a world that's long gone dark. And who knows, maybe that's true, not in the literal sense, but in the sense that stories are secret orders. Each retelling keeps the memory alive. Each listener becomes an initiate, one more person who knows that once there were men who tried to turn faith into action and paid the price. So when you hear their name, the Knights Templar, maybe don't imagine treasure or curses or cryptic symbols. Imagine something quieter, a group of men kneeling under torchlight, making promises they could never keep but tried to anyway. Imagine their breath clouding in the cold air, their armor cold against their skin, their hearts probably as uncertain as yours or mine. And perhaps in that uncertainty lies their true immortality, because we don't remember them as saints or villains. We remember them as the dream that somewhere in the chaos of history, people once believed they could create something pure, something incorruptible, something worth dying for. And though their towers have fallen and their banners turned to dust, the idea still flickers in stone carvings, in folk tales, in the glow of every conspiracy theory forum at 3 a.m. The Templars endure not because they were flawless, but because they were human. And humans have always dreamed of perfection, even as we fall short of it. So when you finally close your eyes tonight, imagine the world they left behind. Imagine the quiet after the fire, the soft sound of waves against forgotten shores. Somewhere a candle burns low, somewhere an oath is whispered again, and somewhere in the deep rhythm of history the order still rides, not in armor but in memory, because the truth is, nothing truly holy ever dies. It simply changes shape and waits to be remembered. So now we reach the end, or rather, the echo. The story of the Knights Templar doesn't really end. It simply fades like candlelight in a long corridor, stretching further and further into shadow. If you've stayed with me through this entire journey, through crusades and curses, through deserts and dungeons, take a moment to notice the quiet. The world they built and the world they lost are both long gone, but the silence they left behind still hums with meaning. Imagine it, Europe asleep under frost, old cathedrals creaking with age, the moonlight brushing against statues of long-forgotten knights. In that stillness, you can almost hear them, the faint clink of armor, the whisper of prayer, the soft murmur of devotion and doubt braided together. Because that's what the Templars really were. Not gods, not monsters, just men standing at the fragile intersection between the sacred and the human. They tried to build heaven with earthly tools, swords, stone, oaths, and hope. And like everyone who's ever reached too high, they fell. But falling doesn't mean failure. It just means the dream became too heavy for the age that held it. History loves to paint the Templars as symbols of greed, of purity, of secrets, of sin. But perhaps they were simply mirrors, reflecting what every civilization fears most. That no matter how powerful we become, or how righteous we think we are, time will eventually unmake us, fold us back into silence. And yet, the beauty is that silence isn't nothing. It's the space where memory lives, it's where myths breathe, and it's where you, right now, can find peace. As you drift, think of how strange it is that the same stones that witnessed their vows now lie beneath traffic, beneath cities, beneath centuries of dust. But if you look closely, the pattern is still there, in church floor tiles, in the geometry of modern skylines, in the lingering idea that faith, when coupled with discipline, can move empires. Every age finds its Templars, not in armor, but in conviction, not guarding pilgrims, but guarding truth, or art, or compassion, or whatever fragile thing seems worth defending in their time. Maybe you've been one of them without realizing it, someone trying to build something pure in a world that doesn't always reward purity. So tonight, as the story fades, let the noise of history recede behind you. The clash of swords, the whispers of betrayal, the long sermons and louder silences. Let them dissolve into the steady rhythm of your breath, because this is what remains when the myths fall quiet. A reminder that even the grandest empires, the greatest orders, and the most secret brotherhoods eventually return to stillness. And in that stillness, something eternal stirs, not banners, not blood, but the simple, persistent urge to remember that once humans dreamed of divine perfection, that they believed in sacred duty, that they tried, however imperfectly, to bridge the distance between heaven and earth. And maybe that's enough. If you close your eyes now, you might see them one last time, riding slowly into the horizon, the sun setting behind them, their white mantles glowing faintly in the fading light. No words, no music, just the sound of hooves in the sand, steady as a heartbeat. And then, quiet, the kind of quiet that carries centuries. So let the world of the Templars drift away. The wars, the treasures, the secrets, what's left is only peace, soft, steady, endless peace. Thank you for joining this journey through time, for wandering through cathedrals, deserts, and dreams. If you enjoyed this story and want to hear more journeys through history to help you sleep, please subscribe. And before you drift off completely, tell me what's keeping you up tonight. Maybe next time we'll dream through that too. For now, rest easy. You're safe. History will keep its secrets until morning. Good night.